I remember it well. I was a young boy, hanging out at a friend's house, when I saw it there. Sitting on his shelf was an image that is now seared into my brain. The cover art of a DVD sleeve for the Sonic the Hedgehog box set. I remember the thought I had as I looked at it and soaked it all in. Hey, is that girl naked? I receive a message from a stranger named Ian. They ask me if I want to be part of a retrospective they're working on about the Archie Sonic comics. Outside of him sending me random screenshots and brief interactions, I know nothing about this comic, but it sounds interesting. I tell him that I'll need to read the comic myself first, though that will take some time. He says that he's perfectly fine with waiting. Time passes, and this event moves to the back of my mind. I receive another message from Ian. It's been years, but once I see his name, I remember. This is that Sonic guy, the one where plans never came to fruition. He asks if I'm still up for it. And I say yes, which is really odd. Sonic stories have never been the thing that draws me to this franchise. Growing up, the gameplay was what captivated me, and that's remained Sonic's main appeal ever since, which is why I didn't even make a passing mention of the stories in any of my prior Sonic videos. For better or worse, they just aren't something that's ever been on my radar, at least as far as seriously considering and critiquing them is concerned. Besides that, there's the fact that the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic is big, like really big. Running from 1992 to 2017, it's well over 500 issues long with loads of spin-offs and side stories to call its own. And I've got videos to make and cats to feed, so this big commitment, this thing that I'd be chipping away at for a long time, it was quite the project to agree to. And yet, I still told the stranger that I'd do it. After all, he'd waited 3 years for me to read this thing. He even provided a comprehensive reading guide, link in the description. And if there's one thing I'm not, it's wise with my decision making. So I was in. Now, the Archie Sonic comics aren't exactly unknown, of course, but looking into things a bit more, I found the wider discussion of the series to be somewhat strange. Mostly, it's been reduced to a memey footnote in Sonic history. At first glance, that makes sense. A lot of weird stuff happens in these comics, but the further I read and the more of this story I experienced, the more I realized that I couldn't pull myself away. By the time I finished making my way through, I'd found a story with a unique appeal that I've never seen anyone else truly dive into. Naturally, that means that I had to talk about it. You people need to know. So join me through part 1, which will cover over 100 issues as I tell the tale of the Sonic comic that I loved, that I hated, that at times left me speechless. I hope you'll stick with me till the end. Trust me, it'll be quite the journey. So without further ado, let's juice and jam.
I got one more thing to do. Meet you guys at the usual. Got it, juice?
The Sonic the Hedgehog 1993 cartoon aired at a common time for children to watch their tunes, Saturday morning, and it's due to that simple fact that fans have come to refer to it as Sonic Sat AM. Many remember it fondly for its more serious tone. I mean, in the first episode, this old member of the Freedom Fighters just seems to die because the others couldn't save him in time. So yeah, serious, especially when compared to its much sillier sibling, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. That's where those Sonic Says PSAs come from, so that should give you a pretty good idea of what the show's kinda like.
I'm scared, Sonic. I know I should have obeyed that no flying sign. What's the judge gonna do to me? No flying for a whole month.
Look at the bright side, Tails. It could have been worse.
Anyway, these two shows began production around the same time. So when Sonic decided to branch out and make a comic book series with the Archie comics, they had two wildly different interpretations to base their series on. So, which did they choose? Well, the lush world of Mobius has been ravaged by Dr. Robotnik. Nothing will stop him in his quest to destroy the environment and turn all of its animal inhabitants into mindless machines through the roboticizer. But there is one obstacle in his path: the Freedom Fighters. This brave group consists of none other than the hero himself, Sonic the Hedgehog, along with his baby bro sidekick, Tails the Fox. However, there are many more who join him. There's Bunny Rabbit, a half-roboticized rabbit with a southern accent. Antoine, a cowardly coyote with a French accent. This guy, a walrus mechanic who helps keep things running. Nicole, an artificial intelligence who provides the group with her hacking prowess and access to near limitless information. And of course, there's Princess Sally Acorn, the leader of the Freedom Fighters and a character who was meant to spark something in young boys and definitely spark something in Sonic the Hedgehog. Or, as Sally sometimes refers to him, Sonic Hedgehog. Like Hedgehog is his last name or something. Wait, it is? So yeah, the Archie Sonic comic allowed kids to spend more time with their favorite Saturday morning rebels in their seemingly endless battle with the terrifying and tyrannical Dr. Robotnik. Oh, and Snively, of course. And Scratch. And Grounder. Coconuts. Oh, and of course the comic's #1 fan, Crabmeat, who buys all the collector's editions. And we can't forget about the Universalamander, who was so powerful that he could go toe-to-toe with Super Sonic. And then there was that time that Sonic battled the Spawn Mower and King Gong and Steve Urkel. That's right, they decided to go with adapting both cartoons, combining SatAM's depressing premise with a comedic tone akin to the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. So, Dr. Robotnik may still be trying to kill Sonic and his friends, but the ways he goes about that are now as ridiculous as they are brutal. We have a forest-destroying robot plant that's defeated with bad weather, Bunny being manhandled by a couple of Yankees and getting half roboticized in a bot on the spot. Robotnik and this guy having an increasingly ridiculous disguise-based face-off in order to retrieve the bomb, which turns out to be a bug bomb. Bad versions of our heroes from an alternate dimension terrorizing the townsfolk. Run, Turtle, run! A routine landline check leading to finding an underground society of nerdy creatures aptly named Nerbs. Robotnik crashing Sonic and Sally's wedding, which turns out to be a sting operation. Sonic meeting a frog who gives him magic stones that grants him powers like super strength, allowing him to save his friends with a giant fly swatter, and you get the picture. The comic nails this weird combination of serious and silly, almost like I'm reading a post-apocalyptic Sonic slice-of-life comedy. And I quickly found myself having more fun with it than I'd expected. Because even if every idea doesn't land, it's hard to get bored when there's always something new right around the corner. Plus, most of these early issues have 3 or more separate stories, which keeps things snappy, along with a bunch of single-page gags and a variety of jokes. For one, there are plenty of slapstick shenanigans if you're into that type of thing. Then there are surprisingly funny editor's notes that pop up from time to time. Loads of ridiculous references ranging from the Termite-Nator to Botman to the Ghost of Christmas Fast to El Capone and the Master of Finjitsu. And I do really appreciate with these that the comic never wholesale references other franchises without having some kind of spin on it. Hey, Sonic! Did you just lie to me, you filthy blue rat? Then there are the puns. Most of these are downright painful in the best way possible. I mean, of course Bunny wants to be a hairdresser. Of course these interdimensional weirdos are named Vertical and Horizontal. Of course there's an alien named Karhim of Wheat. Of course there's the parasites and antibodies inside the sick guy. Of course the baby deer turned out to be a bombardier. And of course, Sonic stops the story to list off tree puns. Heck, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that you could leaf through countless comic books and never find a better treatment of tree puns. Oh yeah, and the Cold War is over. Wait a minute. Sometimes the humor simply comes from appreciating the comic's commitment to a bit. Take The Man from Hedgehog from the main series' 16th issue. Robotnik spends this whole story desperately trying to figure out who is in charge of the Acorn Kingdom's secret intelligence. He interrogates a mole, his minions find a mysterious note, and his plans are thwarted again and again until finally, Sonic is saved from certain doom by who else than who? Yeah, this whole thing is a joke about Robotnik asking who it is that's stopping his plans, only to get confused because who is the one who's stopping him. I also think it's just an elaborate way to get to this final joke about how long it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, which... Who? I need you to tell me. I need to know. Wait. What about you? Yeah, you tell me. By the way, this comic really loves breaking the fourth wall, and sometimes it gives us great examples of this comic's commitment to stupid bits.
I crisscrossed the Great Forest at super speed until I spotted Antoine and easily duped him into revealing the entrance. Give me a break, it was dark, he was drawn in silhouette!
Now Antoine blames our artist? What's next? The comic takes a jab at how Sally's fur was miscolored in the original miniseries. Sonic frequently addresses the reader. He'll complain that he isn't the central focus of a story, or tell kids to pull out their Sega Genesis and help him on his journey to the next page. In this way, the comic often embraces its status not only as a product for children, but as a spin-off to the far more popular games, frequently adding new game characters into the mix and creating one-shots to promote any new Sonic adventures. Though I could definitely see myself finding this sort of thing cynical or cloying, I don't know. It wears its identity as a side product to a video game on its sleeve without any reservation, and with a very endearing tongue-in-cheek attitude about it. It's simply so direct with the reader. And to top it all off, each of these tie-in stories and characters are almost always directly integrated into the premise of the comic or its original cast. So it's combining everything a Sonic fan at the time could have loved about the Blue Blur and giving them what they want, to spend more time with Sonic and his friends and foes. In this way, the comic really just feels like it's excited to be a Sonic comic, and to celebrate that with the kids reading it. But what really sells this are the loads of fan interaction. As early as the first issue in the main series, the writers are answering kids' questions about Sonic the Hedgehog or giving out chili dog recipes. But these aren't simply relegated to the back corner of the comic. No. The writers often answer fan questions as Sonic himself. This results in certain interactions that are nothing short of magical. The best of which has gotta be Tammy. Yeah, that's right. I'm a big Tammy fan. You aren't? Well, don't worry. You will be.
Dear Sonicgram Associates, in issue number 11, you said that Dr. Robotnik is obsessed with robots. Well, I'm obsessed with him. I have a bad case of puppy love for the evil but lovable megalomaniac. What is his first name and how old is he? He's so handsome, and his smile makes my heart skip a beat. But I have one problem. What has happened to his personality on the Saturday morning show? I liked him better in the good old days, back when he was just starting out on his quest for world domination. Perhaps he just needs a date. I'm available. Please pass this information and the enclosed photo on to him. Do you think he'll be interested? Oh, one more thing. Is there any Robotnikgram service where I can write directly to my love?
Hey, listen, Tammy. Did that snake Dr. Ivo Robotnik roboticize your brain? He's a dirty, low-down, no-good, backbiting, evil blimp. How could you love him? Sorry, but it's my sworn duty to protect the innocent from old Baldy. No way I'm gonna fix you up with that tyrant. I'm spoken for, but I think the editor guys, Scott and Paul and Victor, at Archie Comics are single. So why don't you give them a call and stay away from that robo-dummy?
Well, they can't quite compare to Tammy. My other favorite bits of fan mail come when the writers create scenarios based off fan theories, like this one with various fan-made origin stories for Tails. Sometimes these furry fellas even ask kids to write in if they want to see more of certain characters. Again, it's just that extra little bit of focus on the fans that makes this feel like a real celebration. But the physical nature of the comic is part of that too. Like, there are these little mazes to guide Sonic through that you'd have to draw on, cool pinups to cut out of your comic with birthday cards and bumper stickers. You even get to cut out these robot pieces, choose Sonic's dialogue, and you can crush Robotnik with your finger. Yeah, take that, and that, and that. And dear Aurora, Tammy, I didn't see you there. Anyway, let's move on to writing my very own Sonic the Hedgehog story. That's right, folks. There's even a whole story where the word bubbles are left blank and you get to fill them in. The very best of these are going to be published in a later issue too. So, you know what that means.
So then I told her, you have to decide for yourself. Walk on your own. Move forward. You've got a good pair of legs, Sal. And she was like, Sonic, shut up.
Well, Sonic, the thing is that when you give people advice like that, it comes across really weird because you, move really fast, and some of us have...
Did you hear that, Crabme? It's my lucky day. Sonic the Hedgehog is about to be single.
Are they trying to catch crabs? Are they trying to catch my people?
Good, Sonic. Good. Now, come to Daddy. Wait, that came out wrong.
Oh, wow, Sonic. It's a fish. I caught one. I caught a big one. Are you proud of me, finally?
Oh yeah, Tails. That's equivalent exchange for you. Eat that sucker.
Equivalent exchange? What are you talking about, Sonic?
Tails, I don't have a big enough word bubble. Holy guacamole. Is that equivalent exchange?
I think it is equivalent exchange. Oh, no.
Yes, it is I, equivalent exchange, and we are about to exchange numbers, hedgehunk. My big boy is about to gobble you little boys up. That came out wrong. Oh, no.
Tails, I think that came out wrong. We should leave before this gets awkward.
I don't know, Sonic. I kind of do better in awkward situations. I think I'm already awkward, so...
Tails, your awkward mumbling is screwing me up. Shut the... Well, looks like you're all washed up. Robotnik.
Look out when he storms through, Sonic the Hedgehog. Don't doubt
Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive. He's the fastest thing alive. He's the fastest thing alive.
Oh boy, that was awesome. There's no way they aren't gonna include ours after. Wait, was that a blue blur I just saw?
Hello?
Fan mail Sonic. Is that you?
Hey, dude, Lowart, was it? Yeah, bud, I just wanted to let you know you're way past late. Like, by over a decade. 3 kids already won.
No, that can't be right. Well, did you at least read it, Fan mail Sonic?
Whoa, look at that time. Got a juicing loose.
He's so cool. But you know what? I should be happy for Calder, Bremen, and Kenny, because that's what made reading this feel special. The comic seemed so excited to have you as a fan that I couldn't help but become one. I mean, I wasn't that big of a Sonic guy going into this, but by the time I had made it through so many of these early issues, well, it starts to feel like being a Sonic fan must be pretty cool, or at least a lot of fun. Throughout all this, you can feel how much this team cared about making this a good product, how much they wanted to make kids laugh, how much they wanted to make themselves laugh. And they wanted this comic to be as fun as it could possibly be. And I think the best early example of that commitment to fun can be found here. This is Night of a Thousand Sonics, and it's as delightfully dumb as it looks. Here, many Sonics scattered across many dimensions must join forces against the nefarious Robo-Robotnik. Pretty much all the Sonics are references of some sort or another, which alone wouldn't mean much to me, but when there are so many of them, when a whole issue is built around embracing this concept, it adds a lot. The issue is just so much, I keep saying this word, but really, it's just so much fun. Our Robotnik joins forces to try to defeat this poser, the Sonics lose their color as they enter this weird interdimensional neutral zone while battling baddies who are still colored in. You can cut out and make your very own SWAT bot, and you better be using safety scissors for that or I will call your parents. And eventually, every Sonic does a supersonic spin to fight Giant Borg and save the day. The comic is pretty dang good at this, taking a simple idea or gag that wouldn't usually do much for me on its own, and pushing it so far that I can't help but smile at the silly spectacle of it all. Speaking of which, throughout these early sections, the artists deserve a lot of credit for giving the comic this charm and comedy. The expressive faces, the dynamic, fast-paced action, the way they punctuate the humor. All in all, they really elevate the comic's material. At this early stage, there are 2 main artists to consider, Dave Manek and Art Mawhinney. Manek often stretches the designs and expressions of these critters to their cartoony extremes, while Mawhinney is usually more on model while still very expressive. Their styles mesh together really well, and it was often somewhat difficult for me to discern who was drawing what. This way, the comic manages to have a cohesive aesthetic, with these round, bubbly character designs that feel soft and inviting. Yet, simultaneously, the world's aesthetics and character designs usually manage to fit in with SatAM's, which isn't surprising considering that Mawhinney worked as a storyboard artist on SatAM itself. Again, I can imagine a kid reading this comic and being so excited to see entire stories with the exact same aesthetic as the show they love, making the connection between one and the other feel even more seamless. Like these really are lost episodes from the show. But I should also give some credit to Scott Shaw, another artist, who brought a ton of personalities to the original miniseries and set a great standard for the rest of this early comic, with lots of fun squash and stretch and these really expressive characters and poses. Then there's the writing. Now, I've already talked about the humor and the fun that injects into the comic, but what I haven't talked about much are the heroes of this story. Or should I say, hero? After all, this comic is called Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Sonic is his usual wisecracking, fun-loving, badnik-breaking self, a somewhat typical, impatient hero who, for better or worse, rushes headlong into danger and cares about his friends. And the writers really know how to get a ton of entertainment value out of these traits, along with an unexpected level of in-depth characterization. A good example of this would be issue 12's The Lynx is a Jinx. Here, Sonic is on one of his usual rescue runs through the forest to protect critters from Robotnik. However, this time he encounters an interesting fellow, Larry Lynx. And Larry has a problem, or perhaps it's more accurate to say that he is the problem. For whatever reason, bad luck follows him wherever he goes. So when the freedom fighters get injured because of his luck, Well, Sally and the rest of the gang are quick to tell him he needs to find somewhere else to live. But Sonic doesn't follow along with that. Nah, even though he just met the guy, he says, Sonic the Hedgehog never abandons his friends. What a cool dude. But this isn't inherently interesting to me for a hero. I'd hope at the bare minimum, Sonic would act this way. But here's where the fun begins. As Sonic looks for a place where Larry can stay, they run into the Freedom Fighters who have been captured by some SWAT bots. Sonic has an idea though. He tells Larry to go out right in front of the SWAT bots. Larry, the poor little guy, assumes this is Sonic abandoning him. After all, he just told Sonic that it was probably his bad luck that got his friends captured in the first place. But no, Sonic the Hedgehog never abandons a friend. Instead, he puts them in danger. Banking on Larry's bad luck ability working as well on enemies as it does on allies, which of course, it does. To top it off, Sonic's original goal was to try and get Larry some good luck to break his bad luck, and it seems like this mission's success has done just that. A roundabout and absolutely ridiculous way for Sonic to save the day and help Larry out. This is an example of what makes Sonic go from likable but basic to something a little more fun. He's got a cheeky edge to him, this willingness to just charge into danger to help others and save his friends. And he does that because he's so sure he can pull it off. Of course, this cockiness comes from the fact that he's incredibly clever and resourceful, like when Sonic saves Bunny from this giant magnet by tricking Robotnik into expanding its area of effect and having him point it back at Robotropolis. Again, the sort of plan that doesn't come without its risks, but he's confident that he can manipulate the enemy, and he just goes for it. If anyone can think on their feet, it's Sonic. And finally, we've got issue 14's Tails' Taste of Power, and it serves as a really endearing showcase of Sonic's personality. This time, Tails eats a fruit from the Mobian Tree of Wisdom and becomes hyper-intelligent. With this newfound intellect, he's able to take down badniks by turning their own weapons against them. He builds a machine to help with housework, and his verbiage metamorphoses into a veritable inundation of palatial proportions. But with this intelligence comes confidence, and Tails takes off to subdue the Freedom Fighter's prime nemesis on his own. When he arrives though, the fruit's power wears off, and he's walked right into Robotnik's hands. However, after deciphering Tails' words, Sonic soon arrives. So how is he going to fight his way out of this one? Well, he won't. He can't. Tails is in Robotnik's clutches, but Sonic has another trick up his sleeve. See, earlier on, Smart Tails awarded himself with a medal, but Sonic takes that medal and tells Robotnik that it's actually an explosive, and that Tails simply got captured while trying to complete his mission to destroy Robotropolis. But now, if Robotnik doesn't let both him and Tails go, Sonic is gonna blow them all sky high. Even though Robotnik starts off convinced this is a lie, when it comes down to the wire, he panics and gives in. Through this, Sonic transforms this symbol of arrogance into a symbol of action. Despite Tails' mistake though, Sonic never lectures him. He understands that, most likely, he has already learned his lesson. At the end of the story, Tails, now his regular self, asks Sonic how he knew the plan would work. To which Sonic replies, "Robotnik's a coward, Tails. That's the kind of thing a leader has to know." Again, we're seeing Sonic's willingness to just charge in there and get things done even if he doesn't have a plan, and how his confidence, charisma, and creativity still leads to victory. Moments like this make Sonic such a likable hero. Watching his cockiness get under the skin of jerks like Robotnik always feels really satisfying, and his overall confidence is magnetic. First off, that's because the stuff he pulls off is actually pretty impressive, not to mention fun to watch, but more importantly, because it's almost always expressed alongside how understanding, brave, or kind he is. And it's just good for gags. Sonic's a hero who will, without hesitation, rescue his #1 pen pal no matter the danger, all while still having that little bit of edge and ego that makes him so much more entertaining. It all comes together to bring this scrappy freedom fighter to life, juicing it all while kicking some good old Robotnik. In the end, I gotta agree with the little guy. He's definitely way past cool.
Can't waste time being unconscious. Sally needs me. I'll pass out on my own time.
However, there is one character whose coolness may rival the Blue Blood, and who often brings out his ego more than any other at this point in the comic. That's right, it's the new porcupine on the block with the buff chest, Knuckles the Echidna. Sonic's interactions with Knuckles they're pretty great. As expected, Knuckles is introduced when Sonic and Tails arrive at Angel Island. He's been tricked into working with Dr. Robotnik, who told him that these two want to steal the island's Chaos Emerald power source. So he rolls out that unwelcome mat and eventually captures them. What these early interactions show us is that Knuckles is a real numbskull. He gets upset with Sonic and Tails for knowing secrets he told them, he resorts to basic bad-mouthing, and he's quick to make assumptions about who he should and shouldn't trust. However, he's ultimately a good guy who's firm but fair. So, despite believing that Sonic and Tails represent a major threat to this island, he gives them a second chance. If they'll get out of his place, he won't give them any more trouble. Of course, this causes a rift in his and Robotnik's relationship. Obviously, Robotnik didn't want him to just let them go, and Knuckles' response to this. It really illustrates what makes this early version of his character so fun.
Keep your shirt on, Doc. You take care of business while I give these guys the business.
His dialogue is rarely laugh out loud funny, but it's consistently goofy enough that I can't help but smile. Soon after, Knuckles realizes that the Chaos Emerald is missing. But this doesn't make sense. He's been monitoring Sonic and Tails, so the pieces immediately click into place. Knuckles realizes he's been duped and joins forces with Sonic and Tails to stop Robotnik. It's part of what makes him so lovable. After all, he might be naive and a bit stupid sometimes, but he's not an idiot. On occasion, he just lacks the basic experience necessary to make wise judgment calls. From here, Sonic and Tails aren't sure how they'll get home, but lo and behold, our buddy Knuckles gathered the pieces of their plane for them. So he's also a guy who will try to correct his mistakes and help others. All around, he's a lovable goofball with a strong sense of morality, even if he makes some iffy decisions from time to time. And these same elements of his personality are obvious in his subsequent appearances as well. For example, in the Sonic and Knuckles one-shot, Robotnik takes over Angel Island and makes it into a flying weapon. Needless to say, this poses a major problem for the Freedom Fighters, so Sonic and Tails return to the island to figure out what's going on. Knuckles, ever the professional at jumping to conclusions, thinks that they're part of the reason his home is a war zone right now. However, after a scuffle and a save from Tails, they manage to show him that the stars in the sky are all wrong. The island has moved without him noticing. Again, while Knuckles may be the type of guy who doesn't notice what's right in front of his face, he's also one who accepts these facts for what they are and is immediately willing to correct course. In fact, from here, Knuckles shows off his clever side. See, when he realizes that Robotnik has been siphoning energy from the Chaos Emerald, he quickly grabs it and breaks it. Robotnik, believing that the island will now crash in a knothole below, runs away, thinking he's victorious. However, Knuckles didn't really smash the emerald. Nah, he busted a fake he kept on him for this sort of occasion, so now he returns the real, undamaged emerald to its rightful place, and the island can soar back into the sky once more. So, when it comes to his job, Knuckles isn't just some dummy. He's capable of resourcefulness and intelligence. We even see him collecting more spare emeralds and helping this island's critters. So regardless of his flaws, he has this admirable sense of duty, and he puts in the work. At this point, Sonic even respects Knuckles enough to ask him to join the Freedom Fighters, but Knuckles rejects the offer. He has his own responsibilities. In following issues, Sonic's and Knuckles' rivalry becomes really funny. These two will lock eyes from across the room and just start going at each other for no real reason. And if there's trouble, must be the other guy's fault. But somehow, this isn't obnoxious. No, their dialogue is consistently silly and snappy enough to totally undercut that potential element to this. And it's just funny watching their source of conflict go from Knuckles being paranoid of Sonic to Sonic being paranoid of Knuckles. By this point, they have what feels like a bickering brothers dynamic, constantly trying to one-up each other and ready at any moment to butt heads, all while still having an underlying respect for the other person. Which leads us to the Super Sonic vs. Hyper Knuckles special, a story that feels like the epitome of an issue where by its end, the characters have completely lost the plot. But while I genuinely don't know why these two are fighting like crazy, I can still somehow feel how much they know that they must. And that chaotic, colorful, and uncalled for dimensional carnage is what I'm here for. You want to talk about bickering brothers? This 2-page spread depicts the clash of Super Sonic and Hyper Knuckles as they pull hair and wind up for a knuckle sandwich. These dumb, stupid children, I love them. I can use my whirling fists like wheels and my feet like feet. Overall, this special, and Sonic and Knuckles' relationship in general, is an absolute blast, displaying Sonic's ego at its funniest and Knuckles' earnest annoyance at its peak. Just a wonderful time all around, and a dynamic that only helps to make both these characters a great deal more fun than they'd otherwise be. Still, Sonic has plenty of other friends to talk about. Now, most of them start off pretty simple as these gags or comedic commentators, but as things continue, there's some good development to be had with these guys, and the writers showed that they aren't willing to let them stagnate. In many cases, this comes from simply acknowledging that, once you strip back the goofiness and puns and the fourth wall breaking gags, this world is awful. Robotnik has taken almost everything from these critters, their family, friends, and homes. At the end of the day, this is a story about a small group of rebels fighting a near hopeless fight. And the comic starts to focus more on how these scrappy kids are going to overcome these impossible odds. Now, that's not to say that the comic is overly serious about that at the moment, but most issues are now becoming a mix of a serious story and an incredibly silly one. Recurring adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog characters like Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts eventually disappear entirely. And more, the comic attempts to tell more grounded narratives that last an entire issue. Beyond leaning into that underlying darkness of the setting, what these stories often allow for are welcome moments of clarity. Moments that humanize these silly little guys and show that they are affected by what's going on around them. Like Sonic's attempts to de-roboticize his Uncle Chuck and Mutsky, along with the sadness he feels from their separation. Or this guy trying to rescue his family from Robotnik's mind control and having to leave them behind. Actually, one particularly good example of this kind of thing comes in issue 18, where Sally's teacher and mentor Jalila passes away. This character has shown up pretty much out of nowhere, but it still works for me because it feels like we're getting a peek behind the curtain of the seemingly silly lives of these characters. A sudden, oh wait, moment, as Sally sits alone, mourning her loss, and Sonic arrives. He sits with her, comforts her, saying, "Tonight is almost yesterday, Sally, and there are many more tomorrows ahead." It's a genuinely sweet moment that manages to not only show us a different side of these characters, but also make me go, wow, I might actually enjoy these two as a pair. In fact, Sonic and Sally have quite a few cute moments together sprinkled throughout, though they usually have a bit more of a comedically flirty tilt to them. Honestly, to me, the comic hasn't only carried over the good parts of Sonic and Sally's relationship from Sad AM, it's improved upon them. But speaking of that show, Antoine, oh boy, in the show, Antoine is just, he's the worst. And this isn't some hot take, a lot of people hated him, and those fans carried that hatred over to the comic.
We had a character, Antoine, from the Saturday AM series. And I cannot begin to tell you how much mail we got from readers saying they absolutely hated the character, they wanted us to kill him off, that sort of thing.
The reason why Antoine sucked is simple. He was an annoying coward with no redeeming traits, at least none that I can remember. He's consistently the butt of every joke, but it's still not satisfying to see him suffer. His scream, it should be used as a fire alarm in apartment complexes worldwide to ensure a swift and safe evacuation. He's the primary focus of some of the show's worst comedy episodes, and I could go on and on, but his existence only makes the show worse. So what did the comic do? Well, the writers seemed to realize that leaving him the way he was wouldn't work. They had to do something else, and they did. Now, at first, he's a lot like his show counterpart. Arrogant, but ultimately useless. However, at this stage, he never gets much focus. He's more off to the side, unexceptional, but unobtrusive. The lack of audible screaming also helps. Regardless though, when he is the butt of the joke, it's quick, snappy, and usually done in a manner that just plays up the way that he's out of his depth. Plus, the way the comic leans into his ego, it's actually really funny sometimes. But then, the 10th issue comes around. Here, Antoine takes his freedom-fighting friends on a ride in his hot air balloon. However, since he's somewhat ill-equipped for this adventure, some buzz bombers pop the balloon and it comes crashing down. Of course, the rest of the gang is frustrated with Antoine, since he was so confident in its usefulness in fighting Robotnik's forces. But Antoine's response to this is where things get interesting. Now, it might seem small at first, but he doesn't just brush this aside. He's genuinely upset and ashamed that he failed his teammates. He wants to prove to everyone that he isn't useless, and he is unwilling to give up on something he believes in. So yes, Antoine is sometimes stupid and overconfident, and he can have an inflated ego, but at the end of the day, he's willing to go out there, fight for his friends, and put himself on the line. And by learning from his mistakes, he ends up saving the freedom fighters single-handedly. He actually has a place and purpose on this team. Then there's issue 23 with the Volunteer. Here we begin by showing that yes, Antoine is still a scaredy cat who jumps at shadows on the walls. But then he goes outside and he sees a sad-looking Tails, who's upset that he lost Sonic's power ring because now he let the team down and he might get in trouble. Right away, this shows us that Tails doesn't just tolerate Antoine. He likes him at least enough that he'll talk to him about how he's feeling. And we soon see why, when Antoine quickly offers to retrieve the ring for Tails. But then Tails reveals where it is: Robotropolis, the heart of Robotnik's territory. Still, Antoine is unwilling to back down and says he's going to get it despite his clear discomfort. Now, Antoine doing this is undeniably stupid. He doesn't have the skill to survive alone in Robotnik's land, but it comes from a good place. He promised this kid he would help him, and no matter what, he's going to do it. This way, his one-sided rivalry with Sonic isn't just used to make him seem pathetic. It's used to push him to become braver and better, even if the steps he takes to get there are sometimes silly. From here, Tails excitedly tells Bunny what Antoine is up to, and she vanishes. We cut to Antoine sneaking around Robotropolis, narrowly avoiding death and disaster through mere chance. Or so it seems. Because yep, Bunny has been following him the whole way, protecting him from the shadows and making sure Antoine survives this mission. So now we're given more of a reason to like Bunny as well. The moment she hears one of her teammates might be in danger, she rushes to help them and handily defeats Robotnik's baddies. But she still wants to let Antoine feel like a hero, so she lets him have his moment with Tails. But he tells Tails something key. That was not brave. That was foolishness. Never do such a risk yourself, Tails. At first, it seems like Antoine might just be saying that because he's talking to a kid, with how he and Tails agree to keep this a secret. But then he turns to Bunny and thanks her and gives her a smooch, saying that this will be their secret. So Antoine wasn't as clueless as he seemed. He knew that Bunny saved him and that without her, he wouldn't have succeeded. And his ego isn't bruised by this. He's thankful that his friend was there for him and that he has a partner he knows he can trust in the future. Obviously, these are just two small stories, but they contextualize Antoine's actions in a way that make him far more likable and engaging even when he's just being used for gags. And honestly, even the original miniseries, which happened a good while before any of this stuff, establishes his positive traits pretty well, giving him some nice moments with Sonic and playing up his ego in a way that makes him look competent since it's to help Sally. Overall, Antoine stands as a prime example of how this comic can take the show's material and build something better without entirely changing what it is. What I mean is that Antoine is still Antoine, he's still a coward sometimes, and he still has a massive ego. The comic simply made it so that his cowardice was no longer his defining feature. If anything, his ego is now, and that ego compels him to fight despite his fear, and to help save his friends the best way he knows how. Then there's Bunny. While her strength was her biggest contribution to the team in the original show, now she feels like an even bigger powerhouse, and she's given a few moments to show why she's a fan favorite. The sweet girl who can also kick your butt halfway across Texas is just a fun contrast. But now with this Antoine story, she has an added layer to her character. And then there's the little romance bubbling with her thinking Antoine is really brave and, yeah baby, I'm here for it. And that's not all they do with Bunny. Now later we get to this chapter where we see Bunny's fear that her body will betray her and that she'll hurt her friends. Again, we're exploring other sides of these characters, digging into who they are, viewing them from multiple angles, and that's exactly what I want from a long-running, mostly episodic story like this. But this Antoine story's final main character is no slouch either, because Tails is great. The Michael Jordan of the Freedom Fighters, if you will. This little guy's got a lot going for him in these early issues. He's cute, lovable, eager to please, and genuinely hardworking, even if sometimes his ambition can get him into trouble. After all, even when he ate from the Mobian Tree of Wisdom, he still ended up needing to be rescued by Sonic. To Tails' dismay, this leads to him often being coddled by the rest of the Freedom Fighters. However, that doesn't mean that he's dead weight, and while his contributions are usually small or accidental, his dedication to the team always pays off in the long run, and his love and admiration for Sonic is incredibly endearing. Case in point, we have issue 20, where after a botched mission, Sonic turns invisible and everyone thinks he's dead. However, out of all the Freedom Fighters, Tails is the only one who refuses to believe it.
Dear Sonic, I know you're alive, so I left this note. We're on our way to Robotropolis to avenge your death. Your loyal pal, Tails. P.S. If you are dead, then pay no attention to this letter.
And hilariously, it's only because of this letter that Sonic is able to find and save his friends from Robotnik. So even if Tails isn't always directly useful, his loyalty to the group and his hero sure is. However, as time progresses, Tails starts to get some side stories all to himself, like when he saves the Sonic Fan Convention from Robotnik, defeats Pseudo-Sonic, or has his first encounter with Octobot. While these victories may be smaller in scale, they're his. More than most interpretations of the character, the comic really leans into Tails being a little kid, and it's the act of consistently watching him rise to the occasion and do his best that makes this version of his character so compelling. Just seeing that Tails really is becoming a hero, like Sonic. He's even got the witty one-liners down.
Work? Do I look like a slave?
Actually, you look like 5 slaves, but who's counting?
Wait, what? It also helps that Tails' desire to be treated like a grown-up results in some really wild stories. For example, in issue 28 and 29, Tails, on the hunt for adventure, arrives on this island where he falls in love with a red fox named Fiona. The two really hit it off, but then it's revealed that Fiona is actually one of Robotnik's bots. While Tails succeeds in escaping Robotnik's trap, you've gotta feel bad for the kid. After all, he would have been able to live it up with the perfect woman, if only she'd been waterproofed. Thus, Tails leaves the rusted husk of the robot love of his life behind, a monument to their brief yet incredibly formative encounter. Some say Robo-Fiona is still out there on that island, crying, alone, wishing that, in some other dimension and some other time, things could have been different. The Archie Sonic comic is truly a tragedy. From here, Tails continues his submarine journey. He meets the Down Under and 40 Fathoms Freedom Fighters, fights Octobot and Crocbot, recounts his adventures as Captain Super Foxman, the mutant cyborg clone, and finds out that he's the chosen one of destiny. But that's a tale for another time. Finally, he helps put an end to one of Robotnik's schemes. Tails was right, but only partially. He can do a lot to help, but he can't do it alone. He needs a team to be there with him if he's really gonna make a change in the world at large. It's a cute little arc for him, and one that endeared me to his character just a little more. But this expansion of the world and its characters doesn't stop there. Now, the comic's got plenty of its own ideas, and sometimes those ideas are, what is that thing? Well, that's an exceptionally versatile Evolvinoid. It was created from the DNA of Robotnik and Sonic, made by the Doctor with a single directive: destroy your father, aka Sonic the Hedgehog. However, over the course of a single issue, it transforms multiple times and ultimately achieves enlightenment, realizing that Robotnik is its true limitation and that he must be destroyed. So it fries Robotnik, then turns to Sonic, ready to destroy him too. But Sonic talks it down, saying that its real limitation is its programming, and it must go against that programming to truly break free from its restraints. This way it gains independent thought and evolves further, entering the endless expanse of space. It's a story that, by the end, feels pretty out there, but the following story takes this even further. Because, as it turns out, Robotnik wasn't murdered by Eve. Instead, he was sent to an alternate dimension where he meets Robo-Robotnik. No, not that one. This one. Robo-Robotnik was defeated by his Sonic, and in a last-ditch effort to preserve what was left, downloaded his robot soul into a satellite station he'd built. Unfortunately for him, though, at the time, it was functionally useless. Now, Robo-Robotnik spends his days wallowing in space, waiting for his inevitable power failure. However, our Robotnik won't have any of that, and encourages him to keep up the fight. The war isn't over for either of them. And as thanks for reinvigorating his cold, dead heart, Robo-Robotnik sends our Robotnik back home to the planet Mobius, where everyone is gonna die, because Robotnik ensured that in the event of his demise, Operation Wasteland would commence, wherein his robot army would raze the land to ash and dirt. Because if Robotnik can't have this world, then no one can. Our heroes are so caught off guard that they don't even know what to do, until at the last minute they're saved by a familiar voice. Robotnik takes so much sick pleasure letting Sonic know how much the freedom fighters' lives are in his hands. And to rub it in, he lets them leave, stating that,
"Next time will be of my own choosing, Hedgehog, when you least expect it. There's been no gain, there's been no loss. We shall live to fight another day."
Speaking of the madman himself, Robotnik. When he's not being terrifying, he is hysterical. The deliciously evil dictator who hates laughing, singing, reading, animals, dancing, plants, religion, and even women. Everything about him is icky and gross in just the right way. I mean, my man drinks and sweats 10W40, even committing federal offenses such as stealing Sonic fan mail from the US Postal Service, a truly heinous crime. But hey, that's what makes him a supervillain on the cutting edge. And man, does he have fun being terrible. In fact, it sometimes makes it easy to forget just how horrible a person he really is. This stand-in for all things greedy and destructive, decimating the environment not only for his own gain, but because he enjoys watching others suffer. He's a villain who's an absolute joy to sit with, especially if, like me, you read his dialogue with his sad AM voice in mind.
Sonic the Hedgehog has been a thorn in my side, but girls just want to have fun.
Then there's the way he plays off other characters, his robots, and his poor nephew Snively. Man, he is such a monster to everyone, and I love him for it. His henchmen are just as fun, from his badniks who have a ton of personality to his SWAT bots that know that when Sonic is around, it's best to just call it quits and off yourself out of spite. It seems Robotnik requires all his henchmen to refer to him by over-the-top evil titles. And just seeing Robotnik rally his troops or have a company picnic is inherently funny. Snively is great too. His best outing for me is easily when he accidentally gains full control of Robotnik's forces when the big man is lost in the void. Suddenly, all of his bottled up ego is on full display as he starts wearing Robotnik's clothes and talking all high and mighty. It's really funny how bold he gets. Even better is the fact that while Snively shares his uncle's intellect, he is so incompetent and brash in his execution that he almost destroys the planet in a single day, with the freedom fighters deciding to set Robotnik free to reverse Snively's screw-up, since having to deal with a calculating dictator is better than dealing with a cataclysmic moron. The best part? Robotnik decides to spare Snively's life so that he can make him miserable for all that's left of it. Robotnik is really the glue that holds a lot of this early comic together. Like, yeah, I've highlighted a lot of fun issues and worthwhile stories, but honestly, there are a good number where the concepts or execution isn't bad, but it also isn't all that good. However, when you have Robotnik in there, well, for some reason, every writer and artist seems to have a unified understanding of what makes him fun to read. And as such, regardless of whatever else is going on, you can always count on Robotnik bringing the spice you need. He elevates the comic through and through. Much like Tammy, I've got to admit, I think I might be in love. Overall, I'm impressed by how this silly little comic treats all these characters with genuine weight and respect, when it could have easily left them as simple, static gags. Even more impressive is that it almost never uses that serious side of them to undermine the silly side, or vice versa. Instead, both of these tones are given room to breathe, creating characters more fully realized, engaging, and lovable than I ever expected them to be. However, as the world of Archie Sonic became more cohesive, the writers developed a greater interest in telling serious, long-running tales. But before it fully committed to that tone, there was a trilogy of issues that combined the best of both worlds, of the serious and the silly, to create a story that I love far more than any of the others I'd read so far. Let's start with what you've been looking at, the art. Man, the art in Mecha Madness is great. All these drawings were done by Patrick Spaziante, or Spaz for short. Now, this isn't Spaz's first issue on the series. He was the artist that brought the comic Sonic CD adaptation to life. He drew a bunch of really cool covers, and was more than half the reason the Eve storyline felt so otherworldly. Overall, though, he still hasn't done nearly as many issues as Manic and Mawini. But when he's here, he brings a lot of his own style to the comic, while still retaining many of the other artist's strengths. Like, the characters remain incredibly expressive, with their facial expressions getting across a ton of personality, especially with Robotnik. However, he does have certain qualities that make his work stand out sometimes. The main thing being just how much is going on. At certain points, it can honestly get a bit overwhelming, but the vast majority of the time, it manages to be busy yet organized. His art, combined with the panel layouts, makes reading an absolute breeze. For an action-packed issue like this one, it's hard to overstate how much Spaz's work adds to the story. Really, Mecha Madness is a tour de force of Spaz's detailed, dynamic work on this comic. In particular, the fights here, Spaz nails these poses. Each punch has proper impact. Each page has something eye-catching. Overall, Spaz is a great addition to the art team of Archie Sonic, and will only continue to improve his craft and create some of the most dynamic and excellent pieces of Sonic artwork, despite his obvious and unfortunate biases.
And do you admit to draw Sonic more heroic than moi? Yes, it's all true. I confess, take me away.
But that's enough about the art. The writing is equally strong. See, this story was written by Mike Gallagher, who's been responsible for many of the series' goofier issues. But here, he shows off his ability to balance that silliness with some serious stakes for the characters. This story begins with Sonic telling the Freedom Fighters about his brilliant plan. He's going to get roboticized on purpose and use the neuro overrider that this guy invented to keep his free will. This should give him the extra bit of power they need to destroy Robotnik, and he can do it from the inside. Now, Sally was already purposely roboticized in a previous issue, and that plan went awry, so the others are all against another risky scheme. Of course, Sonic thinks that things will go different this time because it's him, but still, his plan is rejected, and he leaves annoyed. Right off the bat, what I like about this scene is how it fleshes out Sally. There's a real sense that she's tired of having these types of conversations with Sonic and constantly having to reel in his impulses. But more than that, she's offended by Antoine's total lack of faith in him, with Antoine suspecting that Sonic might go rogue and do his plan anyway. So while Sally may sometimes get fed up with Sonic's shenanigans, that doesn't mean that she forgets the relationship or all that Sonic's done for the team. And she's definitely still willing to stand up for him. This way, she isn't treated as a one-sided caricature, as Sonic's love interest or a single-minded leader. Instead, these two sides of her are balanced, and that serves to make her feel more real and respectable, creating a character who's far more engaging to me. From here, the plot kicks into gear as Sonic manages to get what he wants in the worst way possible, because Knack the Weasel kidnaps him and takes him to Robotnik. Soon enough, our hero emerges as none other than Mecha Sonic, and he's given the sole mission to destroy Knothole. An interesting thing to note here is that as a display of Mecha Sonic's strength, Robotnik has him destroy a gigantic form of crab meat. Prior to Snively, and even during his early days in the comic, Crab Meat was Robotnik's sidekick of sorts. But after this issue, he's completely retired from that position, and Robotnik never rebuilds him again. In retrospect, it's a cool way for the comic to inadvertently say, hey, things are about to change. And at first, it looks like they will for the worst, as our heroes seem to be no match for Mecha Sonic. But this is where one freedom fighter, Bunny Rabbit, truly gets to shine, and I love how she's handled here. Before, we already knew that she was a powerhouse, but now that aspect of her character is cranked to 11, as she blasts Metal Sonic with lasers, flies through the sky, and uses her extendo legs to dodge his attacks. She just puts up a great fight, and does so well that Robotnik has to personally interfere to stop her, and even then she gets right back up and fights long enough to allow the team time to call for backup and evacuate Knothole. While she's not the main hero of the story, she still manages to help save the day, creating the most memorable and extreme moment for the character up until now, and solidifying her as an awesome inclusion to the cast. In the end though, she's still unable to defeat Mecha Sonic, leaving the group with one option. They can use their very same Portabot, the roboticized bunny from all the way back in issue 3 to transform someone else into a mecha. The hope here being that they'll be able to retain their individual identity with the Overrider and defeat Mecha Sonic in the process. Understandably, many of the Freedom Fighters don't like this plan. It was a last resort after all, and as silly as this comic can be, here Gallagher clearly understands that it's important to show how these critters have been impacted by Robotnik's deeds. They have an extremely adverse reaction to anything related to robots, even if it could help save them. Still, Sally proves herself as a leader, making the tough decision to roboticize one of their own in order to save Knothole. Once again, it's great that we get to see more sides of her, this royal-born leader and this girl who wants to live a normal life, as she's capable of jumping in to whack some sense into Knuckles, but also gets lost in their conversations about times they spent together in their childhood. Speaking of which, yeah, Knuckles is the one who gets roboticized, and there's no better choice from a narrative perspective or from a pure entertainment value point of view. Now we don't just have another Sonic and Knuckles fight. They're in these robotic forms, flying in the sky, blasting lasers with their cool designs at the forefront of the action. Knuckles himself continues to be an absolute treat with how he shows no hesitation to be roboticized or his ridiculous one-liners. Like, to quote Knuckles, to paraphrase Hendrix, "Excuse me, while I diss this guy." Still, this action could feel a bit empty if Sonic's personality was entirely missing. After all, part of the fun of seeing these guys clash comes down to their interactions, and that's why it's great that here, Sonic starts fighting Robotnik's controls a bit. Even when he could have been reduced to nothing more than a piece of the plot, Gallagher finds a way to show his strength and heroism. He won't simply let himself be used by Robotnik. He will fight back, and in doing so, give Knuckles the upper hand he needs to stop him before it's too late. I mean, if he hadn't done that, Robotnik might have retrieved the coordinates to Knothole, and who knows what horrible things he would have done then. Oh yeah, and I also like how Sonic regains enough free will to let himself act as a cushion for Mecha Knuckles to crash into. Though of course, Mecha Knuckles also just wins because he's cool and because he wasn't roboticized in one of Robotnik's pesky newer roboticizers with their inferior foreign parts. After the battle is finished though, Sonic is barely hanging on to his life. Of course, Sally is sobbing. She thinks Sonic's gone, and here we get to see her genuine emotional reaction to that, all without undermining the fun of the story, as it's soon revealed that Sonic can be turned back to normal using the 1 billionth power ring he collected in a previous issue. Yet another fun little callback, and while it could feel cheap, the larger-than-life stakes and absurdity of this story allow me to accept a just as ridiculous solution fairly easily. After all, this arc is very silly with some laughably melodramatic dialogue throughout. Hearing Sonic lament about how he doesn't deserve to live for nearly killing his friends is as hilarious as it is heartbreaking. And honestly, I wouldn't change any of it. It's what makes this arc so entertaining. How all of its emotions are cranked up to the max. It's unhinged in all the right ways, bolstered by the just as over-the-top art. So I'm more than willing to let a couple contrivances slide. And so, with Sonic back to normal, all is well, and Mecha Madness comes to a close. Or it would if it wasn't for the fact that everyone thinks Sonic got roboticized on purpose, and his plans simply fell through. So these guys believe that he willingly put everyone's lives at risk. And who can blame them? He pushes for this roboticization plan, leaves, and comes back the same day as Mecha Sonic? Yeah, seems pretty clear to me. So this story isn't over yet, because now Sonic needs to go on trial. I really like what this does for some of these characters. Amy is absolutely adorable, standing outside the jail, picketing for Sonic's release and dunking on Antoine. Then there's Sally, and this is the perfect challenge for her. After all, what better way is there to encapsulate her struggle between her individual wants and her responsibilities as a leader than this? Than having to abide by her own rules and try Sonic for his crimes, even though she so clearly doesn't want to. Meanwhile, Antoine's hilarious in this issue. He's so excited to get Sonic in trouble for this. Now, this could easily make him annoying, but I think it only works in his favor here because he has every reason to believe Sonic did this, and Sonic has been a bully to him in the past. For Antoine, this is just Sonic getting what he deserves, and the way he goes about this, saying that he'll make it brief, but then going on and on and on. Man, there are some great jokes here, my favorite of which is here. My man is absolutely harassing this poor girl. Stop badgering the witness. Then there's Sonic. Gallagher absolutely nails his character. Where Antoine has this bloated, long-winded response, Sonic gets straight to the point, outlining all the reasons why they should believe him and explaining that it was Knack the Weasel who was responsible. And though he doesn't manage to convince everyone that he's innocent, Sally is willing to use her position to help him. She'll give him 24 hours to prove that this wasn't his fault. After that, though, well, it'll be out of her hands. Again, Sally may sometimes seem to be a hindrance to Sonic, but when push comes to shove, she's in his corner, and she'll do whatever she reasonably can to balance her affections for him and her duties as a leader. From here, the story becomes extremely straightforward, and that's because my boy Sonic becomes a force of nature. This man bulldozes his way into a bar, fights a bunch of old retired badniks, and not only tricks Knack into thinking he's been defeated, but then allows him to drive all the way to Robotropolis just so he can knock him out, call up Robotnik, and tell him that he's just sent a nice little exploding present to his doorstep, because screw you. Sonic apprehends the rat, throws him at the feet of the princess, and then reveals that he took apart his parole tracker to make a gas filter, providing a goofy explanation for how he wasn't knocked out. He breaks the very thing that was meant to prove his loyalty, so he can use it as a weapon to 100% clear his name. Really, it's just fun watching the hero have such a clear goal and executing it with perfect skill and focus. And it's a great continuation of the merging of wackiness and coolness that this comic promised us in Mecha Madness. Really, this issue does a great job of never getting too serious about the whole Sonic being a traitor business by leaning into the absurdity of its premise. I mean, how much goofier can you get than a literal kangaroo court trying Sonic? Through this, the comic is able to tell a story of Sonic and Sally's relationship being tested in a pretty extreme way, while still having enough tongue-in-cheek energy to smooth over any nitpicks I could have, like, Why doesn't Sally just, not arrest Sonic if she doesn't want to? Those strict bylaws must be pretty crazy. In the end though, while Sally is incredibly happy Sonic has cleared his name, she's still upset with herself for doubting him, and says that she'll make a public apology. But Sonic won't have it. There's no time for fanfare. He needs to get moving again. This is one of those moments that really sells them as a likable pair. As soon as she can be, Sally is fully on Sonic's side, ready to humble herself and maybe even undermine her position as leader to make things right. But Sonic doesn't just move fast, he forgives her fast, and he's willing to look past these issues because at the end of the day, he tries to understand what Sally is going through. All in all, this 3-issue story manages to perfectly blend the comedy of the comic with some higher stakes, cool character moments, and endlessly fun action. It's a blast from start to finish. And the perfect story to really show just how bonkers early Archie Sonic can be. Great job, Mr. Gallagher. In fact, great jobs are in order for all these writers. Angelo De Cesare for breathing new life into Antoine and establishing what will become one of my favorite couples. Rich Kozlowski for providing some nice extra depth to Bunny. Kent Taylor and Paul Castiglia for some decent one-offs, and the dynamic duo of Mike Kantarovich and Ken Penders for introducing the multiverse, and so many other cool concepts into the comic for Sonic to play around with. As well as creating a wonderfully sweet moment for Sonic and Sally, and nailing a likable portrayal of Knuckles from the very start. And of course, a great job to all these writers for the many laughs. However, does this mean that you should run out to your local comic shop and grab these bad boys off the shelf? Well, no, you can't. They aren't on sale anymore, and they cost like $1 bajillion secondhand online. Trust me, I've looked. I want them. But besides that, even if I think they're minor, I do feel that this era has some small problems that anyone thinking about getting into the comic should be aware of. At the start, Sonic's ego and general characterization can be a bit too mean-spirited at times, usually towards Antoine. Then there's Rotor, who, wow, I kind of forgot about this guy. And that's not because he's awful or anything, he's just normal. Even in the stories focused on his personal struggles, he doesn't have much in the way of defining character traits or something for me to really latch onto. It's a problem some of the stories in this era have, where they'll prioritize a character's role in the plot over endearing me to them through their characterization, which can weaken a lot of the introductions of newer faces. And finally, almost every issue has some degree of characters narrating what's on the page, which I can already see, guys. But there's a reason I didn't pause to focus on this stuff earlier. These things really didn't bother me that much. Sonic being a bit off? Well, it's only for a few issues, and he quickly gets way better. Some characters I didn't care for, there are way more I like, and it's not like these unlikable members get that much time devoted to them. How about a somewhat boring plot every now and then with some weak dialogue sprinkled throughout? It's hard to get all that caught up on those when most of these stories are super snappy, so I always knew that there was another cool idea right around the corner. Basically, the baseline level of quality in this comic is consistently good enough that I'm more than willing to overlook its occasional small shortcomings. Because more than anything, this comic is fun. Really fun. With its fast-paced, colorful cast, varied humor, and delightfully absurd tone, it was consistently a fun addition to my week as I was reading through this era. And I was surprised that I was already starting to care about some of these characters, familiar or otherwise. Much like the Saturday morning cartoons of my childhood, this comic was my comfort food. But this wasn't the cheap stuff. Nah, we're eating that good sponsored cereal today, boys and girls. More importantly though, Mecha Madness and other stories like it made me realize something. If this series keeps going like this, if it keeps building off its crazy concepts in fun and creative ways, continues to be filled with this feeling of excitement as it tells more long-running tales, and more than anything else, keeps these lovable characters at the forefront, well, it could take that next step and turn into something truly great. So I was ready to keep on juicing and jamming for many, many issues to come.
Don't celebrate too soon, Hedgehog. Now it's my turn.
What you just saw was the final scene of Sonic Sat AM. Though the story was left open for some sort of continuation, that would never come to fruition, at least not in any official capacity. For a time though, that wasn't entirely clear. I mean, there was always the possibility it could be renewed or come back after a couple years, and so the Archie Sonic comic trucked along, telling its own stories. However, according to writer Ken Penders, by the time the comic reached its 36th issue in May of 1996, Archie Comics editor Scott Fulop thought the comic wasn't long for this world. And I can see why. This comic, for all its own strengths, still had a ton of its identity rooted in that show. And with it gone, and its unique cast of characters going almost completely unused by Sega, what purpose did it serve anymore? The writing was on the wall. So, armed with this information, Penders began to develop the series finale. Because if the story was going to end, it might as well have an actual ending, right? As such, from issue 37 onward, the comic quested toward that aptly titled endgame, a 4-part finale that would cap off the story and give us the final showdown between Sonic the Hedgehog and Dr. Robotnik. But this wouldn't be like their previous fights. No, with the exception of a few silly stories, the issues post-Mecha Madness made their intentions clear. It was time to put those jokes aside, get serious, and march into war.
Tyranny, like a dark cloud, it shadows a land, causing the valiant to rebel. Creating war, its soldiers are often called freedom fighters, who are sometimes driven to desperate acts, even against those who have attempted neutrality. A position in war the fabled floating island has been unable to maintain as its natives look for hope from its guardian, the one being they depend on to protect them from the desperate acts of those in search of freedom in their war's invasion. Something Knuckles the Echidna never thought he would have to contend with from the likes of Sonic the Hedgehog.
There are many problems with this section of Archie Sonic, but they all appear in the endgame storyline. So we'll be using it to describe a bunch of the ways the comic has broken down since Mecha Madness, along with addressing a few extra problems with the comic that sure had always been there, but it hadn't become major until now. Let's just start with the prologue to Endgame, issue 46. Here, our heroes are gathered around the campfire, meeting with allies both old and new. And this meeting exists to get the reader to ask one key question. Is there a traitor among the freedom fighters? Everything that happens in the story is in service of that, with everyone pointing fingers and yelling and getting real ticked off. So this conflict is obviously about the characters, about their worries, fears, weaknesses, and you get the picture. The story itself, however, doesn't end with us finding out who the supposed traitor is. Instead, this is used as a framing device to show how our heroes act when put under such intense pressure. Which, unfortunately, reveals just how much one particular character has degraded over the course of the comic's run, to the point where now, a disgusting stench follows her wherever she goes. Now, despite how much praise I gave her in Mecha Madness, I've had mostly mixed feelings on Sally for a lot of the comic. For example, in that Larry Link story we talked about earlier, Sally is so quick to leave this guy behind to fend for himself because of his bad luck, which when contrasted by how willing Sonic is to help Larry out and find him a new home, makes her feel pretty cold. This early in the comic, moments like that often left a bad first impression of her character as someone needlessly stubborn and vain, especially since those were the few times the writers chose to make her stand out as more than a background gag. However, as the comic went on, she improved, and I felt myself warming up to her and caring more about her struggles. Sally works best for me when she's bouncing off Sonic, or when her responsibilities as a leader conflict with her personal desires, yet she pushes forward without a second thought, standing strong and committing to tough decisions. Sometimes she can even look pretty cool when the right artist is on the job. Sadly though, the comic focused on these traits pretty sparingly, and as such, Sally's characterization started to settle into the sad princess, or the competent one. A character who doesn't want help and needs only rely on herself for emotional support. Unfortunately for me though, it was her moments of vulnerability that made her kinda likable and endearing. So yeah, with the comic not having much in the way of that, I felt pretty disconnected from Sally at this point. And that seems to be a problem that the Princess Sally miniseries was meant to solve.
Sally was going to encounter her mother. We were going to make the mother the villain. Sega thought that was too dark, so Sally and Bunny Rabbit took a road trip. Sega said nope. So then they came back and they asked us, how about all we can use is Sally and all we can use is Robotnik? Everything else has to be original.
So, okay, no mother-daughter drama, no road trip with a friend. What do we have instead? Well, on the surface, the plot is simple. Sally trains a new group of freedom fighters and they eventually destroy one of Robotnik's bases. But here's the thing. Sally isn't actually Sally for over half of this miniseries. Now, this is one of Robotnik's robot doubles, and she's just pretending to lead. In the end, it's revealed that the real Sally purposely let herself be captured so that the team could figure out what the fake Sally's plan was. After they learn that, one of her teammates goes along with this deal with Robotnik where he's to swap the two Sallys, but he's actually putting the fake Sally back into the roboticizer and freeing the real one without Robotnik knowing. As such, together they're able to catch Dr. Robotnik by surprise at a critical moment, when his robotic Sally blows up from being roboticized, leading to Sally and her team destroying the Doctor's base and ruining his plans to make any more robot doubles in the near future. All in all, these issues are primarily focused on this twist. And while I really can't appreciate the thought that went into this, with the fake and real Sally having slightly different colored jackets or different ways each of them refer to Sorry, I thought I smelled something. Anyway, it's far more important for me at this point to get character-focused conflicts around Sally since she's still being properly defined. So having a twist based around removing her from her own story for a bulk of the time in some misplaced attempt to show that Sally is a good leader, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't do much for me or for her character, and I'm not a fan of, seriously, what is that? Sorry, my point is that this is how Sally is often treated, moving the plot along, but not doing so in a way that endears me to her. She's competent, sure, but she doesn't feel like a character anymore. She's just the leader, and that's that. At that point, it really makes me wonder what Sally's personality even is, okay, what is that smell? Oh, it's you. All right, so I'm not a fan of this guy, Jeffrey St. John. He's properly introduced in the Sally miniseries, eventually shows up in the mainline comic book as well, and is a character who somehow, from the moment he appears in an issue, manages to make it worse. And that's because he's always used to bring out the ugly side of the cast. He and other male characters consistently butt heads in unfunny ways, where even if there is a common enemy or a good reason to work together, they won't stop acting like children. As you'd expect, this is incredibly obnoxious, with the worst being his interactions with Sonic. When this goes on, Sonic's usual cleverness fades away, replaced by some typical angry dude energy. Where Knuckles and Sonic's battles were usually comical misunderstandings that ended with them finding common ground or having a newfound respect for one another, Jeffrey and Sonic's dynamic is dead serious. Two alpha males flexing at each other to impress their woman. However, in the Sally miniseries, where Sonic isn't even present, it's also a problem, because Jeffrey and this boring pig guy named Hamlin spend a lot of time fighting, to the point where their back and forth often feels like the real focus of the story, instead of the titular character who I'd like to know more about. And honestly, as you read more of the story and flip from page to page, you start to realize that that's what happened. This was never a Princess Sally miniseries, this was a Jeffrey St. John special, baby! That's right, Big Jeff is the secret main character. Because when you look at it, this whole story is structured around showing how competent and cool Jeffrey is, getting to see his secret rebel underground, and revealing that Hamlin shouldn't have jumped to conclusions and instead trusted Jeffrey in his leadership. After all, while Sally's away, it's Jeffrey who has to make sure the mission is a success. But, no, I'm not impressed, because the way Jeffrey really comes across is as an overly aggressive child. He embodies the most unlikable trait of Sonic, a need to one-up others or put them down, while sharing none of the kinder aspects of his character that are usually at the forefront. And all the while, the comic props Jeffrey up not only as a good dude, but a man, baby! And by the end of the Princess Sally miniseries, he's the one who gets the girl. Because, uh-oh, that's right, it's love triangle time! Woo! Yep, just when I was starting to get invested in Sonic and Sally's relationship, it's time to undermine that. Now Sally is able to fulfill her other role in the story as the grand prize of Sonic and Jeffrey's endless pissing contest. And I can't help but feel that Jeffrey should have been disqualified after trying to, I don't know, literally murder Sonic? And no, this isn't me over-exaggerating. Jeffrey, grown man, Saint Teenage Face Sucker John, attempts to murder Sonic. Why? Well, during the campfire issue, Sonic punched him for repeatedly claiming his uncle was a traitor. He's not, by the way. And so Jeffrey decided it was time for death. What could have been an interesting and tense conversation about trust between friends instead is about Jeffrey running in to yell at people for pages on end. And how does Sally respond to all this? Well, everyone has proved their loyalty and time will tell me if I'm wrong. Sally, what on Mobius are you talking about? Everyone here? Everyone? Jeffrey just tried to kill one of your best friends. What happened to putting the good of the group first? What happened to your affection for Sonic? Seriously, did Robotnik roboticize your brain? It's a shame that, in what seems like an attempt to lean into the appeal of Sally's character, the comic instead wound up using her to prop up someone who actively makes the series worse, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth and a foul stench in my nostrils going into the grand finale. So, after a whole lot of obnoxious fighting, that's that. The prologue to Endgame is complete, and now we need to see who exactly the big traitor is gonna be. And fortunately, a story can still be enjoyable without good setup. Like, sure, this was a bad issue, but come on! It's time for Robotnik versus Sonic, and Robotnik has always been great. Plus, as far as Sally is concerned, this is it, baby! It's time for her and Sonic to take back their home, to take back Sally's kingdom. It's a major conflict with an emotional connection attached. So really, I'm rooting for you, Sally. What could go wrong? The first issue of Endgame goes like this. Sonic and Sally are breaking into Robotropolis while the other freedom fighters watch on. It's revealed that Sally's father, King Max, has suddenly awakened from a coma of sorts, and he immediately starts accusing Sonic of being the traitor. Of course, Sally doesn't believe him, but things quickly change when in the middle of a mission, Sonic seemingly cuts her rope, causing Sally to fall to her... Okay, yeah, that's... Wow. Anyway, while that's happening, Sonic is inside confronting Robotnik, so it can't be him who did it. Still, the rest of the freedom fighters don't know that, and so King Max sentences Sonic to life in prison for the murder of Princess Sally. Now, while most of you probably already know or would assume that Sally isn't actually dead, the fact that she's effectively gone for this entire arc is unfortunate, to say the least, especially after she got sidelined in her own miniseries. Needless to say, though, emotions are running high, with everyone crying and yelling, and oh Nelly, things aren't going well. Sonic is perhaps the most shocked of all, considering that he's done nothing wrong and is still getting a one-way ticket to the Devil's Gulag. And this premise is, well, aside from what it does to Sally, I kinda like it. It has some similarities to Mecha Madness, where Sonic was wrongly accused of betraying his team and had to go to clear his name. However, back then, Sally was there to give him the leeway he needed to prove his innocence. But now, with Sally gone, well, we immediately see how much worse Sonic's life is because he's lost the person in power who gave him the benefit of the doubt. Beyond that, Sonic has been isolated from his freedom-fighting friends, so it's clear that this will be his biggest challenge yet. But you might have noticed someone new to this equation. King Max. I've barely mentioned him before, but here he plays a pretty big role. So what gives? Why haven't I focused on him yet? Well, this is where the build-up to Endgame comes into play. See, the overarching goal of almost every issue leading to Endgame is the same. Find King Maximilian Acorn and restore his body back to normal. That's it. Sure, there will be an obstacle for each issue and complications in order to make it more fun, but that's the gist of it. Even Knuckles is here to help since he's such a swell guy. But there's a simple problem. I really don't care about this guy. Honestly, I'm not really sure why he's necessary. Before he came into the equation, Sally was already a fine enough leader. Meanwhile, Sonic and his friends were able to usually come out on top on their own, so what exactly were they lacking that only Max could provide? But that's a pretty cold, distant way to look at this, so what about on a personal level? I mean, this is Sally's dad. Maybe we're supposed to care about Sally and the desire to see a daughter reunite with her father. But again, there are some problems with this. First, we never get a single charming or emotional interaction between Sally and her father, flashback or otherwise. Second, as we've established, Sally is barely a character anymore and has lost most of her personality. Sure, she's sad about her dad being gone and determined to do something about it, but all she does is exposit. So what should be an emotional conflict ends up just feeling soulless. And that's the worst part of this. Since we've spent so much time focused on saving Max, we've diluted the heart and charm of the comic that made me want to see our heroes win in the first place. Next to no time is spent on how they feel anymore, because now all they care about is Max, and the hope that he'll somehow save the day for them, or at the very least be the final thing they need. And that's just not compelling to me. However, you might be thinking, what's the big deal? It's just one character. But even the most novice chef knows that changing one ingredient can ruin an entire meal. Like how removing chili from a chili dog leaves you with nothing but a simple wiener. Speaking of, Drago first appears in that campfire issue we went over, and his wolf pack is pretty suspicious of him because he's been wandering off a lot. And no, you didn't mishear and I didn't misspeak. This is his first appearance. This also isn't some red herring because Drago is going to be really important in Endgame. So despite apparently using all these issues for build-up, we have this character who pops out of nowhere and is suddenly super important because yes, Drago is actually the big bad traitor man we needed to be worried about. What? Why would I care about him being the traitor? I don't know this guy. But you know which guy I do know? Antoine. Or at least I thought I did. See, in issue 48, things have gotten bad for our heroes. Sonic has escaped capture and is now on the run from Jeffrey. Meanwhile, Robotnik has arrived in Knothole and is greeted by Max as their new warlord. Uh-oh. Thankfully, this guy pulls out a giant gun on him. It doesn't help, but hey dude, points for trying. Either way though, our freedom-fighting friends seem kinda screwed. But my man Antoine is on Drago's case, and he's going to spy on him since he's concerned about what's actually going on here. Great. So Antoine is going to be our connection to the Drago storyline and the reason for me to care about him being the traitor. Maybe this will be the time Antoine is able to cement himself as a hero too, with Drago as his antagonist. Also great. But here's the thing. This isn't Antoine. Not really anyway, because the moment-to-moment writing has completely removed everything that made Antoine Antoine. We don't see any worry or panic from him, no real concern or fear that they'll be caught. And those feelings were undoubtedly part of Antoine's personality. Without them, he's just been reduced to some guy. Some guy who's only here so the audience can listen in on Drago's scheme before shuffling him aside. And the same goes for Bunny. But this doesn't come out of nowhere. Nah, this Antoine has been hanging around these parts ever since we finished Mecha Madness, and boy, oh boy, has he been annoying.
I was wondering what you were doing in here on such a nice day.
I am doing nothing that concerns you. Now, if you don't mind, I wish to be alone.
I can tell when I'm not wanted. Just wait till I get some stuff to work on.
Thank you for being so observant. Now, if you please, what was so special about this map that father had to hide it in the hilt of his sword? Both maps have one complete side. The ground and must have someone that part of the city. I shall do this on my own. That big nose little no good map stealer. I have to tell others. This is the end for me. I am not going to make it. It's been a good life. No, I came here to save us, not ensure that we die. A shame I never find out what's at the under end of the map. Maybe someday.
This is more or less the version of Antoine we find back in Endgame. Sure, he does good things like stand up for his friends, but it's in the most generic, angry man way possible. Remember how Antoine was admirable because he rose to the occasion despite his fears or in order to prove his worth? The one who could have a huge ego, but when push came to shove, could also have a surprising consideration of others' feelings and tried his best to live up to his lofty impression of himself. Yeah, well, I hope you have a good memory because that's changed. Now it's revealed that Antoine was actually always a brave warrior and even saved Bunny's life one time before the events of the comic or something. Then she gives him a smooch. Oh, okay. Seems familiar, but instead of Bunny's affection for Antoine growing from his moments of courage that we've witnessed in the comic, now it's that she always knew he was brave, based on an event we're simply told about after the fact. Even his outfit takes on a grander meaning now, where Sonic pauses to tell everyone that, as a tribute to his father, Antoine wears his uniform. Sure. Thanks for letting me know that, Sonic. Overall, this section of the comic just seems so desperate to change the reader's perception of Antoine, but never does so in a way that feels earned or satisfying. Even if you disliked who he used to be, I really doubt this would do much for you. Somehow Antoine just turned into someone else. If anything, this is some version of Antoine we would see if Antoine himself wrote a comic when, I already love you just the way you are, buddy. But Antoine isn't alone in being a bland, boring fellow, because, oh no, what did they do to my son? Dad told me of that peak's fateful birthing. Our city's gleaming spires rose high into the sky. Our ambitions touched the stars themselves. Like lemmings, the populace fled out of the city, intent not on evacuation, but excavation. Knuckles? Did you just finish up your advanced English course? What are you trying to prove, buddy? This isn't the Knuckles I loved. No, this is a prim and proper narrator with a penchant for flowery language. Writing like this pops up in a lot of his stories and eventually infests the rest of the comic. At a certain point, it's like the narrator just possesses the characters.
Something's going down. Me too. Down to these bushes for cover, that is. Look at that. A giant tube dropping out of the clouds and it's inserted itself into the grotto. Yeah, it's vacuuming out the magic rings in the water. But to where and why?
And it just keeps going. Yeah, that's definitely not Tails Michael Prower. That's the narrator pretending to be Tails. This narrator speak gets really out of hand in this section of the comic, with everyone going on and on about every little thing in unnecessary detail. And I want to be clear that this isn't a complaint about tone, about needing the comic to either be funny or serious. I mean, some of you might recognize this line. For the first time in his life, Sonic truly understands the meaning of war. Now, many balk at this from the get-go. This sort of self-seriousness in my Sonic comic? But honestly, I like it. It's so ridiculous and the art is actually cool enough that I can't help but laugh, and frankly, I don't care if I'm laughing with the comic or at it or somewhere in between. Either way, self-serious stuff like this can get me giggling and definitely serves as a source of entertainment in the same way Mecha Madness would at certain points. But when taken as a whole, well, that's when things change, because this isn't just a little section here or there. This is the vast majority of the comic now. And since the narrator talks like this, and the characters often talk like the narrator, that means that we've lost the contrast between these likable characters and the over-the-top seriousness that made this entertaining for me. Even the most bland of characters have had the life sucked out of them. Who, pray tell, would have flown the plane back? Get out of here, guy. But you may have noticed another problem just from looking at the screen. The art. Similar to the writing, individual moments of this might not seem that bad. Actually, some are pretty dang funny in isolation. Really, out of context panels or skimming through an issue can lead to great results. But if you're actually trying to read the full comic, that's where it becomes a challenge. Take this page, for instance. First you read this panel, then this one, and then... which one? Well, my eye naturally moves down to this image of Sonic throwing sand, but that's actually incorrect. First, I'm supposed to look at the bottom left, but that's not where my eyes went at all. Then there's Sonic falling here. To me, it feels more natural to read it in this order, you know, like Sonic's getting lower on the page as he goes down. But no, that's also wrong. Instead, Sonic gets higher up on the page as he gets closer to the ground. Sure, I can pretty easily figure out the right order, but there's still a moment of hesitation, of questioning how I'm supposed to read, and that moment is enough to disrupt any flow the comic has going for it. Because when spots like this pop up enough, I'm left constantly doubting myself, pausing to see if I understood things right. And even when the layouts are fine, there's a good chance I'll have a metric buttload of speech bubbles to contend with. This makes even the best looking stories in this era, like issue 42, a chore to read because of how cluttered everything is. Mooney's expressive artwork creates a really fun and colorful battle between the freedom fighters and this other traitor guy named Sleuth Doggy Dog, who betrayed the resistance for T-Bone Steaks, which, you know, I get it. Anyway, Knuckles shows up to help, Sonic does this cool maneuver where he creates whirlwinds, and this is the kind of ridiculousness I signed up for. But this cluttered paneling combined with the overabundance of speech bubbles and text covering the pictures makes this issue genuinely tiring to get through. But oh baby, it's time. Because now we've reached the pit that is Sonic vs. Knuckles Battle Royale. Just, I want you to do me a favor and bask in it for a second. What is happening? Now imagine also trying to read the boring, self-indulgent dialogue while looking at these flat, garish colors, and at a point it all blurs together to create an unpleasant reading experience that kinda hurts. Well, this is the worst it gets. So many times I'd be reading an issue that had moments like this and I just have to skim over the dialogue or take breaks in order to get through it. All this is to say that much like with the dialogue and writing style, this isn't a problem that popped out of nowhere in Endgame. Now, the comic had been building to this ever since Mecha Madness, and honestly, hints of it were there before. And it really sucks that one of the comic's strongest attributes, the art, is now one of its most glaring flaws. Heck, eventually the comic starts resorting to things like arrows to guide your eyes to the correct panel, which is basically like putting a band-aid on a gunshot. Shadow, what are you doing there? We haven't reached issue 90. Yeah! Actually, you know what? Thanks, man, just do it. Just get it over with. Yeah, I guess I forgot to describe what happens in issue 49. Well, Max is actually a robot doppelganger like the fake Sally from the Jeffrey special, and that's how Robotnik learned their location. Whoa. Meanwhile, Jeffrey keeps chasing Sonic, who calls Dulcie for help. Huh? Who's Dulcie, you ask? Oh, don't be silly, she's only appeared in 2 issues before the Endgame arc, where she's haphazardly dropped in because she's from the show. Either way, she's important, so you better be paying attention, Dragon Breath. Meanwhile, Antoine and Bunny end up in the Down Under jail, where the Down Under freedom fighters are also being held there by Crocbot. Wait, Crocbot, why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah, last time we saw him, he was with Tails. Tails, where'd my little buddy go? Come on, where are you, Michael? Oh, there he is. He's not doing much, but he's there. Tails, the kid who refused to believe his hero could be defeated, and Sonic's endearing best buddy. He's given some shocked reactions, one tearful plea tucked into the side of a page, and then he just does nothing to contribute to the grand finale. You know, it's funny, Tails really didn't have much to say in issue 40 either when Sonic got arrested. But where that story was manic and silly, I feel like in a situation this serious, Tails should have a lot more to say. Guess not. But okay, this disappointment can't continue. No, we're moving on to the final part of Endgame, baby. The big confrontation. So put that juice in my jam, put those hastas on my La Vistas, and let's do it. And right away, it actually makes a good first impression with how it lays out all the creators' names. So many people were involved in this, and that alone makes this feel like an event, an all hands on deck kind of situation. And there are immediately some things to like in this issue. For example, Robotnik's backstory. The idea that this human faction, or Overlanders as they're called, were at war with the Mobians, and that Robotnik, seemingly a criminal of sorts, had to flee from his people and wound up joining the other side. Yeah, I'm down for that. It highlights Max's naivete with how he let Robotnik become their warlord, which allowed this menace to infiltrate their society and destroy it from within. My man's been betraying people for forever, even his own kind, and I love to see it. There are also some cool details here with how we learn that Sonic's Uncle Chuck was the one to save Robotnik's life, and yet Robotnik took advantage of that and every other kindness he received for his own selfish gain. Robotnik continues to make every scene he's in better. He's given the proper amount of focus, and yeah, as usual, he's a joy to watch throughout this entire arc. I mean, we get a scene of Robotnik murdering one of his own kind, and it's even someone he knows. Wow, my man even sleeps like a cool guy. Oh no, I've said enough. He's just genuinely a highlight in the Endgame storyline. Meanwhile though, Sonic isn't doing so hot as he now contends with Jeffrey and an angry Rad Red who believes that Sonic did in fact murder Sally. After all, he always told her he was no good. Arr. Quite the predicament for our boy Sonic. Now even our good old buddy Knuckles doesn't believe him. How's he supposed to clear his name? Well, dear reader, do you remember Dulcie? That totally incredibly super duper important dragon? Well, it turns out that she is the key to this entire Sonic storyline. Because when Jeffrey, Knuckles, and Sonic are about to duke it out and it looks like Sonic will be captured once and for all, Dulcie opens her mouth and cries, "Enough! As you know, dragons cannot tell lies. That is why we can sense the purity of truth, and I know Sonic is not lying about being framed." And here's the thing, everyone believes her. I believe her, don't you? This is the conclusion and solution to 3 issues of Sonic getting arrested and chased around. But this is far from the only ridiculous plot point in Endgame. Now, I skimmed over it before, but the Snively vision is almost as insane. Oh, what's Snively vision? Well, remember how it looked like Sonic cut Sally's rope? What actually happened is that Drago tricked his girlfriend Hershey the cat, who's only introduced during Endgame, into wearing a Sonic outfit with special goggles that made her see everyone else as Snively. So she didn't know that was Sally. She thought she was offing Snively. It's just logic, elementary 2+2 kind of stuff. Do I need to explain how insane this is? Probably not, but I'm gonna take one from the Endgame handbook and explain it anyway. How in the actual blue spheres would Hershey not notice this? Did she only ever look at Sally when she was wearing this contraption? She didn't see multiple Snivelies? She didn't even wonder why she was wearing a full bodysuit. And that's without even going into how utterly unsatisfying it is for Sally Acorn to seemingly die and get kicked out of her own story by 2 brand new characters using a plot device that is dumb even for this comic. Now to be fair, Mecha Madness also ended with a Deus Ex Machina that saved Sonic's life. A contrivance, if you will. But the difference is that Mecha Madness was so absurd and over the top that it felt natural to end it in a similarly crazy way, with the added bonus of pulling from a past issue to make it feel like it at least had some setup. The story was also fun, so that helped. Absurdity and ridiculous antics have always been with the comic. It's that extra spice that smooths over a lot of things I could nitpick or complain about and makes it clear that the comic wants me to have fun and not sweat the details. But the sad reality of these issues is that, while it's still conceptually over the top, thanks to everything we've discussed, that absurdity is now annoying or bland or no longer acceptable. Before we were mainly telling jokes, and the serious stuff was just the side dish, so it was fine. But now, first and foremost, this is a serious story with serious narration and serious characters and serious things. And that means I need stuff to make sense, that I can get invested in the stakes of these stories, and that some random plot device dragon won't just fly in and make everything else pointless.
Go see the dragon. She's a sad, unhappy gal. She can sense the truth, but she won't help you take her putrid boyfriend down.
No. Don't see the dragon, abandoned by her mother's mother's
I'm home, Mom.
So what happens from here? Well, Antoine and Bunny escape from the Down Under prison and they go to help Sonic destroy Robotnik's ultimate annihilator before it fires and destroys a knothole. Sounds important, right? Wrong, because they fail their mission. In the end, they place the bomb too late and the ultimate annihilator goes off anyway. Really, they're so ineffectual that the original version of this issue almost entirely cut their story, and you can barely tell it's missing. Meanwhile, Tails and this guy get 1 page of them escaping from Knothole. They get to rescue and help some randos in the background, and that's it for them. Aw, but Tails said to do it for Sally. Fight freedom, fight freedom. Yay. All of this solidifies what's been clear for a while now. Our heroes, the ones I've spent so much time with that I cared about, they don't matter. Nah, instead we've got Drago, traitor to the wolf pack and the bad boy heartthrob of Hershey, the kitty cat queen and bad girl supreme. This chick, the speaker of truth who keeps the plot running, and of course, Jeffrey St. Villain, the man's man in a man's war and a character who was definitely meant to spark something in a certain princess and definitely spark something in me, mate. These are our heroes, boys and girls, the key players, the real focus of this story, running right alongside Sonic the Hedgehog himself and actually in front of him. I guess I can include Sally too, since her being dead is pretty important, but that also means she's, dead. So she's truly been reduced to nothing more than a plot device. Heck, Hershey the freaking pussycat gets 3 whole pages dedicated to her getting revenge on Drago, crying about how she was used and how sorry she is, and why is she the one getting all this personal focus here? Who are you? Even when our heroes appear to be doing things throughout this arc, it all amounts to little more than busy work so that we can focus on the actual important characters that progress things. And we don't even get much out of these guys either. Hershey is probably the biggest exception to that. I mean, what's Jeffrey do when he finds out that he was wrong to try and capture Sonic? Oh, I'm sorry. Except he doesn't even say that stinky piece of crap. Everything in Endgame feels so distant. So impersonal. And because of that, none of this really matters to me anymore. In fact, nothing has actually mattered for a while now. You know, King Max, how his only role in the story is getting replaced by one of Robotnik's bots. Well, what happened to the real Max then? After all of these issues, they were spent on self-serious stories about bringing Max back, with the ways we went about doing that either being ill-defined at best, nonsensical at worst, and never accomplishing anything always. That's right. The goal of everything leading to Endgame was actually a farce. We did not restore Max and accomplish nothing right before Endgame just happens to happen. Which means the real Max is still in his crystallized form. Magic rings, magic emeralds, magic swords. It doesn't matter. Actually, magic swords. Magic swords, that's right. Wait. Oh, it's all gonna work out because God told Knuckles that he has to just kill Sorcerer Man Damocles. So he goes to do that, and this horseman shows up and saves Knuckles and murders some lady and then just leaves. Bye, horseman. And Knuckles is explaining what's happening, even though I can see it, and blah, blah, blah. He punched this guy under cloth, fake magic trick, but kind of funny. I like you, Knuckles. Like, bam! It only took 5 issues, but we got the Sword of Acorns. Now we can restore Max. Oh, but wait, I forgot. It doesn't matter because he loses the sword in the Battle Royale special to a mammoth with his ding-dong out. Anything our heroes try is ultimately worthless by the time we reach Endgame. All those issues, all that exposition, all that suffering. Pointless. Oh, wait. Oh. This is cool. For a couple glorious pages, Robotnik and Sonic face off as this conflict finally returns to its core. An intense battle between our hero and villain. All these stupid characters are off to the side, the art has impact, the paneling is suitably chaotic but still readable, and the overbearing narration it's gone. In fact, its exit from the comic is shockingly exciting. Although conscious of their impending doom, at this point, both combatants feel they have nothing left to lose. After years of exchanging insults and vows of personal destruction, all is said and done. The only recourse left is it's nothing but a perfect Patrick Spaz spectacle. And then the last 2 pages, a sketch of Sonic and Robotnik wrapped in their final fight, the world seemingly melting around them as the Ultimate Annihilator explodes and they scream, and then it all goes white. It's brief, but here we see the potential of this more serious story, the potential of Endgame. If only it had refocused on the characters I was already invested in from the start. Either way, Sonic survives the White Void thanks to, surprisingly, Snively, who made sure the Ultimate Annihilator would only target Robotnik's biosignature when it exploded from the bomb Antoine placed, which... accidental consolation prize for Antoine and Bunny, I guess? This means that when it hit Knothole, it didn't actually kill everyone, so yeah, Snively is the one who saved the day, who saved everyone. Sure. At a different point in the comic, I might have liked this. I like Snively after all, and Robotnik is a legitimate threat, so maybe the heroes would need that inside help to truly get the edge necessary to win. I mean, we are hockey bros with him. Remember hockey? I remember hockey. But man, does this not hit the same when it's yet another example of everyone but the Freedom Fighters actually contributing to resolving their final fight? Speaking of, oh yeah, Sally's alive. She was okay because of Dr. Quack. Who's that? Well, he's the doctor who's been trying to help King Max, and his personality is that he's a doctor and he's kind of rude. He was responsible for keeping Sally alive, an integral part of Robotnik's plan, keeping things running in the background. Woo! Thanks, Dr. Quack. Love you, bud. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyways, hooray! Sonic and Sally are reunited, Mobius is finally free, and so am I. But of course, I'm not actually free because the comic would go on well past this point, and it seems that despite thinking the series was going to end, the team wanted to plant seeds for future plot lines just in case. And you know what that means, since the comic has always been about Sonic and his friends fighting Robotnik, the status quo must return. And maybe that's for the best. My big complaint has been that the Freedom Fighters contribute nothing to stopping their bad guy, so maybe they'll do better in round 2. Okay then, let's do it. Roll the final page twist where it's revealed that Robotnik actually somehow miraculously survived. Where's Robotnik? Well, here's the thing. Robotnik is dead, which is quite the bold decision, I'd say. Now, of course, let's not be cute here. Obviously, Robotnik's gonna be brought back to life, I hear you say. This is a Sonic comic. And you'd be right, Robotnik does return. Just give it another, I don't know, 22 issues, not even including spin-offs. Just to be clear here, that means that Robotnik was absent from this comic from June 1997 to April 1999. It would be nearly 2 years before Sonic and Robotnik would once again face off in the pages of the official Sonic the Hedgehog comic book. Great balls of cholesterol. Wow. So how is this allowed to happen? Well, Ian Waffles, the guy from the first part of the video and my co-writer, managed to get a hold of the later head writer Ian Flynn, as well as the man who actually co-wrote Endgame, Ken Penders, to ask for clarification. Let's start with Mr. Penders since he was actually there at the time.
I was amazed, frankly, that it took Sega almost 2 years to notice he was no longer in the book.
And now we'll go with Flynn's thoughts.
The story I heard was that they got permission to kill off Robotnik for the anniversary with the intention of bringing him back at the next one, and they figured the franchise isn't going to last much longer, so we don't have to worry about that.
From what we can tell, it seems that Penders believes Sega was unaware that Robotnik was still dead, while Flynn thinks that they allowed for Robotnik to stay dead with the expectation that the comic wouldn't be around much longer, but a stipulation in place for an inevitable return. Though, as expressed, Flynn is not 100% certain. While this is purely speculation, it's possible that Penders' reference to Sega not noticing may line up with Flynn stating that they never expected the comic to last to the next milestone. So perhaps Sega made the concession, forgot about it, and then were shocked to see that the comic was still going strong without its main villain. Either way, both Penders and Flynn allude to one thing. Sega played very loose with the comic at this time, treating it as a superfluous side product they could pay little mind to the point that killing off their main antagonist for 2 years was acceptable. Which is why it's so strange to see the difference in how the death and eventually mandated resurrection of Sally Acorn was handled.
Regarding Sally, I believe that was more Justin getting cold feet about killing her off than Sega.
Sally still had some market presence at the time, and she did have a presence in Sega world, especially Australia. But yeah, they wanted her to live.
In this situation, I'm more inclined to go with Flynn's explanation of events, especially since Penders seems slightly less certain. though perhaps the request to revive Sally had been given, but Justin Gabbry had the final say, or maybe he was already planning to bring Sally back due to fan outcry before Sega demanded it. Once again, pure speculation. Either way, it really does seem like it was the right time, the right circumstances, that pushed Sega to pay a little more attention to this niche product and character and request that she stay alive, probably not wanting to jeopardize her potential marketability. Regardless, it's thanks to some third-party influence that Sally was allowed to live. And that's great. Sally would remain as one of the most important characters in Archie Sonic until its cancellation in 2017. If you've been in the online Sonic fandom for long, then out of all the Freedom Fighters, Sally is the one you've no doubt seen before. She has tons of fans and even her very own memorial webpage made in response to her death in Endgame, where fans could submit tributes to their favorite character. This is some early internet stuff I love learning about, and a link will be in the description if you're interested in paying your own respects. But needless to say, people cared about Sally, and given that the cartoon she originated from had ended, the comic had become the last place for her and the rest of the Freedom Fighters to be remembered. So it makes sense that fans at the time were even more upset about her demise, and I'm glad that, whether through their cries to bring her back or the love she had already imbued into new fans, she was allowed a second chance. But, dear walkers, it's wild to think that this could have just been the end of her. Like that. That Sally's last official appearance would have been her dying to an awful plot contrivance and playing the trophy for Sonic and Jeffrey. A completely unfitting end for one of Sonic's first friends, and arguably the deuteragonist of the show in which she originated. And yet, at least some of the writers were, entirely fine with that. But before we end this Endgame era, I do want to very briefly touch upon one story that I haven't covered yet. A story that does a better job than anything else at illustrating the massive divide between pre- and post-Mecha Madness Archie Sonic. And that story is... Sonic Quest came a number of issues before Endgame. The story is simple enough. King Max is still crystallized and the Freedom Fighters need to find a way to save him. Naturally, they want to try to use the power rings to help him, but Robotnik is stealing them and using their power to fortify his newest creation, the Death Egg. On the surface, Sonic Quest has the same problems as Endgame. A plot that mostly spins its wheels, cool ideas that are drowned out by bad ones, lengthy recap, exposition, heavy dialogue, characters all talking with the same flowery language, poor art, and yeah, been there, done that. So then you might be wondering, okay, Professor Lowart, why'd you bring it up at all? First, not a professor. Second, I brought it up because honestly, I think Sonic Quest is even worse than Endgame. Because Sonic Quest is a 3-part continuous narrative written by none other than Mike Gallagher. That's right, the same guy who wrote the 3-part Mecha Madness story. This man had created my favorite story thus far, the exact type of thing I was hoping they would pull from in future issues. And yet this is the special to introduce that Tails scene we mentioned earlier, and boy, is it not the last. Honestly, I'd say this flavor of narrator speak is at its worst here. It feels like it's every other line. And even worse, it happens in the moments you would least want it. Also, man, what did they do to the Death Egg? The Death Egg! That's a fan service goldmine, even for me. The design when it first appears is really cool. It has these beady red sunken in eyes, and yet by the end of the story, its design degrades like the rest of the art, and I'm so exhausted from reading all of this that I almost forgot it was even the main thread of the arc in the first place. And I know Gallagher can tell fun, exciting stories, and that he will largely go back to that after this era is through, and yet he still made this. And that clear disparity in quality just makes the experience so much worse. I bring all this up to illustrate how I can't bring myself to point fingers at any one person and say that they're solely at fault for the comic's decline. All I can say for certain is that by now, the comic is falling apart at the seams, and I may not know why, but I do know one thing. It's sure disappointing. Earlier, I went on and on about how this comic made being a Sonic fan seem fun. Its excitement was infectious. Now though, sure, there's still the fan art, the letters, the find your name pages, but it just feels like it's only there because it already was. I'm happy that Sonic is still pretty fun here and there, but really, it feels like the comic doesn't want to tell Sonic's story anymore. It wants to tell a serious, melodramatic, gritty war drama. and only used Sonic and his friends because that was what it had to use. And even then, it does as much as possible to push them to the side. The Archie Sonic comic is now far more concerned with presenting the events of a war, rather than getting to the heart of the lovable and plucky characters who lived through it. Something it was somehow better at doing when its primary goal was simply to make me laugh.
No more Robotnik. Too bad.
What? Too bad?
Hey, without a villain, what are heroes gonna do?
After Endgame, the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic found itself in a very strange place. Both of the shows it was created to promote had ended years ago, yet somehow, it was still going strong. But that meant that now, it needed to find a new direction. Considering the overall quality of Endgame, I didn't have high hopes for this material, but I was very intrigued. After all, the death of Robotnik was not only an end to the entire premise of the comic, but the main hook of the Sonic franchise itself. And that meant that now it needed to find an answer to an incredibly difficult question. How do you continue after a story ends? Well, that answer arrives in the Brave New World special. Despite having finally saved their home, our heroes are still sleeping in tents, there's no easy access to water, the city has lost all its power, and SWAT bots continue to silently roam the city, carrying out their duties as if Robotnik never left. Instead of excitement or joy, there's an eeriness to our heroes finally returning home. Except that this isn't really their home anymore, is it? I love this. I love that the comic doesn't just immediately rush headlong into some new conflict. No, instead it sits in this moment. Robotnik may be gone, but his presence and the after effects of his reign are still felt. While the Ultimate Annihilator may have done little in its own story, its destruction and subsequent release of energy provides some juicy setup for drama and conflict. For one thing, the very fabric of reality has shifted. Those weird little pocket dimensions or zones that Sonic once explored? Well, now they're seeping into this reality and drawing people into their weirdness. Even in death, Robotnik has left one more greasy stain on the entire planet. No, the entire universe. Second, and more importantly, when the Ultimate Annihilator went off, all of the roboticized Mobians, now dubbed Robians, who were in Robotropolis underwent a massive change. They regained their free will. But there's a problem. Reintegrating the Robians back into regular society is no easy feat. For one, some Mobians don't trust them. They're worried that they may still have some of Robotnik's programming left inside them, that they may cause problems. In the end, despite Sally's pleas to them that no matter how they look, they're still their families and friends, the Robians feel unwelcome. Heck, the fact that Robian is an in-universe term does enough to cement this idea all on its own. So these Robians go off, and they form their own colony back in Knothole. A cleverly cruel reversal of fate. They may no longer be under Robotnik's rule, but they will still be separate, unable to regain what they've lost. So our characters have a lot on their plates, and in order to even begin picking up the pieces, they're going to need to take on new roles. For Uncle Chuck, that means acting as a mediator between the Robians and the Mobians, a position that puts him under a great deal of scrutiny. After all, King Max believes that Uncle Chuck is a traitor, and so he commands Jeffrey to keep an eye on him. Here, it's also clear that there's still conflict within the kingdom of Acorn itself, and even now, one of Sonic's loved ones is still the subject of major distrust. This results in a really cool scene where Chuck first goes to meet with the Robians to let them know that they're finally free. Robotnik has been defeated. Unfortunately, he also has to tell them that there's no hope for them to regain their original bodies. They can only be de-roboticized if it's through the original roboticizer, which was already destroyed. And even if it were fixed, any alterations could mean death upon de-robotization. We then hear from two new Robians, Sonic's parents, who tell Chuck that they think it's time to stop clinging to false hopes and power rings that don't last, implying that before now, they were using power rings to temporarily regain their free will just like Uncle Chuck had. But now it's finally time to stop simply hoping things will get better. It's time to take the one miracle they've been given and run with it. Another chance at life, even if it has to be spent in these mechanical bodies. And the other Robians agree. But for me, there's an additional implication to this line. It's like the writers are telling us, through Sonic's parents, that the Deus Ex Machinas are done. That where before magic objects could be used to wish their problems away, that just isn't the case anymore. They're in a different world now. Meanwhile, Sally's new role, along with her usual responsibilities as princess, is to be a puppet for her father. See, he's now the one giving the freedom fighters orders, even if he's working from the shadows. Of course, this means that Sally is losing control, which could already be hard enough, but to make matters worse, her father often won't explain himself and he prohibits her from sharing any information with her friends. Naturally, this impacts hers and Sonic's relationship. I mean, they finally had each other back, but now? Well, now Sally's too busy trying to rebuild and make this world safe. At times, Sonic can barely get an audience with her, and she's even brushing off her friends' concerns in service of the greater good. For example, when Rotor wants to finally go rescue his family, Sonic goes to argue on his behalf, fully believing that Sally will listen to him, but Sally refuses. With his technological abilities, Rotor is too valuable. They simply can't afford to let him leave. Really, this world is just more complex, and our heroes can no longer maintain their previous dynamics. Somehow, by liberating the world, the freedom fighters have lost much of the freedom they once had. From here, it just gets worse, because King Max is, well, he's a mess. He's only recently regained a bit of self-awareness and has been out of the Zone of Silence, that place we rescued him from in the lead up to Endgame, for at best a few months. Before, he was a king who led his people to doom by entrusting Robotnik, but now he's degraded further into an unstable, prideful man who decides to take charge and make decisions for a kingdom that has moved past him, and to make choices for those he doesn't understand, namely the Robians. See, after some time passes, a conflict occurs. A Mobian accuses a Robian of being a spy after catching her near one of Robotnik's old facilities, even though she was only there on a dare from her friends. The case is brought up to King Max, and what is our wise leader's carefully considered decision? Screw her. Just kill her. Everyone, including the accuser, is shocked. Even Jeffrey begs the king to rethink this decision, and you know things are bad when I agree with the Stinky Man. Still, Max doubles down. How about we kill all the Robians? Thankfully, no one is willing to go along with this, and Sally returns just in time to get things under control. So yeah, King Max is awful. His deteriorating mental state, combined with his hatred and arrogance, now makes him an internal threat to the kingdom and its people. However, the character who receives the most focus after Robotnik's death is none other than Sonic. What's his role going to be now that he's a hero with no villain? Well, first off, he's gonna have to deal with some baggage, like learning that his parents were alive this whole time. After all, though Uncle Chuck knew about this, he kept it a secret, and Sonic is understandably upset. However, his parents didn't want him to know that they were alive like this, and beyond that, Uncle Chuck was worried that such knowledge would only cloud Sonic's judgment. However, Sonic can't accept these secrets and starts to distance himself from his family. He just doesn't know how to handle all these changes. This, combined with a bit of a rift between him and Sally, leaves him in a position where, somehow, he might just be more lonely than he ever was during Robotnik's reign. That is, of course, except for Tails, who, despite some awkward dialogue here and there, gets a really sweet scene dedicated to showing just how much he and Sonic's relationship has grown, as Tails is the one to comfort Sonic, to be someone he can rely on, and for a time, he puts a smile back on the blue blur's face. So when Sonic is down, it's Tails who lifts him up, a fitting position for our favorite little guy. Eventually though, all of this change, it gets to be a bit much for Sonic, and he realizes that he isn't meant for this organized society. They've even put him on a council, for crying out loud. First, he tries to relate to Knuckles, believing that they both feel that shared desire for action and excitement, and that maybe they could do something together. But we get another reminder of how different Sonic is from most of his friends. Knuckles still has his own responsibilities. He has a place in this world, and he can't just take off. And man, it feels so good to see this comic no longer brushing aside its major characters. Sure, we haven't gone back to the silliness of the early comic. Stuff is still pretty serious, but there's actually some charm in the dialogue. We get a genuinely sweet reunion between Sonic and Knuckles that solidifies their brotherly bond, a little fun with Antoine, a cute moment or two with Sally and Sonic, which feels all the more impactful due to how much time they have spent apart. For the first time in a long while, the seriousness is being used to explore the main cast. And you know what? I'm glad this is being taken seriously. Sure, to some, this might feel too dark or melodramatic for a Sonic story, but I think it works well because each of these plot threads are natural extensions of the cruel and scary world Sonic lives in. Basically, the comic is properly building off of what came before, and some of these ideas, they're giving me a look at a fascinating new side of Sonic and this world he lives in. But okay, how is Sonic gonna deal with these new feelings, with this new world? Well, eventually he runs into his old babysitter Rosie, who tries to encourage him by saying that the only difference is the one you make. So if Sonic wants to make a difference, he needs to take action that will make his life ultimately feel useful again and fulfill himself. He can't just wish for it to be so or wait for the world to magically create a purpose for him. And Sonic runs with this advice, forgiving Uncle Chuck, understanding that while he disagrees with him, his uncle was only trying to make a positive difference in his nephew's life, and that it's worth it to make amends and move forward with the family he does have, even if there might be a speed bump here or there. All of this is really cool. The fallout of Robotnik, the Robian conflict, and Sonic's personal struggles. Really, it might sound strange at first, but I'm happy that the Sonic comic is slowing down. Now all that we need is for this to come to a head. Enter Ixis Naugus, the comic's new main antagonist and the one who will attempt to fill the void left by Dr. Robotnik. Right away, Naugus is able to distinguish himself from and connect to the Doctor in a way that makes him pretty compelling. Where Robotnik was originally the Acorn Kingdom's warlord, Naugus is the royal wizard. And where Robotnik was a technological force, Naugus is a magical one. This gives Sonic a new type of threat to go up against, and a seemingly endless bag of magical tricks for Sonic to counter. But the most intriguing aspect of Naugus' character has to be his relationship to King Max. See, when Max was trapped in the Zone of Silence, Naugus was there too, because an old colleague had thrown him in. There, he shielded Max from some of the Zone's maddening effects, but Max paid a price for that protection. He promised Naugus the kingdom of Acorn itself if the wizard were to ever return home. So when Naugus finally escapes, of course he wants what's his, adding yet another problem for our heroes. Heck, Max even validates Naugus' claim to the throne. Thankfully though, Sally is there to say, yeah, no, and our heroes are able to push back the wizard for the time being. And this is where we get some really juicy stuff, because a few issues later, Naugus decides to take a different approach. If going head-on doesn't work, then he'll just claim his kingdom from the shadows. Really, all he has to do is take advantage of the growing tensions within Mobotropolis. By disguising himself as the Freedom Fighters, he reignites the king's anger and distrust toward the Robians. This leads to yet another order from Max to eliminate all the Robians, which makes him susceptible to Naugus' possession. As the moment Max succumbs to his hatred and prejudice, his body becomes ripe for the picking for someone just as cruel. What's super cool about this is how Naugus was only able to control Max because of the feelings Max truly had for the Robians. It gives Max a level of agency, while still making Naugus look pretty clever and really dangerous. In just a few hours, the kingdom is on fire, factions of Robians are hiding and launching sneak attacks on the military, and because Naugus is disguised as the Freedom Fighters, the Robians distrust our heroes too. Eventually, tensions between even Uncle Chuck and Sonic threaten to sever their newly restored bond, only for the two to show how far they've come in their trust for one another. They won't allow themselves to be separated again. In the end, Sonic defeats Naugus with the newly reclaimed Sword of Acorns, and the kingdom is saved. The king regains control of his body, and after this, Naugus flees the kingdom. But even though he's gone now, it seems that Naugus only made this already terrible situation worse. And that's true. For everyone except Sonic, that is. Let's hone in on this scene, that first encounter between Sonic and Naugus. In the issue preceding this, Sonic barely felt like himself. He was confused and upset about his parents returning after all. But when he faces Naugus, well, his quick thinking is back on full display as he figures out that Naugus can only crystallize inorganic matter. Then he takes a risk, rushing right into danger to save the day. He insults Naugus, he calls for a timeout mid-fight. My boy's got his confidence back, his juice, his jam. He feels like himself, and for a moment, I felt like I had a fun version of Sonic back. And isn't that kind of perfect? Because that's the version of Sonic that he himself misses. Basically, Sonic is someone who needs a villain. Without that, it's hard for him to define himself. And Naugus is the one to fill that void in his life in a post-Robotnik world, allowing Sonic to finally realize what kind of difference he wants to make here. Because Sonic is leaving the kingdom, baby. He's going to fight evil abroad and kick all kinds of bad guy butt, starting with Naugus. And after enlisting his best buddy Tails to join him, the two head off. It's finally time to make a difference. It's time to go on a world adventure. So far, this all sounds pretty great, but here's the catch. Outside of the exploration of Sonic's character and a couple of standout scenes, a lot of this stuff is only really great in concept. Because the moment-to-moment execution of many of these issues and storylines can be, well, it can be rough at times. cluttered pages, distractingly janky artwork, and far too much exposition from both characters and floating boxes alike. It's all still here, and it strains a lot of this material, with some of these stories feeling pretty rushed to boot. I mean, Snively was set up as a big threat at the end of issue 50, but he's taken care of immediately and tossed into jail in his first appearance. He then tries to find Naugus through these robots, fails, and that's it. Oops. Oh yeah, and Jeffrey's still alive.
Jeffrey St. John, whose own sense of justice will set the standard for that of the entire state.
There are also just stories that I have little interest in, like this booby-trapped metal one. This issue was supposed to be set up for when it would eventually be revealed that, while it looked like Sally survived Endgame, it was actually a robot Sally, and she gave Sonic this metal to trap him. Since that concept was scrapped though, this issue really doesn't work, but the comic just used the idea anyway with some sort of other justification. Don't care, made me sleepy. Then there's the weird detective noir style issue that takes place in a different zone to establish that the zones are breaking down, which is kinda neat in concept, but as a story, it's pretty bland. Of course, then there's Naugus himself. Though I like what he adds conceptually, he's a pretty mixed bag in execution. For one, he's just suddenly tossed into the comic with zero buildup. Jeffrey tells our heroes that they've sent a probe into the Zone of Silence, and then BAM! Out pops Naugus, and I'm supposed to care. Even if the heroes are confused too, guess they didn't watch Sad AM. That doesn't make this character's sudden importance feel any less jarring. Similarly, his powers in the Return of the King story are so ill-defined that, while the possession itself is cool, it makes the way the story plays out in response to it feel entirely random. Like there was no way to piece together what our heroes could do to fight back if Naugus can seemingly do anything, which makes the conflict feel kinda weightless, especially since all our heroes do to win is just happen to have a sword that can also do seemingly anything. Actually, the Return of the King special is just a mess in general. Like suddenly we're dealing with a civil war, then we're trying to wrap up the Uncle Chuck plot, only for him to get shot down. Don't worry, he's fine. But no time for that because now it's Sonic fighting Naugus. Then the King gets the Sword of Acorn and he's fixed, and at this point, restoring Max wasn't even on my mind since the last issues were spent fighting a demigod, but that's a tale for another time. And hey, earlier on, I was told that we were supposed to get some crown to find some sort of weird Hall of Limbo thing that I don't quite understand, and it was in King Max's mind all along. Sure, guess that's done then. Earlier, I said the comic was slowing down, and it has, but with so much going on, even the better concepts I've focused on, like Sonic's characterization or Sally's struggles, aren't quite given the proper room to breathe. It's crammed together with a bunch of rapid-fire ideas that made it so I could only really appreciate the good ones in hindsight, when I could think about the interconnected parts and retroactively weave them together in my head to create a more streamlined narrative. Like I would think back on a past scene and go, oh, that's what that was going for, that's cool. But when you read it, well, the cluttered paneling and the sometimes iffy artwork still distracts from the emotions of the scenes. And yet, regardless of my problems with these stories, they are, without a doubt, a sizable improvement over the Endgame era. There, I hated the presentation and most of the ideas. Here though? Well, credit where it's due, when I did have a fuller perspective, Brave New World, issue 53, and issue 54 became genuinely enjoyable reads to me despite some wonky execution in the art and paneling. Which, if I'm being honest, when combined with how sincere some of these stories felt, it started to develop this sort of janky charm, like fuzzy Sega Saturn graphics. It's really hard to describe, but with something like issue 56, I'm having too much fun just looking at these absurd expressions and reading the silly dialogue to be too bothered. Though the narration has gotta go, man. Speaking of the art though, well, Sam Maxwell was the guy who drew Battle Royale, and he's improved a lot, which is obvious from this first Naugus and Sonic fight. His art is generally just a lot more readable, which makes it actually charming to look at sometimes. And of course, this section introduces Sonic's middle name being Maurice, and that Sonic is not actually his real name, which is dumb in the best way possible. Basically, there's quite a bit of ambition, charm, creativity, and heart here, even if I have to work harder than in the gag era to fully appreciate that. And overall, I just respect what the comic is trying to do now. Because this world adventure thing, it's such a cool idea. Now that we've delved into the political problems in Sonic's home, expanding the world and seeing how everyone else is doing is such a natural next step. There we can find new episodic conflicts to deal with, learn more about our heroes, maybe watch Tails grow some more, and you get the picture. The Sonic comic is starting to feel a whole lot bigger, and I'm excited to see where they'll go from here. And Sonic's goodbye is part of what gives me hope, Here, the presentation is solid, with Mowini back drawing once again. The dialogue is actually pretty darn good, with Sonic making up with his parents, telling him that he needs them, and that he wants to protect the world for their sake too. Then he and Sally share a brief but meaningful moment where they feel a lot closer than they have in a long time. He tells her how important a friend she is to him, and requests 3 things. 1, that she'll take his flowers. 2, that she'll get to know her dad a little better. And 3, that she won't go changing on him anytime soon. The characters and their relationships, they actually feel important. And as Sonic says later to all his friends, that couldn't be more true. There's something somehow whimsical to this scene. It manages to capture some of the early comics' lighthearted energy in a way that, at this point, feels suitably nostalgic. It's a pleasant send-off, ushering in a new era of the comic. A new beginning. Sonic's world adventure is a big deal. I mean, it's in this arc that the comic proudly adopts the tagline, "the world's most way past cool comic." It seems that after lasting longer than anyone expected, the comic wants its intentions known. It's here to stay, and it's proud of all that it's accomplished. In terms of real-world time, the World Adventure arc lasted for nearly a year of the comic's month-to-month release schedule, allowing it to really commit to this concept and take us to a variety of locations to battle new baddies or old ones with a twist. Let's start with the weakest tale first, Outback Gut Check, which sees the return of the Down Under Freedom Fighters. Their material is uninteresting. Crocbot is just your basic baddie, and while the punchline of Sonic unplugging a raving Crocbot is funny, the build-up just isn't worth it. Sonic gets into some annoying pissing contest with other dudes for no reason other than that sometimes Sonic's just gotta be really obnoxious, I guess. And no amount of hilariously horrendous art can elevate dialogue this dull. There's also Barbie Koala hitting on Tails, and listen, I'm no expert on Mobian Age of Consent, but I am certain that Tails isn't of reasoning age yet. And that's it. Yeah, that's the worst of these one-off stories in the World Adventure arc. All these other episodic stories are fun. First off, there's this unexpected reintroduction of Vertical and Horizontal. Yeah, remember those guys from all the way back in the gag comic days? Well, they've returned, which might sound like a bit of a boring and weird thing to return to. They were just goofball characters after all. But boy, oh boy, the way they use them is absolutely bonkers. Here, Al and Cal give a long-winded explanation about what they've been up to, and normally I'd be annoyed by how verbose it is. But then you look at the content of their speech and you realize that, holy crap, Al and Cal are evil now? And not just like, oh man, this is a bad guy. They've absolutely lost their minds. After the Ultimate Annihilator decimated their zone, they came to blame one another for their home's destruction, and obsessively waged war against one another. In order to continue their battle, they possess Sonic and Tails' bodies, forcing them to fight. We get great lines like, "Prepare to be permanently horizontal in your casket," which, I mean, that's art right there. But of course, Sonic and Tails get through this with the power of friendship, and then they turn to Al and Cal to give them a rousing speech.
You two used to be great. I remember how you worked together when I was here last time. What happened?
Do not presume to lecture us, minuscule one.
As free-thinking individuals, we can presume anything we want, big shot.
And I'll tell you something else. You've got to stop fighting each other. If you can't be friends, then at least try to be neighbors.
Friends? Again?
Like it used to be?
Nah.
What? It didn't work. Naturally, Tails is kind of disturbed by what happened, but Sonic does not care at all. My man just wants a chili dog at this point. This is truly bizarre, but in a way I like. We take a typical children's lesson and flip it on its head, having it where love and friendship doesn't really win out, at least as far as the bad guys are concerned. Beyond that, Al and Cal's corruption serves to show how Robotnik's weapons of destruction have even touched fun-loving creatures like them, turning them into something I never could have predicted. This absolutely is not what I expected from the World Adventure, but I've got to say, it was a highlight for me due to how shocking it was, along with what it manages to communicate about the world, too. Following this, Sonic and Tails have a run-in with the Iron Queen, an evil sorceress who's using her magic powers to control Monkey Kong, a powerful cyborg simian. Now, Monkey Kong was introduced in an earlier issue, but all you need to know is this. He's basically this really angry guy who Robotnik forced to become a weapon and locked away in stasis until eventually the Freedom Fighters found him. He's as brash as he is violent, kinda dumb, and as you'd probably expect by now, he and Sonic butt heads. Though eventually he comes around and works together with our heroes. Neat. He also wants to grab a slice of that acorn cake. So here, Sonic and Tails end up battling to free Monkey Kong from the Iron Queen's clutches. And we have some more I'll just read it.
Tails, something mondo uncool is going on here.
Yeah, Sonic, a bloodthirsty lunatic is trying to murder us.
That's just it. Khan's a harmless psycho, not a murderer.
This line, it always gets a laugh out of me. It's all part of the comic leaning into its self-seriousness in a way that's funny, too. Like the characters seem almost aware that they're in this insane world, and I'm here for it. Then there's the janky art combined with the weird scenarios and dialogue. It comes together to create an experience that's certainly hard to forget. Plus, it's fun to see Monkey Kong just be our pal and have an adventure in this cool Chinese-inspired setting, fighting these weirdo villains like the Iron King and beating him with a magic fan.
No, I won't let you take my fan.
By the end, we get this cute joke about how Monkey Kong has this great prophecy about himself. Meanwhile, Sonic is once again upset that his comic is being taken over by side characters, but now it's silly and fun, especially since this time Sonic was, in fact, the hero. Later, Monkey Kong gets his own B-story to flesh out his little misadventures. It's nothing crazy, but it does a solid enough job of expanding the world. Next, we have the Jack Rabbit two-parter. This one is super compelling, because Jack is a freedom fighter who's trying to stomp out Robotnik's influence in his area. But at this stage, what does that even mean anymore? Well, it means that he wants to decimate every Robian using any means necessary, including keeping Sonic trapped here in Sandblast City as their permanent protector. And he is not going to take no for an answer. Here, we get a villain that breaks away from black and white moral constraints, becoming a character with an understandable motivation who just goes about it in all the wrong ways. And this doesn't end with some cheesy moment where Sonic convinces Jack that he's wrong. No. Sonic has to destroy their force field, leaving them open to assault from Robotnik's leftovers as he escapes with Tails. Basically, in order to get out of here, Sonic must betray a group of freedom fighters, which, wow, yeah, those guys are totally screwed now, aren't they? Again, the comic is willing to take these conflicts in directions I didn't expect, leaving me going, nah, there's no way. Only to realize that, yes, there's absolutely a way, and this is it. To top it all off, this is the story that firmly cements the coolness of Archie Sonic's most famous catchphrase. I'm sure you all know what it is, so say it with me. Hasta la vista, mista. Yeah, baby. Woo! Finally, we have friendly rogues and foul villains, in which Sonic and Tails must save some Mobians from this roboticized general, along with some surprise help from our old pal Knuckles. This little adventure with Rad Red is just fun, with Sonic and Tails acting as these lighthearted heroes that wonderfully contrast the dire circumstances. You can tell they've done this song and dance before, and their confidence is infectious. Really, I'm impressed by how fun these stories have been. Sure, we haven't gotten much in the way of character growth for Sonic and Tails, but honestly, I'm just having fun with the boys, watching them get in and out of these wild scenarios. So far, the World Adventure has been a good old time. Now then, let's talk about the rest of it. On their own, these stories were pretty darn enjoyable. But that's only if all I'm reading are the A stories. Unlike the Gag Arrow, where variety was the spice that kept everything fresh and exciting, now jumping from A stories to B stories to spin-offs has become... Well, let's go back to what we were just talking about. See, this story actually takes place after Knuckles the Echidna issues 10 and 11. Okay, so once the World Adventure starts, we go to the Knuckles spin-off. No big deal, I like Knuckles. Yeah, I can read this, get to the conclusion with Sonic, and be on my way. But wait, now you have to read Knuckles issue 12, which continues the story further and even completes it. Something the comic does not make nearly clear enough to its readers. Oh yeah, and eventually you gotta read the super special since it came out around the same time, and yeah, you might see the problem here. Ever since the beginning, the Archie Sonic comic has tried to kickstart spin-offs, and eventually it found its success story in Knuckles the Echidna, as well as the Sonic Super Specials. Because of this, on quite a few occasions, these side stories, particularly those with Knuckles, become mandatory to have proper context for the main Sonic story. Like there's issue 56, where if you're reading the Sonic comic alone, you get plopped here with our heroes randomly on a rock in space. And the only explanation it has for those Sonic-only fans is this wall of text that still doesn't properly explain some things. This makes even the best parts of the World Adventure arc start to feel like a bit of a chore, as you're bouncing all around and constantly resetting your expectations. It doesn't help that some of these super specials contain completely random stories that have nothing to do with anything else that's going on, which adds to the overall feeling that the World Adventure is spinning its wheels. In fact, rather than exploring new ideas, we're really spending most of our time looking back at the past at the most inopportune moments. It's hard to get into a groove. Like 1 minute we're adventuring with Monkey Kong, the next we're getting stories about Sonic as a kid. 1 minute we're facing off against Naugus, the next we're dealing with Knuckles' family drama just so we can resolve a plot point set up in a B story that will be paid off at the end of the World Adventure. And I could go on. It without question kills the flow. And let's say you decide to ignore the reading order and save some of these stories for later. Well, since they're sometimes mandatory, that means there's a sense of confusion looming over your good time. Really, having a reading guide here is a must, because release order only makes this harder to follow. Shout out to Ian Waffles' reading guide, linked in the description. This pacing problem will persist far past this point too, so it's not like you're safe yet. Even worse though, these specials and spin-offs often lean into Archie Sonic's worst writing tendencies. Yeah, the long-winded speeches, the overbearing narration, problems with the art. It's all here, baby! So now even the funnier lengthy speeches in the World Adventure itself have gone from appealing to tiresome, since they're surrounded by so many more. Now these one-off adventures that don't develop our characters all that much feel kind of plotting, instead of fun and exciting, because it takes so long to actually get to anything when you're dealing with all this other material. And now each instance of janky art is exhausting instead of funny, because I'm also dealing with all these echidnas who all look so similar and I'm too stupid to tell what's going on, and man, this is frustrating. I won't dwell on the specifics of the Knuckles comic too much here, since that would be a 40-minute tangent that I'll get to later, but all you need to know now is that I have problems with it. However, all of this could be forgivable if I could simply skip the Knuckles comic. But I can't. I have to read it, because the comic has shown me that it's willing to leave me confused, that I need to engage with it, and that at times, the Sonic comic will even start to feel like a spin-off to the Knuckles one. And I'm sure many of you can instantly see the problem with needing to read issue after issue and page after page of text spoken about and by characters who all look like this, and then having to jump to a Sonic story that looks like this, doing so on repeat again and again with the occasional one that'll look better, but there's no guarantee. So at best, you just got hope. So yeah, this World Adventure can be fun in isolation, but it doesn't exist in isolation. Because of that, by the time Sonic and Tails escape from Jack, I was ready for them to go home. But you know what? This could possibly be redeemed. I mean, look, they found him! Ixis Naugus, the big bad, the guy who's gonna give me a solid conclusion to this World Adventure. So maybe this will be like the material that preceded it. Something that was hard to get into, but that I can return to later with a newfound appreciation and the benefit of hindsight. So okay, let's do it. But when we fight him, things don't go so well. Nah, he handily defeats our heroes and they're crushed beneath an avalanche. Fortunately for them though, a couple of saviors come to their rescue. Eddie the Yeti and Nate Morgan. On paper, Nate's backstory is really neat, because this guy was saved by the Mobians after being exiled by the Overlanders, eventually working with them to make artificial power rings as a clean form of energy. This led to the creation of the Lake of Rings and Nate being hailed as a hero. But then something changed. Naugus set Nate up and had him wrongfully blamed for an attack that led to the deaths of an entire battalion. Nate, feeling his presence was somehow responsible for this mess, exiled himself. He vowed to never again get involved with others, to stop trying to be a hero, and he's mostly held to that, except when he found and saved this robotic Yeti. Otherwise though, he's lived in isolation, alone with his mountain of power rings. Here we've taken an element of the world that I just accepted and tied it into the past, into these battles between Overlanders and Mobians, into a tale of a lonely man who is broken by a cruel world. It's super cool. Not to mention how it recontextualizes King Max's willingness to trust Robotnik, as Max knew Nate from the time he was a child. He'd trusted an Overlander who, when given mercy, gave back prosperity to his kingdom, and who he couldn't bring himself to punish when everything pointed to his betrayal. You get the sense that maybe he saw some of Nate in Robotnik, saw saving him as a way to make amends for letting Nate go. Speaking of, we find out that Robotnik is the one who got Nate exiled from the Overlanders in the first place by sabotaging his research. And it's fascinating to see that same man follow the same path of exile and mercy, but with a far darker outcome. The world of Mobius is a cruel and twisted place, and I kinda dig it. All in all, through this one character, we've expanded on the world in some really great ways. Except that, like so many things in this era, it's only cool when you admire it from a distance, or in carefully paced out chunks. In fact, after enough time away from the comic, I'll sometimes convince myself these issues were enjoyable. But they aren't. Unlike Brave New World, it is impossible for me to find a new angle or perspective to enjoy this from when actually engaging with the material.
The lobed, oval-shaped object.
What? That's a ring! Just call it a ring! That's right. The narration is back, baby. It just can't be stopped. And because of it, the heart of the story is completely buried under mountains of text that make reading Nate's story exhausting. Not only that, but there's a pretty obvious issue with dumping all this lore on me. That being, who are you people? When my introduction to this character is walls of text, there's no way I'm gonna stay invested enough, let alone have the capacity to take all this information in. I came here for a fight, for a story, for drama, not a lecture. So actually, what about that fight? Well, despite the massive stakes of this battle, with Naugus attempting to steal all these power rings for himself, the writing, paneling, and just general feeling of the comic has somehow gotten worse.
Just how many rings have each of them used to bolster their own unique abilities? 50? 100? 1,000? And more importantly, what will the consequences of such actions ultimately be? The aged geophysician does not have long to wait before he receives the answer. The sinister fiend Ixis Naugus immediately begins inscribing arcane symbols into the very air around his being, while at the same time revealing his intent. With his newfound powers, he now toils to open the doorway to an alternate reality called the Zone of Silence. He had accidentally done so years ago, but when he was still Mobotropolis' royal wizard. Bored with great war between the Mobians and the Overlanders, Ixis left this plane of reality to explore another. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. We haven't even completed half a page yet, people. And there's 4 more left. This crap has the same effect as someone explaining a funny joke. You get it, right? It's funny because... No, stop. You're ruining the joke. It sucks too because the art here is actually pretty good. Starting with issue 62, the comic gains a new artist in Stephen Butler, whose artwork adds this gritty style to Sonic's dark and gloomy world that we haven't really seen since Spaz's work on Endgame and Mecha Madness. It's cool to look at these versions of the characters that have so much detail, for the backgrounds and paneling to have all this life again and energy, and yeah, well, I just love looking at it. Butler even picks up the role as the lead artist, and because of him, the comic finally starts to have a consistently enjoyable visual identity again. Just look at the detail on Naugus, the imposing stance, the magic energy seeping out of his eyes, his large hands big enough to palm Tails' head like a basketball. Yeah, that's right, Tails, you're the real Michael Jordan of the Freedom Fighters now, buddy. It sells Naugus as a dark presence. But then, you read the narration and it's all just... was this really necessary? But it's not just the narration. Nah, it's the plot too. Because the one who's responsible for Naugus' defeat isn't our powered-up heroes, our heroes who are rocking these brand new forms we've never seen before, our heroes who came all this way just to fight this one guy. No, of course not. The true hero of this tale is none other than Nate Morgan. That's right. It happened again. Just like in Endgame, the comic has stolen the spotlight from our heroes to give it to some guy we just met, completely undermining our heroes' journeys. And I mean, I get the idea. This is Nate accepting that he needs to be a hero and all that, but it doesn't land when I've barely spent any time with him and when I've actually spent time getting invested in something else. Then Eddie dies by sacrificing himself to save Sonic and Tails, and it's the same problem. Don't get me wrong, Eddie seems like a fine guy, but I don't know him. Oh, and did I mention the way Nate defeats Naugus? Well, he uses a magic ring to wish him away. Let's go! Woo! Back home, things have been just as fun, because during this whole adventure, we've been getting B stories that are focused on Sally and her duty to her people.
Along with that, we start to explore the heart of her character again, with Sally wanting to live a simple life. Except, haha, dummy, this is actually a King Max story, as he undermines his daughter's personal desires and leadership skills and is just generally being an awful dad. Then it's a Jeffrey story where we watch him build this new secret service so he can go on a covert mission for the king, and I just don't care. This comic seems incapable of just focusing on its core cast or good ideas, and at this point, it's getting infuriating. Like, remember that general guy from earlier on in the World Adventure? Well, that's Antoine's dad. Later on, when Sonic returns home, he has to let his friend know that his father is an evil robot terrorizing innocent people. Ouch. How's Antoine gonna react? What's he gonna think? Well, shucks, I don't know, because we don't get to see it. Instead, the comic cuts to Bunny telling us that Antoine looks upset. Yep, sure. Let's remove any chance of actually seeing, or better yet, caring about his reaction. Why not? And that's it. We'll just have to come back to this plot point in about 8 or 9 issues. Sorry, Antoine, we just don't have enough time for you because we have to move on to telling another story about Nate Morgan. Following this, we get Naugus' backstory, which reveals that Naugus is actually composed of these 3 separate sorcerers who attempted to harness the power of the sun for themselves. By all trying to selfishly take its strength, they held one another back, resulting in this strange turn of events. It's the sort of thing that could get me wondering what this means for Naugus as a character. I mean, what will having these 3 warring personalities inside him mean for his future as a major villain? But, I tricked ya. This is it. The big climax of the World Adventure. These writers are done with Naugus. We get this info about him as soon as they decide to toss him away, which, why bother showing me this now? All it did was make him a potentially interesting villain who's been reduced to a prop for some other character's development. Another cool source of conflict stolen away from Sonic and stolen away from me. But the epitome of this comes with issue 68. Surprise! Here Sonic and Tails have finally returned home with Nate Morgan in tow, and just in time for Sonic's 16th birthday. The whole issue is framed around this city-wide celebration, with Sonic laying low as to not ruin the surprise. However, a sudden meteor shower hits Mobotropolis and Sonic saves the day by rescuing a bunch of civilians. The perfect entrance for a crazy birthday party, as expected of Sonic the Hedgehog. Except, no, this party isn't for Sonic at all. It's for Sally's long-lost brother, Prince Elias. That was who the king had Jeffrey create a secret service to find. What a revelation! What an amazing reveal! I mean, I like Sonic and think he's cool or whatever, but I gotta agree with Max. This is way more important to focus on. The main comic doesn't even show us finding him either. Now you gotta read a spinoff for that, but like I said before, I'm starting to think the Sonic comic is the real spinoff. And as if to add insult to injury, the final page smash cuts to Sonic having his birthday party with his friends and family. Sonic thought he'd been forgotten about there, but don't worry, buddy. This is your story, my dude. You get your page in the world's most way past cool comic. But you can't fool me, because I know that this comic would much rather be anywhere else than at this obligatory birthday bash. During the World Adventure, it felt like both Sonic and the comic set out to find themselves. And though I can't say Sonic was able to, let alone poor Tails, it definitely feels like the comic has. It's decided that this comic isn't about Sonic and his world bolstering each other. It's about the world undermining him, about other characters becoming more important. The World Adventure's over, and what a disappointing end it was. Alright then, I give. The comic isn't about Sonic or his friends anymore. Maybe it's time for me to just accept that. And if I'm gonna accept that, that means that I need to give these other ideas a chance. Might as well give it a shot, right? So what or who is this comic about now? Well, first, there's Jeffrey St. John. Now, he has been less of a walking turd since he stopped making out with teenagers, I'll give him that. Yeah, after that little encounter in Brave New World, Jeffrey has completely lost his lust for Sally, and it's much appreciated. But unfortunately, he's still a jerk, constantly bickering with Sonic, bringing out the worst in others because he's just that insecure and kinda worthless. However, the comic does attempt to give him a purpose here, a role. He's gonna bring together a secret service consisting of that guy, Hershey the Cat, Blue Espio, and Heavy and Bomb. So yeah, maybe this will be the new Freedom Fighters, a new group of characters I can get invested in, even if Jeffrey's right there. But they they aren't even given the chance to have proper personalities or a purpose themselves, because we only get 4 B stories with this group before they finally get to their big mission and do nothing. They are entirely inconsequential here, and the build-up for them ends up feeling the same way. And after this, the team's more or less done. Okay, so what else is there? Well, back in Sonic Live, there was a story where our boy Larry Lynx gathers up a bunch of side characters like Hamlin from the Jeffrey miniseries or this eagle guy from some place I can't remember anymore, and they save Sonic and Co. They're christened the Substitution Freedom Fighters. Oh, so this is our new freedom fighting group. Sure, what adventures are they gonna get up to? Wait, what? They're never used again? Guess no kid wrote in to see more of them. Oh, but here's an interesting idea. So in another set of B stories, Lupe and the Wolf Pack are heading back home and find some Overlander children. Despite some members of the pack not wanting anything to do with them, Lupe decides to take them in because she would hope that others would show a similar kindness to their cubs if they were in the same position. Cool, so we might be building on the wars between the Overlanders and the Mobians and going into some of the problems that arise from that, through showing this opportunity for connection and to break a cycle of hatred. Except that somehow isn't really the main focus by the end. Instead, this is ultimately framed as a general responsibility, and other Wolfpack members only push back on taking care of them because it's not their job and they're already too busy. That might not sound like a huge distinction, but I assure you, the story simply doesn't lean into the obvious interesting side of this. Like, there really isn't much distrust in the children due to them being Overlanders, outside of this one guy. So the story ends up being far less related to the main story's concepts and themes than it initially appears. It's weird. And as for the 2 Overlander girls here, Athena and Ariel, yeah, not getting much from them either as far as personality goes. Same goes for these new wolf people and Lupe too, actually. I just don't get it. All these new faces and teams, and yet the comic can't even be bothered to give them a good first impression. Remember when Nagus initially showed up? Well, he actually came with 2 minions named Uma and Kodos, and I didn't mention them because they did nothing of note during that fight before getting turned into crystals, hauled away, turned back to normal, only to then try to kill Nate Morgan, fail horrendously, and finally end up stealing Sonic's plane. Which, by the way, had the body of Crocbot in it from the World Adventure arc, which Sonic points out. But we forget to follow up on that. Speaking of dropped characters though, I wonder what happened to that giant panda-looking guy who we saw before with Nagus. I feel like he could have helped Nagus at some point. I mean, he seemed pretty strong, so you'd think Nagus would bring him, but yeah, we dropped him too. Oh, what the heck? Drago's back? The protagonist of Archie Drago's endgame storyline? What you doing, buddy? Who are all your friends? Oh, right, this is the Fearsome Foursome from the Battle Royale special. Didn't mention them because, honestly, they didn't make much of an impression. At least not a good one. And, oh my gosh, is that Sleuth Doggy Dog? So yeah, we've been checking in with this ragtag team of villains for a while now. They've actually been getting plenty of focus in the main narrative and become this sort of looming threat. Not only that, but they're being led by Snively with this funny business about him falling into leadership by pure chance. And yeah, okay, yeah, I'm with you. Let's see where this goes. They've captured Nate Morgan and we're even able to get the jump on our heroes, so it seems like this is coming to a head. But, the very next issue, everyone but Snively, Kodos, and Uma gets arrested again. And not in some big fight, but in the background of 4 panels where they aren't even the focus. We've been building them up since issue 62. All right, this is getting stupid. I already had trouble accepting that the main characters weren't actually the main characters, but now, even when I do my best to accept these other characters, it's like this comic doesn't care about them either. The same goes for the conflicts here too. Like, remember the tensions between Robians and Mobians? Yeah, we never return to that. How about moments like this, where Mobians treat Nate Morgan poorly because he's an Overlander? It could feed into the larger themes of the comic, you know, Robians versus Mobians, Mobians versus Overlanders, but same thing here. There's no commitment. We don't come back to it. And because of that, it just feels flimsy. Really, we're throwing crap at the wall and seeing if anything magically sticks, but it's so cheap to me. I mean, if the comic itself can't even commit to these characters, why should I be expected to? And why did it even choose to change focus in the first place? All right, well, who else is there then? Wait, what's that sound? Is that something good? Something way past cool? Yeah, it actually kinda is, because this is Prince Elias Acorn. As mentioned before, Prince Elias was found during Stinkbutt's mission, who they procured along with Sally's mother, Queen Alicia. How these two went missing and all the details of their recovery isn't the focus right now, because that's in the Knuckles comic. At the moment though, all you need to know about Alicia is what the comic clearly wants you to know. Thanks, Stephen Butler. And as for Elias, well, this man is the realest guy in this whole series, because Elias hates this comic. He spends nearly every moment on the page looking for a way out or begging someone to help him escape so he can go back to having fun adventures. Oh, my Aurora, preach! He's also the first character in a long time to actually get a solid scene with a genuine bit of heart to it. See, Elias feels alienated from his sister because, in all the chaos of his return and the announcement that he will become the new king, he hasn't had a chance to properly meet with her and just take in that he has a sister. So as a way to break the tension, he instead says what's on his heart to Nicole, asking her to tell Sally how he feels. It's a genuinely nice scene with some emotional subtext. Wow, I'm starting to feel better. Okay, what's next on... This comic is gonna kill me. Remember back in Endgame when Robotnik shot the Ultimate Annihilator into Knothole? While it didn't destroy it, it actually put the village 3 hours into the future. And I haven't mentioned this because it's meant nothing for 20 issues, but now it's time to resolve this plot point. That's not all though, since a satellite above Mobius has shot a beam into Knothole, and if the beam continues, the time displacement will shatter and the world will be destroyed. So now, with the power of the Super Emerald courtesy of Nate Morgan, Sonic must run around the planet a bunch of times, which will cause the beam to absorb into the Super Emerald instead, saving everyone. If that all sounds like gibberish, don't worry, because even I'm not sure what the plot actually is. Why? Well, that's simple. The issue is structured backwards. So what, you might say? Just read it from back to front then, idiot. Oh, okay. Let's try that, smarty pants. Starting on the last 2 pages, we get a spread of the satellite firing. However, the next page shows the satellite charging. So actually what you were supposed to do is start on the 3rd to last page, then read the final 2 pages, then jump to the 4th to last page. So it's not about individual pages, but sections, with each new section denoted by a blank minutes earlier box. Oh, okay, we've got this now. But, some pages also have backwards text. So unless you can read backwards, you better grab a mirror. This doesn't even account for the fact that we're still dealing with Archie Sonic here. So there's text everywhere. And yes, it's still really bad. But this is all assuming you even figured this out in the first place. Sure, I could tell the issue was being structured backwards, but it wasn't immediately clear that I was supposed to start from the final page because Sonic says that he'll explain how he got here. So it seemed like the comic wanted me to read it like normal and that it would be as simple as following the logic of the story to know where I'm at in the timeline. But did you hear the plot synopsis earlier? I still don't know what's happening. I'm too stupid. And heck, maybe that was the intended way to read it. I don't know. I don't know what the comic wants from me. Reading this issue felt like getting a frontal lobotomy, and I know because that's how I got this done. Every page is just another jab of the ice pick. And what was it all for? What did we accomplish? Well, this whole issue was just to explain how Sonic got green eyes and buckles on his shoes. And you know what? Maybe it's Sonic's turn. That's right, I'll do it. I'll kill you, Sonic. It's your turn to get crushed, Hog. Dear Aurora, Sally, I didn't see you there. Wait, no, Ken Penders killed you. You're supposed to be dead. Do I seem upset to you? If I do, I understand. But I've just run out of any good faith left in my bones. And I think there's a good chance you would too if you actually read issue after issue, experienced false start after false start, good idea after good idea getting butchered and ignored, and for what? For this? And why am I even reading it? All because some random guy on the internet told me to. Anyway, remember Rotor wanting to go see his parents and how he couldn't because he had important business? Yeah, turns out that important business was setting up TVs. I don't care if they imply he was doing something else. We don't see Rotor doing it. Or should I say, this guy. Holy cheese dust, is that the Cheeto Man? You know, who cares? I'm watching some TV. Thanks, this guy. Have fun finding your family or whatever.
K-Bot presents for the first and only time the illustrious biography of the world-renowned super scientist known to any nitwit with half a brain cell as Dr. Robotic, the greatest overlander who ever lived.
Is it really time already? The comic has already spent nearly 2 years of its run on this. Wow, yeah, he's really back. He's back! To me, this is nothing short of the comic proving that it couldn't do it. It couldn't come up with new ideas, couldn't define itself in an interesting way, couldn't make me care, couldn't. When push came to shove, it just gave up and reset the status quo. I hate this idea, no matter how expected it was. Bringing back a dead character, especially after failing to do anything all that interesting in his absence. Come on. And when I say reset the status quo, I meant it. Robotnik's return forces our heroes to flee Mobotropolis and escape to Knothole Village, right back to where we started. Oh, and did I mention that the Robians all got captured by Robotnik and are under his control again? Great. Thanks for wasting my time. I want to make it clear that none of this vitriol is aimed at the creators behind the comic. From what I could gather from my time speaking with Ken Penders, it seemed like things were constantly down to the wire, which resulted in a lot of miscommunication between writers and editors and no doubt loads of other problems. However, none of that changes the fact that as a piece of entertainment, all I could think by the end of this crap was, wow, I sure hate this comic. On a first read, this was all I could feel towards Robotnik's return: exhaustion and frustration. I'd been burned so many times that any nuances of his reappearance were lost on me. Sure, there were some cool ideas here, but what good would it do me to care? Give it a bit and inevitably each one would be wasted or discarded. But that's the real twist. Because with hindsight and full context of where the series goes, I can now not only appreciate this narrative decision for what it is, but can say that it's a genuine highlight of the entire comic. See, ever since issue 62, we've been getting updates on these mysterious satellites orbiting Mobius. There are 8 in total, and each time one is activated, something crazy happens on the planet below. Whether that be a meteor shower on Sonic's birthday or the laser beam for the Green Eye story. All of this culminates in issue 72. Here, King Max gives a speech to the Kingdom of Acorn, letting them know that while the road's been rough, he's proud and thankful for everyone's hard work in preserving peace and restoring the kingdom. We get shots of our heroes, Sonic at home with his family and other civilians actually being able to live normal lives. To Max, this is the start of a new golden age of peace. And then, while it's a bit wordy, this Robotnik biography is genuinely chilling. We learn about his childhood, his jealousy of his brother, his great intellect that gave him an even greater ego, and how when his country was thrown into war, they called upon him to create weapons of destruction to defeat their furry adversaries. Until Robotnik's experiments had gone too far and he was forced to flee, leading to his rescue by the very people he would eventually enslave. Every step of Robotnik's life is painted from his perspective, with insults and cruel reminders toward his victims peppered throughout. And while all this is happening, our heroes are silent. All they can do is watch in horror as the program plays out. No one wants to believe this could be anything more than a cruel prank, but there's a real sense of unease as everyone tries to rationalize what they just saw. And the ending of this issue solidifies this, with Sonic telling his parents that from now on he's done pretending like they don't exist and is ready to be their son, to have a normal life with them. This culminates in Sonic giving his parents matching wedding bands for their anniversary, though in typical Sonic fashion they have to be magic ring bands, only the coolest for his family. However, thanks to Nicole, our heroes eventually discover the satellites, and something strange happens. Nicole tells the gang that the 8th and final satellite has just fired, right onto Knothole Village.
Hello? Is anybody here? Mom? Dad? Mom? Dad? Uncle Chuck? Mutsky? Come on, this isn't funny. This isn't funny.
It's absolutely insane how fast the comic improves during this section. It'd be one thing if it was just Robotnik that held up, but no, it's everyone. Sonic is going against the authority of Max and carving his own path in a way that makes him feel like a proactive and cool hero. Nate Morgan is actually really likable, providing his full support to Sonic's mission because he believes in him that much. Sally has some personality back in her, as she says with a smirk, "I'm going, Sonic, and that's my royal decree. You've already broken one given by my father, so don't push your luck." Heck, even Dulcie gets a moment to shine as she launches her heroes into space toward a confrontation with the big man himself. The art nails it here. There's so much scale to this encounter. The hits really hit. The expressions make Sonic's anger palpable. Everything looks so gritty, which lends this battle a more raw, visceral tilt. Stephen Butler is giving it his all and delivers one of the most richly dark Sonic stories to date, bolstered by the uncomfortable amounts of detail that he puts into these drawings. The biggest moment, though, when Robotnik is pushed into a stream of acid that disintegrates the flesh from his body, and as his skin boils and oozes down his face, a familiar metallic grin greets us. Robotnik. That's right, the same Robotnik who the old Doc met all the way back in issue 22 after he was seemingly destroyed by Eve. It seems our Robotnik's words of encouragement really stuck with his Robo counterpart. And after sending our Dimensions Doctor home, Robotnik found the power he needed by integrating his body with a piece of the giant Borg from issue 19, learning its location from his organic counterpart. And just like that, using its power, Robotnik would, well, I'll let him tell it.
I immediately set about devastating the face of that future Mobotropolis, including the royal family. I had eradicated my Sonic, while you had ridden yourself of your Robotnik. Thus, I traveled through time and space to fill the void left in both of our lives. The satellites were meant to test your prowess and lure you away from Mobotropolis.
Lure us away from home? Why do that?
Why?
From here, everything just goes to hell. Robotnik trots Sonic's family out like trophies. Snively frees our heroes because even he is against his robot uncle. The city is under attack, everyone's running and screaming, and Sonic has to race against the clock to save his family as the satellite prepares to self-destruct. Robotnik loves the struggle so much that he's even willing to just let them both die for the fun of it. Only to be revealed that, yes, just like how the Power Rings retained their free will before, Sonic's parents' wedding bands kept them from being brainwashed like the rest of the Robians, meaning that they can save their son and, wow, it's actually good. I'm feeling things? It's cool. As for Robotnik, well, his body perishes in the explosion, but he's accounted for this kind of thing before, hasn't he? In a secret sub-basement located 1/2 mile beneath the now abandoned corridors of the Castle Acorn, an assortment of robotic bodies lie dormant, each of them waiting to be filled with the spark of life. They actually did it? They took a trope I hate and this comic I hate, and they created something that's not only good, but maybe actually great. And a big part of that is that I lied to you earlier. Because aside from a brief reality-warping reappearance in a short gag story later on, the Dr. Robotnik we knew and loved is utterly, completely, permanently dead. And oh baby, the fact that Robotnik's return is directly tied back into our old Robotnik's encounter with him makes this twist even cooler, because it means that now there's this awesome through line, where despite the OG Robotnik being literally deceased, his will still lives on through another version of himself. His influence persisted in another dimension and other places our heroes have never seen, and through that, our old Robotnik in some small way is back to take what's his. It stops this moment from feeling as random as it probably should, because it all loops back into something we already saw and yet feels just as unexpected as it would to us as it does to our heroes. For something so small from our journey, something from so long ago, to become this important in such an effective way, it makes the comics world truly feel alive and interconnected. Time has passed, and now, for better or for worse, the past has come back to haunt us. Sure, there's still a bit too much dialogue here and there, and some of the minor details of this twist don't make perfect sense. Like these two Robotniks apparently being the same person despite having different backstories, which leads to this funny business about him being Robotnik Mach 2. But that doesn't really matter at all, because the heart's there, and the craziness and absurdity is back. I love that going forward, characters will switch between calling him Eggman or Robotnik, with the older generation usually sticking to the latter. It's such a great attention to detail, and shows that our heroes haven't forgotten the true terror of their adversary, even if they found a fun insult to ease the pain. I love how this twist parallels Sonic's feelings of aimlessness without having a proper villain, and morphs it into this deeply disturbing motivation for our new Robotnik. I love the payoff to Sonic wanting to be with his parents, how they were taken away from him the moment he wanted to finally be in their lives, only for his connection with them to actually save them all. I love that Robotnik actually feels like a new character. He's more bloodthirsty than the old one. It really feels like killing his Sonic changed him, like that taste of victory consumed his every thought, gave him a high that he couldn't find anywhere else, no matter how much 10W40 he guzzled down. He's this creature that can bend and contort his body in such unnatural ways. It's genuinely creepy to even look at this guy sometimes. While Robotnik may have felt like a monster, this Robo-Robotnik, or Dr. Eggman, acts more like a demon, literally possessing as many bodies and as many roles as it takes to fulfill his unquenchable desire for war and suffering, all while still keeping his comedic tinge through his newer and more bombastic design. This way, this plot beat isn't simply aesthetic. This Robotnik feels genuinely new and different, and that makes this feel more like an expansion than a reset button. Everything about this guy clicks, and just like before, he remains a consistent joy to watch in every single issue. I hope Tammy's proud. I know I sure am. But this isn't just about Eggman. This is about the whole comic falling into place around him. It's like Eggman is the scaffolding that lets the building stand strong. For example, Max. Most of the time, I've found this guy unnecessarily frustrating and obnoxious, and yet, suddenly, he's kind of okay. Like he's helping out and respecting our freedom-fighting friends, reinstating the group, and broing it out with Sonic, since he respects his independent spirit. Plus, the heroes immediately have a concrete goal, where they need to stop Eggman from accessing the old Robotnik's files, which would include Knothole's location. This leads to some creative action, charming character interactions, and this surprisingly fun, uneasy alliance with Snively. And while our heroes do manage to stop Eggman from learning where Knothole is, he still represents a problem. Because though Sonic's parents have retained their free will due to the Power Rings, the other Robians are under Eggman's control, including Uncle Chuck. So now, a more serious, thoughtful Sonic needs to deal with the grief of packing up Chuck's stuff, with the fact that he got his purpose back, but at what cost? It helps that Sonic is also just his charming, cocky self again. Take this little interaction after Max has knighted Sonic. At first, Bunny and Antoine congratulate him, but then Sonic half-jokingly tells them to call him Sir Sonic. Tails cheers, Ant gets mildly annoyed, and Sally bemoans that she warned Dad this would happen. It might seem small, but these little interactions between characters, they're the reason I liked this comic in the first place and why it was fun. Heck, even Jeffrey is being a cool guy about it. Are you okay, dude? Am I okay? Wow, it's crazy to me how the moment Robotnik returns, the comic gets its act together. What these creators were able to do here is genuinely impressive, and that deserves to be celebrated. Sure, we've lost that really fascinating premise of a post-Robotnik world, which kinda sucks, but I'll take that if it means that these characters I enjoyed can find new life and new stories within this older framework. On the other hand, as I mentioned before, I couldn't appreciate this story decision when I first read it. The comic had lost all of my goodwill, and I'm sure that there are others who felt the same way, and how many of those people would have pushed forward, and then how many of them would have reread this. Yeah, the barrier for enjoyment here is, it's really high. But Eggman's gonna remain a consistent joy to read for the rest of the comic's run. My man is sticking around this time, and that right there is pretty darn promising. There's hope, and that makes me feel Y2K okay, baby, like issue 78 says. This is a new beginning. Again. Really though, am I ready to be that positive about this? I mean, I've flipped and I've flopped back and forth on this story, going, well, this seems good and this seems bad, over and over again, getting my hopes up about something that doesn't seem like it's ever going to pan out to be something great holistically. So, yeah, I mean, I promised a guy I'd read it, but is that really worth it? Maybe I should tell him that. Ah! As an adaptation, the Archie Sonic comics have had it pretty easy. At its own discretion, it could be whimsical and silly or deathly serious. It could pull from or expand on any game character it liked with seemingly little oversight. And anytime a new Sonic game came out, well, just toss it into a one-shot special so we can keep the main comic moving. They could basically do anything, with the comic's radical recontextualization of Dr. Eggman being the clearest example. The world of Mobius was truly their own. And I kinda dig it now. In fact, when Eggman came back, that's when the comic finally started to get its act together, and I had to know what new and crazy adventures our heroes would get up to. So without further ado, let's juice and what the? Is that thunder? Rain and lightning? Oh no. No, not now, no. When Sonic Team made the big boy leap into the third dimension with Sonic Adventure, the Archie Sonic comics' ability to practically ignore the games seemed to change, at least in part. With a more involved narrative, the Archie Sonic writers were tasked with directly adapting a game story that had to go far beyond a single issue to tell its tale. Actually, it needed 7 issues to be precise. And frankly, it came at a completely inopportune time in the comic's own narrative. I mean, Uncle Chuck has been captured, there's these mysterious spacecrafts headed towards the planet, but you know what? It's hard to blame either Sega or Archie in this case, so I won't get my Sonic jammies in a twist about it. After all, this Sonic adventure is a big deal, so it makes sense that both parties would obviously pull out all the stops to ensure it can be as polished as possible. Right? Well, there's a problem here. Sega is... well, they're Sega, which means that this was done in the most inconvenient way possible for the comic staff, because Sonic Adventure released in English on September 9th, 1999. Meanwhile, the first issue of the Sonic Adventure tie-in comic released in November 1999. At first, that might not sound like a problem, though. I mean, didn't that give them a couple months to get scripts ready? Well, no, it didn't, since these scripts are frequently written many months in advance. So if these adventure tie-in issues were written ahead of time, then that means that the writers probably didn't have an English copy of the game to work with. So surely Sega gave them a detailed rundown of the story, right?
Sega never gave us anything to work with. Anything I got from the games, I had to dig up myself. Like Sonic Adventure, the adaptation. Patrick Speziente, the cover artist, he managed to get hold of a copy of the game from Japan. It was all in Japanese. So he played the game just to give us a raw idea of the plot. That's all we had to work with. I don't know how well I did, but I did the best I could.
Yeah, that's right. The comic staff just had to figure out how to adapt the game with Spaz's personal Japanese copy as their main reference. Heck, the comic itself tells you this. There's a whole page by the editor going over the trials and tribulations of adapting Adventure, and honestly, it reads like a cry for help. These poor people. Honestly, what did Sega expect? Were they supposed to get the plot by going off the commercials or something? Through osmosis, consult the ancient walkers for guidance? This probably explains a bunch of these moments where the lettering is suddenly different. These were likely last-minute changes, done in an attempt to make things fall more in line with the game's dialogue. And even without Sega leaving them hanging out to dry, this adaptation already would have presented a huge challenge. Because as should probably be clear by now, the world of Archie Sonic is not the world of the games. At all. And we've got all these other original characters to deal with. So how on earth, how in Mobius, were the creators supposed to connect the two? Well, to their credit, they actually did a pretty darn good job. See, the overarching narrative remains the same as the game, with Eggman releasing Chaos, the god of destruction, upon Station Square. Now it's up to Sonic and his friends to not only stop the Doctor's new pawn, but maybe even save it from its centuries of pain and sorrow, preferably through kicking its butt. Thanks to some awesome art by Stephen Butler, there's this extra spectacle added to so many of these iconic moments, especially the fight with Perfect Chaos. If nothing else, I can at least recommend skimming this arc for that alone. As far as the original material goes, I gotta say that I really appreciate how a lot of it is handled here. For example, the introduction of Station Square, or the Hidden City of Ancients. Here, Station Square is actually a secret underground civilization complete with an artificial sky and weather system. Just as well, the people living here go by humans rather than overlanders. Where Robotnik was always clearly a human of sorts in the games, I'm sure it was still rather surprising for some kids back in the day to see Sonic interacting with more realistic looking people. So it's cool to see that reflected in the comic, with Sonic and his friends being a spectacle to the people of Station Square, which leads to some fun antics and the start of a new partnership with the Kingdom of Acorn. Sometimes messy execution aside, it's pretty admirable how the comic consistently refuses to simply throw in new concepts from the games without finding some in-universe justification for their existence. As for other neat stuff, well, where in the original game you had to fight Chaos 4 3 separate times with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles individually, the comic has them fight the monster all at once. That was kind of the narrative context of the game anyway, so the comic gets to lean into that through this cool team-up attack. Definitely an improvement there, and we even get to see a comic original form of Chaos, which is a great and very natural way to build upon the game. Speaking of the beast itself, in this continuity, it's from this dark Chaos Emerald looking thing rather than the Master Emerald, which is just because in the comics the Master Emerald was created under different circumstances, but that's a tale for another time. However, without a doubt, the coolest example of the comic going above and beyond the game it's adapting is its use of the hidden Metal Sonic located in Eggman's base in Adventure 1. This random background element that was a source of so much fan speculation was repurposed in a later issue as a final gambit against Station Square by Eggman during the Freedom Fighters going away party. It gets goofy one-liners and puts up a wacky and fun fight against Sonic, eventually being reprogrammed by Nate Morgan to protect Station Square from any future attacks by the Doctor. A pretty darn deep cut, and a really cool way to show the fans of the game that they care, or at the very least that they were as fascinated by the sick design as many fans were. On the character side of things, we have Big, everyone's favorite guy. He's still looking for Froggy after he's captured by Gamma. However, something's different. While Big still comes across as a fairly dopey dude, he has something dwelling inside him. A hunger. A rage.
No one takes my buddy if they know what's good for them. Since that bucket of bolts probably doesn't know any better, I guess I'll have to go show him what's what.
Yeah, Big, you tell him. It helps that this adaptation has other moments like this too, where characters just go buck wild and say some weird things.
If it's a matter of my dead carcass or yours, here's a clue. It ain't me that's going down.
Yeah, you tell him about carcasses, Sonic. Another positive is that we generally hold off from having too much in-your-face narration, and yeah, this is just a fine enough, fun little adaptation. That means it can sometimes get bland or feel like it's going through the motions, but considering the condition in which it was made, I respect what the creators managed to do here. And hey, at least it goes out with a bang, as we get to my favorite part of this adaptation, the battle with Perfect Chaos. In the game, I always found it slightly disappointing that despite having each of these individual narratives, everyone other than Sonic winds up standing on the sidelines cheering, instead of playing a more active part in defeating the final boss. The comic doesn't entirely fix this, most of the characters still don't have that much to do, even if I like how the Freedom Fighters are saving civilians during Perfect Chaos's initial attack. Well, most of them. Wump. Instead, we have two heroes to save the day. Sonic, of course, and best of all, my main man, Knuckles the Echidna. Here, Super Sonic is having a tough time keeping Perfect Chaos still long enough to deliver the final blow, and so a plan is put in place. Sonic needs to lead the beast to a power plant where he'll use the electricity to stun it. However, the generator is disconnected, with an important piece submerged underwater. Time is ticking, and it seems like we aren't gonna make it, but then Knuckles arrives and puts it perfectly. Who else is gonna do it? There's nobody but me. It's really good and a wonderful reminder that no matter how strong our true blue hero becomes, you can never count out Rad Red. In the end, the day is saved and our two heroes part ways with a smile. Man, it feels nice seeing how far these two have come from hot-headed rivals to just good buddies. I've really missed their dynamic. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, yeah, we haven't seen much of these two together in a long time. Used to be you couldn't go 10 issues without a Knuckles crossover event or some B stories focused on him scattered throughout. I guess all that really has just gone to his miniseries, huh? And it kind of makes me wonder, hey, what has Knuckles been up to? Don't say anything too crazy. However, while there are additions like this, some things have been removed. For example, Tails' story of self-affirmation is cut entirely, Gamma vanishes after his battle with Sonic on the egg carrier, and Amy isn't even able to get her story off the ground before being kidnapped by Zero. They even cut her speech with Gamma. Considering Gamma was easily my favorite part of Adventure's story, I guess I can understand someone being upset about that. But it was pretty tangential to the main plot, so I can see why it would have been cut for time. Never mind the fact that the writers didn't have a script to work with, so yeah, who even knows how much they understood Gamma's stuff. Meanwhile, Tails' story is one of those things I think the comic benefits from handling in its own way, considering that Tails and Sonic have all this added comic-only context to their relationship. So I'd honestly rather have the comic develop that on its own terms. But then there's Amy. You may have noticed that she now has her adventure design and therefore looks much older than her little Rosie the Rascal appearance. With Sonic's redesign, they very easily could have gotten away with just changing how he looks without all the previously mentioned convoluted nonsense. I mean, they did just that with Tails and Knuckles. However, Amy's change isn't quite as simple. To me, she looks decidedly older and more mature in Adventure, and that makes this harder to work around. And this is where some strange stuff starts to slip into the mix. See, in the issues leading up to Adventure, Sally's mother Alicia is in a frightening state. She's within a cryotube, and if it turns off, she will die. Considering that there's only enough power left to keep it running for a single week, things aren't looking so hot for our favorite acorn mommy. Of course, King Max is upset about this, and so is Prince Elias, when he overhears his dad and Dr. Quack talking about her condition. However, Elias is able to come up with a plan. Back in the World Adventure arc, they collected a super powerful ring of acorn that can apparently grant wishes to someone pure of heart, meaning that Elias will be able to save his mother. So he rushes toward the ring, his only hope, and his mother's salvation, only to find that it's already been used by Amy Rose. So what did Amy need it for exactly? Well, after being told by the freedom fighters that she was too young to go on missions, she found the ring and used it to get older. Yep, this is the way the writers get Amy into her adventure design. Do we acknowledge that she took this ring from someone who's gonna probably die without it? Not really, beyond a single panel of Elias looking pretty darn upset. How about the fact that Amy is still mentally a child? Yeah, Nate Morgan and Sonic are the only ones who really bring that up, and it doesn't lead anywhere. It just happened because the writers needed to find some way to get Amy to look like she was older, so I guess they came up with... Yeah. To me, this is pretty clearly the comic getting pushed into a corner and rushed to come up with a solution. The type of thing that happens when you don't give your writer a script for the game they're supposed to adapt, when they're attempting to piece all this crap together at the last minute. So am I annoyed with the writers for this? No. And as far as the insane implications, well, Amy was hardly even on screen at this point, let alone a character. She's just a little kid and didn't really seem to know better either, so I'm more than willing to just chuck this under more Archie absurdity. After all, to quote Sonic Adventure, it doesn't matter. Even if this is a bit stranger than usual, even for this comic. And that's the thing though. This isn't some isolated incident, some little thing that just happens. This is a sign of things to come. A sign that things are about to get a whole lot stranger. Hello class, and welcome to the first lecture of Mobius 101, where we'll be going through the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic in all its glorious depth and beauty. I hope you're all as revved up and ready to go as I am, and worry not, we'll be diving knee deep into the hog soon enough. But first, what better place is there to start than with some fun facts? First off, I want you to take a look at this. The image on the left is from Sad AM, while on the right we have Archie. But Sally, she looks different. On the right, she's more pink. Meanwhile, Rotor is named Boomer. And you might look at this and go, am I going nuts? Well, no, you've actually never been more sane. See, here is Pink Sally in Sad AM on the left, but this is from the pilot episode. After that, design changes were made. Meanwhile, Rotor was originally named Boomer in the design documents, and bonus fact, Antoine's last name in the script was Ducoulette before it was changed to something worse. Archie knew what to do though, and they kept the better name, staying truer to the source than the source itself. Speaking of citing your sources though, here's a little something for all my fellow May fans. We can keep having fun. Ignore that sign, obviously. Not really, it's actually testable material. See, many kids think this is from Archie, but it's not. It's from Sonic's Shoes Blues, one of my favorite bedtime stories. Just soak that in. Anyway, next fact. This was originally scrapped, but in Sonic Archives 5, it came to us. Everything old is new again. Look at it. The Universe Salamander is back. Rotor is packing new and improved heat. And you know what, kids? I think I might be too. Wow, it's so fun. And I can't help but wish it could always be like this. But it can't. Things change. All right, change is inevitable.
And as Nicole is sure to tell us, things are about to get more complex. And honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to keep you kids all safe.
Back in the day, the Archie Sonic comics began as a comedy, a gag story driven by one-off conflicts and silly shenanigans. But we've moved pretty far from those days, haven't we? Things have been a whole lot more plot-driven, for better or worse, with a lot of serious stuff happening. However, with the return of Robotnik came the resetting of the status quo, of the battle between the heroes and their villain. But it isn't only the plot that's reset. In some ways, the tone has returned to the olden days as well, because the comedy is back. Silly wordplay, Sonic's snappy personality, and various goofy conflicts that become greater than the sum of their parts due to the sheer variety of it all are once again the focus. And I found myself having far more fun with the comic than I expected. For example, you've got Sonic punishing this genie guy for stealing his speed by tossing him into a lake and trapping him for all of eternity. You've got Eggman putting his consciousness into this ridiculous-looking robot, talking about how he should have baked a cake or something, and swatting at Sonic with his stupid arm only for this to happen.
Stop! My arm is killing me!
Well, your face is killing me, but you don't see me complaining. Now say, ah! Hasta la vista, mister. And speaking of the Doctor, we actually get a story about the old Robotnik coming back to life, and then crashing at Sonic's place for an entire week. That's right, the man who tormented and tortured Sonic and Co. for years is now an obnoxious roommate. Eventually, Robotnik wants to go and meet Eggman, talking about how he must face himself and how he wants to work with our heroes going forward. What do they think? Whatever. Go fish. As it turns out, this was all a plot by the two Doctors to capture the Freedom Fighters. But they also knew this was coming and simply used it as an excuse to destroy the machine that brought Robotnik back in the first place. But okay, now we have two Robotniks to deal with, right? Wrong, because the Freedom Fighters also knew that Robotnik's new body was unstable and just didn't tell him because they were waiting for him to eventually die. Oops. And we never see him again.
We fear the worst. It's up to you to find her and complete the mission. Stop Robotnik.
Why didn't you call us in the first place?
Oh, please forgive me. What was I thinking? I should have known better.
Dude, chill.
Let's see if this sort of acorns could actually restore Mobian free will. Ah, useless! It's useless! My precious combot's incinerated in vain! I'll make Sonic pay for this by striking down his beloved uncle. Bah! It's ungratifying if he isn't here to see me do it. I'm bored. These drop-top limo drives always get me in an assassination frame of mind.
Wait, was that a joke about JFK? Yeah, that's right. This isn't the same tone as the gag era. There, the comedy was a lot more lighthearted, leaned towards slapstick and punny jokes. Even Robotnik was relatively tame. Now things are different. Our new, crueler version of Eggman has seemingly infected the rest of the comic with his morbid sense of humor. Some of this is relatively benign, like wordplay based on swearing, but other times characters are treated with such inane cruelty that the cruelty itself becomes a sort of twisted joke. And some story endings are so contrary to typical hopeful themes that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. While some of this seems intentionally funny, there were other times where I wasn't certain. And really, this almost feels like a dark comedy. This shift can be felt all over this section, but let's start from the beginning with the era's first two-parter, Heart of the Hedgehog, a story where Metal Sonic returns to defeat Sonic. He kidnaps Tails, places him in a volcano, and challenges Sonic to get to him before it erupts and kills his best buddy. Metal Sonic has some banger lines like, "Have a good trip, Sonic. Don't forget to die. Grow up, Tails. It's a cruel world. I'm listening to your moans of pain and thoroughly enjoying them." However, this story actually uses Sonic and Tails quite effectively, with a structure that complements this conflict. See, we begin with Tails feeling inadequate because he can't keep up with Sonic. Sonic, being the swell fellow he is, encourages Tails, telling him that this is all part of training. He needs to learn, and that's okay. So we're getting a little likable snapshot of their relationship. But this also serves to build up Tails' success later in the issue. After all, Metal Sonic beats Sonic, and all that Sonic can do is try to talk him out of killing Tails. He tells him that all the power in the world doesn't mean anything if he's closed off from his feelings, from friends and the joy of being alive. Unfortunately, this doesn't convince Metal Sonic. As such, all Sonic can do is tell Tails to run away, but Tails refuses. Even if it means dying, he'll stay with Sonic. Suddenly, this act of hopeless self-sacrifice, of friendship, convinces Metal Sonic that his organic counterpart was right. This way, Tails has succeeded where Sonic couldn't, has put his words into action, and his arc in the story is realized. Now you might be looking at this and thinking, okay, but why do you think this is a dark comedy? This doesn't sound that funny. Well, there are a couple things that get me giggling here. First, the art is incredibly silly. I mean, just look at Tails. Look at him. He's not doing good. Then you've got Sonic talking about the possibility of metal having some robotic soul and it should mean something to me, but look at his face. There's this constant clash between the serious nature of the story and the art depicting it, and honestly, I love it. It takes what could have been a fairly okay-if Rush tale and turns it into this strange, tragic comedy. And that tragic element is the other side of this comedic coin, because Metal Sonic doesn't just kind of become a better person or start reconsidering things. No, at the flip of a switch, in one panel, my man is willing to die for them. And the way Metal Sonic goes out too, where as he's melting away, he tells Sonic and Tails to not worry about leaving him to die because after all, he's just a robot, a powerful, unfeeling robot. Wow, it's so violently tragic out of nowhere. But this story has nothing on Against the Haunted Past. Here we explore Monkey Kong's, you guessed it, haunted past. Immediately, it's clear that Monkey Kong doesn't quite fit in with his village. The rest of them are pacifists, but he likes to fight, and he's good at it too. However, his father gives him some sage advice.
There's no conflict that cannot be resolved through communication and reason.
Wow, wise words from a wise man. Except that right after he utters those words, Robotnik swoops in, kidnaps everyone, experiments on them, and kills each and every one other than Monkey Kong, who he, as we know, mutilated and tortured to transform into a cyborg. Folks, I was in disbelief. Just, wow. It seems that the village's ideas were too weak. They were wrong. Not all conflicts can be solved through communication and reason, I guess. Sometimes you should fight, and sometimes even that isn't enough. As at the end of the story, it's revealed that Eggman has roboticized another helpless village, leaving Monkey Kong the sole survivor of another ghost town. Wow. Monkey Kong's life feels like one big, tragic joke. And this poor guy is the punchline. The unexpected message, the suddenness of their deaths, the art, all of it comes together to create a story that makes me laugh at it even if I feel like I shouldn't. But you know what? There might be an even better one. Crouching Hedgehog, Hidden Dragon. This time, Sonic is tasked with defeating the dragon named Zan, who has been terrorizing Station Square. Working together with the army, Sonic hunts down the dragon and learns that it's Dulcie's boyfriend. Yeah, that's right, Dulcie's back, one of the protagonists of Endgame. Wow, how are we going to treat the return of this character? Well, Dulcie has been abused by her boyfriend. Yeah, Sonic Comic is tackling this. Dulcie even has a moment where she talks about her complicated relationship with Zan to her friends. Zan loves me. Then why does he hit you?
In your face, dragon breath!
Maybe it's my fault. Don't go there, gal. You know you're beautiful, don't you? You can't stay with Zan.
Did you set the explosives?
You bet, Haunch!
Boom! Okay. Why am I laughing at this? Well, first off, this is the Sonic comic. Even though I'm not the sort of guy who thinks anything is inherently off limits for this story, this is truly bizarre. Like the whole time I'm reading it, I'm looking at the art and the characters and going, how did we get here? How did this get through production and happen? Honestly, it would be a lot easier to take seriously if the comic committed to it a bit more. Instead, this instance of abuse is simply treated like a little spice that's thrown on top of this otherwise simple, silly story, as we follow Sonic's goofy antics, reminding us that this comic is both a silly action romp and that we're fighting a dumb red dragon who's helping us explore abuse. Actually, you know what? I don't know what Sonic's deal is in this issue, but he is hilarious. The moment Sonic sees that he'll be working with this group of soldiers he beat up a few issues back, he just starts laughing right in their faces, only for Sally to cover for him by saying that it's custom to laugh at one's allies in their culture. My dude is sitting in the copter asking if anyone likes action movies. He starts singing on their way to execute Zan. What is going on? He doesn't give a crap. It really captures a feeling you don't see often in fiction. You know, when you go to a friend's house and they're in a real weird mood for some reason, maybe even arguing with their parents a bit, and it gets awkward because they aren't normally like this. Yeah, remember that? Maybe that's just me. Anyway, what the heck was I talking about? Oh yeah, at the end of the story, we catch up with what happened to the fire-breathing beast as the freedom fighters stand over Zan's grave, silhouetted by the night sky, and we end on the line. Guess it all worked out in the end. Okay, sure, but hear me out. Did it really? Keep in mind that though Zan was a filthy abuser, we also learn in this issue that Station Square was just kind of destroying his home for military tests because they could, I guess. And now they'll be able to use all this land to continue testing weapons with no one to stand in their way. Who knows how many innocent creatures will fall in their wake? Is Sonic okay with this? Who knows, man. Oh, and by the way, Dulcie's gone now. She won't return for actual years of real-world publishing time, and even when she does, we don't follow up on her feelings or this story. In fact, there, we get a joke about her abuse, so what am I supposed to take from this? That's also actually the last time we see her in the rest of the comic. This is her send-off? What is happening? But then I remember. I don't know. I don't care. It's funny and it doesn't matter. However, all of this pales in comparison to what I like to call the Overlander saga. This is an arc that spans 10 stories and many months of real-world time. And while this section is less focused on the comic's twisted sense of humor, though it's still there, it is the perfect example of the comic's unrelenting, manic tone. We begin with the Wrath of Khan. Here, some of the Overlanders have returned from a space expedition. Since they still believe that these animal fellows are dangerous, they go to Eggman, thinking that he'll keep them safe. You can't really blame them either, since Monkey Khan swoops in and starts being a psycho, and he's attacking people because he's a bit bummed out about the whole Dead Village thing. However, Sonic, being the hero, being a swell guy, he still wants to save them. Some of the dialogue in this issue is a real treat, and I say that without a hint of sarcasm. This comic is getting really funny. Yo, you gotta chill, dude. You're like freaking everybody out big time.
Can a sun cease the inferno that rages in its very heart?
Guess not. Can it at least quit with the corny dialogue? No, Sonic! Let the monkey man cook! I need more. Oh yeah, Sonic has also apparently had enough of Pokemon, but you don't see him complaining. We could all learn a thing or two from him. Then we cap it off with this full page of Sonic yelling, "Con!" I mean, look at it. Look at her. And her. Look at him. Look at this. This is art. Also, Monkey Khan just takes off after the scuffle. Guess the inferno of rage within him subsided somewhat. Actually, that's the last time any of these writers are going to use him. He's just gone, which, to be honest, is a little disappointing. They could have done a lot more with... Oh, sorry. Almost forgot. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the other through line in this Overlander saga section is the Sword of Acorn, mainly its ability to reinstate Robian free will. When Sonic learns this, he steals it in an attempt to free the Robians and his Uncle Chuck in Robotropolis, but ultimately, he loses it. From here, Sonic realizes that he's really messed things up. As punishment, he loses knighthood and a lot of his freedoms. In fact, he's about to receive the harshest punishment he could ever imagine, to face the scariest place of all. Public school. Yeah, that's right. As Eggman tricks these Overlanders into entering Robotropolis and begins performing terrible experiments on them, Sonic is just stuck in public school. But this school section is among the comic's funniest stories. Sonic's pure hatred of sitting in the classroom, getting to see all these dorky outfits, combined with Tails poking fun at Sonic's love for Princess Sally and the art. Oh, baby, the art.
Uh-oh, where's my book bag? Gotta find it fast. This doesn't make any sense. I've retraced my footsteps exactly, and there's no sign of... Aether? Where did you come from? You see my book bag?
Of course, the comic doesn't keep Sonic locked down for too long either. I mean, he's not the sort of guy who would just accept this state of affairs. For one, he still feels responsible for losing the Sword of Acorns and wants to get it back. But also, he's constantly concerned for the Overlanders trapped by Dr. Eggman, even though it seems like no one else really is. It makes Sonic actually feel like a hero who's looking out for others, even those who would deem him and his kind a threat. It's super likable. And so, like any good hero, Sonic dons this ninja outfit of sorts and disguises himself as the Sneak. Yes, Sonic, you are Demand Now, Hog.
Where's Sonic's mother?
Unfortunately, Jeffrey is also going into Robotropolis with a group of his own, and Sonic has to step in and protect them when things go wrong. What's also not helping is the Overlanders' absolute disgust for those filthy furries. And in the end, all our fuzzy friends and Jeffrey are captured. Oddly enough, though, the breakout is strangely easy. Almost like Eggman wasn't trying. And soon enough, Eggman's diabolical scheme is revealed to the reader. First of all, he's reprogrammed Heavy and Bomb while they were captured with Jeffrey's group. And he allowed them to escape so that they could be activated as sleeper agents to kill the royal family. And second, he's actually been releasing toxins into the air that will eventually kill all of the Overlanders unless they accept his robotic handshake, allowing him to turn his own people into a robot army, with the added benefit that if they refuse, the robotization process will leave them as lifeless statues. That's right, Eggman has upgraded his body with the terrifying power to roboticize anyone with a single touch. Overall, Eggman is truly keeping things interesting. Like, these issues genuinely flow together quite nicely, and the Doctor feels like a threat. There's this shockingly intense exchange between Eggman and this little girl named Hope, the original Robotnik's niece. She's one of the few who's had proper suspicions about Eggman and his intentions. As she tries to tell her family that something's wrong, Eggman comes in and roboticizes her dad right in front of her. She runs away, barely escaping into the city. Eggman then appears on massive screens overlooking his domain, mocking her as he roboticizes her grandmother too. Eggman can't even bring himself to hold a hostage. He'd much rather torture this poor little girl instead. After all, he knows he'll capture her eventually too. Regardless of if some of the art is poor, the dialogue is doing a ton of good work here, and honestly, I say the art is poor, but I kind of like it. In fact, I think I might love it. It's just so ridiculous and has granted every one of these stories this intrinsically comedic tone. Like, what's happening to the Overlanders should be through and through horrifying, and it is in some regards, but it's also just really goofy because we have these sketchy looking anime guys hanging out with Eggman and Snively, and boy oh boy, is this an engaging contrast. Speaking of, I love how much Snively and Eggman are actually a team now, throwing it out about being evil together. They even have some fun odd couple moments. It's really not what I'd expect from Snively either. I mean, Snively used to be a little okay. What happened? It's like everyone in this comic is okay with just killing everyone else now. Okay, maybe that's a little far though. But you know what I mean. It's funny is what I'm saying, but also deeply disturbing. This poor man is begging for his life. He has kids. And just as Eggman can't seem to care, I can't seem to stop laughing.
My native race. Oh, how I've missed you so much. Wait, I recognize that one. It's my brother Colin! Or rather, the previous Robotnik's brother Colin. I'm an alternate reality Eggman who roboticized my own Colin years ago, but that was there and not here, so I'll roboticize him too! I'll turn them all into my mechanical servants!
But then there are the dramatic moments between our furry friends. These bits of vulnerability that should land, but are just, wow. Here, the gang believes that Sally is dead after she's been driven off a cliff by Kodos. Don't worry if you forgot who he is, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the dialogue alone is fine enough, but then you look at their faces and... However, it's surprisingly not all bad. Like, look at this cool silhouetted shot. This seems appropriately weighty and dramatic. This way though, the comic never lets me get comfortable. As soon as I think I can simply laugh at everything that's happening or stop taking it seriously, there'll be moments like this that make me pause and go, oh, this is actually kind of good though. But then Sonic says he wasn't fast enough, and Rotor says that they were just too late and their expressions are so flat and lifeless, and it's right after Ant jabs a guy in the butt with his sword, and how am I supposed to feel about any of this?
So much for that Hallmark moment.
Anyway, regardless of all that though, Sally isn't actually dead because the recently retrieved Sword of Acorns saves her. After this, the Freedom Fighters swoop into Robotropolis, and Sally uses the sword to give the Robians back their free will. They escape, but only because Nate Morgan stays behind to lower Eggman's energy shield. And as Eggman reaches out to roboticize Nate, we know our time with this dear, dear friend is coming to an end. Except that I definitely don't care about Nate Morgan, to be honest, and he hasn't done anything that memorable in, well, since that fight with Ixis Nagus, really, and that wasn't a good kind of memorable, and now we're just disposing of him. Maybe I should be upset by that, but of course, I'm not. It doesn't matter. Regardless though, it's important to remember that even if I didn't like Nate Morgan, Sonic did, and our heroic hog still wants to save him. After all, if the sword worked on all these other folks, it should work on Nate Morgan too, along with all these other guys that were left behind. But here's the thing, even the sword can't restore their free will. As such, the best Sonic and Sally can do here is escape with the remaining flesh and blood Overlanders, and that's hardly a victory. They've all been poisoned, and leaving likely means death, or at least incredible illness. Yeah, Sonic and Sally fail spectacularly. So where do we go from here? How does Sonic plan to restore Nate Morgan's free will? Well, he doesn't think about it much. For many issues, he just moves on. I guess he's given up. Or maybe he's just trying not to think about his failures. For a while, it's hard to say, but the comic eventually wraps back around to the Save Nate Morgan plot with Station Square attacks, the issue that I believe perfectly defines what makes this section of the comic so unique. An issue that dares to ask, what does a talking blue hedgehog, a two-tailed fox, and 5 nuclear-armed missiles have in common? Well, true blue fans, turn the page to find out. So Station Square's defense system has gone out of control, and it's sending nuclear missiles at Robotropolis, and Station Square's got no way to stop this. Obviously, nuclear fallout spells doom for everyone, so Sonic and Tails rush to Eggman. They need him to shoot down these missiles before they strike. But of course, Eggman has another plan. He'll simply raise his energy shield and keep it up until everyone in Knothole is dead and the fallout has passed. So it seems like Sonic is screwed, right? No, wrong. Our way past coolest hog has other plans. He stalls just long enough for Tails to make it look like he sabotaged the shield, forcing Eggman to waste time trying to fix it, and then only being able to raise it once the missiles enter inside the barrier, meaning that the blast is contained within Robotropolis and kills Eggman and Snively. Mondo, ouch. Don't worry though, they come back. But wow, quite the victory for our heroes to even make a flashy getaway by running up one of the missiles. Way to go, guys. Wait, what's that? Oh, you're wondering about Nate Morgan. All the roboticized overlanders that Sonic wanted to save. The ones who were trapped inside Robotropolis. They're dead! Strip me naked and call me Sally, folks! They're actually dead! Sonic murdered them! His body count, how did the writers forget? The writers forgot? Did they forget? Did they not care? What happened? Why did he kill so many people? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Back in the World Adventure arc, there was one story that invoked a similar, if way more subdued, reaction from me. When Sonic left all those freedom fighters to fend for themselves against a horde of Robians in Sandblast City. Sure, those guys were jerks who wanted to imprison Sonic as their personal protector, but the way in which Sonic casually dismisses the idea of helping them when Tails brings it up is notable. Personally, I just found it funny, but it's clear that a good amount of Archie Sonic fans thought it was kind of problematic for his character being a hero and all. So in issue 70, an entire B story is dedicated to Sonic dreaming about how fans perceive him as this perfect hero. Eventually, he wakes up screaming and confides in Tails that he feels bad about what he did to Sandblast City. Those freedom fighters, they might have done wrong, but they were still freedom fighters, they were still innocent people. And what does this all mean for him morally? Can he really be considered a hero anymore? However, thanks to Tails' words of encouragement, he comes to the conclusion that, while he's not perfect, he usually tries to do good, and I guess that's what counts. Allowing Sonic to realize that he's okay with being gray? As much as this answer screams, I don't know what to tell you kids, it at least shows an intention to try and do right by the fans as far as Sonic's morality is concerned, to address things the writers may not have previously considered. But here, what Sonic does to all these people, it's just never brought up again. No one ever acknowledges that Nate Morgan obviously died here, and he does not come back. He's dead. Sonic definitively killed him. And maybe that's kind of for the best. How could you possibly rationalize this? Who knows? Maybe Sonic just forgot. He wasn't thinking about it. It was 4 a.m., dude. Have you ever tried to save the world without your sleep? All I know is that this story is absolutely surreal and absolutely hilarious. Alright kids, welcome back once again. Today we will be entering the zone together. What do I mean by that? Well, here we can see the protagonist of Archie Sonic Prime from the Prime Zone. And those zones that pop up, he's gonna get dragged on many wild adventures through them. There he'll encounter people who look familiar, but are in fact entirely different people. Like imagine there are other yous or me's out there. There could be one who's an astronaut, one who is a pilot, and one perhaps even who's a sad, pathetic YouTuber. Anyway, which zones might Sonic Prime be visiting? Well, the Sally Moon Zone, no doubt. Litigationopolis. Those more avid students might even recognize this because this is actually where Ken Penders took Archie comics. Oh look, Sonic Prime's about to get a kiss. And you know who I want a kiss from? That bot on the right, students. Anyway, the art here, it's really impressive. Kids, this one. Honestly, this is my favorite Sonic Live. This is my very own signed copy. Sadly, though I've allowed students to borrow it in the past, I unfortunately had to put a stop to that program due to personal use laws and copyright infringement. And I may be many things, but I am certainly not a criminal, okay? Thank you. Anyway, now it's time for Sabrina, the Teenage Wish. As you can see, her and Sonic are having lots of fun in this crossover special. I really can't help but look at this and wish that Sonic would do that sort of playtime with me. We can even see them having post-playtime rest. I really think we should have a class outside one of these days. What do you kids think? Sonic Underground, yeah, This is another crossover, all right.
But at this point, you might have asked yourself, Professor, if there's so many of these zones, who's watching over them?
If you guessed the walkers, good guess, but there's no pity points on this exam. It's Sonic the Zone Cop, and he's from the perpendicular zone, which is why he always stands that way. This is just the sort of savvy world building you can only find here, kids. Sometimes, though, zones aren't so clear-cut, and they will break down. There's even a story all about that, where they end up through all this interzone travel in the world of the Sonic the Hedgehog Japanese anime OVA. Knuckles even has his little hat and everything. Sonic and Sally, they also dream of Knuckles, those lucky ducks. I wish I could dream I was engaged to Rad Red too. But there's another story we need to really pause and focus on. Here you can see that Sonic Prime is being asked by Sonic to go save another zone. Of course, being the hero, he agrees. But he does not know what he's just gotten himself into. Because see, in this zone, his friends have been transformed into these terrifying creatures. Fortunately, though, this zone's Robotnik is a nice man, and he's going to help Sonic fight them by outfitting him in this insanely impressive mech. As you can see, though, he has to fight them, and it's a hard fight. It's a bad fight, and there's even Rad Red in the background. He's been transformed too. Worst of all, his own father. Well, this dimension's version, at least, Jules Hedgehog is a mutant as well, but Sonic duty calls, and he strikes him down. He strikes him down. And the pain and the anguish he feels there, students, I mean, when I look at this, I can't help but think of something really similar that happened between me and my father, and I had to do it. I didn't have a choice, but that doesn't... God, I miss that man. But if there's one thing we all know about my dad, it's that he loved assignments. The man couldn't get enough of them, just like how he couldn't get enough of these freedom fighters, which is why I want you to choose any one of them, this hog, this nut, this Frenchman, this guy, this imposter, or this nice lady, and give me 5 things you love about them in a presentation, not just for me, and not just for you, but for your fellow classmates. I'll await your hard, long work with the bated breath, kids, because I love you all. I really do. This is more than a class. This is family. Goodbye.
I'm gonna go sideways for you, punk!
Sonic's definitely accidental crimes against humanity are far from the only time that the comic just suddenly drops things, intentional or otherwise, or introduces new ideas only to violently murder them, figuratively, and more often than not, literally. Remember how Rotor left to go see his family back in issue 72? Well, actually, maybe you don't. Anyway, this is your reminder. Regardless, in issue 85, we're told in the short B story as part of a condensed flashback about what happened to them, and this guy ends up having to return home to Knothole. Almost like the writers forgot where he was and rushed to get him back home. Or maybe they didn't. After all, they were doing Sonic Adventure in between this, so maybe it just didn't fit there. Whatever. Now they have time to set up a conflict for him to overcome with him rescuing his family. Right? Except we only address this subplot 24 issues later, or in other words, 2 real-world years later. And the way it's done is by having him tell his friends about it for the first time. Then they just go and do it, with his only contribution to saving his family being that he actually told someone that they needed help. Over 6 weeks have passed in-universe since this guy returned, and 8 issues since they got the Sword of Acorns back, and he never brought it up? Maybe my man had too much homework. You know, exams are stressful, and maybe more important than getting your family back. Sonic Adventure 2 is coming out, so suddenly, smack dab in the middle of the Overlander saga, we gotta do an SA2 adaptation. However, this is just an introduction to SA2, not a full-on story, and we're simply told to go play the game. One problem with that. The game doesn't slot neatly in with the comic. Knuckles and Tails literally couldn't be involved in SA2 storyline because they're off doing other stuff, but that's a tale for another time. Amy's involvement also doesn't really work as far as the comic is concerned because she hasn't become the matured character her SA2 counterpart requires her to be. And while the comic does address that this is the case, it makes the audience then question, what from SA2 is canon to the Archie comics? Since characters from Archie are in the prologue chapter, this means that Sonic does meet Shadow and experience some version of SA2. Shadow is going to appear later on, so what does this mean? Hey, do you like history? Well, the Archie Sonic comics sure do. We spend B story after B story exploring the Great War between the Mobians and the Overlanders. On the one hand, these stories actually do a nice job of fleshing out Sonic's parents and Uncle Chuck, framing them as these cool war veterans who lost so much due to Robotnik and his kind. On the other hand, they get real dark. I mean, the inciting incident that sparked the Mobians' distrust of the Overlanders. Well, an Overlander child accidentally shot and murdered this young boy with a literal gun. Later, there's necks snapping, bodies dropping, people writhing in pain, and what am I reading? It's surreal to watch Chuck's life fall apart as a machine he built to save those in need, to save his dying brother, is used by Robotnik to ruin his family's life and eventually the entire world. All presented, of course, through cartoon animals. I mean, just look at that monkey! But hey, it's not all bad, because we get to watch the freedom fighters help Tails' mother Rosemary arrive safely at the hospital when she goes into labor, leading to an adorable first meeting between Sonic and Tails. Aw, that's cute. I mean, so long as you don't focus on Rosemary crying herself to sleep in the background because she thinks her husband wants nothing to do with their child because he's been secretly roboticized, and then we just move on like this poor woman isn't in agony, then after this they went missing, and like, I mean, what is... The Sword of Acorns is definitely a thing, and has been our go-to MacGuffin for a while now. Passed around most recently by Uma and Kodos, who kept it out of the hands of heroes and villains alike before it had a chance to resolve the Robian conflict. If you can't remember them, that's fine. Combined, they have about as much characterization as the magic sword itself. Kodos is power-hungry, and Uma is certainly existing. One now speaks in incoherent, literally brain-rotted screams, and the other has spoken once. Eventually, the two die, and the sword is given to Uma's children, who apparently have memory DNA? What the heck is memory DNA? That tells them to get the sword to do something. Well, okay, I thought Uma was on Kodos' side, but then she obviously took the sword from him, so I figured that maybe she wanted it for herself, since Kodos implied he would kill her. But what did she do with the sword that her children could now fulfill? Wait. So the sword was stolen when Kodos went to sleep, then 6.5 weeks passed, and now he's looking for the sword? I don't know what's going on. This is Tommy Turtle, the fella who taught Sonic the Hedgehog the meaning of friendship. You ever heard of the tortoise and the hare? There you go. No need for a recap. That's the story. And oh my gosh, is that Sleuth Doggy Dog? Oh, baby, it's been a while. Oh, is that Drago? Is that a grenade? Let's juice and jam, Turtle Boy. Blue streaks, speeds by Sonic the Hedgehog. So this new Robotnik is flesh and blood, so now he can't roboticize others with his touch? Wait, he lost the...
It's taken weeks to build these new and improved bodies, while we bounced around various inferior bodies, and finally without the virus that kept me from downloading Naruto's location.
Wait, he knows the location to what? Bam! Aliens!
Very well, let the experiments begin.
Wait a minute, wait. Go back. No diggity is right, Sonic. What do you mean Eggman knows where Knothole is, and he's not doing anything about it? And the reveal is given zero fanfare. It's just, a thing that happens. The comic has completely dropped all pretense of having a goal for our characters. Mobotropolis, their home, is gone. A literal toxic wasteland that our heroes can never return to. So what's the goal? Defeating Eggman once and for all? Good luck with that. This man holds power over 99% of the planet. There's no saving the day like in the games. There's no peace to preserve. Our heroes are screwed, and their goal is to not die. We're now at a point where even if they were actually allowed to defeat Eggman, it would just be redundant. Wouldn't matter. We're too far gone. And as for the new life our heroes get to live, their home is now an easy target. Random attacks are just a part of their life now. Eggman already has a new base of operations, a new army, a new giant robot. Remember that these things were supposed to be important? That it was supposed to mean something? Throughout this section of the comic, I never knew what to expect. I couldn't get into some boring rhythm where I could easily predict what would happen next. I mean, have you seen this? It's glorious. It also just helped a lot that moment to moment. This is way better than something like Endgame or that Nagas fight in the World Adventure. Like, this dialogue is reasonably snappy, there's a good dose of humor, intentional or otherwise, and the characters have got personality, even if they just forget things sometimes. It helps that the art isn't usually bad in a chaotic way either. What I mean is that the paneling is organized enough, and it's pretty easy to tell what's going on. In fact, sometimes it leans into the characters' mindsets and struggles, helping me empathize with them. Like this scene where Monkey Khan is trudging through the desert towards a confrontation with the big doctor. The way he goes from left to right on the page, but the sun remains the same in the sky. We move from day to night and night to day, and it sells how long he's been trekking toward this and the anger that propels him. Which means that the act of reading the comic is pretty pleasant. No more confusion as to what's happening, most of the time. Instead, it's only bad in the sense that it's hard to take seriously. But if I'm already not taking it seriously and don't care about that, well, then who cares? It's not even bad at that point. It's ridiculous, it's hilarious, it's fun. As far as I'm concerned, that makes it pretty good. But even the art isn't consistent. No, sometimes it looks like this, but other times it looks like this. Like, this looks great. James Fry introduces this sick, angular style to the cast with these far out, exaggerated poses and expressions. Everyone looks like a cool sticker I'd want to put on my Game Boy Advance, my Game Gear, if I was reading this at the time of release. I love it. Art Mooney is back from the gag era too, and it's pretty fun seeing him continue to recreate the SatAM style next to these updated game designs. And finally, newcomer Jay Axer's detailed work is stunning. There's so much going on here. It feels like I could step into these spaces, like this is an actual fully realized forest, castle, balcony, or mansion. It reminds me of Spaz's style, but a lot more rounded. And speaking of Spaz, he's mostly sticking to drawing great covers for the issues, a quality the inside material rarely matches up to, or maybe it's the other way around. Except for this one, I guess. See, Spaz actually was given one issue to do the interior art for, and it's that SA2 adaptation I mentioned, which sure is mostly just a straightforward retelling of events that don't come through to mean anything, but look at it. All this detail, the gorgeous lighting. I don't even know what else to say. It's pretty surprising when you're going through a bunch of other stuff like this, for instance. Who drew this? Well, many hands, apparently. Yeah, I guess no one wanted complete credit for this. Hard to say why. To me, it looks like there wasn't a proper issue prepared for the monthly release date, so everyone had to slap together some sketches. This one doesn't even have a unique story. It's just an incredibly bad adaptation of a Sonic SatAM episode. This mysterious entity would also be responsible for the art in another Naugus issue. This story that actually contains nearly 4 pages of pitch black nothingness, followed by 6 pages of a snowstorm blocking an action scene underneath. Oh, wow. What's that? The coloring, the detailed art, the robotic designs. Why is this so good? Plus the story's pretty fun too, with these aliens kidnapping Sonic, Tails, Eggman, and Sniffly. They want to see whether organic or robotic beings are better, so they turn Sonic and Tails into robots, while Eggman and Sniffly are made flesh and blood. Whoever wins will be returned to their former forms, while the others will be trapped in their new bodies. So now a big, bombastic, beautifully illustrated story by Stephen Butler carries everything from there. Is this plot incredibly random? Sure. Does it haphazardly reset the status quo a bit with Eggman losing his robotic abilities? Yep. Do I care at this point? Meh. Really though, it's just a cool, fun little one-off, and I'm happy I read it. Of course, it's smack dab in the middle of some other mediocre tales, like this Bunny and Rouge fight. But hey, in this issue, at least they see the Statue of Liberty for some reason. That's almost as random as the 2-issue Guardians of the Galaxy parody that I'm clearly not the audience for. But that's part of my point here. Throughout this section of the comic, I never knew what to expect. Above all else, it kept me on my toes, and it's hard to get bored with. Have I mentioned how much I like this comic's version of Tails? He's been a consistently well-written little guy who's the kid the group wants to protect, but he's also competent, tries his best, and a great sidekick to my man Sonic. And honestly, this section of the comic has some of my favorite material for him thus far. More so than ever before, Tails has become this little brother of sorts for Sonic, where he lives with him and his family, bonding with them, even taking family photos. He's excited to spend time with Sonic, and Sonic's excited to spend time with him. At one point, they're even putting off planning for a mission together by just gaming it up. They sit down and talk about the ladies together. Honestly, it's one of the most wholesome, lovable dynamics in the whole comic. We also consistently see how caring a kid he is, even in some of the goofier moments presented here, like his concern for Dulcie during that abuse saga. Meanwhile, the whole group absolutely loves him, and his very existence encourages them to take a step back and slow down. I mean, he's the reason why they play hide and seek, and in some ways, the reason they never lose sight of themselves and their friendship in this cruel world. But he's not just there for those ever-important small moments. He's there for the big stuff too, like when Mobotropolis is destroyed. It's just him and Sonic together there, with Sonic encouraging him, telling him that things will be alright, and Tails taking him at his word because they're brothers and they trust each other that much. Among all this insanity, we have this right here. And it's kind of beautiful. But I have a confession to make. This isn't Tails. None of this was Tails. How could it be? Do you remember the book bag incident? In issue 94, Tails was taken by this echidna named Aether because there was an important quest that only he, the Chosen One, could handle. For now, the details of this story aren't important, a tale for another time and all that jazz, except for one thing. Tails failed to carry out his mission. Why? Well, because this wasn't the real Tails. This was some sort of copy, so not knowing what to do at this point, Tails' his Uncle Merlin the Wizard and the Guardian Aether decided to deposit the fake Tails back with his friends and pretend like nothing had happened. And so he remained there through thick and thin, spending time with his friends and family, and time with the readers of this comic too. A lot of time. 1 year and 8 months of real-world time, to be precise. It was long enough that many readers likely forgot this even was the fake Tails. I wouldn't have been surprised if the comic forgot too, considering its failure to follow up on plot points in the past. But this time, it didn't forget. No, it remembered in terrifying detail. Tails is a fake, and Judgment Day is coming. In issue 114, it's revealed that fake Tails has been having a strange nightmare over and over again. He sees this dark cave and something is pulling him toward it. Eventually he leaves in the middle of the night and somehow he just knows where to go. Sonic follows him and they go inside together, two brothers prepared to face their fates. It's here that the villainous Mammoth Mogul, a tale for another time, reveals himself and explains what's happened. He kidnapped the real Tails so that he could siphon away his powers. He planted the fake Tails in his place so that no one would notice until it was too late. Fake Tails learns that he's a false facsimile, a phony, and there's only one way for him to give the real Tails the power he needs. He must sacrifice himself. He must die. Because there just can't be two Tails.
Good times and bad times, I can count on being with you. I thank you for staying so true. My life will go on a long time, have to catch up when I see you. And you are my reason I can make it through. I will give my word that I will come in time to rescue. My heart will always be with you. I'm so glad I met you, being with me wherever. We're made for each other forever. Just like a river that flows, just like stars in the dark night. Lead me in the storm, lead me in the dark. You are the light of my life. I will be there if you need me, and I know you'll do the same. I can see you, I can hear you in my heart. You will be here if I need you. I will never have to guess, 'cause we are very special friends. Send me a letter, let me know how you're doing. You are my lifetime and true friend, will never be forgotten.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. We never bring this up again. This treatment of fake Tails communicates something to the reader. Not only shouldn't you care about these narrative threads, you shouldn't care about these characters. They'll get tossed away, discarded, or even erased at a moment's notice, and it will not be treated like a big deal. It might not even get brought up again. This isn't really me complaining about the comic either. No, this is purely about tempering my expectations and understanding what I'm in for. But remember how I said that this comic keeps you on your toes? Yeah, that isn't just about the variable art or the unexpectedly fun issues. It's also with its characters. Because even though we have moments like this where Sonic kills his friend Nate Morgan and doesn't realize it, or Fake Tails disappears only to never get mentioned again, we also have stories that treat these characters with a surprising amount of dignity and care. Somehow, in the middle of all this aimlessness, the comic still manages to create some strong and endearing character stories that, at times, genuinely moved me. For instance, take Mistaken Identity Crisis. Here, Antoine, wow, yeah, I haven't talked about him in a while. Anyway, sorry, Antoine's dad has finally returned to Knothole with his free will intact. He and Ant obviously need to reconnect. However, just as they're talking and going for a stroll, a portal opens and Sonic the Zone Cop crashes through. Sonic rushes in, grabs him, and takes him to get medical treatment. Seeing this, Ant's dad can't help but praise Sonic, always with the bravery and the heroism. His father must be very proud. Understandably, Antoine, who views himself as something of a coward, feels insecure. Isn't Sonic the type of son his dad wants? No, the type of son his dad deserves. However, when Sonic notices that Ant is upset, he devises a plan. He'll dress up as a thug causing trouble and let Ant stop him. That way, his dad will see him as a hero, and everyone gets to be happy. Already, there are a few things I like. For one, Mooney's art is wonderfully expressive and sells these characters' emotions exceptionally well, especially Ant's sad face. I mean, look at the poor little guy. Don't worry, I already love you just the way you are, buddy. Meanwhile, Sonic used to be something of a bully to Ant, but now he's changed. He understands what it's like to want a good relationship with your dad, to have him back after a long time away, and he wants to help Ant be as happy as possible. Even if a plan to fool Ant's dad is morally dubious, it stems from such an understandable, caring place that it only makes Sonic more likable, while selling just how badly Ant wants his dad's respect and admiration. Soon we learn the reason for Sonic's arrival. Evil Sonic is wreaking havoc, and has made his way to this zone. However, Ant is blissfully unaware, bragging to his dad about impossible feats of heroism, which his dad begins to gently question. Ant, believing that this is still part of the plan, goes for the attack and one-shots Evil Sonic, saving the day and possibly the multiverse. Sonic congratulates him and Antoine is very confused. I really like getting to refocus on Ant's character like this. Without undermining the somewhat cowardly characteristics that are key to him, the story reminds us that he can be competent if he believes in himself. And it does that with a quick, snappy, comedic story about a father and son trying to bond after a long time apart. It's a cute little one-off, and from the art to the writing, reminded me of the Gag Era days and some of the wonderful stories there. Really, it feels good to know that the comic hasn't completely forgotten those earlier characters and that earlier side of itself, even if they are more off to the side right now. As another example, we have the story Upgrade, and I really like this one too. Here, Bunny's body begins to betray her, kind of like that dream she had back in the Gag days, see? It's all coming around. Here though, her robotic parts are even starting to poison her organic half. If the doctors don't remove them and replace them with new versions quickly, she will die. However, if they do this, Bunny can never be de-roboticized, as the process won't work on anything but her original robotic limbs. They could also try to de-roboticize her with the Portabot, but since it was destroyed, it's very likely that the modified version they have been using will kill her if the specs aren't exactly the same, which they probably aren't. There really is only one option here, and it's not what Bunny has ever wanted for herself. And the art by Fry sells that despair wonderfully with these silent panels. And then Antoine appears, coming to comfort Bunny any way he can. This interaction is only a single page, yet the dialogue here conveys so much tact and care to the situation. The way Bunny asks, "Do you think you could still love me if I remain like I am for the rest of my life?" feels so much more real than if she had said something like, "If I stayed part robot." It strips that absurdity away and gets straight to the heart of the matter. And as Antoine assures her that as long as they can be together, he will love her, we get the wonderful addition of Bunny appreciating Antoine, not just for being her boyfriend, but for being her best friend. It's so sweet, and while this is the most focus these two get as a couple for a while, I always appreciate just seeing them be so supportive of each other, even if it's just in the background. Now, if these were just some small, isolated events, they wouldn't mean that much to me, though. Sure, they would still be nice, but I wouldn't be talking about them like this. So obviously, there are plenty of these stories that take on a similar tone, that focus on similar themes of connection and friendship. For example, I'll shoot the sheriff. This one also involves Ant's dad. See, before his dad regained his free will, he was one of Robotnik's tyrants, and he ruled over Robbo the Hedgehog's hometown. Now Ant's dad has regained control over himself, but Rob doesn't trust him. No, he's seen this guy do too many terrible things, so he decides that he's going to spy on Ant's dad, watching his every move, waiting for the moment he slips up and shows his true colors. Of course, Ant's dad doesn't even know what's going on and eventually snaps, facing Rob head on, saying, rather than spying, why not keep me company? From here, they play games together, share stories around a campfire, and practice shooting with a bow and arrow. And after that, Rob leaves, understanding that this man is not the cruel monster he once was. In fact, he's a kind, gentle soul, and now a friend. Of course, this arc is simple, but that isn't what matters. What matters is that it's incredibly sweet and gives its characters proper room to breathe and deal with their problems. After all, it would have been incredibly easy to never have Rob acknowledge what Ant's dad had done, or to simply trust that he's okay now, which might have been fine, but this feels so much more real. He saw so much pain and destruction seemingly at this man's hands, so who can blame him for being a bit wary? And when Ant's dad decides to just connect with him, well, it takes a character who I only cared about because he was someone's dad, and makes him quite charming all on his own. He won't hide from those who dislike him or allow misunderstandings to go on and on. He's competent, active, and just a really nice guy. Overall, it's another super solid, character-focused story. And the comic only continues to invest me in characters I'd never expect with a girl named Hope. This story's narrative framework is quite distinct, as it's a letter written by Robotnik's niece Hope to Sally, telling her what happened while her family was in space and some history about the Great War. She talks about her fear upon seeing Sonic for the first time, but also how she came to understand that Eggman was the truly evil one. She expresses her gratitude for how Sonic and Sally saved her, gave her a second chance, even if it was too late for her dad and grandma. In concept, this is already quite nice. We're getting a better idea of the animosity between Overlanders and our furry friends, but it's taking on a particularly personal tone, told through the eyes of a little girl who, through connection and kindness, came to understand the error in her thinking. The presentation also helps a lot with this detailed art that's built to lean into the way she sees things. It's character focused in a way I haven't seen much of in this comic. The narration is great too, with some genuinely touching lines. At the end, Hope expresses her wish that she could stay in Knothole, a society that once seemed alien to her, but now she can appreciate it for its beauty and its people, a people she'd like to be a part of. And so the royal family grants her this wish. It's a shockingly lovely little story about a girl who's lost nearly everything, finding a new place to belong. Then there's Forgiven, which similarly focuses on finding acceptance. Here though, this disdain doesn't come from an outside force, it comes from within. See, Uncle Chuck has returned to Knothole, but he's also become a recluse of sorts, hyper-focused on his research. When he says he can't make it to the Wolfpack's going-away party, Sonic brings the party to his workshop, but Chuck is uncomfortable. He steps outside, he's gotta get away from the other people. Why? Well, because he created the roboticizer, and he blames himself for what it did to all these people. Beyond that, while controlled by Eggman, he specifically helped roboticize the people at this party. All he wants is to be forgiven, and yet he can't forgive himself. Until, of course, these Robians offer him the forgiveness he so desperately needs, making it clear that no one else blames him for what happened. He just needs to forgive himself first. Again, this is another quick side story that's willing to pause for a moment, willing to show the emotional after effects of the terrible things these characters have gone through. And it doesn't feel redundant or unnecessarily slow. It feels honest and real. It makes me appreciate Uncle Chuck's personality so much more because I'm growing to understand his distinct struggles. Sticking with the Hedgehog family, we have the last Robian. This one starts off really strange, where suddenly a whole bunch of Knothole citizens show up de-roboticized. All of them except one, that is. Sonic's father, Jules. From here, this story is about Sonic's family focusing on getting Jules back to normal, not content to let him suffer as the last Robian. Chuck works tirelessly and Sonic confronts Eggman to see if he did this just to torture his family. The narration is back, but here it actually elevates the material, creating the sense of dread surrounding Jules' state. But then we actually get Jules' perspective. See, he's not at all worried about himself, he's worried about his family, worried as a husband, brother, and father. I realized that when we were roboticized, we were happier. Why should now be any different because I still am? Instead of focusing on the fact that I haven't changed, how about celebrating the fact everyone else has? I already kinda liked Sonic's dad and his silly hair, but now he's awesome. My man just wants everyone else to be happy for what they've regained, instead of focusing on his loss. It's incredibly wholesome. Now, does it kind of suck that we've just casually dropped another long-term goal like it was nothing and stripped away some of the consequences of Robotnik's reign? Sure, but remember, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. However, this section of the comic has some longer-running character development that's surprisingly strong too. And this even counts for characters I didn't want to care about. That's right, folks, the stinky man himself is back, Jeffrey St. John. At a certain point, I would have rather the writers just thrown this guy out, get rid of the whole man, but he's a ton of fun during this era. Seriously, he's gone from my least favorite wet fart of a man to my most favorite wet fart of a man. And I love how much I hate him, and I hate how much I love him. See, this comic has decided to ditch his romantic rivalry with Sonic and instead leaned into his status as an adult authority figure. Now Jeffrey is this purposefully obnoxious obstacle in Sonic and his friends' day-to-day lives, trying to make sure these crazy kids abide by the rules. Basically, he's an annoying babysitter to them now, and it's great. All right, boy, how did he get there? How did who get where? Blast! Has Princess Sally contacted you lately? Guess not. Don't be late to school. I sure hate that guy.
Oh no, he's talking about Sonic, but Sonic's a hero. I'm sure he has a good reason for taking it.
Wait a sec. Mina and I just saw Sonic. He said it was up to him to get the sword back.
Gaff.
I've investigated far too many cases to be fooled by your unskilled attempt at covering up. I want answers, and I want them now. He's so dumb. Over and over again, he fails to do anything right or to make any real difference. In fact, he screws up a lot, destroying the reprogrammed bot that Chuck sends to give important information to Knothole, putting the royal family in danger when he doesn't realize that Heavy and Bomb have been turned against them, not to mention getting them captured in the first place. And finally, for failing is Elias's behind-the-scenes advisor. He's kind of a worthless character now, but since I disliked him so much, it's fun to watch him fail and be punished for it. Now, we aren't being hit in the head with how cool Jeffrey is supposed to be. He's simply bad at his job, a comic relief antagonist of sorts who doesn't pose a serious threat, but certainly poses a funny one. But then something strange happens. The comic acknowledges this. Jeffrey acknowledges this. He lists off his failures to Hershey and decides that he won't be returning to active duty. He doesn't deserve to. But then Hershey encourages him, saying that he's a hero. So now Jeffrey will try to atone properly, returning to duty but to do better this time, with his first mission being to retrieve Prince Elias, who, in part due to Jeffrey's repeated bad advice, felt he wasn't right for the throne and fled from Knothole. It's like Jeffrey's an actual dude now, like a man, like a person, not some cardboard cutout cool guy wannabe. He feels things, has regrets, strives to be better, and oh my gosh, do I actually kind of like Jeffrey St. John? Are you okay, dude? Am I okay? And you know who else has some good moments? Sally. In particular, she gets a chance to have heart-to-hearts with her mom and brother. We take a moment to breathe, to acknowledge that her life has been filled with loss after loss, and that even connecting with the family she once wanted back so badly is difficult. Their experiences are so different. She's changed as a person. But Elias in particular reaches out. He wants what's best for his sister and is willing to open up to her and be vulnerable, to give her a shoulder to lean on. He's also one of the only people in the comic who seems to understand that Sally has earned her place as a leader, even if Max is obsessed with Elias taking the crown. Whatever though, Elias gets it. And he gets even cooler as we find out that this man took matters into his own hands by sneaking into Robotropolis to retrieve a cure for his mother, ultimately bringing his family back together after a decade apart. We get this great little moment where Alicia squeezes Max's hand as she finally wakes up and they're reunited, and it's actually just really nice. Elias may not want to be king, but he's a king in my heart, baby. I love this guy. His stuff only gets better after he leaves the kingdom and decides to live a quiet life. He gets himself a wife, he's gonna have a kid, and he really just wants to be left alone. However, Eggman eventually finds this place. Elias's response? He wants to run and get his family out of there. Normally, this could be obnoxious, but honestly, I get it, man. There's really no reason why he should need to be some big boy leader. Look where it gets you in this comic. He understands that he's really some guy who simply happened to be born to royalty, not this natural-born leader who deserves respect. There are better people for this job than him, and at this point, this feels like an understanding of his own weaknesses rather than some moral failure on his part. On top of that, it's clear that he's simply afraid his old life will come back and ruin his new one. But when push comes to shove, he still chooses to stay and fight, protecting his village, even if he makes it clear he won't be returning to the throne. It helps that he doesn't take out any of his annoyance or animosity on Sally either. No, when she and Sonic appear to save this little town, they're invited to stay for dinner. Sally has accepted him for who he is, and he has accepted her. Now they can have an honest relationship defined by their love for one another as a brother and sister, rather than politics and birthrights. It's also nice that he's out here helping our boy Sonic with his relationship troubles, defending him when Sally mistakenly believes that he let Max get hurt by being irresponsible. Actually though, Sally is part of another character-based arc over this section of the comic. That's right, folks. It's romance time. I mean, of course it is. Sally and Sonic kissed all the way back in, what is it now? Issue 50? Wow, it's been a while. Either way, this hog's been looking for his nuts for some time now. So what have they been doing? So what have they been up to during this whole time? Well, nothing. Their romance stopped. For some reason, the writers have been acting like Sonic and Sally are just acquaintances and made it so they've stopped being as close. At first, it made sense with Sonic going on his trip with Tails and Sally's royal duties growing more overbearing. By now, Sally has been cooped up inside the castle, and if she wants to see Sonic, she would need to sneak out. Oh, okay. Kinda a shame that we've backtracked like this, but fine, there's a reason for it. Now we can even have a fun romance plot where Sally needs to go against her parents to be with Sonic, where they need to team up against an outside force. But no, that's not the case, because when Sally does sneak out of the castle to meet with Sonic, she sees something. Sonic kissing another girl. So is Sonic genuinely in another relationship now? Is that hog spreading things around a bit? No, of course not. This girl just kissed Sonic, and Sally happened to walk in at just the wrong time. Now, for the next 24 issues, or 2 real-world years, we're going to be trapped in some dumb love triangle. And why? Well, because this stupid character decided to screw it all up, that's why. I mean, why would I want to get invested in her? Why would I care about what she's going through? All she's doing is backtracking a plot that's already gone on for far too long. And yet, as much as I dislike the placement of this love triangle, I've got to say, I actually like this character. In fact, she's kinda a highlight for this section of the comic. Mina Mongoose. Now, Mina's been around for a little while, but she hasn't been relevant to discuss until now. We first met her immediately after Robotnik's return as he launched a surprise invasion on Mobotropolis, capturing the unsuspecting citizens and roboticizing them. Mina is one of the few survivors, and we get a pretty good moment as Sonic has to stop her from charging blindly into Eggman's base to find her mother. Sonic is incredibly blunt here, telling Mina that her mom is most likely a mindless machine by now. Yet it doesn't come across as cruel, because Sonic lets her know that this is a truth he's grappling with due to Uncle Chuck and Mutsky also being captured. All they can do now is make sure that the people who are safe, including Mina, stay that way. Next time we catch up with Mina again, she's not doing so well. She feels pretty alienated from everyone else in Knothole. These folks are happy because they were able to be reunited with friends and family who had escaped, but at that point, Mina still didn't have anyone. All the people she loved were roboticized. For a bit, she finds a purpose in babysitting these orphan kids, whom she obviously can relate to. But eventually, the loneliness becomes too much, and Mina resigns herself to face Eggman, telling Sonic that she hopes that even if she gets roboticized, she will at least finally be with her mother, and maybe even get a chance to ask Eggman why. Wow, yeah, that's a cool scene. That's Mondo cool, even. This leads to Sonic having to choose between saving Mina or retrieving the sword and rescuing his uncle. The sword is also one of their most powerful weapons, a terrible thing to have fall into Eggman's hands. And as Sonic points out, Mina basically wants to be roboticized. Of course, though, he chooses to save Mina, because while it doesn't make sense logically, it doesn't have to. At this point, it's really not hard to imagine why Mina would fall in love with Sonic, especially when they have many other things in common like super speed and roboticized parents. So that's why we end up here. As such, with all this context, it's really hard for me to dislike Mina for anything she does in this section of the comic. She comes across as a young, lost girl, her baggy clothes and oversized gloves giving her this endearing, clumsy dork vibe. That way she awkwardly tries to curtsy to Sally, how she waves her arms around when she's happy, or how she instinctively chases after Sonic only to try and hide behind her gloves. It's super cute and makes her arc surprisingly sympathetic. Because of this, she also never feels like a genuine threat to the Sonic-Sally relationship either. She's just a cute little girl with a cute little crush. And it's those feelings that inspire her to join the Freedom Fighters. So this gal who once lamented being rescued at all wants to help save others. Pretty admirable stuff there. As such, she goes to Sonic and asks to be trained. She's fast too, but she needs to learn how to control that speed. However, even though she seems so noble on the surface, her heart isn't in the right place. The truth is that she simply wants to be closer to Sonic, to get to spend time with him and hopefully for him to notice her. However, when she's suddenly put in an actual life or death situation, she freezes and nearly gets herself and these kids killed. Ultimately, she resigns, understanding that her motivation wasn't acceptable, that it put others' lives in danger, and that in general, she wasn't genuinely interested in being a freedom fighter. So it just seems like she's a failure, unable to help in this world or work for a greater cause. She really is simply a side character meant to be rescued by others in times of trouble. But fortunately, the comic isn't willing to leave her there. Instead, Sonic learns that she has a talent she doesn't even know about. She's a fantastic singer. So he puts her up on a stage and she performs. Through this, she makes a lot of people happy, giving them a much-needed reprieve from the doom and gloom of their lives, always drawing in a crowd with her voice, and soon she's holding concerts. Eventually, she even uses her tours to spread hope around the world in a fight against Eggman. Sure, it may not be the same as saving the village from the bad man himself, but it certainly means something. She can help, even if it's in a different way than she initially imagined, and with something she truly has a passion for. Plus, it's honestly just really cool that we get a character who wants to fight but realizes that they aren't cut out for it, like most people, you know? Actually, her acceptance of this is even admirable in its own right. It's good to know what you're capable of and what your limits might be. Because of this, she's also representative of the civilians at large, reminding us why Sonic and his friends protect this home in the first place, and of the happiness they can find in their day-to-day lives through something like music. Heck, even Eggman loves her stuff, though he's more of an OG fan.
I mean, even I have to admit her first album had something to it, but after that, ugh, who does she think she's kidding?
Well, alright, let's actually address the love triangle. Sometimes it's annoying, mainly due to how long this misunderstanding goes on for. Definitely a pet peeve of mine is when characters jump in at just the wrong moment, then leave before what's obviously a mistake can be cleared up. Sometimes, though, it's also pretty funny and leans into the wonderfully dumb dialogue of this era in charming ways. Like when Mina and Sally both hear Sonic playing the guitar and think, so suave, so skilled, so Sonic, so raw, so passionate, so Sonic, which is so dumb, so stupid, so Archie Sonic. Eventually we get to the end of this love triangle, and you know what? This is actually good too. See, Sally gets kidnapped by Knack the Weasel and his gang, who want to use her to get a ransom from her parents. When Sonic rushes off to save her, Mina is close behind, and this quickly results in a heated confrontation. Sally is absolutely a highlight of this issue. Her unique skill set, her ability to connect with and manipulate people is on full display, sold wonderfully through her body language and expressions. She manages to convince her captors by playing the disgruntled teenager who lashes out at her parents, saying that she'll join their side and that they can keep stringing her parents along, getting more and more money. Then she cracks some nuts and takes off with a literal gun. Honestly, it's been a long time since we've seen Sally take control of a situation like this, and it's great. This is her own area of competence and expertise, one of her unique appeals, and it's nice that the comic is giving her some time to shine. Plus, Sally holding a normal gun and not some blaster is something special. Fun fact, actually, according to Ken Penders, Archie higher-ups at the time were so hands-off that they didn't even know Sally had been written to hold a real gun, and when they found out, they were pissed. Don't know why, it's really cool. And kinda hot. Anyway, after Sonic rushes in to help Sally take out these guys, it finally happens. They kiss. Ah! The relationship has mended. No more wishy-washy, will they, won't they crap. Son Alley is here, my friends. Remember that time Sonic told fake tales that he didn't want a girlfriend, that he loved the friend zone? Yeah, that was a bald-faced lie. Sonic might like the Sailor Moon zone, but it looks like he likes the Mako zone even better. This ain't any hog anymore, folks. This is a horn hog, baby! So are you ready to pop the question? Am I? Yes! Fantastic! Well, I mean, fantastic for them and probably for the reader if they've made it this far. But for Mina, her whole world shatters. So does this mean that Mina is going to resent Sally or start trying to sabotage their relationship? No. Instead, when Knack tries to shoot Sally, she jumps in front of a real, actual, life-threatening, editor-defined capital B bullet and saves her life like the mad lass she is. I love her. Well, she obviously did this for Sonic's sake. We also know from previous issues that Mina likes Sally too, even checking up on her as she lays in her hospital bed, as she assures everyone that as far as her wound is concerned, she'll get over it. Get it? It's double meaning. Oh, baby. Now, does any of this get what I would consider a proper resolution? Not particularly. Mina just kind of drops off from here for a long while, interacting sparingly with Sonic, and I don't even really know what the poor girl learned from all this. I mean, she's gotten her mom back, so that's good, but again, with the messaging where I'm not really sure what the story's trying to be about and why we're moving from one thing to the next sometimes. In fact, I'd say all of these stories I've mentioned either end abruptly or don't have much follow through. Antoine doesn't get a proper reaction from his dad for his heroism, Jeffrey does nothing else after failing to bring Elias home, Robbo the Hedgehog simply vanishes, Hope learning to integrate into Mobian society isn't elaborated on, and so forth, etc. You get the picture. But at this point, I guess I just appreciate the heart behind it, that this comic is still willing to inject some meaning into these characters, to create small, if fleeting, touching moments. When nothing matters anymore, it goes a long way. Mina's story may just abruptly fade, but the time I did have with her, it was mostly pretty fun. And that's pretty crazy in itself, where before I hated seeing the freedom fighters have their time taken away from them, now at least the comic is more or less treating every character as equal in the grand scheme of things. It's not lying to me, pretending it has a story to tell or characters I'm supposed to get invested in as leads, besides Sonic and Eggman that is. And even then, due to the comic's lack of direction, they more so act as an additional perspective rather than a pointed and serious through line. Heck, Shadow the Hedgehog finally gets a proper appearance in the comic, rocking his super form no less, and he instantly gets beaten, gives the heroes a message, and then just chills out in the background as another face in this endless crowd of characters. No one is sacred in Archie Sonic. More than even in the gag era, Archie Sonic has embraced its slice of life in the apocalypse vibe, removing any semblance of an overarching point to all of this. You know, something to be invested in long term, an endgame, if you will. In that context, these non-resolutions actually start to have their own weird charm to them. Like life goes on and we just pick up with whoever, whenever. It kind of feels like the comic and I are on the same page now. And since I've accepted that, I've been able to embrace the madness of it all. To embrace the fact that the world of Archie Sonic has become the main character. Welcome to the grand finale of this era. Sonic Adventure 2.5, Alpha and Omega. We start out in space with Super Shadow battling this lone spacecraft on the behalf of the BEM, the same alien race that had captured Sonic and Eggman, and who apparently rescued Shadow after the end of the SA2 adaptation. While Shadow ensures that the BEM are able to escape, he's no match for this mysterious attacker and is sent plummeting back down to Mobius. Meanwhile, the comic hones in on Sonic and Sally's restored relationship, their joy at finally being a couple and getting to spend quality time together. They're even planning to get engaged, these silly little teenagers. It seems like our heroes actually have some room to breathe, and have fully cemented their desire to live out their days in their peaceful little forest home. A random attack or two notwithstanding. Speaking of which, Eggman is up to his usual world leader assassination tomfoolery, so a Tuesday, and eventually Sonic learns he'll have to face the incoming spacecraft. But hey, that's nothing he and a couple of his closest friends can't handle.
It descended from the heavens and attacked the very heart of my empire. Some kind of flying vessel. Its technology on par with my own.
But if this is all true, who on Mobius is responsible?
Sentient inhabitants of planet Earth. We are the Zorda. The Zorda came to this mudsphere to offer an alliance to its human population. Peace. And the Zorda was captured, imprisoned, dissected. The Zorda reaction was a strong one. The Zorda thought their gene bomb extinguished all life here that day. The Zorda have returned to correct that oversight.
What makes Sonic Adventure 2.5 so awesome is its relentless sense of scale. Appropriately, speed is the name of the game. Everything is cranked up to 11 and thrown at you so fast to sell the idea that things have never been more dire or chaotic. We've got a full-blown alien invasion, baby. Even the Doctor is in panic mode, literally begging for assistance from our heroes. Super Shadow couldn't even take him. Not only that, but our heroes learn that Knuckles is dead? What? But there's actually something else too. Do you remember the Statue of Liberty? That's right, in a truly bizarre twist, it's revealed that Mobius is our planet, just thousands of years in the future. This way, the furries like Sonic and Sally and Tails aren't as distinct from us as we assumed. They're all an evolution of humans, life that was able to reform following the Zorda's leveling of the planet. And this twist doesn't come out of nowhere. Throughout the series, we've heard of Days of Fury, a forgotten period in Mobius's history that at one point is brought up when our heroes discover Station Square, or the City of the Ancients, a lost civilization going by the name Humans instead of Overlanders. At the time, I just thought it was a way to tie into Sonic Adventure a little more, or that these humans were like the Echidnas, just a secret of society. But no less an Overlander than Eggman or Snively or Hope. Really, I just assumed that all this stuff, that they were just superfluous background elements or something. I wasn't paying that much attention because honestly, I didn't think the comic was capable of something this cool anymore, giving this world a dark, secret past that has come back to haunt our characters. But it might not even just be cool. It might even be way past cool. But this is all just set up for the final confrontation in issue 125. Much like the last part of Endgame, this issue is treated as a celebration of the comic as a whole. Almost every artist contributes, each taking a handful of pages and running with them. The coloring is often beautiful, adding this texture of dirt and grime to this all-out war. It's like all hands are on deck in and out of universe. Everyone is here, fighting to save Mobius in a desperate last charge to destroy the quantum dial. Man, that sounds pretty cool. A machine that, as it rotates, will create a black hole designed to not only destroy Mobius, but the entire star system? Awesome! So much cool stuff happens. There's Eggman creating this ridiculous mech to fight the Zorda that doubles as a trap for Sonic, Knuckles coming back from the dead to save everyone from annihilation. Look at Big! Look at him! He's got murder on the mind, folks. You better not touch Froggy. Thanks to the narration, too, this whole issue is framed like we're looking back at a landmark day in Mobian history. This miraculous moment where all these disparate peoples came together to save their world. Wow, yeah, that's a genuinely interesting use of self-serious narration. Didn't think the comic had it in it. This is a high-stakes, fast-paced thrill ride from start to finish, and a perfect example of how the world of Archie Sonic has become the central focus. After all this time, the comic has finally come to a head. It's led to something that has weight and meaning, and it does so with pride. I mean, just look at this cover. It's gorgeous and filled with so much personality. It's so fun to pick out every character, and again, it's insane how much Sonic, Knuckles, Sally, or Amy don't stand out any more than the barrage of OCs and side characters. Heck, every time I look at the cover, my eye instantly goes to Vector, then Mina, then all around until eventually I land on Sonic, who's nearly covered by his own logo. And for some reason, I'm excited to see all these guys. I'm excited to see Monkey Kong fly into battle, to see Station Square soldiers talking with Tails, to see Robbo the Hedgehog, the Arctic Freedom Fighters, and oh boy, is that Sleuth Doggy Dog? It's because of all this that I think the distance I decided to establish for myself in the comic has truly paid off. I'm not emotionally invested in seeing these specific characters save the world. I'm excited to see this crazy world embodied by these ridiculous characters and by depicting them in such an extreme and over-the-top way. And those little moments of heart, whether comically dark or small but impactful, did make me feel something for a few of these faces, which adds to my general investment in this world. As has been the case with most of my favorite parts of this comic. It's all about the extreme yet sincere absurdity of it all. And this issue is no different. Finally, after all this time, Sonic and Sally are together, but as the quantum dial begins to turn, its sophistication and scale makes our heroes realize that no one can stop it. No one other than, of course, Sonic. Only he can push the dial counterclockwise with so much force from his speed that it will cause the device to collapse from the inside and explode, saving the world. Sally, of course, begs Sonic not to do it, but deep down, she knows that there isn't really a choice here. It's either Sonic goes or everyone goes. So they share a heartfelt goodbye and Sonic runs faster than he ever has before. The narration kicks in, but it's not bad. No, it's tasteful and touching. The quiet realization from Tails combined with a shot of a crater left behind gives a visceral sense of shock and awe to his erasure. We jump forward to see that a statue has been erected in honor of our fallen hero Sonic, who saved the world a lot. And while this is technically true, only for the first time in the entire series does it feel true to me. Sonic wasn't the guy to defeat the original Robotnik. No, that was Snively. Sonic didn't stop Naugus from terrorizing this world. No, that was Nate Morgan. Here, however, for maybe the first time, Sonic steps out and cements himself as the true hero of Mobius. Because this way, and only this way, everyone else would be safe, right? And though the laughter of a friend is no longer heard, his memory will endure. His spirit lives on. The days will be long, the nights longer by far. Can the princess ever accept this irreversible fate? this overwhelming sadness? Can any of them? She's uncertain. As the Mobian moon shines on a world that should have perished, the princess comes to one conclusion. Life is way too short, and indeed, too fast. Wow. I don't know what to say. For so long, I've comforted myself by saying that it doesn't matter. But you know what? After this story, this feels like a true culmination of all these artists' hard work and talents, a suitably epic send-off for this wild and wacky section of the comic. And it's not only good, it's great, a genuine highlight of the comic thus far. It does matter. It really does matter.
Some say that a woman is a zone unto herself. I tend to agree, which is why today we'll be ranking the top 5 hottest Sally Acorns. So grab your juice and jam, boys, because here we go! This hottie standing at number 5, Patrick Spaziante Sally. One word, kneecaps. Yondesu. Tracy Yardley has the honor of being one of the 2 artists to depict the wide, wonderful hips that birthed Prince Manic and Princess Sonia, Sonic's children from an alternate reality. Seeing as they're twins, it makes you wonder which one of them has the right to the throne. Now that's a Game of Thrones I'd like to see. Next up is number 3. In one of Sally's most triumphant and empowering tales, we learn of her connection to the source of all, and how it has guided her father in the past by foretelling the future. Sally, however, doesn't want destiny decided for her, and so she courageously rejects her birthright to the throne. But the best part is that Doran Sally is completely nude for the entire story! Is it Christmas? Sadly, due to censorship, they eventually made Sally cover up. What a price to pay. Fortunately, they didn't remove the goo. With all that said, you might be wondering, what could possibly be hotter than a fully unclothed Sally? Well, how about a gun-toting Sally Acorn with even more real estate? What makes J. Axer Sally so attractive is that she's no damsel in distress, using her genius intellect to manipulate her captors and even kneeing Knack the Weasel in the groin. You go, girl. Her flowing hair and admirable hips are just the cherry on top of this rootin' tootin' Sunday. Before we finish, let's dash on over to the honorable mention. While more of a cutie than a hottie, you can't deny that John Gray's Sally is still attractive thanks to her feist and ferocity, though sometimes a bit too fierce if you ask me. The number 1 hottest Sally Acorn is... Try not to reach to the screen for this one, fellas. What is there to say that the eyes can't behold themselves? Whether it's from the front, back, side, and all the expanse in between, this chipmunk leaves nothing to the imagination. If anyone denies this placement, how dare you? Imagine you got to be Sonic and had the luck of constantly carrying this beauty across the land, with her puffy cheeks and abs like Chuck Norris. These 3 traits make Stephen Butler's Sally triumph over all other Sallys, and easily makes her the number 1 hottest Sally Acorn to be born. My hat goes off to you, Archie Comics. You ought to be proud.
Thank you for being you. Oh, Sonic, thank you for my rescue.
Sonic the Hedgehog lies unmoving on the surface of an alien planet. His loved ones and friends, billions of light years away on his homeworld Mobius, believe him dead. And what reason is there for us to think otherwise? Besides his snoring. That's right, folks, we've reached it. My favorite arc of Archie Sonic thus far, tossed in space. Yep, I like this even more than those gag-era stories I gave so much praise. Now, there are a few writers who wrote some zany and wacky stories throughout this era, but the vast majority of them have been made by one man. And he's the guy at the head of this arc, too. His name? Well, Carl Bollers. He started writing for the comic during the climax of Endgame and from there became a mainstay. In fact, he's written the vast majority of stories since then. Of course, that means I've had many problems with his style in certain stories, but I've really enjoyed his output in this era. Bollers injects this manic and genuinely super fun energy to a ton of stories, as well as plenty of heartwarming issues and silly battles. So yeah, I have a ton of respect for what he's brought to the table, especially with the Mina storyline. Heck, he was the guy who wrote the issue where Robo-Robotnik came back, and that stuff was awesome. However, partway through this era, something changed. Another individual came on board that Archie Sonic ship, Benny Lee. Let's get this out of the way first. Lee has made some interesting decisions. He was the one who ended off the fake Tails saga and the one who might have had Sonic nuke Nate Morgan and never bring it up again. And personally, I can't thank him enough for it. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, he's written these genuinely endearing and fun stories too. So yeah, Benny Lee's output more than complements Bowlers' style, allowing the two to swap head writer roles near seamlessly. And it's in this arc where they combine to create something truly special. Let's start with Tossed in Space's first issue. Here, Sonic awakens on this faraway planet and helps protect these alien guys. However, when the Bzz attack, he rushes to this planet's own red Chaos Emeralds. Sure enough, he takes on their energy and destroys each and every Bzz in a single page. Except this isn't him. Nah, this is another Super Sonic. See, Sonic was wrong in his assumption that these red emeralds would work the same as the green ones. So while they did make a Super Sonic, they didn't make him Super Sonic. Instead, that energy manifested Super Sonic as a separate being, and as Sonic is sure to inform us, this can't be good. Without hesitation, Super Sonic attacks the ant guys, ravaging the planet. In his regular state, there's no way Sonic can beat him, but still, he faces his foe.
Yo, stupid Sonic! What's your beef? You're supposed to be one of the good guys. Good? Good? Fool, there's no good. There's no evil. There's only power. Yo, what a grouch.
Yeah, he's definitely a grouch, considering that he turns to the planet's moons and decides to destroy them just because. Sonic manages to stop him, but that just makes stupid Sonic turn his anger on Sonic himself. He's beating him relentlessly. Sonic won't make it. Oh no, huh? Stupid Sonic vanished? Super Sonic's existence is a temporary one at best. True enough, I guess. What really sells this goofy story is how quick and snappy it is. Like, everything here takes place over a measly 18 pages, and a lot of those are dedicated to big boy action. Seriously, my man Steven Butler has gone full ham. Just look at it. But there's someone else who brings this all together. Jason Jensen, the colorist for these issues. His work makes everything pop right off the page. It's beautiful and gives these locales a truly otherworldly feel, this sheen and polish that I adore. And though pencils will get passed around during these issues, Jensen will remain on colors for the entire arc and far beyond it, giving the comic a wonderful, cohesive visual identity. Story-wise, there's also the fact that this concept is cool, like bringing in the multicolored Chaos Emeralds from the games, but making it that they have different properties attached to them, different ways their energy manifests. It's the type of world building that leaves me curious what other creative things we'll get up to during this arc. Beyond that, Sonic's silly dialogue, the back and forth with stupid Sonic, it's just a ton of fun. But you know what else is fun? Captain Oe's death. That came out weird. Whatever. See, this fella lets Sonic hitch a ride on his transport ship. He even gives him a neural implant so he can understand the aliens now, but uh-oh, an explosion sends debris crashing into the ship. Wait, there aren't enough escape pods left? Oe paralyzes Sonic with his stinger, launches Sonic away, salutes Sonic right before the ship explodes? Goodbye, Captain Oe. Goodbye. Holy heck! He's actually dead! That's metal! The art is what really makes this absurdly fast, needlessly tragic death land for me. See, Ron Lim is drawing for this issue. Now, many bemoan Lim's work on this comic, saying it looks ugly and dumb and bad, and sure, okay, you can think that, but counterpoint, who cares? I like it! When combined with the narratives and dialogue of many of these wacky issues, it only enhances the oddball charm of this Sonic and the chaotic plots. It takes even a simple line like, "What are we gonna do?" and adds this facial expression that makes me grin. But his art enhances the rest of this issue even more. See, Sonic's pod crashes on a nearby planet. However, when he steps outside, something is off. Plants grow and die in seconds, the sea freezes and thaws before his very eyes, and Sonic realizes what's happening. He's on a planet where time moves way past fast, and the safest thing to do is wait it out. So he watches life progress outside at an incredible pace. Eventually, though, time slows down and Sonic exits his pod. The locals greet him. They greet their god. See, Sonic has always been there for them inside his pod, unmoving, unchanging. Thus, he became the object of their worship. And finally, technology has progressed enough that they could slow down time and talk with their deity. So Sonic emerges to his people, and they wait for their supposed creator's words of wisdom.
Well, first thing is, I'm not a god, and I didn't create you either. I got space wrecked here a long time ago. You dudes mistook me for something that I'm not.
But if you're not a god, then what are you?
I'm a hedgehog who's trying to find his way back home.
Hedgehog?
I can't. His face, the art, Sonic's response, it's so stupid. The pure absurdity of Sonic the freaking Hedgehog becoming a god to some random creatures who, by the way, have waged wars on his behalf and many people have died, and I love it. This is the type of insanity I'm here for. But we're about to reach a whole different level of insanity as a familiar face returns from the past once more. See, Sonic is traveling in the ship his dedicated disciples made for him when he's stopped by Commander Bagbar Breeblebrox. But maybe this isn't so bad. Now he can ask someone what's going on with his ship's instruments. After all, he was supposed to be heading for a planet, but there's no planet here.
Your vessel systems suffer no malfunctions, Sonic the Hedgehog. Terragosa less than 3 hours pass.
But how? What could do that?
Eve.
That's right. The same Eve we met all the way back in issue 21. The same Eve who let Sonic live after he gave her some words of encouragement, telling her to live her own life and find her own purpose. And so she went to be among the stars. Little did Sonic know that he had doomed entire worlds. That because of his simple words, countless would perish. When the people here learn his connection to Eve, they get way past trigger happy, but he escapes. Now it's up to Sonic the Hedgehog to stop Eve, who he set on this path in the first place. This time though, Sonic won't be fast enough. No, he's already too late. Several hundred parsecs away lies Xenocanaris Prime, Sonic's destination. 4 generations ago, her ecotech successfully devised a way for technology to coexist alongside nature. In the following decades, it became a true utopian society, free of war, famine, disease, and ultimately, death. Until today. She arrives. She is Eve. The Xenocanarites barely have time to comprehend their final fate before the process begins. It takes about 15 solid minutes to strip the world of all its metals. 15 solid minutes before mere rock remains. About the time it takes to eat a meal. The first time I read this issue, it's hard to stress how shocked I was. For Eve to return here and now, that was already surprising enough. But then for the writers, for my main man, Benny Lee, to decide that the seemingly hopeful end of that story from all those years ago was really the beginning of the end for so many lives, that Sonic had accidentally created a monster and now he needed to put it down. Who comes up with this stuff? And the scale of what happens here. It's in such a small space, a few pages, and still the comic sells the planet's destruction. How sudden it is, how unexpected, how horrible. It makes this truly feel like the dramatic encounter it should be. And Sonic feels suitably disturbed and distressed over the part he's played in all this. Oddly enough, Sonic's words and actions, all at once, they've never felt smaller, more out of his control. But they've also never felt bigger and more impactful than now either. It's a wild dichotomy, just wow. But, of course, there's still an obvious question. Why is Eve doing this? And after he tracks her down, Sonic asks her just that. See, Eve truly tried to follow Sonic's advice, but no matter where she went, everyone feared her and tried to eliminate her. Still though, she survived and learned that there were other sentient computers out there, all slaves to the same types of people who hated her. So she decided to liberate them. But Sonic, he's able to see straight through these sorts of contradictions and explains the problems with Eve's mission. After all, if her goal was to liberate the AI, why would she integrate them into herself like this? Why would she make them her servants? Well, Eve has no answer to this, no counter. The simple truth now is that she's no better than the oppressor. Her mission was flawed, and it must be terminated. She must be terminated. So after giving Sonic a new coordinate that will help him on his way back home, she says her final words.
Farewell again, Sonic. This time forever. I'm changing my heading for the nearest star.
Goodbye, Eve. And that's that. She's gone. She was brought back just for this. It's so counter to the original Eve story's message. There as she left, we were given images of pure hope and dialogue that communicated our own ability to define our destiny, to break free of constraints, to choose what we would become. But the comic took that and made it so twisted. It would have been better if Eve never tried to find a new purpose at all. It would have been better if Sonic had kept his mouth shut. And what's the message here? What am I supposed to take from that? Seriously. And I love that I don't have an answer for that. This just happened because sometimes in the world of Archie Sonic, life isn't fair. There is no reason. And no matter how much you try to fight against the cruelty, it doesn't matter. The Archie Sonic comic is truly a tragedy. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Not gonna put you through that again. Anyway, next up, the Bem are back. You know, those guys Super Shadow fought to protect. Sonic has arrived at their homeworld. However, something strange is going on there, a seemingly massive trial for someone named Seneca 9009. So Sonic exits his ship and goes to see what's shaken and bacon. However, two people spot him among the crowd. Tails' parents. That's right, the folks who've been missing since they were children. They're here. But why? Well, 9009 discovered Mobius way back then, a planet where a mad tyrant turned fuzzy creatures into mindless machines. In this specific case, Amadeus Prower. So 9009 transported him and his wife Rosemary away and brought them to the Bem homeworld. She even de-roboticized Amadeus. Still, she wanted to go back and rescue the other Mobians too. But here's the thing. Using the de-roboticizer is illegal here. Why? Well, because its use might have previously resulted in an accidental tragic death of an entire planet's robotic population. You know, just an average Tuesday in the Archie Sonic comic. Either way, 9009 wasn't supposed to do this, so she was tossed into prison for her crimes. And there she waited until finally she was released. And once again, she asked the High Council to consider her plea. So the Bem returned and they handpicked 4 of these creatures, 2 robotic and 2 organic, and forced them to duke it out. If the robots won, then there'd be no de-roboticization. Wait, you mean... But that's the fight they had. And then, hold on, she disobeyed orders and the Robians who had survived de-roboticization were saved and returned to their friends and families, which... Holy heck! You're telling me that issue wasn't random? You know that last Robian story with Sonic's dad that I liked, but I decided it didn't really make sense, but whatever, it doesn't matter? No, there was a reason for it. It's all related to this. There was like a plan, a story, a long-running plot, and it's... I can't believe it. Why is it so cool? Now, to be clear, there are plenty of reasons for someone to dislike this reveal. After all, de-roboticizing everyone was, at one point, considered a major obstacle for our heroes. Something they should play a part in. This whole Bem plot more or less takes that away from them, which probably should upset me, but again, it somehow doesn't. Like I said before, the world of Archie Sonic has become the main character, this insane, oddball, goofy world that breaks the conventional rules of storytelling to become something completely absurd. And now it's using that to give me these strange reveals that I've never seen anything else quite like this. By now, since I've accepted that this won't be a clean, proper narrative, I'm okay with this. Because it's wacky, it's cool, it's fun. It's Archie Sonic, baby. After all this, though, Sonic manages to find another single-person spacecraft once he breaks 9009 out of prison. She demands he take it, though, and Tails' parents refuse to leave the other behind. So Sonic returns to Mobius, ready to finally see his friends again, and Tossed in Space comes to a close. Do other Archie Sonic fans share my love for this arc? No clue. I doubt it, though, but I hope you can understand why I love it. The consistently solid art, the wonderful coloring, the excellent spaz covers, the snappy, wild, and wacky stories. It took the goofy fun of the gag era, combined it with the dark comedy of this era, and gave me the most fun version of Sonic I've had in, well, a long, long time, and it's incredibly unique to boot. Again, I can't think of anything else quite like this. And a big part of that was these insane reveals, this attention to detail and past material and continuity that I thought the comic had lost long ago. This way, I was able to enjoy this section in ways I didn't anticipate at all. Like at first I thought, oh good, we're away from the rest of the comic, Sonic can just do goofy stuff now. And he does. But a good chunk of that seemingly goofy stuff ties back into the larger world of the comic in incredibly compelling ways to me. As always, Archie Sonic knows how to keep me on my toes. It knows how to surprise me. And somehow, no matter how much it can push me away at times, it pulls me right back in. Great job, Benny Lee. Great job, Carl Bollers. You both deserve a hand. Except, there's just one little thing. I have a confession to make. I lied to you earlier. We were all lied to. Because Benny Lee isn't real. Benny Lee is Carl Bollers. That's right, the insanity of this era of the comic just keeps going. Bollers created a pseudonym, Benny Lee, under which he would write many of the wacky stories we've come to know and maybe, if you're like me, love, right alongside the just as wacky stories written under his actual name. So, why would he do this? Well, some say he did it because he believes Sonic fans weren't fond of some of his work on the comic and felt that at this point, maybe that simply stemmed from some sort of annoyance with him in particular, rather than the quality of the stories. You know, they stopped giving him a chance, that kind of thing. Or maybe he just did this because it was funny, which, to be fair, it really is. I mean, the man interviewed himself in the comics part of the bit. I love it. Well, at least I did it first. See, the only proof I could find that Lee and Bollers are one and the same was some old forum post where a seemingly close friend of Ken Penders casually spilled the beans. So not exactly the most direct or definitive proof. Even if within the comic there are some clues to this connection, like both Lee and Bollers having Sonic say "Hasta la vista, mister" in their writing, or how Benny, Lee, and Bollers would follow up on each other's plots, like with the Bem abducting the Mobians. However, I knew I wouldn't be satisfied until I found a direct quote from Bollers himself, and as I searched and scoured the internet for answers, I sadly found nothing of the sort. So I just asked him. I'm not weighing in explicitly on whether or not I wrote under the Benny Lee pen name, but the answer is in the body of the full interview for those who are astute enough to make the connection. So yeah, instead of a straightforward answer, I got a cheeky and not so subtle wink from Bollers. Sounds like a Benny Lee response to me, and as was mentioned in the reply, I also got an interview with the guy. The full thing's linked in the description. Bollers basically wrote a whole paragraph or two for every one of my questions, which was super cool of them, so definitely check it out. And as for the answer hidden within the interview, I would imagine it's a reference to how he lists off a bunch of Benny Lee stories that we made as examples of how comedy often balanced out the seriousness of his run, and then he follows that up by saying whatever kinds of stories he told that he wanted them to be compelling. However, honestly, the most interesting parts of this interview didn't really have to do with Lee. Nah, they had to do with Bollers' feelings about working on the comic as a whole. If I could go back, there's a lot I'd do differently. I still had a lot to learn about story, character, and juggling a huge cast of characters. As a result, my run on Sonic was a bit of a mixed bag. I was literally learning in public and couldn't roll with the punches as smoothly at all times, and for that, I apologize to fans for the unevenness of the run. That said, I'm very proud of many of the stories, but I'll also be the first to admit others would have been better left on the cutting room floor. Had I been more experienced, that definitely would have affected my approach to storytelling, as well as the stories I chose to tell. A lot of the early stories are overridden and plot-centric when I should have just allowed the art to convey the emotion of what was happening. However, I truly loved working on Sonic, and the characters will always hold a special place in my heart. I'm grateful to have been allowed the opportunity to take that journey for as long as Archie allowed me, even getting a chance to work on Knuckles toward the end, and thank all the other writers as well as artists, inkers, colorists, letterers, and editors who contributed. But most of all, I'm eternally thankful to the Sonic fandom as well, who have always voiced their honest opinions and kept it real with regard to the character they love so dearly. Voiced their honest opinions. Yeah, I've definitely done a good deal of that, haven't I? Especially earlier on in this retrospective. The world adventure, the aimless lead up to Robotnik's return. A lot of that was Bollers, and I made my frustrations clear. But in the end, with Adventure 2.5, the space arc, and really a lot of stories in this era, I've got to say, regardless of which name he wrote under, Bollers managed to hone his sometimes self-serious style from something like the Ixis Naugus fight, and combine that with a craziness and focus on fun that I absolutely adore. Insane art or otherwise. And that's just in addition to all the other genuinely sweet stories that we've discussed over the course of this video. Truly, this comic wouldn't have been anywhere near as wild and unique if not for Bollers' contributions. And regardless of anything else, I had a blast reading this section of the comic and discussing all of it today. All in all, great job, Benny Bollers. You've done good, and your hard work on this comic matters to me. With that, we've wrapped up what me and my co-writer Ian Waffles have affectionately dubbed the way past insanest era of the Archie the Sonic the Hedgehog comic. At this point, I've become entranced by the strange, weird world of Mobius and beyond, and endeared to many of its characters and plots for a variety of reasons, intentional or otherwise. Really, this comic may get stupid, it may get bad, it may get annoying, but you know what else it always is? Memorable and fascinating. And sometimes it's just absurd fun. So yeah, all in all, I actually can't wait to continue this journey with you as Sonic finally returns home.
It's time to wake up! Oh, good. You're awake.
Where I...
Go on. Start your presentation.
Presentation?
Yes, your presentation. Did you forget?
I don't know.
You know. You can't run away any longer, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe this will jog your memory. I tried to do this the nice way, Dad.
What?
You're Lowart Prime, the progenitor, the father of all Lowarts. And I wanted to be kind to you the same way any son should be to their father. But you just kept forgetting about him.
I can't.
Come on, class! It looks like Daddy needs some encouragement!
Dance! Dance! You know Yes!
So far throughout its long run, the Archie Sonic comics have been many things. Silly and dramatic, frustrating and fun, upsetting and enthralling. For better or worse, the comic never stagnates. No, it constantly morphs and evolves, and eventually that change leads to something that can't even be called Archie Sonic any longer. Now it's called Archie Knuckles. At first, it might not seem like this distinction means that much. After all, Rad Red's early material is quite similar in tone to the Blue Blurs. And this is incredibly clear from just looking at how all these characters interact with each other. I mean, we got Espio, Charmy, Vector, Heavy, Bomb, and Mighty, and they're just goofy. As is usual for the gag era, their first story together is primarily focused on just being fun. Whether it's the colorful and expressive action in this amusement park setting, or the goofy personality of someone like Vector, man, I love this crazy croc and his headbangers that are apparently capable of repelling forest fires by playing Sonic Boom. That guy sure was the one cruising for a bruising, baby. You tell him. Then we get this fight between a giant Knuckles and a massive Mecha Sonic, and yeah, it just has that same charm and snappy personality that I enjoy so much from this early gag era material. However, this isn't just a complete copy of what's going on with Sonic. No, this group has its own dynamic because these characters, they aren't really heroes. Now these guys only joined up because they happened to be around at the time that the Freedom Fighters got into some trouble and they wanted to help out Knuckles, and they're cool dudes. Heck, they don't even see themselves as a team. The Chaotix? I ain't joining no circus. Immediately this makes them this sort of cool alternative to the Freedom Fighters. A bunch of loners who do their own thing, but when trouble comes to their island, they instantly work together and have each other's backs. Along with a plethora of silly one-liners. Like when this mammoth guy shows up and gives a 2-page essay on how he's a big threat who's existed since prehistoric times and is totally powerful or whatever, but then he gets popped in the nose and he's like, whoops, gotta go. I also really like this story where Charmy just happens to see Mighty and convinces him to play tag, with each Chaotix following suit because they all can't stand the thought of being it, regardless of if they were actually playing in the first place. It's adorable, and in this way the comic actually solidifies a believable bond between these characters faster than it did with the Freedom Fighters, I think. However, alongside these kind of stories, there's something else lurking on the floating island, a different tone. At first, it just seems like a story here or there, a moment that makes you pause and go, wait, did Knuckles' dad just walk into a wall of fire and end it all? Because yes, that just kind of happens, which feels very distinct from the gag era, that's for sure. But then these moments grow. They become more common, and eventually it's no longer like a small insect, something you can ignore. No, it's bigger than that. It's a magic insect who's going to kidnap all your friends while they're playing tag and try to teach you some sort of vague lesson about sticking together with your friends and not viewing an objective as more important. As easy as it is to poke fun at the specifics of this story or some of the ways in which it's presented, this question, it's actually at the heart of what quickly makes the Knuckles comic feel so different from its blue counterpart. While the Sonic comic would sometimes touch on serious topics, further interpretation of those things was left up to the reader. It didn't really stop to focus on it all that much. Now we're being direct with the reader and the characters, going, there is a lesson here and you're going to learn it. In this case, that lesson simply begins with the question, what is more important? Your duty to your personal relationships or your duty to your role within society at large? And those are the types of questions that aren't as easy to answer, unlike whether or not you should beat the snot out of an insane dictator named Robotnik. It's the type of question that then begs me to ask my own question, like, what is Archie Knuckles trying to say? What is the point of Archie Knuckles? And if this comic is asking me to take it seriously, by golly, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and figure out what this comic wants me to learn. I'm gonna read every issue and every sentence and every word. I'm gonna pass Professor Lowart's class and graduate, baby. By Aurora, I'm gonna do it. It's crunch time, folks, and there's not an ounce of pork in my echidna bod. Whatever that means. So far, I've really enjoyed Knuckles as a character. I love his ridiculous rivalry with Sonic, how his willingness to grow from his mistakes is just as strong as his hot-headedness, along with how sincere he is about protecting his home. I mean, my man was about to fight existence itself if it didn't cut out that being green business, sheesh. So I'm not kidding ya when I say I sure like this echidna, and was super excited to read a comic focused on him and his little adventures on this little island. However, throughout his original miniseries and the first 12 issues of his own spin-off comic, well, there's a lot more going on than you'd probably expect. Mainly, the comic's new desire to focus on the history of the floating island itself and Knuckles' role as its guardian. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot of history. Whether it's the echidnas first raising their society into the sky to avoid an incoming meteor, the existence of a lineage of guardians, or any multitude of flashbacks we get, this comic is dead set on letting you know all about the past and how it affects Knuckles in the present. For example, there's this little ant dude named Archimedes, who has kidnapped Knuckles' friends in the hopes of teaching him a lesson about the priorities of being a guardian. Why? Well, because the ants and echidnas have a relationship that goes way back. They're actually the only reason the echidnas were able to get this island off the ground in the first place, and they've even helped train previous guardians. Since this is a whole side of his heritage that Knuckles has never heard about, he's suitably surprised and confused, similarly to how the reader would probably feel. However, the past quickly takes on a much more literal form as the echidna Enerjack appears, Knuckles' distant relative Dimitri who infused himself with the energy of the Chaos Emerald centuries ago and went mad with power. As Knuckles and Archie fight against him, they learn to trust in one another, and ultimately, Enerjack is defeated the same way as before, through the teamwork of the great echidna and the smallest of God's great creatures. Oh boy. But wait, there's more. See, at this point, we've learned that Dimitri, aka Enerjack, gained his awesome power by using tech called the Chaos Siphon. After experiencing Enerjack's frightening power, the echidnas of the past grew wary of technology, and so Dimitri's brother Edmund decided to lead the charge in removing all technology from echidna society. Of course, though, this type of proposal isn't popular with every echidna. I mean, Marta, you gave them the VCR? Things just spiral out of control from here as the echidnas who want to keep their technology don spooky black cloaks and name themselves the Dark Legion. Very non-insane branding, all while being led by none other than Dimitri's son, Menaker, who blames his uncle Edmund for his father's death, and intends to enact revenge on society after he believes he gets a sign from his father's grave. Wicked. But my man Edmund won't have it, nor will he have a head as he gets brutally shot, and yeah, wow, okay. So then his son, Steppenwolf, this is Steppenwolf by the way, he's guided by the ants and becomes the first proper guardian of the floating island using a secret, technologically advanced base to spy on every single echidna to make sure they don't use technology or go against the democratic system. Woo! Steppenwolf then confronts the council, who then confronts him with a gun, but oh baby, this guy's on his knees! He needs forgiveness from this kind guardian who knows we can reason with the Dark Legion. Even though they killed his father, Steppenwolf wants to try and do what's right. Godspeed, But the Dark Legion, they won't listen. One of them attacks Steppenwolf, so using his special Guardian Chaos powers, he sends every single Echidna from the Dark Legion into the Twilight Zone, where they'll be separated from the rest of Echidna society forever. Even Menaker, his own cousin. And you know, I kind of feel like trapping everyone in an alternate reality prison could be a bit overkill and could possibly create an eternal grudge, but this is what you get for wanting to keep your Sega Genesis, folks. Wow. Yeah, that's quite a bit of history there. A dramatic story with its own twists and turns and a surprising amount of characters, and I kinda love it all, like a lot. To quote Knuckles the Echidna, this dope is strictly Looney Tunes. What truly sells this is that the art is great. Like, look! There's a sense of scale to it all. Everyone is so expressive. There's genuinely cool looking action, and yeah, it just looks like someone really tried to make this feel big and proper. And that someone is often Manny Gallen, who handles the vast majority of Knuckles' material, and I love seeing all the little details he adds to the backgrounds that allow these locations to feel alive. Meanwhile, we have this great paneling from Art Moini, where, as the top 2/3 of the page are taken up by the main action, a change of stakes is slowly chronicled over the bottom third of the page. This way, regular conversations can have some tension injected into them, as a villainous force makes its way closer to our heroes, or as something cataclysmic grows in scale. But then there's the covers. With few exceptions, every Knuckles story is a 3-parter, and so in order to sell how special that is, the covers combine to form one massive image that encapsulates the story's progress and core ideas of these arcs. The detail speaks for itself. Every time I look at these sick images, I'm left thinking, man, Archie Knuckles is so freaking cool. And a major part of that is how these spreads sometimes combine the past and present elements of these stories in such epic ways. So cards on the table, I might as well make this clear here. No matter what else I have to say going forward, know that on its own, I adore all this Echidna lore. But, of course, all this cool lore isn't on its own. No, it's with Knuckles. Or should I say that Knuckles is with it. For instance, when we learn all this stuff about the past, Knuckles has a run-in with the Dark Legion, who've escaped from their separate dimension. Which probably sounds pretty cool after all. We get to learn about this past as Knuckles faces it. Makes sense. Except that Knuckles doesn't do much at all. Like, while we get this fairly complex narrative in the past, the present gives us Knuckles just kind of fighting Dark Legion dudes, I guess. I'm honestly struggling to describe it because not much happens here. It's basically just Knuckles asking who the heck all these guys are, beating them up a bit, and that's that. At the end, Knuckles doesn't even get to defeat the Dark Legion's leader, Kragok. Nah, this guy just runs away after a mostly uninvolved character saves Knuckles and the Chaotix from getting blasted, which is exactly what happened in the last story. And so at the end, I look at this and go, what did Knuckles learn from the past? What progress have we made? And the answer is nothing. We haven't. This is made all the worse by the fact that we don't learn about the past with Knuckles. No, instead we get way more details than him at completely random intervals. Like one page will be Knuckles material, the next will be the past. Or maybe there will be 2 pages of Knuckles material and then 2 pages of the past. No exaggeration, this is how these issues are structured, with this constant stop and start and back and forth that sucks all the action out of the Knuckles half and makes the drama of the past awkward. And then there's the elephant in the room, or rather the echidnas. In some ways, this is where the intrinsic hilarity of the comic combines with how you know these characters are normally portrayed in the games. Your brain knows there's supposed to be one Knuckles, but now there's Glasses Knuckles, and Cult Knuckles, and Depressed Knuckles, ultimately creating this trance-like state of enjoyment as I sit slack-jawed at what I am witnessing, with the added bonus that these stories are actually answering really good questions one might have about Knuckles and his past, yet doing so in the most overly self-serious and insane way possible. And the art, man, it's what really sells the absurd appeal of this, because these knockoff Knuckles aren't just any knockoffs. No, now they're high-quality recreations with the most minor of tweaks that are supposed to make them their own beings with their own motivations and their own stories, and something about that is so funny to me. But then there's the other side of this coin, because if you're having trouble telling these fellas apart, especially in the past where they're all colored in sepia tones, yeah, I don't blame you. I do too. The only thing that saved me was Professor Lowart's lecture going through all this lore. Otherwise, I would have been lost. Because there's just so many characters to keep in my mind, and the differences between them can be shockingly subtle when I'm trying to keep track of these names and motivations, and also, you gotta remember that this is only the B plot in a story that often has a C and D plot in there too. And this type of structure, it persists throughout the first 4 arcs of the Knuckles comic, or in other words, the first 12 issues. It's genuinely tiring and leads to a comic that often feels so stuffed full of material that it becomes at odds with itself, and especially at odds with its own titular character, who begins to drown beneath the onslaught of samey faces. It's really unfortunate too, because it's not as though the past material gets less interesting. No, this stuff is consistently engaging, and we get to see Echidna society from so many different angles, to the point where the floating island alone feels far more fleshed out than all the rest of Mobius combined. But when that's at the cost of a focused or engaging story, when it gets so hard to follow, when it leaves Knuckles as nothing more than a dude who exists to go, "What's going on?" while the other Echidnas refuse to answer his questions for no reason in particular, that's when I get frustrated. And that last point might even be the biggest problem, because for a story that's so concerned about learning from the past, where characters will literally tell Knuckles to shut up and listen like a good guardian boy, the other supposedly wiser Echidnas sure won't say much. If I had a nickel for every time these guys for no apparent reason told Knuckles he wasn't ready to learn something, or left out important details, or refused to elaborate, I'd probably be able to afford one issue of the Knuckles the Echidna comic book on eBay. At a point, it goes beyond being generally frustrating and makes me kinda hate the Echidnas. Like, you folks want my man to learn so badly, so teach him. And if you aren't going to tell him something, please at least have a reason. But unfortunately, once this keeps happening, all I can do is see straight past the narrative, and a behind-the-scenes desire to keep the mystery intact by having a character act mysterious, even when there is no mystery at all. What a shame.
It is the time of prophecy, Larley. I've come for the lad.
What for? I'm busy enough as it is.
Then you're about to get busier.
With Oh, Knuckles. But besides all that, after learning about this Echidna Society stuff, I've got to say, I don't know if I want this teenager taking too many of these lessons to heart from them. Knuckles' ancestors, they have some interesting ideas. I mean, of course, there's his father, Locke, who pretended to throw himself into a wall of fire to help prepare his son to be independent, or something. I don't know. By the way, this is Guardian tradition. Talk about generational trauma, jeez. But my man, Grandfather Hawking here, may have some deeper problems than that. My man hates these filthy dingoes, and he wants you to know about it. They'd raise a stink about something, we'd beat them back, they'd stay quiet for a while, and the cycle would begin again. Those frickin' dingoes raising a stink, they could never conceptualize. They could only copy the Echidnas and their superior technology. Yeah, Hawking, I think you might need to lie down, old fella. Now, to be clear, the dingoes are no saints. They're a militarized, warlike society that wanted to steal the Echidna's technology, seemingly instigating conflicts with them. And this early in the comic, they're portrayed as mostly just that. Faceless, angry soldiers, not really a people group. But as this new generation of dingoes, far removed from the wars of the past, are integrated into Echidna society, we start to see the comic's framing of them change into something more sympathetic. We see normal dingoes just living normal lives and having jobs. We find out that there are those who don't even like their militant ways but still have to serve terms. However, most of all, we realize that maybe there really is an anti-dingo sentiment among the Echidnas. As when all the dingoes want are some houses to live in after their old ones are destroyed, it becomes extremely clear that the Echidnas are purposefully dragging their feet. Yeah, they do not care, though they might be encouraged to speed up the process if the dingoes would simply unarm themselves. So is the comic aware that, as it tries to be more realistic and humanize a faceless enemy faction, that it's also recontextualizing Hawking and maybe the Guardians in a pretty negative light? I don't know, but the dingo housing crisis certainly is fascinating. Wait, what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, Knuckles. Anyway, beyond the dingo race relation side of this backstory, there's the fact that it's really complex. I mean, I'm sure some of you knuckleheads out in the crowd were able to understand this on your first go, but I'm more of a dumb dingo than a smart echidna, so my brain doesn't always pick up on this stuff on the first read through. I'll try to break it down. See, many years ago, these dingoes stole nukes from the echidnas and tried to fire them, so again, the dingoes definitely aren't innocent of any wrongdoings. Anyway, Hawking used the Guardian's technology to stop the nukes, but because of the fallout, he had to use another device called the Hyperzone Projector to place the echidnas in their city in one pocket dimension, while the dingoes went to another. So they lived there until, due to Robotnik's Ultimate Annihilator from the Endgame arc, the zones broke down, and now Hawking has to use his abilities to preserve the zones and bring them back to the regular reality. Unfortunately though, he's only got enough strength to reinstate one, so he chooses to save the Echidna City, meaning that yes, This is how the dingoes lost their home. Now let me make this clear. This is cool. This weird sci-fi alternate dimension plan from Hawking and the way it only gets wrecked because of Robotnik's interference? Yes, please. That's the type of weird Archie Sonic crap I'm here for. But that's me describing it to you, breaking it down, making it simple. When I read it for the first time, I had no such guy, no teacher ant resting upon my shoulder to help me on this journey. So I read it, and I read it again, and I read it again, and I tried to understand it. I tried to pierce through the long-winded dialogue, through the stop-and-start explanations, through the contradictions and moments where Hawking would refuse to elaborate. Eventually, I did make sense of it. Eventually, I thought it was really cool. But getting to that point, well, that was pretty darn frustrating, and it killed my enjoyment of the story. But this is far from the worst of it, because some of you might be asking, wait, what about Knuckles? Well, anyway, next is the Forgotten Tribe arc. Here we learn that there's a whole group of echidnas who didn't agree with raising the island into the sky all those years ago, so they took off. From there, they searched for the promised land of the echidnas, Albion, guided by the mysterious ancient walkers, who eventually called upon the guardian Aether to forsake his post and become the Mitre instead. If all these names are starting to get to be a bit much, all you need to do is be a good little guardian and listen, buddy. Anyway, Aether eventually gets Knuckles involved in the tribe's business because the ancient walkers told him that he needs to do something else, I guess, and that Knuckles is gonna guide them. Alrighty then, so what clues are there out there that Knuckles is gonna find to guide them? What unique element of his character will allow them to finally find their promised land after all these years and after most of them have been roboticized, including Aether's own family, because yes, Archie Knuckles also knows how to slap you in the face with some dark backstories. Well, nothing about Knuckles is going to contribute. Instead, it's just that the ancient walkers guide them. Robbo the Hedge has a vision. Knuckles walks on water for some reason. And then some lady named Galanag greets the tribe and Knuckles takes off using the gem they give him. Wow, why did they need Knuckles for this again? Then there's Knuckles' dad, Locke. Oh boy, this guy, he's basically Knuckles' ultimate cyber stalker who watches his every move from the safety of the Guardian's home base, Haven. If his son gets in too much trouble, he'll help him out by creating an oasis in the desert, or stopping enemies' blasters from working, or doing whatever really. This way, it's nearly impossible for Knuckles to have a proper victory for himself. Now, you always know there's some other force at play, whether familial or technological or magical, that can save his bacon if the frying pan gets too hot. As such, these arcs are almost entirely devoid of proper tension because even though the comic wants me to take it seriously and ask serious questions, I also know that anyone or anything other than Knuckles can swoop in and steal Knuckles' conflicts from him at any moment regardless of his input. But okay, despite how disjointed all this is, there has to be at least a fairly consistent focus on technology and how the echidnas have divided themselves based on that, right? Which, yes, fortunately, the Dark Legion has remained important. For one, we have Julie Sue, an ex-Legionnaire who Knuckles is quite surprised to find is a woman. Where's the rest of Kragok's thugs? Female! Give her a chance, Vector. I'm sure if we give her enough rope, she's bound to hang herself. Or through the Legion growing more powerful when Enerjack returns and becomes their new leader. Now, this arc here, it genuinely shows some promise. After all, Julie Sue has been hanging out with Knuckles and the Chaotix for a bit now, but most people still don't trust her. She feels alone. Of course, her and Knuckles can connect on that. They're both a bit lost right now. And so, in a likable, personality-driven moment, one of the few in the comic thus far, Knuckles decides that he wants to try and help Julie Sue fit in or find some proper friends. Awesome. How's he gonna do that? Well, he's gonna go ask Archie. So he goes looking for him. And he looks. And he looks for other people. And he looks. And no one's around. So he looks. And oh, would you guess? He's still looking. Yeah, that nice setup for him to actively help Julie Sue. Maybe allow the obvious romance angle they're going for actually be given any development or chemistry. No, we aren't going to focus on that, nothing. Instead, we just cut to the actual plot important stuff while Knuckles uselessly roams around and gets confused. Whatever, at least things are finally heating up as Enerjack faces off against Knuckles. When fighting someone with such awesome might, however, Knuckles has little hope. It really sells Enerjack as a powerful force. The way he's toying with Knuckles, teleporting him to space and into the deep sea, but Knuckles just won't give up and is even mocking the demigod, causing Enerjack to snap and break down Knuckles to his individual molecules and... Okay, yeah, I'm with ya! How's Knuckles gonna get out of... Oh, The ancient walkers saved him. They just bring him back to life, no problem. It couldn't even be his friends that save him. Maybe Julie Sue somehow. Heck, I'd even take his dad over this. But hey, at least Enerjack might still be cool. He's attacking Echidnapolis with the Dark Legion. They want revenge, but now the Dingoes and Echidnas are teaming up against this force together. Could this be what allows either side to learn to appreciate the other? Then there's Julie Sue who's stuck in the middle. We're gonna get a real fight now, baby. Wait, what the? Where'd Enerjack go? Wait, is that the mammoth guy from earlier? Oh, walkers. I don't want to see this guy's the main villain right now. That's not what this was about. This guy's been in exactly 2 terribly written stories before, where he went on and wouldn't stop talking, and oh yeah, they also looked like this. Then he gets beat up, and even when he has a victory, he's got his frickin' ding-dong out. He comes out of nowhere. I don't care if he looks cool here or that this was his big master plan to free Enerjack. He hasn't earned it. In a story where we're constantly moving focus away from our hero, we're now even doing it to our villains. Even our tangent has tangents. But yeah, that's right, folks. Mammoth freaking Mogul swoops in and drains Enerjack of his power with the Sword of Acorns and is now the actual big bad guy we have to fight, abruptly ending the entire story arc. Also, we can have a battle where the Ancient Walkers explicitly manipulate every single thing to force our heroes to win. Supersonic, Hyper Knuckles, and the new form of Turbo Tails are entirely wasted on this crappy villain who uses big words in lieu of an actual menacing presence. Not like he really had a chance to be cool anyway, when the whole issue looks like this and the speech bubbles are devouring the pages in a sea of this cluttered ugliness. I genuinely get a headache trying to read it. Oh, but I couldn't just read it once either, because I don't know what's happening. So I read it, and I read it again, and I read it again. And apparently, Locke and all his granddads use chaos magic to combine Mogul with the Chaos Emeralds, which in turn creates the Master Emerald or something. Why did we do this? And why does it get worse? Why does the comic get worse every time Mogul appears? Look at this sick cover. This is one of the coolest things in the whole comic. A super form battle royale, and it looks like this. Why does Mogul have to be here? I hate it. I hate it. Oh yeah, these writers are also done with Enerjack. They aren't bringing him back. Walkers have mercy. I need a break. Something fun. Wait, do I smell cotton candy? Is that the sound of roller coaster rides? It's finally time, kids! We're here, everyone! Grab your tickets and prepare to die! Because, oh my gosh, is that the drug-laced chili dog?
Don't you put it in your mouth, don't you put it in your mouth, don't you stuff it in your face, don't stuff it in your face. So it might look good to eat, so it might look good to eat, and it might look good to taste, and it might look good to taste. You could get sick, yuck, real quick.
Are you prepared to take a trip to the center of Charmy Bee's mind? I sure hope you are, because it's time for the drug-laced chili dog arc, baby. We begin with Harry the cab-driving dingo. Much like me, he's tired of the Echidna's crap and narrates his distaste in film noir-esque tones. He wants to keep to himself, doesn't need the trouble. That is, until he finds Charmy Bee holding the shaking body of his best friend Mello in his arms. What's he gonna do, look the other way? No. He must drive them to the hospital. Looks like the kid might not make it, but he's gotta do what he can do. He gets them where he needs to go. But Mello Bee, he still dies. He dies of lemon, sundrop, dandelion poisoning. So now our Chaotix friends, along with Harry and Julie Sue, are going to need to get to the bottom of this. Their first lead? Well, Renfield T. Rodent's reopened amusement park, of course, where Charmy and Mello were hanging out and having a good old time before it became an abusement park and perhaps ended Mello's life. After they arrive, though, the gang can't find anything suspicious, and so they get hungry. Unfortunately for them, Julie Sue is the only one with a brain, and the rest of them eat chili dogs from a nearby stand. And then it begins. A trip. A bad trip. Already, this issue it's ridiculous. The Sonic comic is tackling the dangers of drugs through bad chili dogs in an amusement park stand. An amusement park we visited back in the gag era days, no less. And really, it just adds a lot to this insanity that the poisoned food is chili dogs of all things. Could you twist the comic's original innocence any further than making Sonic's favorite food part of this? It's hilarious, and it's even funnier that buried beneath this craziness, there is potentially a lesson about being careful who you take food from for little kids, but of course it's delivered to us via the most over-the-top and needlessly tragic way possible. Really, this is basically a precursor to the comic's dark comedy days. And it only gets wilder as Charmy B's drug-induced hallucinations reveal his innermost fears. See, he's really a prince who ran away from his kingdom and his responsibilities there because he wanted to still have a fun time and go on adventures. And now he feels guilt and worry over that, shown through a genuinely well-done presentation of drug-induced hysteria. Wow, that's, not a sentence I ever expected to say about the Knuckles the Echidna comic book series. Meanwhile, I genuinely just like that we're exploring different sides of the society through someone like Harry, humanizing the dingoes through this tired taxi driver with a heart of gold as he struggles both to exist within Echidna society, getting pushed around on this insane adventure by the Chaotix and such, but also being threatened by General Von Stryker, the dingo's leader, told that he better not integrate too well. So yeah, we have that, and then we have moments that are just straight up hilarious. The Chaotix have always been fun. Stuff like Vector stubbornly saying, "You mean all my homeboys don't enjoy shaking and baking out here?" when they're about ready to die from heat stroke. Or, "Since you don't like my rap, why not grab a nap? I just heard Dudley Do-Rag and Julie Locks are going medieval in South Towns." I could just keep going. I swear, nearly every line out of this guy's mouth is hilarious, and the way he bounces off the other Chaotix brings this all together. And this poor nurse having to deal with all of them, getting more and more frightened as each member of the team awakens from the drug-laced chili dog stupor. Mighty's lifting the bed! Oh no! Meanwhile, Harry, Julie Sue, and Constable Remington are trying to get to the bottom of this incident at the park. And as they do that, we get these ridiculous scenes between Renfield and Ebony Hare, a mob boss of sorts who's calling the shots and making Renfield do this crap to the chili dogs as a way to get the masses hooked on his goods. Julie Sue gets some opportunities to look pretty cool while fighting these goons, and stuff like Ebony Hare yelling, "You're dead! I saw you die!" feels straight out of a B-list thriller, and I am here for it. I've got to get out of here. It ain't safe for a Goyle. Anyway, after the incident is taken care of through the combined power of our Chaotix friends, Harry, Julie Sue, and Remington, Charmy B returns home to his kingdom, not only to bury a fallen friend, but to return to his family and claim his place as prince. This experience, it's made him grow up, and how couldn't it? I mean, after hearing what happened, his parents may have forgiven me, but it would be a long time before I could. My best friend and I would never share the sun again, but he would be in my heart, always. But then we smash cut to him looking pretty dang happy with his family, and he thinks, "I thought I would have fun with my friends and found in my family something more meaningful instead." Funny how things work out in the end. Wow. Yeah, I guess you could call that working out. I don't know. What a wild way to land on the message that running away from responsibilities can be dangerous. Like, I get it. That's not necessarily a bad message. I'm not even inherently opposed to the message about family being important or whatever. But this way of going about it, Charmy's friend dying because of a bad chili dog in an amusement park, and that being the catalyst for his change? I love it. It's so absurd and fun, and for once, although there's still a clear message, it's just a little bit of spice at the end, rather than what we spend the vast majority of the story focusing on. In the end, this arc is a definite bright spot in what has so far been a mostly frustrating series, and I'm so thankful for its existence. I genuinely love it, and each time I go back, I have just as much fun as the last. But, you might have noticed something here. This is the first time I've been completely positive about the Knuckles comic, and yet I haven't mentioned Knuckles. Well, okay, it's not like I mentioned Knuckles a lot before, but that was for different reasons, and anyway, he isn't here. He gets 2 pages in each issue where we cut to him messing around and fighting some dudes, while his dad watches on and comments about how powerful he is and stuff, and unfortunately, Knuckles' lack of importance is going to persist from here for some time. My man has gone from asking constant questions, but at least getting time on the page, to being the C-plot in his own comic. But that doesn't mean these next arcs aren't worth discussing. No, they have some of the most telling material in the comic thus far, and mark a major change of direction for the story as a whole. Up until now, we've gotten bits and pieces of the Brotherhood of Guardians' internal workings, but in these coming arcs, we're about to get a big boy look at the inside, and it's immediately telling. Just take this scene where the Brotherhood's members are discussing Sonic's recent world adventure. Now, the Brotherhood is supposed to be framed as this noble group that watches over all of Mobius, making sure everything stays balanced. But, weirdly, when Sonic is out here helping people and trying to stop a major force of evil, they're annoyed. He's making work for them, nothing but trouble apparently, and leaving messes that they have to clean up. Which, isn't this their job? I mean, I would understand if Sonic wasn't helping people, but he is, and yet here they are complaining. Not a great look. And it's in scenes like this that one fact becomes clear. The Brotherhood's mission statement isn't that they need to do good or protect the world from evil or anything nearly that noble. No, their mission statement, whether they realize it or not, is pure apathy. They are a group who protects the status quo, regardless of if that status quo is good in the first place, and anything that serves to interrupt their time kicking back in Haven is treated as an annoyance or headache. In fact, when faced with problems, they will frequently take the path of least resistance, even when that path is, without a doubt, morally wrong. For example, Elias. I've praised this guy a lot, and of course that means I've mentioned how he was missing for a long time from the Acorn Kingdom and his family. So, what happened to him? Where was he? Well, when Elias was a small child, he and his mother Alicia went on a trip to the floating island. However, their ship was struck down by the Overlanders. Alicia was injured, and the Guardians lied to the Overlanders in order to protect them. So they hid Alicia, mortally injured but kept alive in this tube, and they hid Elias too. Why didn't they send him home? Simple. They were worried that this would reveal to the Overlanders that they had lied, and that they were taking sides in the ongoing war, and that they could get dragged into it themselves. At first, this might sound at least somewhat reasonable, except there are a couple problems here. For one, we know from past stories that Max and Sally visited the island, so couldn't that also be misconstrued as taking sides? More than that even, couldn't they have given Elias back to the family secretly during one of these visits since they apparently weren't a problem? Better yet, why didn't they give Elias back after the war was over? Why didn't they give him back after Robotnik was dead? Heck, they didn't even have to wait till he was dead. After all, Robotnik had already attacked the island, so it wasn't like neutrality was a big deal back then. Of course, some of this is no doubt a byproduct of the story, at least to some extent, being made up as it went along. But these inconsistencies, they still exist, and they still color the reader's interpretation of the Guardians if they stop to think about it. And that takes what, at first, feels like a somewhat reasonable political stance and morphs it into nothing short of a kidnapping. And this isn't even some serious moral stance they have. No, as soon as Jeffrey's group hunts down Elias and makes their way here, the Guardians just give up Alicia, who they've kept hidden, and have no worries about letting Elias go home either. Again, this just makes me wonder why they kept him for so long in the first place. But of course, it's simple. This is less of a headache. That's all it's ever about with the Guardians. I mean, maybe that's why later we learn that they tied up a child, threw him off the island, and attempted to drown him because he was mean to Knuckles and stole his yo-yo. Oh, sweet, so we can add attempted child murder to the list. Wow. These guys, they're monsters. And not just that, they're pretty stupid too, and the infighting goes on and on. After all, though it's spoken about in vague tones, we get a whole lot of arguing between them about something to do with Knuckles' strength. Something they played a part in giving him that they all agreed to do in the past. Really, they spend more time going back and forth against each other than they do getting work done or helping people. And that stupidity I mentioned? Apparently they can't even tell their own members apart, since this faker replaced one of their own for many years. A plot that, on its face, could make sense, but is just unbelievably stupid. See, this guy is named Moratory Rex, and he's impersonating Tobor, Hawking's son. After a heated battle between the two of them many years ago, they were left seriously injured, and somehow their injuries allowed other people to mix them up and believe Moratory was Tobor. So then Moratory was able to sneak into the Guardians. Guess the Echidnas can't even tell each other apart anymore. Once Julie Sue randomly stumbles upon Tobor though, things change. So now how is Moratory going to keep up this deception? Okay, but before we get to the question the comic wants us to ask, I've got to ask another one. Tobor, buddy, where the heck were ya? How long have you been stumbling through the desert? When did this happen? When this happened to you, it looks like your dad was a young man and now he's an old fella, and these echidnas, they live for like hundreds of years. You didn't try to go home out of shame, I guess? But what, for that long? And now someone just happens to find you. And then there's the matter of how Moratory impersonated him in the first place. The comic attempts to justify this through saying their injuries made this easier for him, but Lara Leigh is at least there to go, but how didn't your wife know? Tobor is actually also wondering about that as well. Now, do you think we actually follow up on that though? Anyway, Knuckles meets Tobor, hears his story, randomly poofs into Haven, and he and Moratory fight. What was Moratory's plan this whole time, by the way? And then Tobor and Kragok battle, and they end up in some other dimension or something, and they're gone, and what the heck was the point of this whole arc? Alright then, back to the Brotherhood. On a deeper level, we've got to remember that they're the ones who have worked hardest against the Dark Legion in their techno-obsessed, shadowy ways, all while they secretly spy on the populace using technology their forefathers rejected, all while the rest of Echidna society had started using technology again. I think it's pretty easy to see the problems here. Speaking of problems though, yeah, remember the whole jumping into a wall of fire thing? What's the logic behind that? Well, eventually we find out that one of the Guardian's sons, who had just joined the group, previously died in the line of duty, so the group decided that they all needed to be involved in the future Guardians training to avoid a repeated tragedy, which is why they spy on their fresh recruits, and eventually why they decide to pretend to end it all. So yeah, most of the Brotherhood's extreme actions stem from trauma, whether it's Dimitri's death, Edmund's death, or this fella's death, and a belief that they are truly doing what's best for their younger members. Unfortunately for them though, their response to trauma only creates more trauma. And I know I've mentioned this before and I'm gonna mention it again, but come on! I've read this comic multiple times, and I need to know why these nutjobs jump into the fire! What? But this is where things get more interesting, because the comic is at least somewhat aware of this. I mean, that point I just made about technology, one of the Guardians mentions these inconsistencies, while the others make excuses or tell him to not start fights right now. Sure, there's no way all of this was purposeful, all their stupidity and apathy and just how far they'll go with that, but at least some of it is, and the comic is becoming aware of itself. And a story that at first was all about Knuckles learning the value of tradition and wisdom from his forefathers begins to ask questions. What if tradition doesn't have the same value we first thought? What if, instead of learning wisdom from the past, he needs to learn from the mistakes that can be found there? What if the Guardians are just a bunch of self-important hypocrites? And the way we're going to go about asking these questions, well, it's by pulling from the real world in just about the strangest way possible.
Robotropolis 3228. During Dr. Robotnik's takeover through robotization, the SWATbots came for the foxes, and I did not speak up because I was not a fox. Then they came for the rabbits, and I did not speak up because I was not a rabbit. Then they came for the squirrels, but I did not speak up because I was not a squirrel. Then they came for the hedgehogs, and I did not speak up because I was an echidna. Then they came for me, and by that time, nobody was left to speak up. Anonymous.
We're here, folks. Echidnopolis is officially Germany in 1933. Hail Dimitri. Yeah, Archie Knuckles isn't afraid to go there, and I couldn't be happier. This is bonkers, truly buck wild even. The comic is no longer just trying to tap into deeper themes or ideas in its own weird ways. No, now it's time to pull from real life politics, clearly drawing inspiration from atrocities of the past. And yet inspiration honestly feels like too vague of a word. Nah, this is begging ya to recognize these symbols and events overlaid on top of the ongoing Archie Knuckles narrative, and it is downright special what this leads to. See, throughout this arc, the Dark Legion attempts to overtake Echidna society from within, first by lobotomizing a high-ranking political official named Pravda and turning him into their puppet, giving them an in for the upcoming election. Right, of course you'd do that. With the growing tensions between dingoes and echidnas, this seems like a pretty darn good time for the Dark Legion to strike and take back their city. Never mind that other echidnas in positions of power are being threatened if they don't support them. Of course, though, these threats soon extend to regular, everyday people, and the Legion eventually starts rounding up echidnas and dingoes alike and shipping them off. It's wild how quickly Echidna society seems to fall apart here as soon as the Dark Legion has a foothold. Plus, since Morituri Rex was just in Haven, they're even able to attack the Brotherhood and capture most of them in one fell swoop. All of this means that the Dark Legion is no longer just the Dark Legion. Now they're vessels for Echidnaopolis' downfall into an extremist nightmare, and we aren't just going to do that through some unique made-up story. Instead, we do this through a modified version of the poem, First They Came. We do this through the Dark Legion rounding up dingoes and sending them to the sewers. We do this through other people getting carted away from the rest of society, basically taken to camps. Yeah, this story definitely grabbed my attention. Now, do I think it was wise of the comic to be this direct with its references to real-life atrocities? Probably not, because it does introduce a lot of thematic muddiness into the mix. For instance, using the Dark Legion for the purposes of being this real-life political parallel feels pretty misguided because the Dark Legion already have a distinct history and reasoning behind their actions. But now all of that is funneled through this, and that inherently makes me ask, what is the comic trying to say here? Heck, as we've already established, the comic consistently wants me to take it on that serious level. And as soon as you start asking those questions about this arc, man, it gets confusing. Because I do believe way back when that the Dark Legion's core ideas actually made more sense than the government in Edmonds to me. Of course, they're framed as going straight up crazy after the fact, but again, initially, this was just about technology. And if someone swooped in and told me, hey, I'm gonna take all your technology now, all because of some irrational fear, then I would also be pretty upset about that. And so after the way the comic slowly made the dingoes more sympathetic, ultimately culminating in this arc where we see them living in squalor, I would have liked the comic to take a similar path with the Dark Legion. Like, there's a lot of potential here to do that. I highly doubt every member of the Dark Legion was insane and evil, so we could have leaned into how their hatred was stoked by the original Guardians when they were locked away in the Twilight Cage off and on for literal centuries. Basically, we could have gotten a more nuanced view of them, based on further exploring events we had already seen in the story from a different angle. And the reason I think it's reasonable to want that is because the comic seems to think there's value in what the Dark Legion are saying about how they were mistreated. How the society and officials and police still claim an anti-technology stance when their city looks like this, justifying it through pragmatism. In particular, one of the Brotherhood of Guardians' own members is the first to consider this hypocrisy that we see. Although he's outnumbered in this case. Speaking of the Guardians, what muddles this political conflict even further is that, as mentioned before, I don't really think the Brotherhood are great guys either, and therefore don't really care that they get put through the ringer by their techno-obsessed cousins. And a lot of that stems from just how high and mighty the Brotherhood has been about their own use of technology, as if this extremist group they're facing now has no relation to their own extreme reactions in the past. Oh yeah, the Dark Legion was bad, so we needed to fight fire with fire to stop them at the time. Okay, sure, but also now let's just keep using tech and use it to spy on the world and our people, with nearly all our good deeds using technology being off-screen in favor of on-screen cynicism and cruelty. The whiplash is insane. So seeing a monster that they helped create come back to bite them is weirdly satisfying and cathartic. It also simply feels like the comic is more aware than ever that the so-called noble echidnas maybe aren't so infallible. But then making the Dark Legion go all Hail Dimitri like this, yeah, that complicates things. My own emotions about the story I've been reading are confused by this constant bludgeoning with political references I just can't make sense of anymore, despite the comic clearly wanting me to consider them in its depth. This is further complicated when we learn that Edmund and Dimitri's past proposal to lower the floating island wasn't just rejected because it could be dangerous. Nah, it was rejected because it would upset other Echidna's political plans and aspirations. In other words, now Dimitri's initial reaction to grab the Chaos Siphon and take power for himself, yeah, it's still not great, but it's more justified than before. His ego wasn't simply bruised, he wasn't simply impatient. No, he was told straight to his face that this wouldn't happen because the government was corrupt and going through regular means wouldn't work. So this makes me think we are supposed to be sympathetic to the Dark Legion and their plight, but then this makes me think we aren't. You think this political symbolism is haphazardly tossed in though? Well, how about this same Echidna ending off his political speech with a modified version of John F. Kennedy's inaugural address, apparently? How about Menaker, yes, this dude from way back, already being given Hail Dimitri type ideology? How about the Brotherhood's member Spectre being given a quote that's based on Franklin D. Roosevelt's inauguration speech too? How about the dingoes carrying dingo power signs and protesting for equal rights, baby? How about the fact that the dingoes themselves were originally supposed to be Hail Dimitri types of people before the editor made them change it? So now their leader's right-hand man is still named Goebbels, as in Goebbels, as in one of the closest associates of Hitler. What does it all mean? On the one hand, I can see how this could make this arc unbearable for some people, or maybe even a little offensive. Just seeing the Knuckles comic swing for these high concepts and failing spectacularly. Flippantly using these real-world speeches and symbols and civil rights movements with very little tact. But on the other hand, well, you probably know what I'm gonna say. I kinda love it. I adore that Archie Knuckles, for better or worse, went all in on this because just look at it. To say this is hilarious to me would be a gross understatement. Why? Why did this happen? How did this happen? Who signed off on this? Who thought it was a good idea? And it's those meta questions that makes this one of the funniest and most unique things I've ever read. I truly love thinking about the stuff, untangling all these webs of ideas in my mind, getting real into it, and then having to go fact check by looking at these ridiculous echidnas. Adding to all this craziness, though, is the fact that this is genuinely the strongest the Knuckles' comics plot has ever been, because our man Knuckles eventually gets captured by the Dark Legion, along with Julie Sue and Stryker. Here, though Knuckles still isn't playing that active of a role, we're actually finally getting some interesting material regarding his mysterious powers, which the Brotherhood has been real quiet on. See, Dimitri wants to experiment on Knuckles to figure out what makes him tick because, of course, he wants this power for himself. Quickly, he realizes that Knuckles may be a bioengineered ultimate echidna, but as his energy begins to consume their base and destroy their instruments, the Dark Legion is forced to flee, and Echidna society at large is safe from their tyranny for the time being. Finally, we're getting some answers here that aren't entirely vague, and the Dark Legion conflict is actually going places. The comic is, it's got a moving plot, momentum, a central conflict between Knuckles and Dimitri, and no matter how ridiculous this stuff has gotten, Dimitri feels like a genuine threat now, tearing Echidna society apart from within, and his design. Look how cool his design is! Holy heck! The amount of detail, the multicolored wires, the eye jutting out, his mismatched feet and half-robotic quills, and everything. He looks awesome! Then there are moments like this with skin melting off a fake echidna's robotic body. It's nuts! I love how this arc looks. Give me more, Mr. Valentino. All in all, while the drug-laced chili dog arc is my favorite silly section of Knuckles, this is by far my favorite story section. Because if we strip away all the awkward references, calm down and take the comic a little less serious than it wants me to for a second, then this is the most interesting thematic direction the comic has ever gone in. Here, the previous roles of these characters have been irrevocably changed. The Guardians are questioning their own actions, and the comic itself is so actively questioning its original themes and morals that it's almost deconstructing itself. And all of that makes me ask, where do we go from here? How much wilder and wackier and more fascinating can we get? This conflict between Dimitri and Knuckles, I genuinely want to see that come to a head. It's crunch time, baby. Let's do it to... Oh, what the... Wait, what you've got, really? Seriously? Oh, baby! Why'd you go and do that for? I'm not sure I even like you.
I was simply returning you the favor.
Favor?
Yeah, like when you tried to cheer me up.
Yeah, well, okay, just this once.
If that's what you want.
Julie Sue?
Yes?
Don't ever do that again.
Wouldn't even consider it. Oh, yes, I would. I just wish I understood why.
It really wasn't that bad, actually. That felt kind of nice. Yeah, so about the plot picking up. Instead of following up on the Dark Legion stuff, it's romance time. Because Julie Sue and Knuckles, well, their hormones have been chugging for some time, and that choo-choo train is coming into the station and ready to 3D blast. And if I sound excited at the prospect, it's because, yes, I am. See, the Knuckles' comics way of handling male-female romance has so far been really funny to me. There's this sort of women, can't live with him, can't live without him, energy to a lot of the dudes in this story. Like, they just can't comprehend their chosen mate, and it's so bad that the echidnas in particular have this thing called the soul touch, which basically means you're destined to be, even if you can't really understand each other. None of you have relationships I subscribe to, but some of the dialogue surrounding it has got a good laugh out of me. However, that's the sort of thing that I could see becoming tiring in large doses and that I would understand someone not enjoying at all. Perhaps even more so when the one getting this treatment is Julie Sue, an inherently interesting character as this ex-Dark Legion soldier turned ally combined with probably one of the sickest designs in the entire comic, thanks Bass, but who, unfortunately, just gets sidelined in most of the arcs she's in. Which is why I'm really surprised to say that this romance arc is just genuinely really fun and charming throughout. Here, the Knuckles comic has shifted from politically fueled science fiction with a point to a romantic sitcom following Knuckles and Julie Sue. There's this incredibly entertaining, campy energy to everything, along with goofy art that backs up this absurdity perfectly. And the situations and circumstances here are suitably ridiculous, like Archie playing matchmaker and poofing Knuckles into a restaurant while Julie Sue is on a date with another guy. I mean, look at this echidna's little mustache. How couldn't you love it? The ants insult Locke for the relationship between him and Lara Leigh. Father, that was uncalled for. Then there's Vector bad-talking Knuckles and Julie Sue, and Knuckles going, "You really want to know? I'll tell you what's happening. There's a girl I may be in love with, and I have to listen to your trash. Why don't you just get off my case, you crazy crock?" As a fellow angry teenager once upon a time, I can definitely relate to Knuckles just snapping. It feels shockingly real, while still being hilarious and stupid. And then Knuckles finally works up the courage to ask Julie Sue out, and she's making the silly cute face, and he walks off with his chest all puffed out, but the art's weird and he looks like he's wearing pajamas even though that's just his skin, but she said yes! Woo! Wow, this arc is fun! And this is easily the most I've ever cared about Julie Sue or Knuckles as a couple, and it's entirely thanks to this young, dumb love tone. You finally did it, comic. You won me over on Knuckles and Julie Sue. I now pronounce you pretty cute under highly specific circumstances, I guess. Whoa, Knuckles, I know you're into crunch time, but save some for dessert. But with all that out of the way, there's something more serious that we need to discuss. A mysterious father we've waited a long time to properly learn about. It's time. Knuckles' father, Locke, is awful. Let's just get that out of the way. He assists the Brotherhood in being self-aggrandizing hypocrites. He spies on his son and refuses to speak to him even when others tell him he should. He gets snarky at his ex-wife for even simple suggestions like that maybe he should be an actual dad for once. And yeah, he does all this while having an air of superiority, the sort of pride in his own distance, even though he sure can't describe why pretending to die in front of his son was the best way to teach him about self-reliance, or why their traditions are so important, or why he needs Knuckles to learn on his own but will still help him out randomly. Well, we do get an answer for that last question. After all, isn't it a father's duty to look after his son? This guy is. He's a lunatic as far as I'm concerned. And boy, oh boy, is he compelling. Easily, out of all the characters we've met in Archie, Sonic, and Knuckles so far, Locke is the most interesting to consider and discuss. He has layers, motivations stacked on motivations, and there's just so much to unpack with him. First and foremost, Locke is a byproduct of tradition. He was raised to be a guardian and clearly believes that is his role in the world and that there's nothing more important than that, not even his relationship with his own son. And it's those feelings that not only compel him to follow along with these traditions, no matter how harmful, but to take them more seriously and extremely than even his own forefathers. Because of this, Locke has sacrificed a lot. Of course, he's given up a normal relationship with his kid and missed out on a lot of his life. He's also separated from his wife, even though he still clearly wants to be with her. Why? Well, because she was uncomfortable with how far Locke was taking Knuckles' guardian training, and she wanted more of a say in how her son would be raised. She was scared that her kid would miss out on just being a child. But that's not the guardian way. Of course not. So when she tried to take Knuckles and leave, Locke said no. And how would she fight back against him? He has exceptional powers and abilities. Soon after, Locke would suddenly take Knuckles away from his mother anyway to begin his training, and instead of telling Knuckles about their eventual divorce or anything about his mother really, Locke settled to just tell him that she was gone and nothing more. A family broken, a son lost, and all because of a husband's ambitions and ideals and traditions. But Locke didn't just sacrifice himself. No, he sacrificed his son's chances at ever having a remotely normal life, even by guardian standards. Because one night, Locke had a vision of a terrible future. A future where he believed the world would end and a son who he didn't even know yet would die. So to prepare for that day, Locke performed genetic experiments on his own DNA to pass on to his future child. But even that wasn't enough for Locke, as when Knuckles' egg was laid, he took it and bathed it in Chaos Emerald radiation, all behind his wife's back, all to create a savior for the world. Was it an easy choice for him? No, but Locke did it, because that was his duty, because the Ancient Walkers and Aether and Aurora demanded something of him. And Locke doesn't regret it. It was necessary for the good of the Brotherhood and the good of the world. So when his son finally finds him and grows frustrated, he defends his actions, imploring Knuckles to see things from his perspective. He had to do it. What else would Knuckles have had him do? Yet there's another side to Locke too, because Locke doesn't mean for Knuckles to find him. No, they just happen to be in the same area and Knuckles spots him. Locke, however, runs away until it becomes clear that it's too late for him to make a clean escape, and he allows Knuckles to catch up to him. So why did Locke run? Well, I think it's because deep down he has trouble facing his son. Again, he stayed hidden from him for so long, past the point where other guardians expect him to. He claims it's to train him, but after Lorelei talks to him and tells him to be a father, he considers her words and even, for a moment, goes out to find Knuckles and reunite. However, then he takes another moment to think about that. Nah, this was a mistake. He can't face his son. It's not time yet. And though the implication is that he thinks his son isn't ready, the truth lies under the surface. Locke isn't ready. The many ways Locke has tried to control Knuckles' life goes beyond this and extends to his very name. See, we learned that there was a group known as the Knuckles Clan, and many of these people eventually attacked this group of cats known as the Felidae. But Locke, he wanted his son to wipe away the scars of the past, to build bridges that would overwrite these horrible things. And so he named him after the clan. On its own, this could be a kind of sweet sentiment, that he believes in his son so much. But when combined with all the rest of Locke's character, with Locke abandoning his son at a young age, with him making him a mutant and forcing him to be the world's supposed savior, well, then it takes on a different tone. It becomes yet another way that Locke seeks to control Knuckles' life, to decide the course of his destiny, and another way that Knuckles must carry the baggage of his people's history whether he likes it or not. Because tradition has already decided his place in the world, because visions of the future have, and above all else, because Locke has. Beneath all of these actions and contradictions, there's a web of complex motivations that guide Locke. His need to be in control, his fear that the world will end, his longing to be with his son, but his anxiety surrounding that too. All of that is communicated through not only his actions, but the art too. Take this moment where Knuckles finally hugs his dad, this uncomplicated relief and happiness on his face. But Locke, to me, looks both happy and uncomfortable. Still, though, he chooses to hug his son, to hold him, and to finally reveal everything. No matter how strange the words he uses to describe some of these events are, he's still telling Knuckles. And this doesn't feel like a pre-planned event. It feels like finally his desire to be with his son has beaten his desire to run away and hide. And despite all the ways he's hurt his son, when he finally says, "I love you," back to Knuckles, I have no doubt that, in his own broken way, that's true. Eventually, Locke even attempts to make up with Lorelei to some extent, as she wants Knuckles to have the family together for his birthday. So for once, he sets aside his pride, and he and Lorelei share a hug with their son. Even if she won't love him again, he'll do this for his kid, because it's high time he did. In this moment, it's genuinely touching. I feel for Knuckles. I want him to have this. He deserves to be happy. But none of this is to excuse Locke's actions. As far as I'm concerned, he's a monster, both in how he speaks and small moments in his behavior at large. Like when he describes a previous Guardian's valiant act of self-sacrifice as nothing more than succumbing to the bravado and recklessness of youth. Or when he says he's finally going to give Knuckles some personal space and stop spying on him, only for the very next day to happily be spying on him again. Oh, and may I remind you of the kid he attempted to drown along with the Brotherhood? Or how about the contrast between his and Lorelei's expression when the child he stole from her and irradiated becomes everything he wanted, as he proudly tells his son he's every bit the genetically enhanced mutant offspring you were intended to be. Yeah, that's... What's wrong with you? At this point in the comic, I'm not sure how aware the story is of Locke's problems. Like, it's hard to say whether his actions are meant to be retroactively justified by some world-ending event or not. You know, the ends justify the means, that sort of thing. But the fact of the matter is that, even beyond what he did to his son, he only exists as the most extreme of a deeply flawed group. Locke is awful, Locke is a terrible father, and yet, despite that, Locke truly believes he's a savior. And it's so incredibly compelling. Alright folks, this is it. We've reached the end of the Knuckles the Echidna comic book series. Yep, with its 32nd issue, it was cancelled, ending on this incredible panel. But worry not, Rad Red's adventures are far from over. The bulk of his and the other Echidna's material has simply been moved to the B stories of the main comic. And on its own, the banishment to the B stories is probably for the best. If anything, I felt that the Knuckles comic could have trimmed the fat for some time, so yeah, this is far from the worst fate. It could even be a blessing in disguise. Besides, the central narrative of the Knuckles comic gets a chance to come to a head in a super special, and this story is actually really cool. We start with this crazy explosion propelling Knuckles off the floating island and then immediately cut back to the past. So the details are foggy, but we know something bad is about to happen. And Knuckles' narration recounting the day before this disaster leans into that by giving us a better look at his inner feelings leading to this event. First, his mom and Win Mac, a fabulous man if you ask me, are getting married. Though Knuckles isn't exactly thrilled at this prospect, he understands how happy Win makes his mom and wants what's best for her above all else. Another genuinely sweet moment. Something the comic has honestly been having more and more of lately, and that personal touch is what it needs, especially with the threat of some impending explosion looming over everyone's heads. It gives me a great reason to care. Meanwhile, another echidna named Matthias arrives at Haven, warning the Brotherhood that the Dark Legion is planning an attack soon. The Brotherhood, however, believes they're ready. So it seems that the Dimitri-Knuckles conflict is finally coming to a head after suddenly fading into the background all those issues ago. Sweet! It took a while, but I'm happy we're here. And given that explosion, I have no doubt they're actually going to do something impactful. But this isn't the only plot point that's returned, because the dingoes they're getting focus again. See, they're still waiting on aid from the echidnas, and they're about ready to take drastic measures by threatening random echidnas and forcing the government's hand. Remington hears of this and tries his best to quell the unrest. After all, the council is on the verge of making an announcement of a plan of action. We're sure gonna build your dingo houses, guys. Just wait longer. Awesome. Good to know that we haven't forgotten about the dingoes, though. So sweet, there are a few plots going on, which at times has felt like a bit much for the comic, but here it works, because they're all tied together by this looming destruction. On top of that, there are also things I'm interested in and that we've needed to tie up or return to for a while. Splendid. And finally, there's Julie Sue. After that romance arc, I've warmed up to her and Knuckles as a pair, even if she's far from a favorite. However, her most interesting character trait has to be her ties to the Dark Legion, and what that means for Knuckles and the Brotherhood. After all, one of the Guardians, their own, having their soul touch mate be a member of the Dark Legion? Needless to say, some of them aren't fans, and it feels like there's a lot of potential to have those Dark Legion ties take the plot in interesting directions. And here, that actually happens, as the Dark Legion kidnaps Julie Sue, but not for the purpose of harming Knuckles. No, Dimitri simply still views her as one of their own, and is unwilling to leave her on the island. She can't be there. Something is about to go down. And so, as these plots come to a head, the Dark Legion sets their plan in motion, blasting the floating island with a massive laser, causing a huge explosion, and everyone and everything is erased in the fire. Except for Knuckles. Plot-wise, this is easily the most interesting place the Knuckles comic has ever been. I mean, the stakes are so much higher than before. The Brotherhood is gone, including Locke. Knuckles' mom's been zapped, along with almost every other echidna. Julie Sue's been captured. Most of the Chaotix have vanished. In one fell swoop, things have changed in a massive way, and I'm here for it. After all, for so long, the comic hasn't focused on Knuckles nearly enough. So this is kind of a great way to remove all that extra stuff and finally spend some time with Rad Red. Never mind the fact that most of the Deus Ex Machinas have been deleted too, making it so much easier to take these conflicts seriously and actually believe that Knuckles' actions will matter, that he won't just be saved at the last minute by his dad or some other, older, wiser echidna. But here's the thing. As much as it seems like the comic is getting its act together, that's just not the case. Because Archie Knuckles is about to lose its mind. In some ways, this feels a lot like the way past insanest era of the comic I previously discussed. For example, the art. So for the most part, the Knuckles stories have looked nice. Again, Gallen's done great work. There's been a lot of these awesome covers, and even though there have been some sketchier issues, by and large, I'd say it's safe to call the presentation a strong suit of the comic if we ignore all the samey echidna designs. But now in some issues, backgrounds are a thing of the past. I'm serious. These are just pictures of real life locations with the characters pasted over top of them. Look at them in the water. Look at the forest. Look at the... And the characters don't even look good themselves. What the heck? This is a mess, and it's kind of fun. Like, sure, it's hard to take it seriously, but I can't say I hated this or anything. It got a good laugh out of me, and besides, there are still times where it looks good. Thanks, Stephen Butler. But that's only the art, so what about the plot? Well, unfortunately, this is where the similarities to the way past insanest era end. Because the plot is just straight up bad, and not in a fun way. First, Aether immediately talks to Knuckles while he's floating on this raft, and he's whisked away using this magic rock to a bunch of other characters who are looking for Antoine's dad. Yeah, so never mind Knuckles actually figuring out stuff for himself. Shame the Dark Legion didn't blast Aether too. Anyway, Knuckles goes with this group to Albion, you know, the promised land where he took the other echidnas. And these echidnas here, especially their leader Galena, they are every bit as apathetic as the Brotherhood. See, they've got Antoine's robotic dad here as a prisoner of sorts, and they're about to dismantle him. Unfortunately, even though Knuckles can vouch for his friends and say that they're about to take Antoine's dad far away from here and back to Knothole, the people of Albion can't allow that because I guess it could be dangerous if Antoine's dad came back or something. So obviously now there's gonna be a big old conflict between Knuckles and these guys. One problem with that, I don't care. We still haven't addressed the Dark Legion conflict or Julie Sue's kidnapping, and instead of this stuff being used to accentuate that material, it's just yet another detour this comic goes on. Another way in which it's unable to focus. And at this point, that's getting real obnoxious. Whatever though, there's a fight over Antoine's dad, an explosion, Knuckles is ticked, and everything goes green. This is it. What Locke wanted. Knuckles' chaos powers have fully awakened, and he is now reborn as Green Knuckles. This green mean fighting machine has near limitless power as far as I can tell, warping time and space at will with a simple no, and getting his friends to safety. But Knuckles? He clearly can't control these powers yet, which makes Galena worried. What if Knuckles hurts someone? A legitimate concern. So now Galena is going to try to help Knuckles control this awesome power so he can learn to use it responsibly. Nah, I'm just kidding. What do you want to do, give this woman a migraine? Instead, Galena hires Nick and Knack the Weasel, two sketchy bounty hunters, and has them bring Knuckles back using any means necessary. In this case, by threatening Charmy Bee and his new wife Saffron's lives. Of course, why wouldn't you do that? Through this though, they capture Knuckles, and the people of Albion decide to drain all the chaos energy out of him, even though they are quite certain this will kill him. But hey, they had no choice. May Aurora have mercy on your soul, Knux. I want to take a second to remind you that some of these guys are the same people Knuckles helped lead to their promised land. That's all, just wanted to throw it out there. Anyway, with the help of Charmy and Saffron, Knuckles is freed and eventually poofs himself to the Dark Legion. Not the way I would have got him there, would have rather had some build up, but whatever. We're here, time to fight Dimitri. But no, that's not what's gonna happen, because Dimitri's motivations no longer make any sense. See, what happened before is that the Dark Legion blasted the other echidnas into an alternate dimension using the quantum beam, a poetic punishment Dimitri thinks, considering what the Guardians did to them in the past. This way, now the Dark Legion can reclaim this island for themselves. It's a neat idea that builds upon the past material with Hawking and Steppenwolf. Unfortunately though, Dimitri apparently didn't really commit to this plan or something, because as soon as he sees Knuckles, he has a change of heart and decides that he's actually fine with setting the echidnas free again, so long as Knuckles will join the Dark Legion and accept him and the other Dark Legionnaires back into echidna society. He'll even help teach Knuckles how to use his green powers. What a unexpectedly reasonable guy all of a sudden. Actually, the only reason there's any conflict during this section of the comic is because Tobor and Kragok, remember them, randomly fall through the sky out of nowhere and crash into the quantum beam and destroy it. So now the Dark Legion can't bring the people back, and the only hope they have is Knuckles' reality warping abilities. If all of this sounds incredibly random, that's because it is incredibly random. Seriously, just when I think there's no way the comic can royally screw up the plot, it manages to do it in the most unsatisfying way. Where's the arc, the characters, the build-up and payoff, and just anything to sink my teeth into? Maybe the worst part of it is that at one point, I wanted the Dark Legion to become more sympathetic, but Dimitri's change of heart here, this Dimitri who truly wants peace between the Legion and Echidna society, it's nothing short of unconvincing and only serves to negatively impact the story, with Dimitri's constantly changing feelings about Knuckles throughout this arc, making him at best a weak villain and at worst a character with little to no internal consistency. So, what does this Dimitri and Knuckles team up lead to anyway? Well, Knuckles thinks he can go back in time to stop these events from ever occurring in the first place. That's the only way left to save everyone. However, no matter what he does at different key points in history, some other disaster will take place that will only leave the echidnas worse off. This is a thematically rich idea. Knuckles' dad imbued him with these powers in part to save the echidnas, and he gave him a name based on rectifying their past mistakes. Yet now, Knuckles can't do it. Even this power isn't enough to save the echidnas from their past. It was too much to ask of any one person. This probably sounds like praise, but I don't want you getting confused, because I'm only talking about the themes. Like, analyzing it after the fact can be cool, but plot-wise, enjoyment-wise, reading it and just experiencing it wise, no way! This is the most plotting, drab, dull material, all based on resetting conflicts and plot lines in such unsatisfying ways that, how would I ever care what's going on? Because now whenever the Knuckles stories tell me to care about something, I don't believe it. It's probably lying. It'll get retconned, replaced, erased. Seriously, what's the point anymore? Anyway, eventually Knuckles does get all the echidnas out of the other zone they're stuck in after Dimitri says, hey, why don't you get the other echidnas out of the zone they're stuck in? I'm gonna strangle someone! Anyway, Knuckles does vouch for the Dark Legion and truly wants them to be brought back into society. An ultimate rejection of the Brotherhood's past and a pretty cool direction to take Knuckles' character in. You know, we're further deconstructing the comic. Even if this does feel pretty messy considering that the Dark Legion were portrayed as, yeah, whatever, could work, except of course it doesn't, because by the way, during all this political talk, we keep cutting to this alternate reality version of Knuckles' future daughter named Janika, this is Janika by the way, who thinks she's going to be able to stop Knuckles' death in the past, which is here, but really she just misunderstood instructions from her alternate reality mother, and this never had anything to do with the main plot and is only making things confusing to keep track of for no reason, and what is happening? But alright, the Dark Legion is accepted back into Echidna society. Fine. Maybe this will lead to some infighting, or maybe we'll go back to the dingoes. Actually, yeah, where are they? Or maybe Moratory Rex will be brought up again since he was there when the Legion blew up the floating island, but haha, just kidding. Nah, not gonna do any of that, because guess who's back? That's right, boys and girls, grab your trunks and your junk and scream it with me so Aurora above can hear ya. He's big, he's bad, he's back, he's Mammoth Mogul! Yep, Mammoth, Mother, Trunk, and Mogul! At the most inopportune moment, this idiot shows up, puts his hand on a button and says, I'm gonna kill Dimitri if Knuckles doesn't get down here! And so Knuckles gets down there and Mogul tries to steal his chaos energy, all while we get obnoxious narration to try and make this sound cooler than it is. The echidna known as Knuckles. Stop. Please, I'm begging you. Just call him Knuckles. Using more words doesn't make it better, and that's coming from a guy who's talked about this comic for over 5 hours now. Just be good for once, you stupid comic, you stupid elephant. And then Knuckles dies. Yep, this is how Knuckles goes out. A joke of a character shows up and takes him away from us in the lamest way possible. So yeah, Knuckles is dead. How are we going to treat this? Well, we get a couple stories about Knuckles' friends dealing with their loss. Julie Sue and Mighty reminisce on their friendship with Knuckles and how they met. Meanwhile, her and Vector, who have always disliked each other, are finally able to connect on one thing. They're sad, grieving, lonely, and at least in this, they can understand each other. Seems like Mean Green's sudden death is being given room to breathe. Seems like we're going to treat it with weight and focus on the other characters' reactions to it. Their reactions. Sorry, I couldn't do it anymore. Of course we aren't gonna do that. Of course we aren't gonna treat this properly. Why would we? Because Locke isn't here. That's right. Locke, Knuckles' father, arguably the most important relationship he has in the comic. All we get to see from him is that he looks mildly upset when he tells the freedom fighters that his son is dead. There is nothing else. In fact, when Knuckles visits his own funeral as a ghost, he offhandedly mentions his dad who's just chilling in the background. Guess Locke's given up on caring about this storyline too. But this is even more ridiculous than it initially appears. What I mean is that yes, it's insane that we would ignore Locke's reaction. This is his son, right? But you gotta keep in mind that for Locke, this is way worse than just losing his kid, as hard as that is to believe. Because his son represents everything to him. His traditions, his world, the future, the past, because he believes his son will save everyone from certain doom. That's what his visions told him after all. But if his son is dead, if he's lost him, then what does that mean for his visions? What does that mean for all he sacrificed and lost in his entire character arc? Evidently, not enough to show us his thoughts. Anyway, yeah, Knuckles is dead now, and that means we're gonna have to get some recap about his time in the comic. Sweet, waste a little more of my time, why don't ya? Guess we finally get to meet Aurora, though. Hi. Oh, look, she's confirming that she sent Locke that vision. Good to know it really wasn't just a bad dream. And she's gonna let Knuckles go join the Chaos Force in the afterlife or something. Oh, but then he rejects it because he can sense his friends are in danger and he wants to go save them, so he gets a second chance at life and... Wait, this doesn't make any sense, right? If she thinks Knuckles dies here, if she wanted him to go to the afterlife, if he had to fight with her to come back to life, then what about the prophecy? What about the vision she gave Locke? Guess it was all just a lie. Now, it would be one thing if this moment felt purposeful, like if the vision was a lie and that was an actual reveal, but it's not. It's something I had to piece together after the fact based on what I think is an accident. After all, here we can see that Knuckles walks into the afterlife, but then Aether talks with Aurora, and my read on this conversation is that Knuckles is actually getting a second chance at life. She was just testing him or something. That would make some sense then. Again, the whole vision still needs to come true, or else she's just insane and needlessly cruel, I guess. Except in the next issue, she clearly wants Knuckles to stay dead. He has to argue with her and he loses his ability to ever go and be among his ancestors in the Chaos Force. Sounds important. Sounds like he's giving up something serious by going against the rules. So, yeah, even if it seems like a continuity error, the fact of the matter is that on the page, what's written is that Aurora is massively inconsistent and the prophecy doesn't matter. And if it doesn't matter, then what did I just spend all my time reading? In the making of this retrospective, I've read the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic and its various spin-offs numerous times. The first time, of course, I read the Knuckles material alongside the Sonic stuff. And I didn't really enjoy a lot of this section of the comic, the way past insanest era as I called it previously. Originally, I thought that was because the humor didn't connect with me, or maybe I just wanted the comic to be a bit more serious again. Either way, while I started the era having a good time and could still appreciate a lot of these character moments for what they were, by the end I was pretty exhausted. I wasn't sure why, to be honest, and I only got more confused when I reread that same era and walked away having way more fun and a consistently great time, thoroughly enjoying myself and the pure absurdity of it all. So I had to ask myself what had changed, and I read it once more to be sure, and yeah, I still enjoyed it. So what was so different now? The difference was that I now knew how I wanted to structure this retrospective, that Knuckles would have its own section. As such, my co-writer Ian Waffles and I carved out the Knuckles narrative, and upon rereading, we skipped them and read them on their own later. And it's only now, while writing this and talking about it with him, that I've realized that's what changed. I wasn't reading Knuckles. Just like with Sonic's World Adventure, Knuckles had ultimately destroyed the fun of this section of the comic for me. If I was analyzing this comic in the way it was actually meant to be consumed, in the way any regular person would consume it their first time through, then that Sonic comic that lost its mind section would have been far less kind. And that really sucks. Like, I hate that despite all its interesting ideas, despite the potential, despite how fun it can be to think about and discuss, at the end of the day, the Knuckles stuff is just disappointing and a wasted investment that dragged the rest of the comic down with it, at least for me. Where I could easily slip into the it doesn't matter mode for Sonic stuff, thus allowing myself to just be surprised with its comedy or genuinely heartfelt moments, I could never do that with Knuckles. Because I really felt like it wanted me to take it seriously, and so I tried to. I tried to get invested, and I was consistently punished for it. And sadly, outside of a few arcs, I can't say anything in Knuckles has in the end been worthwhile, especially when you consider how much it borks the rest of the comic's material. Like, sure, I enjoyed the Drug-Laced Chili Dog arc and some of the other sections here and there, but overall, I just can't say this was worth it. Because reading this honestly just feels like a massive waste of time. And it's not because the comic's stupid. It's not because it lacks ambition. It's because after all of this, it just lied to me. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't have a point. And for a story that spent so much time clearly trying to communicate a point to me, I just can't forgive that. Throughout everything I've discussed so far, one man has handled the writing for the vast majority of Knuckles' material, Ken Penders. Of course, I've already discussed him and his stories with this comic a number of times before now, but the last time we really dove into his contributions was Endgame. The reason? Well, according to Penders, during my interview with him, he was offered the opportunity to become the head writer of the Sonic comic or the newly formed Knuckles spin-off. But he couldn't do both. As such, feeling that it would be more beneficial to his career to prove his abilities with a new series, instead of one that had already found success, he chose Knuckles. Along with that, he also just wanted the increased creative freedom this gave him, and boy, oh boy, did he use that creative freedom. However, throughout this retrospective series, my hope has been to look at why the comic turned out the way it did, especially in the moments where I complained so much. After all, there's been no shortage of people pointing and laughing at the material throughout the years, and so this felt like my own way of taking it seriously. I also wanted to give credit where credit was due. I mean, while I hated the direction Penders took Bunny and Antoine's relationship in during Endgame, he also wrote one of their best moments period with the Upgrade story, a genuinely heartfelt and lovely tale. Clearly, Penders is more than capable of writing both stories I enjoy and stories that I don't enjoy. So, what happened with Knuckles? Well, even before I talked with the man himself, there have been pretty clear hints of complications behind the scenes, or at least reasons behind some of the iffier issues in this era. Like, remember this one? The one with the real-life backgrounds? Well, Penders did everything here. Penciling, lettering, coloring, inking, writing, chief cook, and bottle washer. It was all him. Considering how tight comic book deadlines already are, that just seems like a recipe for an unfinished product. You know, things like those backgrounds. But this was still an assumption on my part, so I asked Penders about how working on the comic went behind the scenes, about the schedules, workload, and so on.
I would roll through like 4 in the morning, go to bed, get up about like 9 o'clock, and then start all over again. I can't even tell you how many times I would be racing to get a package off to the FedEx office, before midnight, so it could be in the Archie offices the next morning. I was really doing more than I care to think about at this point.
So yeah, regardless of the end result in some of these issues, it's clear as day that Penders was working, and I think it's also clear that sometimes he was stretched thin. Of course, none of this is me shaming people for giggling at some of the silly art. I've done plenty of that myself, but this context, it definitely helps me understand what on earth happened here. And this type of business may also, in part, be to blame for some of the Knuckles story's bigger problems, like the numerous dropped or forgotten plot points. I even asked Penders if he had time to read the other writers' material or collaborate consistently in that manner.
You gotta keep in mind, we had deadlines all the time. And so just meeting our deadlines, just trying to get our stories done, we really didn't have time to focus on what other people were doing. That was the editor's job, to keep everything flowing together.
So yeah, that might explain some weird moments. Like when Aurora is seemingly letting Knuckles go back to life, and then in the next issue, written by Carl Bollers instead of Penders, that has suddenly changed, resulting in her vision and past motivations becoming a jumbled mess of contradictions. And I'm not pointing fingers at Bollers here. No, my point is that things were so busy, there were so many people working on different elements of this comic, that even something as simple as knowing what was going on became a challenge. The left hand sometimes didn't know what the right hand was doing. And that's more of a systemic issue than something you can blame any one person for. Of course, though, most dropped plot points weren't the result of these potential miscommunications. No, at the end of the day, Penders was still handling most of this material. So what happened there? Why did we jump from idea to idea so rapidly? Why did so many things get tossed away or discarded? Why could the story get so darn anticlimactic?
It was always operating 2 schools of thought. One, how am I going to keep the book, moving along, advancing it, showing growth to the character? At the same time, I was always recognizing it could all come to an end just like that. The thing is, the entire time I worked for Archie, I never ever had the feeling of security that it's just going to go on. There was always seeds in the previous stories to use for successive stories. The question was, did I have an idea that would advance the seeds I had planted? If I didn't have an idea that would advance what had been laid before, then I was forced to come up with something else. What was going on during this time is I was doing conventions, and I was noticing that a lot of kids I was seeing, they were essentially product of broken homes. Their parents had gotten divorced. I had gone through a divorce myself. And so, I saw what my son was experiencing. So I felt that he needed something to relate as did these other kids. So that was my inspiration of having Knuckles come from a broken family. The fans were my biggest source of support. It was like, okay, they would ask for certain things. We would get questions about relationships. What's Julie Sue to Knuckles and so on. And that resulted in the story about Knuckles and Julie Sue actually having their first date.
There we go. Now things are making sense. Like when I jumped from this arc to the romance arc before, I was kind of flabbergasted. Didn't it feel like we had been setting something else up? Wasn't this a strange time for a detour, even if I enjoyed the detour? Well, yeah, it was, but there was no guarantee the book would continue. In fact, it was canceled shortly after, so it seems that Penders at times made the choice to tackle what fans were more interested in while there was still a chance to. Beyond that, some of these more serious plot points that may at first seem to needlessly complicate stories that already had A, B, and C plots, stuff like Knuckles dealing with his mother remarrying, that was Penders' way of trying to reflect his readers' life experiences, to give them someone they could connect with, to make them feel seen. And I definitely can't knock the guy for that. However, this doesn't change the fact that overall, I wish the comic would have just acted like there was more time left. What I mean is that yes, it would suck for a story to be building towards something and then get canceled out of nowhere. But I'd take that over a story that feels random and anticlimactic because it's always operating under the fear of cancellation. It also doesn't excuse things like Mammoth Mogul swooping in twice to undermine seemingly interesting conflicts, or stuff like Moratory Rex disappearing. Yeah, remember him? The false Tobor guy. What happened there? Well, I asked Penders and he was completely candid.
I was trying to leave the door open because I wasn't sure if I was creating another dimension, if I was going to address the issue of death. I had questions myself. I just wasn't sure.
Here we see an avoidance of finality, a problem in the opposite direction of fearing cancellation. Because now there are also problems that arise from not knowing how much longer things will go on, how many seeds to plant. So sometimes characters and ideas just sort of get lost in the shuffle. Heck, even whole plot points were lost because of cancellation, like Knuckles 20 years later. That's probably where Locke's vision would have come true, as it's literally marketed that way in the issue itself, but nope, that's gone. So now that vision never comes to pass, and the entire feel and themes of the story feel irrevocably different and strange. The Knuckles 20 Years Later special in general is all kinds of fascinating production hell. For one, we actually have concept art for things advertised in the comic itself with these future designs for the characters drawn by Spaz that, as usual, make it feel like this story was gonna be freaking awesome. It was supposed to be in a Sonic Super Special, but that never came to fruition. Then it was pushed to a later Super Special issue, but the comic had gotten canceled by then along with the Knuckles comic, which apparently really killed a lot of Penders' passion for the project. Then there's the fact that the main villain for Knuckles 20 Years Later was actually set up in an earlier Super Special where Sonic crosses over with the Image Comics characters. Here we meet this guy who says he knows Knuckles even though Knuckles doesn't know him, for they have fought in the future. Whoa, that's right, that was the villain who was prophesized to end the world, and that Knuckles would use his mutant chaos powers to defeat. Some nameless guy. Except wait, he actually does have a name if you're able to search through the copyrighted characters section. Yeah, it's Dr. Ian Droid. Well, that's one mystery solved at least, I guess. So yeah, all this is to say that Penders is definitely to blame for a lot of the problems with his story, but I think it's worth it to consider the outside forces at play too. However, this isn't quite the end of Penders' work on this comic, as he had the opportunity to make one more big Knuckles story. See, regardless of what was intended to happen at the end of the Green Knuckles saga, the higher-ups demanded that Knuckles lose his chaos powers and, in Penders' words, reset him back to how he was when we met him in issue 13. Something Penders was completely against doing. That wasn't the story he wanted to tell. So what story did he want to tell? Or rather, what was he allowed to? Well, Mobius 25 years later, an arc that occurs from issue 131 through 144, mostly taking place in the B stories, a totally revamped future storyline for Knuckles, and an arc that's actually a lot of fun. First off, almost the entire thing is penciled by Steven Butler, with colors by Jason Jensen, so we're in great hands here. This is among the comic's best looking stories thus far, with great moody lighting and these fun, expressive, sensual, and cool character designs, especially Knuckles with his robot eye and hawking hat and cowboy boots, and yeah, I just really like the way he looks. The presentation stands out in other ways as well. For example, there's this one story where Sonic and his family are going to visit Knuckles' home. Both of them have had some issues during the 25 years we've missed, so they aren't exactly pumped to see each other. But there are important matters to discuss. So on the left half of the page, we see Sonic's day as his family travels to Angel Island. On the right, we get Knuckles' day as they prepare for Sonic to arrive. We get a meaningful snapshot of each of these characters' familial relationships, of Julie Sue questioning why Knuckles has seemed so worried recently and him eventually confiding in her that he's worried something bad is coming. Meanwhile, Sonic laments his duties as king to Sally, and there's this undertone of tension between them. A feeling that this is a conversation they've had many times before, and that Sonic's free spirit sometimes clashes with his rigid life as a king. The paneling adds to the feeling that these are parallel stories too, that these characters have truly grown apart and that them finally coming back together is a big deal. Because at the end of the story, the two separate sides of the page blend together as Sonic knocks on Knuckles' door. It's really clever, and the presentation does a ton of work in bolstering the story's characterization and this underlying tension there. Meanwhile, Penders is genuinely in his element here when writing these aged-up versions of Sonic and Knuckles who are able to naturally fall back into their past dynamic while also being old dudes who burp at the dinner table, yet have to deal with adult responsibilities like family and kids. The dialogue is really charming at times, all within a scenario that is intrinsically hilarious to me. Knuckles speaking like an old man or telling his daughter, "You know, there's another ancient echidna custom I think needs reviving. It's called a spanking." Wow, that's not something I expected to ever have come out of Knuckles' mouth, but I'm pretty dang happy it happened. Watching these game characters in these domestic and sometimes really private situations is a whirlwind of ridiculousness you'll only get in Archie, Sonic, and Knuckles, and I love it. Speaking of babies, though, these Sonic characters sure have been getting busy. That's right, they've fucked. There are so many kids here, and I love all of them. Not because every single one have all that much time devoted to them or these fleshed out personalities, but because this is just so insane to me. Like, every time I look at Manic or Sonya, I think, Sonic and Sally, they made them. What? And just watching Sonic dunk on children while playing volleyball, come on, the old man's still got it. Then there's stuff like Vector worrying that his kid Argyle, who's apparently a bit shy, won't be able to bust a move on the dance floor, but look at him, he's grooving all right. Oh man, what a timeline we live in. Fortunately though, the family who really needs further development gets that too. Of course, that's Knuckles. His and Julie Sue's relationship is at its most real, with how they clearly support and love each other, but sometimes struggle with how they raise their daughter, Lara Sue. But unlike Locke with Lara Lay, Knuckles consistently communicates with Julie Sue and listens when she asks him to connect with their daughter and tells him that he's the only one who will be able to reason with her. And so he does. After all, Lara Sue has locked herself up because she doesn't want to go to her unveiling, this echidna ritual for 16-year-old girls. Instead, she wants to start training as a guardian like her father did. And what I love is that since this is the first issue of this story, we don't immediately resolve this conflict, and instead focus on a gentle way of handling the situation. As Knuckles rests his hand on the door and calmly says, "Lara Sue, I know you want to be a guardian, and I think you'd make a great guardian. It's just that I don't believe there's a need for one anymore, myself included. Not going to the unveiling tonight won't affect anything other than you missing out on an important event in your life. Lara Sue? All right, Dad. I'll go, as long as you promise me the first dance." I love that you can just tell how much Lara Sue felt like her dad really cared for her in this moment, and how Knuckles doesn't assert that she must go, but instead that in not doing so, she could be rejecting a really formative experience in her life that Knuckles clearly doesn't want her to miss out on. You know, like how he maybe missed out on some of his formative experiences he could have had. It might seem small at first, but this right here, it shows a massive commitment from Knuckles to do things differently with his family than what Locke did. When push comes to shove, he will open up, be vulnerable, and let Lara Sue just know his honest feelings. And that's what allows them to connect. The inherent emotional baggage Knuckles has from his own father, it makes this type of scene have a shocking amount of meaning and emotional depth. My rad red man's all grown up, and I actually am happy to see that. But beneath the many, many issues of family-based slice-of-life shenanigans, there is a storm brewing. See, all these times that Sonic traveled through dimensions in the past are finally coming back to haunt Mobius, as there's this further breakdown of sorts between zones occurring. Seemingly the only way to stop it is to send someone back in time to change the past. Of course, Sonic volunteers, but when Lara Sue sneaks her way into the vicinity of this time travel machine, she is also transported when something goes wrong. What I just described is a simple plot, but that's also where 25 years later ends. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to get here, and it becomes a pretty major problem by the time we reach said ending, as with more time comes more chances for the comic's usual quirks to rise to the surface. Like Sally and Julie Sue mostly just exposit things to us rather than getting all that much in the way of compelling character focus. Stephen Butler turns a cheesy but likable mother-daughter moment into cleavage time. Knuckles is still willing to spy on people somewhat like the Brotherhood did, and we don't explore any potential issues with that. So once again, it feels like some things are just happening without proper consideration being given to them. But then there's the most obvious and biggest problem. After all the meandering we've discussed so far, the Knuckles storyline chose to leave us on a cliffhanger rather than give closure. Well, all except for one story. See, in issue 143, Penders writes and draws for his second to last Knuckles story, Father's Day. We begin with Knuckles thinking back to the past, where he says goodbye to Archimedes, who is finally returning home. Even though these two haven't really had any great material for a while now, this moment of finality between them, it still somehow hits. The goodbye from Archie combined with him saying, "I couldn't be any prouder if you were my own son. You've grown up." And then Knuckles looks out at the blank space where Archie, his friend and mentor, just stood, wondering if he'll ever see him again. For a comic that's floundered so much, this is strangely final. But when Knuckles returns home that day, he learns that it might be time for another goodbye. Because Locke is really sick, he's even unconscious, and in that state, he can't decide for himself whether the doctor should perform an exploratory surgery to find the cause, or leave him be. So Knuckles is left to make the call for his father. He tells the doctor to do the surgery, and the art genuinely conveys how much this weighs on him. Soon the doctor gives Knuckles the news he didn't want to hear. His father is dying. There's nothing more they can do. At best, he has maybe 9 months to live. For Knuckles, this all comes out of nowhere. He didn't know his dad was feeling ill. Just like so many other things in his father's life, this was kept from him. Then there's the fact that they don't even really get to know what caused this illness. There's just so much uncertainty surrounding this. But the doctor walks away, and Knuckles looks distraught. But Locke awakens, and though Lara says she'll leave Knuckles with his father so they can be alone, Locke asks that they both stay. I want to be with my family. Even if Lara found someone else, he's always loved her and he always will. He needs to tell her that, but he doesn't blame her for what she did. No, he says, I was the one who walked away from what should have been. They try to tell Locke that all of this, voicing these regrets and apologies, that it isn't necessary, but Locke needs to do this. After so much time being closed off from them, he needs to connect. He needs them to know him and see him, and he needs them to realize that he's sorry. Your great-grandfather Aether told me to have faith, that Aurora would show me the way, that everything happens for a reason. I'll never forgive myself for placing the mantle of guardian on you so young. I should have given you a choice. Knuckles assures him that he doesn't resent him, but this isn't about Knuckles' resentment. This is about Locke's. His resentment of himself and of the things he did. I listened to a voice, followed the teachings of those before me that all said you were meant to break the cycle, your destiny greater than any who came before you. I thought that mattered above all else, but I know now that was wrong. What truly does matter is that you're my son, and that I love you. Very soon after, Locke dies, only having realized what mattered to him far too late into his life. He'll never run around with his boy again, he'll never get to see him grow up, he won't get to see his grandchildren. All he can do now is say, I'm sorry, knowing that it's not enough. That nightmare all those years ago and the people who told him that it was true, they've taken so much from him. Just like with Knuckles, just like with so many guardians before him in the string of hypocrisies and traumatic rites of passage, Locke is a victim. But no, he can't rest all the blame on their shoulders. It wasn't them, it was him. It was Locke. And in a startling moment of clarity, he rejects those teachings, the traditions, the faith, the past, all of it. Because at the end of his life, he can't see those things. He can only see his son. His son who still loves him. His son who he still loves. His son who he failed.
Thing was, the last months of my father's life, that was essentially, I was coming to terms with my relationship with him. Because we hadn't had what I would call the best of relationships. Fathers and sons back then, especially, the relationships were not what they are now. You didn't see dads as involved with their kids' lives. Basically, dad went to work, mom was home with the kids, for the most part. If you saw dad, it was like he did something wrong and he has to lay down the law to you. So, when my father was dying from cancer, I spent every day of his last 3 months of his life with him in the hospital. When it came time to do that story, I said, yeah, I have to be totally honest how this is going to be handled. And that's why I see the dedication to my father at the end. I myself was in tears when I worked on that story. I really had a very emotional time putting that thing together.
How am I supposed to take this? How am I supposed to feel about a story that, intentionally or not, has just disavowed everything it set out to do? A story that realizes in its final breath that all the time spent on lore, drama, and inconsequential plotlines, that all of it was simply distracting from the character whose name was on the cover. Because we can all see it at this point, right? This was never Knuckles' comic. This was never his story. It was Locke's, the broken and dying heart of this tale. And he's sorry for wasting that time. The comic is sorry. I think I, and everyone who's read this, sat through issue after issue, has the right to be pretty ticked off about that. I stand by every criticism I've had about the Knuckles the Echidna comic, but personally, I can't be angry here. I've been angry already. Despite everything, I can never be upset reading this story, because even with all the baggage, my heart can't help but feel every single word. I was so determined not to repeat your actions that I found other ways to do them instead. Just like you gave me no choice in becoming a guardian, I was set on preventing your granddaughter from going through what I did. And that's just as wrong too. So I'm gonna give her the choice you didn't give me, the choice you weren't given either, Dad. It only took until now for me to realize it as well. I only wish you were here for me to share it with. And so Knuckles makes this change. Even if it scares him to give up control, Lara Sue will be the next guardian, because it isn't a father's job to control their child. It's their job to guide them in becoming the best version of themselves that they can be. And just like that, Penders' work with Knuckles is over. And what an emotional end it is.
Sonic the Hedgehog believed he purchased a one-way ticket to Hedgehog Heaven when he chose to save planet Mobius from annihilation by sacrificing his life. Though he successfully saved Mobius, instead of buying the farm, Sonic was miraculously propelled hundreds of thousands of light years across the universe to a distant galaxy. For the past several weeks, he's traveled the cosmic spaceways in an attempt to return to the loved ones he left behind, friends and family who believe him dead. Along the way, he's confronted his dark side, been worshipped as a deity, defeated an entity capable of destroying whole planets, and learned of Mobius' secret history. Now, for the fastest hero alive, the journey has ended. Or has it?
Before jumping into the specifics of Sonic's return home, there's one story in the post-space era that demands our immediate attention. During the battle with the Zorda, Aurora warned Knuckles that returning to life to save his friends would come with a cost. And it has. His super strength, durability, gliding, and chaos-imbued powers have vanished. That, combined with Knuckles and the chaotic Stain to help the Acorn Kingdom in Sonic's absence, has allowed Eggman to finally take over Angel Island. However, with Sonic's return and a distress call claiming that Locke has been captured, our heroes know it's finally time. Time to read what I believe to be Carl Bollers' Archie Sonic magnum opus. It's the return to Angel Island. Oh, you thought we were done with Knuckles before? No. It's still crunch time. The four-parter Return to Angel Island truly exemplifies the very best of Archie Sonic up to this point. Heart and humor, commitment to continuity, satisfying climaxes, charming character writing, and absolutely phenomenal art. Let's start with that last point actually, the art. Man, if you thought Dave Manic's art was exaggerated at times, then just look at the cartoony wonderland that John Gray brings to Mobius. I know some don't jive with this hyper-exaggerated aesthetic, but you know what, buddy? Maybe I don't jive with you! This is wonderful and easily my favorite art style the comic has had thus far, because I swear there's more personality in a single page here than I've seen in some full issues of this comic. From selling Vector and Julie Sue's now more ridiculous rivalry to this one page of Uncle Chuck's Diner, which just embodies this joyful atmosphere. Every single page demands you read it twice, maybe even 3 times just to properly soak in all the details. On a moment-to-moment level, I've never felt more connected to these characters because the art sells all their emotions so well. And regardless of how silly it can look, the amazing thing about John Gray's art, especially when combined with Jason Jensen's beautiful coloring, is the range of emotions and tones he gets out of this style. The moody lighting casting intimidating villains in deep shadows, or the insane action pages giving our heroes extra flair, through things like Sonic twirling a fire sword before an attack, or the perfect pacing of Sonic and Knuckles one-shotting this goon. Perhaps even more importantly though, the art also sells Knuckles' pain during his lowest moments, all while still making jokes land like never before. Something as simple as the cast laughing at Knuckles' new baby brother's horrible name, his name's Nicapion Mace by the way, is so uproarious that it goes from pretty funny to full-on hilarious. Then there's Knuckles' pure burning rage that anyone would make fun of the name, even though he also thinks it's gotta be the worst name he's ever heard. I love these stupid furries. Yep, let's do it to it. Do what? There's this weird attention to detail with Ray ditching his jacket during a fight in the second issue, and then that just carries on for the rest of the story. Or how Saffron is carrying around this doll that sometimes emotes, which really seems to mess with her. Or this bear guard knocking sense into some other bear guard for acting silly on the job only to do it himself. Or Sonic's medical report claiming he has a Cyclops eye. Or LNR SNE. Wait, what the heck's that mean? Dear Sonic fans, do you know whose initials are on the tree in issue 134 of the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic? Really want to know. Live nude Robotnik. Sexy naked Eggman. I was young, I needed the money. I am totally not joking, by the way, that's exactly what it was. Certain periods of Archie were lawless. I can't believe I've kept that a secret for years. Anyway, what the heck was I talking about? Well, yeah, even the Fleetway characters get some love. Girls do rule techno. And we're still not done, folks. The great art alone elevates new players like Venetivis, who instantly comes across as a super serious big bad who's going to cause loads of trouble down the line because, I mean, look at him. This guy's gonna get ya. Returning figures from the Knuckles comic like Lee and Daw quickly go from meh to entertaining forces of pure hatred. Because where before she was just some bad lady I didn't care about and who had this overly complex backstory connected to Julie Sue, now her entire deal, her power-hungry nature and need to be in control, gets refocused and properly contextualized with just one line. A single sketchy image surrounded by all-consuming darkness. Father loved you more. This is where the writing comes in, because it's not just that these issues look good. Nah, the writing is equally full of character, equally snappy yet detailed. Within just 4 issues, the plot zigs and zags all over the place, while still properly exploring these concepts in satisfying ways. Like Sonic, Knuckles, and the Chaotix go to liberate Angel Island, only to find out the Dingoes are now working for Eggman under new leadership. They're even imprisoning the Echidnas in slave pits? Oh no. But what's this? The Dark Legion is fighting against them alongside Knuckles' mother as the last line of defense for Angel Island. Knuckles' return from the dead is used to explore his character as his people once again place all their hopes on him, giving him responsibilities far beyond any one person's ability to fulfill, like saving them from Eggman or even returning their blind child's eyesight. But why wouldn't they think he could do that? He came back from the dead, he's their savior, their messiah. S3K101894, baby. Of course though, Knuckles still hasn't even regained his chaos powers. He can barely fight, let alone liberate them. Just being around the Master Emerald is enough to make him sick. Here, Bowlers has managed to condense loads of overly complex Penders lore into a shockingly simple yet effective plotline. For one, we're finally following up on the Dingo's hatred for the Echidnas, and this isn't just some lip service. Now there's a new guy in charge named Cage, who sold the Echidnas out for power and allowed Eggman to take over. Just having someone fresh leading, instead of Stryker, is enough to show us that there was likely some infighting among the Dingoes, but they didn't all want to go along with this. Heck, our boy Harry's back too! Love that guy! Anyway, he's working undercover for our heroes, under constant threat from his superiors. Meanwhile, we explore the Dark Legion's potential as a force for good, while still leaning into how their past mistakes and how other Echidnas' treatment of them has broken them. I mean, Dr. Venetivis's rant about technology really hits, where he rips into these parents who won't heal their child's eyesight because they have faith Knuckles will, even though the Dark Legion has the technology to fix it. Wow, the Dark Legion is being given nuance in a way that works, intelligently embodied by a handful of characters rather than the overly complex multi-generational conflicts of the past. Then there's the weight of Knuckles' heritage, the Brotherhood, the religious tilt to much of the Knuckles comics material. All of it is embodied by Knuckles' place as a so-called avatar. In fact, we've both simplified the narrative and heightened Knuckles' conflict by removing all of the Brotherhood but his father, who have mysteriously disappeared while trying to protect the Master Emerald. This weight on Knuckles, this responsibility, it only continues to grow as it becomes more and more clear that he might just be the Echidna's last hope, or at least instrumental in determining if they take back their home or not. Wow, Bowlers did it? He made the Knuckles lore as enjoyable to read as it is to think about, because now the subtext is just that, subtext, instead of what the majority of the story spends its time focusing on. Heck, even incredibly obscure characters are back and made into something worthwhile, like Hunter from that weird arc with the yo-yo stealing monkey. At the end of that story, he got captured by the Brotherhood, but I didn't really care because he was simply yet another of the Knuckles comics' many tangents. But now that Eggman is in control of the island, Hunter's been turned into a weapon for the Empire by giving him the tools necessary to indulge in his murderous tendencies. This guy is a genuine menace. He's gathering all the Echidnas and is going to steal the Master Emerald. He needs to be stopped. Knuckles! Knuckles? No! Super Knuckles! It's crunch time! It's crunch time! I think what really sells this last-minute Master Emerald-induced transformation is that, as simple as it sounds, this feels like a victory for Knuckles because he refused to give up. Even in his weakened state, even when the Chaos Energy made him feel so ill he collapsed, he still fought for his people, and through the pain, came out the other side stronger. He wasn't going to get this by staying in Knothole. He had to come back to protect his home in order to gain the power to save it. And the art makes it look like Knuckles is literally ripping the power out of himself as he wills himself to fight. But that right there is the greatest part. Now that Knuckles has his powers back, he can return as the Guardian to Angel Island, right? He can protect his home from any new invasions and keep his people safe until Eggman is defeated down below. As long as Knuckles is next to that big green rock, his people will be safe. But no, Knuckles rejects that path and decides to return to Knothole and help the Freedom Fighters take down Eggman once and for all. Even if it means weakening himself, Knuckles will fight till the whole world is safe. And so he leaves protecting Angel Island to the Dark Legion and more specifically to Locke, the father who he came all this way to save and who now rejects him for turning his back on his home and his duty. It's a bittersweet end to what seemed like such a triumphant finale. And once again, Bowlers deserves all the credit in the world for allowing the Knuckles storyline to finally lean into the unspoken aspects of its narrative. In this case, Locke seeing Knuckles as a savior first and a son second. And while I do think Knuckles is making the best of a bad situation here, I also can't entirely blame Locke for the way he feels either. No matter what, Knuckles is making the choice to currently sacrifice some of Angel Island's safety on the bet that he can help defeat Eggman. And Locke's reaction makes it clear he believes this is a permanent choice. It's complicated, it's compelling, and most of all, it's finally entertaining. So this right here, this was so good. My man Bowlers is on a roll. He can't be stopped. And if this is the treatment that Knuckles got, then what on Mobius did Bowlers bring to the table for the comic's titular Hawk? Immediately upon Sonic's return, it's clear that something's off. Because though only 6 weeks have passed for Sonic, an entire year has gone by on Mobius. And boy, oh boy, have things changed. First off, with his new robotic family and the android named Mecha and the computer virus Adam, Eggman has even greater control over Mobius. There's a real sense that Eggman is now more threatening than ever before, all while keeping his same twisted sense of humor. Like my man's hiring an assassin to murder a pop star he doesn't like and making it illegal to listen to her music. Or how about when he allows Jeffrey and Hershey to have their marriage ceremony just so he can have the pleasure of murdering them on their wedding day. Then there's his sheer excitement as he announces his latest plan to the whole world. Now that Sonic's back, he's going to launch 2 atomic missiles, one pointed at Knothole and the other at Station Square. But that's not all, as Eggman is sending an army to destroy the barrier surrounding Robotropolis, which will allow the nuclear fallout from Sonic's accidentally killing Nate Morgan days to spread across Mobius. That's right, it's Operation Triple Threat, and our dear doctor has one question for our heroes. Can you tackle it? TTFN suckers! Wait, was that some weird attempt to half swear? Can you imagine the comic letting Sonic characters swear? Shoot! Impossible! Yeah, Bowler still has his weirdo sense of humor, and I'm here for it. Stuff like Shadow saying, "Daddy is going to be very sore anyway." Or Knuckles and Sonic broing out about being dead cracks me up every time. That manic energy from the way past insanest era smoothly carries over to this opening section, and even impacts the plot in some fun ways, like with Tails stopping the nuclear countdown by confusing Adam with jokes and riddles. It's also just cathartic to see Tails handle a situation Sonic can't in such a clever way, showing just how far he's come as a vital member of the Freedom Fighters. And while the middle issues of this return home arc are a bit drawn out, the beginning and end are lots of fun, with Bowlers fully indulging in that B-list action spectacle he established in Sonic Adventure 2.5. Particularly with Bunny saving Sonic with a nonsensical one-liner or single-handedly decimating a nuclear battleship. Like, by the walkers, she's so cool! They're all so cool. It makes this feel like the grand return it should be. Of course, though, all this is to say that the Freedom Fighters didn't just lie down and let Eggman walk all over them while Sonic was away. But the war has changed some of them. Antoine is no longer the cowardly coyote we all know and that I love. He's a hardened warrior with a wicked scar. He and Bunny even broke up. Wait, no, my sugar twat! Where before this type of change for Antoine felt forced, the time skip context instead leaves me intrigued. It sells the stakes of the situation and makes me desperately want to explore this new Antoine and see if he'll be able to find himself again. Then there's the pleasant surprise of Amy Rose, who's become an absolute powerhouse, using her Pico Pico hammer she got from her magic ring to just demolish bad guys. What's so cool about this is that it intrinsically elevates Amy from little girl who's obsessed with Sonic to a warrior with a big heart who grew to embody the elements of the hero she held so dear. In fact, these are her traits that the comic focuses on when she's officially made a member of the Freedom Fighters. Yeah, as strange as it sounds, Amy never went on missions with them following her Sonic Adventure redesign because the comic stuck to its word that she was too young and inexperienced, despite her aged-up appearance. But thanks to the time skip, we've fast-tracked that development in a bombastic way, while still keeping the catharsis of Amy getting the respect she always wanted and her emotional reaction that follows. It's super endearing, and also a pretty sneaky way to clue the audience into the fact that Amy's age and mentality are now basically the same, sweeping that magic ring business under the rug for the 10 of us who have read all this crap and remember it, but, you know, I appreciated it. So yeah, while the action here is lots of fun, folks like Amy and Antoine make it clear that there's a deeper, more emotional character-based level to this. And that carries over to the other characters too. Like after the day's saved and everything's calmed down, Sonic is able to properly reunite with Tails and give him a message from his long-lost parents. Though a universe separates us from each other, our love for you has no boundaries. Wow, that's actually just really touching. Overall, I really admire the confidence exuded by this arc, as it dramatically changes the stakes and even the characters to sell that time has passed. While I often find that time skips result in me feeling disconnected from the characters, it works shockingly well here. Because while I did have my fun laughing at the way past insanest era, I can only enjoy that kind of thing for so long. In the end, I want the comic to eventually create a new foundation for itself, to become something good holistically, something I can get emotionally invested in. And this time skip and the way the writers have handled it does just that, offering the world, these characters, and even me, a fresh start. Because Sonic is also suitably lost and confused here, overwhelmed by his new status as a death-defying celebrity, forced to deal with how uncomfortable all of this is. The world he left behind, the one he thought he was returning to, it's different now. No matter how fast he rushed back home, he was too slow, and the world has moved on without him. So though there may be celebratory fireworks depicting the good old days, their shadows reveal the cold truth.
What about old times? I guess they're gone. But hey, at least there's still one thing Sonic can count on, or rather, one very special person.
Sonic and Sally got together right before his supposed death, and the comic absolutely nails their reunion with Sonic's rush towards Sally depicted surprisingly well with these detailed POV shots. So they embrace, they're together again, and Sally happily says she always knew Sonic would return to her. Man, does it feel good to see this picking up right where it left off instead of getting backtracked again. Now the relationship can be stronger and we can finally explore something new for them. How will they handle this relationship in the long term? Heck, Sonic's even gonna be Sally's consort. Oh yeah, and her dad's finally showing her some respect? He's going on a trip and leaving her in charge as a ruler? He believes in her? Nice. This is the first time the comics felt like it fully knows what it's doing with Sally since the, anyway, better late than never, right? And as this guy sets off these wicked fireworks of our favorite couple's reunion, it feels like a real celebration of their relationship, a promise to the fans that it's time to do it to... It's here, folks. The slap. The slap that solidifies this post-space era not as the promising new beginning for the story that it by all rights should have finally been, but a slap in the face to the audience at large. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet, and focus on the moment itself. Now, most Archie Sonic fans hate this scene, and I think that usually stems from a basic disdain of Sally because she hurt Sonic here. Like, she physically went at him in a way that's over the top, sure, but this isn't a comedic scene. Nah, she just hit him when he gave her a serious, honest, and difficult response to her asking him to step down from fighting Eggman in order to rule as a leader alongside her. Beyond that, Sonic is just correct. He can't choose her over the world. He's a hero, and Mobius needs him right now. However, while the slap makes this moment more extreme, I actually don't think it's the biggest problem here. No, the biggest problem is that I feel zero sympathy for Sally. Even though she's clearly suffering from some sort of trauma, even though she's clearly unstable and scared, and even though the things she says should read as a cry for help or something she doesn't mean, I can't give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to. And it all stems from one question I've been holding back this entire retrospective. Who even is Sally Acorn? Well, in the beginning, she started off as a somewhat temperamental character that slowly grew into a more competent and clever leader of the freedom fighters. Then she became a daughter obsessed with saving her father. Then she died. But even if it was meant to be a permanent death, it was forced to become a fake-out. For whatever reason, she was given a second chance at life, and fans of a character who they could have lost forever were granted more time with her. At the time, I was excited at that prospect and happy for the fans. So what did the writers choose to do with her? I hope this isn't an omen that I'm destined to have those I love taken from me. I'd hate it if I lost my teachers, friends, or especially Daddy. Throughout this whole comic, Sally has been through a lot. She's had to try and sidestep her father's worst policies to keep the kingdom in balance, and her dad's also made it clear he's going to choose her mate, so she's lost her romance with Sonic. She's been told that her destiny is already decided for her, that the freedom she fought for is something she herself will never have due to some nebulous source of all. She's been forced to distance herself from her friends. She's cried herself to sleep, alone and afraid and confused. Each moment of hope for her is matched by one twice as hopeless. A rejection of her fate instead turns to her fate being forced upon her more. Sneaking out of the castle to finally be with Sonic instead results in an obnoxious miscommunication that goes on for issue after issue. An acceptance of a relationship that should have happened many issues ago turns to loss as Sonic seemingly dies. And a touching reunion and her father finally accepting her turns to pain as, even after getting back what she held so dear, she can't help but fear that, just like with so many other things in her life, she will lose this too. Is this slap something that Sally would do? I don't know. I'm surprised she chose to have this discussion in front of a crowd full of people. Surprised that she didn't wait for a more private moment, considering that she's often kept her most sensitive feelings to herself. But can I truly say it's out of character? No. She does this because she can't have a victory. She does this with an audience because that makes this not only a personal failure, but a failure as a leader too. Even in Sally's most heartfelt stories during this era, she's made to suffer, to lay alone under the stars in the sky and realize that she's looking at them for the first time. Crying as she understands that she can't even appreciate what's directly in front of her. She spent so long looking down that looking up is foreign to her. She writes that she's coped with what happened between her and Sonic and that she'll now devote herself to her people. But would you look at that? She actually does want to be with Sonic again, but she's not going to do it because Daddy is still saying no. Whether it's preordained or luck of the draw, for better or worse, this is my destiny. Sally is like this because ever since she came back to life, no, since the first time she got a single story that wasn't a joke, Sally has been made for one thing. Sally Acorn is only here to suffer. All of this should make me sympathize with Sally, and as you know, some of these moments did. While I've never actually been the biggest fan of Sally, she's had some fun scenes sprinkled here and there that were pretty likable, interesting, or cool. There was potential, but that's all it is. Potential. So overall, when Sally's mental state is reset over and over and over, no way, I don't care about her. It's not interesting to watch her hit Sonic because she's scared. It's not interesting to hear her justify her dad's attempt to genocide the Robian population, saying that she may have considered it herself if she was in his position. But don't worry about it because she's supposed to be depicted as being irrational here. Princesses, am I right, fellas? Sally breaks off her friendship with Knuckles in this issue too, so what's gonna happen? Don't worry about it. We never bring this up again and they're cool now. We'll figure out what this character's deal is eventually. Yeah, I purposely left out that little story until now because it sets the precedent for this post-space era. Despite all the reasons I should feel sympathy for her, I can't bring myself to because the comic consistently frames her as someone who lashes out at every little thing when Carl Bollers writes her, except when she doesn't and is actually pretty relaxed and cool when Romy Shakam writes her. Except when she's not because now Ken Penders is writing her, so she passively allows Sonic to be arrested because her new husband says so with not a single ounce of regret as she instead laments that she'll never have the fairy tale ending she's always wanted with Sonic, but that she never, ever works to achieve. But hey, she's really stressed, guys. Like, always. And I have to ask, does the comic want me to hate Sally? Her suffering, her trauma, if it has to be here, should be a story. It should go somewhere. But instead it comes across as a bid to make her as unsympathetic as possible because she's so incompetent, and more than that, inconsistent. And with the slap, this is confirmed. Sally's suffering isn't part of an arc. It won't have a conclusion. No, it's the status quo. The comic won't allow Sally to win because she's not a character. She's a force of drama, a conflict to fall back on again and again and again when the writers run out of ideas. We could have and should have done something new. We could have seen where this romance between Sonic and Sally would go. We could have seen if Sally would be able to become a proper ruler. Or you know what? Maybe we could have just dropped the act. We could have finally given Sonic his overly sexualized paper-thin prize that the comic has always treated Sally as and been done with it. Whatever. Put her back in the castle to cry about it. This romance plot isn't something running in the background either. No. If anything, now Sonic's fun adventures fighting villains like Eggman are the true tangent, because the story is committed to being a melodramatic romance stuck in the never-ending will they won't they hell. And I just don't care. I don't care about Mina Mongoose's stupid boyfriend who hates Sonic but learns to not be so possessive and trust his girlfriend and blah, blah, blah. I don't care about Sonic making out with Bunny or Sonic dating Fiona Fox to cope over Sally. I don't care that Tails wants to date Fiona because of his crush on her robot double, and I especially don't care about this forced drama that comes out of it. Why does the comic think I care about who Sonic smooches? Stop the madness, do something else! These ideas are bad and the execution is equally dreadful, with plenty of the comic's worst habits on full display. Lengthy and unnecessary self-narration? Check. Awkward exposition? You bet. An overabundance of largely charmless dialogue drowning out the page? What did you expect, dummy? At almost every turn, this comic now manages to walk back the promise of this new beginning, making it clear that all the time skip's most interesting ideas were temporary, and that balance will be restored. So what is balance for Archie Sonic? Well, it's spending a strange amount of time on a side character I couldn't care less about, like Tommy Turtle, the dude who apparently taught Sonic the meaning of friendship. Unfortunately for all of us, he didn't actually die before, so now we need to spend 3 issues on a story about him. A story where Sonic unknowingly brings a robotic version of him home. He tries to kill Sonic, but his dad Jules gets in the way, saving his life. What a Chad. But oh no, seems you won't make it. Never mind that though, wait. Sonic grabs a power ring and saves him, learning that he shouldn't take his parents for granted. Again. Yeah, we've done that before, haven't we? Anyway, he and the gang go to save the real Tommy Turtle. What's his personality like? Well, he's a nice turtle. Gets some nanobots stuck on him accidentally. He's, maybe smart, I guess? I don't know. I do not know what the appeal of Tommy Turtle is, and I don't know why we're spending so much time on him. What is balance for Archie Sonic? What stories and characters no longer making sense? Like Shadow the Hedgehog. What's this guy all about? I mean, we never actually got an adaptation of his story. Instead, we were told to play the game, but that doesn't make sense because this isn't the same world as the games. Whatever though, he's here now. So long as we stick with that, then wait, we're retconning that? Wait, Shadow doesn't know Robotnik and Gerald were related and that causes him to join with Eggman? But he knew that before. Yeah, I gotta say, I have no clue who Archie Shadow even is, but that won't stop us from spending 8 issues on him and still not being able to even nail down the basic premise of his character. Something that is pretty darn important for getting me to, care. But no, instead we spend the Shadow stories on a 5-issue lore dump that literally can't be true because God already told us the lore before. Come on, Ken.
Freedom fighters don't resort to using guns of any kind. Never have, never will.
This guy doesn't use guns? This guy can? This big mama jama guy can? That you wrote can? This guy! At least Sonic telling Shadow to get laid is pretty funny though. Sounds more like a lapse in the synapse in that noggin of yours. Maybe if you tried meditation, or maybe found yourself a girl, you might get a handle on all that pent up aggression. Ooh, thanks, Ken. So what's balance for Archie Sonic? Well, it's Eggman remaining a charismatic and maniacal presence in the background. Yeah, while we've been focusing on all this other crap, Eggman is relegated to the B or even C stories of these issues, either doing almost nothing or trying to figure out the identity of a completely separate antagonist named Anonymous. Which means that after the first arc, Sonic and Eggman don't interact for almost the entire era. It gets so bad that Adam ends up creating more problems for the Freedom Fighters than Robotnik himself. Like this virus uses the Doctor's nanotechnology to create a living city that will consume all of Mobius in a matter of days, or he infiltrates the bodies of various robotic characters, all of his own volition. So yeah, now even one of the characters I've consistently loved is being sidelined for 2 new bad guys that I really don't have much of a reason to care about. I couldn't care less about all these new ideas. I mean, of all the fuck. What is balance for Archie Sonic? Well, it's a bunch of B stories that are only here to fill out the page count since nothing is ever happening. This should be fun. Why isn't it fun? But no, instead we spend 2 issues learning about the original Freedom Fighters. What do we learn about them? Well, we see the reason they all died was because one of their teammates betrayed them because, and I quote, "I'm a snake. It's totally within my nature." What is balance for Archie Sonic? Well, it's a lack of communication between writers. Because remember how Antoine changed during the war? That seemed like an interesting direction for his character. A great idea. We even get a story of him looking back at some of his relationship with Bunny and he isn't doing good. He's an upset fella. But wait, that story was a lie. Because this isn't Antoine. Nah, now it's been decided by someone else that this is actually evil Antoine from that alternate dimension with the evil Sonic. He swapped roles with our Antoine. Something that's revealed, by the way, in the comic's 150th issue. Heck of a celebratory milestone, huh? Showing your story doesn't make any sense anymore. Showing evil Sonic hitting on Bunny. Man, at one point I might have found this funny, but the moment-to-moment writing here is so dreadful, so boring, that I just don't anymore. Maybe if the art was bad I'd get a laugh, but no! If anything, the art is too good now. Fry, Mawini, Butler, heck, even Ron Lim are killing it. All of these artists have really come into their own, only to have that wasted on this, and this, and this, and... what is that? But my Antoine complaint runs even deeper than it not making sense, because Antoine changing as a person was way more compelling to me than this stupid plot twist, even if it had been perfectly executed. I don't care about evil Antoine or evil Sonic, and I certainly don't care about this alternate dimension. Then this turns into a big plot where evil Antoine is poisoning Antoine's dad and King Max so that he can take the throne for himself by marrying Sally, so again, this isn't something you can ignore. This is a major plot point, a key part of the story, and it doesn't even get the most basic of basics right. Anyway, how's this arc wrapped up? Does Sally come into her own and say she can't marry Antoine? Does she maybe figure out that this is evil Antoine? Nah, of course not. Instead, Sally's brother Elias swoops in at the last minute and fixes everything by claiming his right to the throne. Not out of a desire for power, but a feeling of responsibility to protect his people in these crazy times, even if he never wanted the throne. And maybe even more importantly, he does this to save his sister from a destiny she never wanted. I abandoned the crown because of love, and now it's because of love that I must accept it. That's my king. Yeah, Elias is as cool as ever. Love that guy. But here's the thing. I might love him, but where did he come from? Like, if we were going to tell a story where he's the hero, maybe he should have been at the center of it from the start instead of pretending once more that we were going to focus on Sonic and Sally. But wait, I wouldn't care about that either, because we all know by now that this isn't going anywhere, right? I swear, every moment that makes me hopeful for this comic is undercut by something stupid. Anyway, real Antoine's back. Glad we spent 25 issues without him for some guy who doesn't do anything. Sacre bleu! If it somehow isn't obvious by now, the comic is spinning its wheels, and in a lot of ways feels like it's just given up entirely. Like, even it's surprised that it's still going and thus scrambling to find anything to do. After Return to Angel Island, which is pretty early into this era, Bollers vanishes for a good while before writing a two-parter with Mina, and that's it. Meaning the majority of the main comic was in the hands of Ken Penders, who has admitted that if it weren't for his son being such a fan, he'd have left much earlier for better opportunities. Eventually quitting the book after he'd had enough of Sega's lack of communication, in this case regarding how to write Shadow. Beyond that though, at this point I had almost zero characters or stories that I wanted to see more of besides Eggman. Just like the story itself, I was completely checked out. Well, I say that, but there was one story left. One story we need to discuss. A story that's been a long time coming and that I need to see through to the end. A tale for this time.
So what's it all mean? After all this time, can't even you tell me?
That's right, folks. All the foreshadowing and build-up about Tails having a prophecy given to him by the Ancient Walkers is coming to pass. This little guy is destined to unify all the Chaos Emeralds and to save the world from an ultimate evil. What is that evil? It's Mammoth Mogul. Yeah, never cared for this guy too much. But hey, this is a neat setup. Turns out Mogul was the one who made fake Tails and had him get dunked on by Green Knuckles. Didn't mention that story before because it was really boring, and oh yeah, I guess this means fake Tails did get brought up again, though Tails doesn't seem to care. Anyway, Mogul's basically got the power of a god now from absorbing Green Knuckles' power, and he's going from dimension to dimension, destroying them all. He'll get rid of the Ancient Walkers and create his own world from there. The only one who can stop him is Tails. But the prophecy never specified which one apparently, so Sonic the Zone Cop has gathered many Tails scattered across many dimensions, and now they're going to need to fight Mogul. We're here, a climactic capstone to the comic's longest running plotline, established back in the Tails miniseries in 1995. Yep, in the gag era. I've been waiting for over 150 issues. Sonic is dead? All the Tails are combining. Okay, let's see where this goes. Rise, Titan Tails. Huh. Yeah, that's, I would have expected to find that funny. We didn't even actually fulfill the prophecy since Tails didn't unify the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah. Tails turns into a giant buff Tails and reverse farts Mogul into his butt over the course of basically a single page after, again, 150 issues of build-up. And yet, No, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. The Archie Sonic comic can't ever just be good, can it? It always has to be good with an asterisk. The Robo-Robotnik return is great if you have the patience to reread it and ignore the 25 plus issues of drop plot points, never-ending exposition, and a focus on annoying side characters that made it feel meaningless in the first place. The way past Insanest Era was a blast, just wackiness and insanity with some genuinely heartfelt moments. You know, if you skip reading the Knuckles comic that spins its wheels for its entire run and ends on the message that all of it was pointless since its entire conceit never ended up going anywhere. Time well spent, I'd say. Talking. Dropped plot point after dropped plot point after dropped plot point. The joy I've found in this comic is always in retrospect, in dissection, and carving out the most painless path possible to find as many little moments of joy that a reader of this comic might accidentally stumble into if they're in the right headspace at the time. And while I've of course hammed up my frustrations for emphasis and comedy, the sad fact is that every time I've read this particular era, I'm left with this feeling that I've never had while reading the rest of this comic. For the first time, the Archie Sonic comic is boring. Meanwhile, it's not an exaggeration at all when I tell you that I seriously wanted to drop this comic multiple times. Once during Endgame, once during the World Adventure, thanks Knuckles, once during the way past Insanest Era, thanks again Knuckles, and once again here in this post-space era. And yet I kept being good faith about it, and I allowed the asterisk to get bigger and bigger. And that's really the heart of the matter, isn't it? I've really tried to be good faith here, to point out all the things the comic does right or that I enjoyed. But I think it's time to just admit something to myself and to you. This comic is not good. In fact, it's one of the most disappointing and frustrating things I've ever read. A story that started off with something I genuinely enjoyed, with a tone and character I connected with, and slowly undercut all of its good ideas until now, we're left with a story that just doesn't know what it even wants to be. It'll spin its wheels, it'll lie, and the saddest thing is that I've come to this exact same conclusion 3 times in this retrospective. It never ends. Now this might get you wondering, why have you tried so hard to enjoy this? A fair question with a simple answer. I started this series because I promised someone I would read it. So we went through it in order together, we talked about it, and we had a great time in those conversations, commiserating over our anger and disappointment with so many of these stories, and reveling in the moments of fun and charm that only became rarer as time went on. But still, it was clear that the comic was bad. Past the gag era, this retrospective would have been complaint after complaint after complaint. So we did our best to channel all the annoyance and anger into some cheeky fun. But there was something more to this that kept me going too. The potential, the cool ideas, the promising moments, the sometimes phenomenal art, the hope. All of the praise I've given this comic is real, and no matter what, I don't want to take away from the good and sometimes great stories these characters and these creatives brought to the table. It's just a fact, however, that I only found those things by hyper-focusing on those positives and doing everything I could to bring them out. Skipping Knuckles, ignoring B-stories, rereading to find the best details. Moments I would have never properly enjoyed came into focus as I read it again and again and again. But now with this era, it truly feels like the comic has just given up. It doesn't want to keep going anymore. Put it out of its misery, please. And maybe I would find that more forgivable if there weren't so many good ideas. If there weren't prior stories where no matter how bad they were, I always got the sense that the creatives were truly trying. With Endgame, with the World Adventure, with Knuckles, there were neat ideas and things that felt like passion, right? They communicated that to me. Someone cared. But not here. The comic is a hollow shell of itself. And that's even considering all the problems it had in the first place. But there was one more reason I kept going. There was the promise. The promise of Flynn. Ian Flynn. Pretty good chance you've heard of him considering his prolific status as a Sonic writer. The big Sonic savior even, everybody. Every time I wanted to give up, I was told it would all be worth it because this man becomes the head writer, steering the series in a great direction. However, after reading this section of the comic, I just can't do it anymore. I barely care if this comic gets better. Then there's the fact that I've read over 150 issues of the main comic, plus what feels like an infinite amount of obnoxious plotting spin-offs, and we just wasted the perfect opportunity for the story to become something truly great. So no, Flynn can't just come in and only make the comic better. He can't slowly find his footing with the characters and create some decent stories because he's new to this. I need this comic to become immediately fantastic. And even if it's fantastic, I highly doubt it will make this worth it. Because I find no joy in the thought that I sat through perpetual frustration just to get to some soft reboot that leaves everything behind to start fresh with some loose connections to the past. Because that's all this comic can do, right? How could you salvage this? How could you make this great without abandoning all the baggage? Frankly, I don't think you can. I'm all out of good faith, and I've finally learned to despise Archie Sonic. So lay it on me, Flynn. Wow me. Surprise me. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's way past too late to. If there's one Sonic writer you've no doubt heard of, it's Ian Flynn. As I mentioned earlier, he's easily the most prolific Sonic storyteller to date, creating a massive amount of Sonic adventures from his beginnings on the comic in 2006, all the way up to the current day. Eventually, he even wrote for the mainline game, Sonic Frontiers, but how did he get here? Well, still in college and working on his degree in English, Flynn thought, hey, why not? And ended up sending Archie a bunch of unsolicited scripts until he got hired on as the head writer of his favorite comic. He even got to ghostwrite some of the last pages of Ken Penders' final issue, which becomes pretty obvious in hindsight as Sonic starts referring to Shadow as Faker, a clear callback to the games that self-admitted non-Sonic fan Ken Penders would have never done. More than any of the other prior Archie Sonic writers, Ian Flynn was a true blue Sonic fan, obsessed with not only the games but the comic itself, having grown up with both. I mean, you can even find fan mail from him in the comic's letter pages under Ian Pato. But this guy isn't just gushing about his favorite characters or submitting ideas he'd like the comic to explore. No, he's writing full-on essays that are so huge that the editor mentions they sadly couldn't fit it all in. They're basically page-by-page discussions. Heck, Flynn even dissects the potential motives of the wishy-washy Dimitri storyline, trying to use subtext to understand this character, where someone like me just outright dismissed it as poor writing. There's a clear passion for this comic, but there's also a seriousness, a genuine consideration of it, treating it with respect, and refusing to write it off. A desire to go deeper into these characters and their world. Along with that, there's this loving appreciation for those who work on the series, like Dawn Best. Similar to Flynn, she was also a fan of the Sonic comic before joining as an artist for the series when she won an art contest Penders ran during the latter half of the Green Knuckles saga. Her more squishy designs are pretty darn cute, and she definitely adds some intimacy to these little moments with the characters reflecting on their relationship with Knuckles. If very little else was good about the Green Knuckles arc, Dawn's art at least brought some emotion, which at that point, it desperately needed. But really, my praise pales in comparison to what Mr. Ian Pato had to say. Dawn Best is definitely a talented artist. Her drawings help convey the words instead of just standing there saying things totally unrelated to their body language. What I saw was brilliant. It was also so good to see that dreams can come true in this cynical world where dreams are often forgotten, misplaced, or destroyed. Thank you. There's a joy here that's unmistakable, a love for this series and its creators. And that love was immediately evident with Flynn's first full Archie Sonic story, Birthday Bash. As the title implies, it's Sonic's birthday and his friends are giving him something special to celebrate the occasion. A reconstructed version of their old clubhouse. Yep, the one from the gag era days. All the way back in issue 1. Yeah, right away, Flynn's desire to pull from the comic's past is self-evident. But it's not just some superficial callback. No, the clubhouse has been updated. There are now more friends than ever before to enjoy it, and it will continue to be our hero's base for the remainder of the series. Plus, with Eggman's narrow-minded focus on Sonic and his friends, the Freedom Fighters can use this location to direct his attacks away from their loved ones back in Knothole, which is just a jog away. So no, this isn't some sad bid from the comic to return to better times with a quick callback. Instead, it's a well-considered return to simpler times, bolstered by an implicit optimism. We might not be able to go entirely back, but we can have fun again. Really, this entire two-parter feels like a love letter to the gag era, with Eggman sending Bean and Bark as birthday presents to kill Sonic, complete with a song. Or how about having the villain use the comic's logo when referring to our titular hog? The Great Oak Slide is wielded as a weapon. There's this really high concept but equally stupid background gag of Tails squinting to see Shadow. You know, like he's a shadow he can't make out. I love this dumb comic. And of course, there's charming dialogue. But where the gag era preferred puns to punctuate Sonic's personality, now there's a cocky wit to each of his actions.
So, Blue, how old are you now?
Well, if we take his trip into space into account.
Let's call me a teen from now till forever.
Sonic is just so charismatic here, having a blast even when things are stacked against him. Then there's just how happy he is to be a part of the Freedom Fighters and his faith that if they all work together, they can do anything. And that infectious fun is perfectly sold by the other star of this two-parter, newcomer artist Tracy Yardley. I'm gonna have a lot to say about Yardley's style as it evolves over the course of the comic, but even his early work is incredibly strong. It has many of the qualities I love about John Gray's work. Over-the-top expressions, fast-paced paneling, and background details that make the world feel alive. But where John Gray focuses more on embodying one specific emotion for a scene spread throughout the entire cast, Yardley focuses more on each unique personality existing on its own. And I love his approach here. For now though, the main thing I want to praise about Yardley is his ability to make the act of reading the comic just effortlessly fun. For example, Sonic gets hit on the final panel of this page, so it truly feels like Tails is catching him from that one into the next, with the way Sonic is even moving into this panel now. Then Sonic gets into this action stance in the background, appearing super small, only for my eye to go to the word bubble below as Sonic is pinning Bean in the foreground. Only after that do I look back to see where Sonic came from, giving the sense that Sonic was too fast for me to even keep track of, as he's already completed this action before I could even register it. For another example, in a later scene, we catch up as Locke fights a couple foes. When he finally loses his composure, the center panel gets sketchy, like his emotional burst of chaos energy is affecting the page itself. Finally, as that foe too uses chaos power, now it's time for his panels to crack and shift. Then in a later issue, Knuckles is battling Dr. Finitibus. On the surface, it's a simple back and forth, with both combatants completing each other's sentences as they give a variation of a spell, ending in a clash. But the paneling adds so much excitement and energy to that as I soak it all in. As I notice the two circling each other, as I notice Knuckles' arrows of energy going into the other panel, as I notice these speed lines are actually the clouds from the middle panels blurring into the background, and as I notice the way the light from their clash shoots up to the top of the page until it disperses at the start of their fight, tying the whole image together. And the more I look for this kind of thing in the comic, the more I'm rewarded for it. The more I realize how rich and detailed the art is. The more I realize why, from here forward, so many scenes feel so exciting. And the thing is, I could just keep going. As I went through this era, I began to notice that almost every page has something like this that gives the comic life. On a more basic but equally important level though, there's the fact that even when the comic isn't doing anything all that clever in the earlier issues, the comic is so easy to read because we usually stick to only having about 4 or 5 panels per page. When combined with the snappy, well-paced, and well-placed dialogue, it makes reading effortless. And if I do want to slow down, I'm rewarded with extra characterization. Like Tails comforting a sad Fiona, or Shadow saying that he's still Sonic's enemy, but his little smile betraying his words. While it's also in a later issue, I love this story of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles discovering a Chow garden and just enjoying their time with them. With Sonic deciding that each of their personal Chow needs to have a ch at the start of their names, which yes, means Knuckles' is named Chuckles. But wait, Eggman is attacking. What could the madman want with these poor Chow?
Out of the way, Sonic! I've detected high levels of mystical energy here, and I plan on drilling it for my own purposes. If you insist on getting in the way, please do so under the drill.
I hate to break it to you, Eggman, but there's nothing here but the Chow in their Chow garden.
That's what you detected.
What, then there's no magic rings? Nope. Chaos emeralds? Nuh-uh. Power gems? Didn't you invent those? Did I ask about magic rings?
Yes and no.
Oh. Then I guess I'll settle for wanton destruction. I'll remember this!
Whatever. We bad!
We bad.
Cause if I bad and you bad,
then we bad. Oh, and then Sonic takes all the Chow home to Knothole, and one of them becomes Jules' pet, which turns him into an Omo Chow, which is just so much fun and clever, and yeah, wow, I'm having a blast! Like, I know I've called this comic fun many times and for many reasons before, but if I had to narrow down what makes the Flynn era stand head and shoulders above the rest of the comic's fun stories, it's just how dense it is with that fun, and how frequently it makes me grin as I read. And though most of the comic moving forward won't be as single-mindedly focused on simple fun as Birthday Bash and this Chow story, it is still consistently entertaining and funny. I mean, some of these facial expressions alone are enough to make me crack up. Look how disgusted Tails is that Snively tracks each of his precious hairs. Oh boy. Overall though, this two-parter feels like a heartfelt apology for how badly the comic wasted Sonic's last birthday, where Sonic's return home from his world adventure and birthday celebration were shuffled off to the side, a single page in an issue that spent its time focusing on so much other stuff instead. Well, here we actually just spend time on Sonic. And sure, that might sound simple or basic, but when the story is this carefully constructed, this well written, and this energetic and entertaining, it means a lot. And using a birthday for this is really smart. After all, it's such a natural point in our lives where something changes. You're different now, you're growing up. And that subtext can be felt, signaling to me that this is a new beginning. Again, but the difference is that this time, this is real. This is honest. And instead of focusing on many different characters as more important than Sonic, the comic uses those characters to give both Sonic and the readers a great reason to laugh and smile.
Alone we were threats, combined we are a nightmare. Tremble in fear at the terror of Croctobot.
No, stop. Time out. No, that's not Sonic talking. That's me talking. It's him, but it's me too. It's us, but yes. Yes! Oh, you don't remember these two losers? Can't blame ya. The prior writers didn't either, or at least didn't care enough to bring them back. Octobot is simple. He got beat up and scurried away. But Crocbot is different. After all, we spent quite a bit of time dealing with him, making a point that he was captured and even having Sonic note that his remains had been stolen. Just another drop plot point in a sea of drop plot points. But now he's back. And why am I so happy? After all, I never liked this guy. He was way too self-serious and the issues surrounding him never made him properly terrifying, even though they sure wanted to convince me that he was supposed to be. So what's the value in his return? Well, that's the thing. The comic is going to lean into that. Crocbot still thinks he's terrifying and fearsome. He still wants to grandstand. But Sonic's not having it. Nah, he can't take this guy seriously. What could be lamer than this combo? Man, his reaction, it's basically exactly the same as mine. Then there's the obvious implication that Eggman just found Crocbot's remains and decided that literally slapping him on top of another robot was good enough to kill Sonic on his birthday. It really feels like even Eggman is just viewing him as an afterthought. Then there's the way the other characters team up to instantly defeat Croctobot because he's getting in the way of their fight. You know, inserting himself where he doesn't belong, he's kind of an expert at that. And they just kill him in a single panel. A joyous punchline and send off for a character I assume the comic had forgotten and that would never reward me for remembering. It's so satisfying, and a perfect example of the true magic of this era. No matter who they were, no matter when they appeared across the comic's 200 plus issues, and no matter how little anyone in their right mind would have cared, these long forgotten characters and nuisances from the past are going to return. And when that happens, they're going to be given as big and loud of an applause as our main cast. Flynn truly embraces that the world of Archie Sonic is the main character, because for a fan like him, it all matters.
I was a fan of the book since the early number 30s. I read religiously. I was a huge fan of the series and all its twists and turns and oddities. And so when I was brought on board, I was on hallowed ground.
Welcome to The Darkest Storm, a 3-part Sonic the Hedgehog war arc with a scope only matched by its number of editor's notes. A story where a mind-boggling number of plot lines and characters would either be pointed in a new direction or meet their end. It's a saga that may not seem all that special for those who haven't read the prior material. In fact, it'll probably be downright confusing at times. But as someone who has read literally every issue leading to this, well, it's one of the most uniquely gratifying stories I've ever experienced. The premise is simple. A bunch of people are fighting over the magical crown and sword of Acorn, and that simplicity allows ample room to focus on the combatants themselves, where they came from and where they're going. So let's start off nice and easy now with the death of God. That's right, the Ancient Walkers are back, my friends, the trio of dinosaurs wearing tiki masks who became gods after they were exposed to chaos energy. They've watched over Mobius since then. Sometimes they've helped us and literally brought people back from the dead. Most of the time, though, they've done nothing, or far worse, wasted my time, undercut the tension, and erased conflicts as a lazy deus ex machina. But this is where Flynn comes in. See, back during the Green Knuckles saga, the Guardian Aether mentioned that the Ancient Walkers are dying. He then didn't elaborate, and this was never mentioned again. However, now, 65 issues later, Flynn finally gives a reason. The Ancient Walkers were struck down by Mammoth Mogul using the last of his power after he had first become a god. If you recall, during that encounter, the Ancient Walkers manipulated events and our heroes into doing their dirty work. But now we're learning that this wasn't some one-off event. No, the Walkers actually cursed Mogul from the very beginning, a curse which caused him to make fatal mistakes that would keep him from ultimate power. That's right, Mogul constantly getting screwed over at the last second, always being the butt of the joke in every story he's in. Now it's explicitly a curse from the gods, a way of influencing destiny without fully controlling it themselves. But this act is what eventually allowed Mogul to strike back, as their unwillingness to fully commit to taking him down themselves to protect Mobius gave him this opportunity, which is what led to their slow march towards death. While the Walkers had prepared a trap for Mogul through the Chosen One, all their efforts would be undone if they died, as their curse on Mogul would fade with them. So to combat this, Tails' uncle Merlin the Wizard has sought out the last of the most powerful magical items on Mobius, the Crown and Sword of Acorns, two plot devices I sure haven't heard about for a long while and that sure were unceremoniously dropped a while back. And who took that sword so long ago? The Orphans of Uma Arachnis. These spider kids and their mom's motivation had always been somewhat up in the air, but they're back and up to something, bringing the sword to Eggman's base, so they can take advantage of his latest attempt to siphon power from the Zone of Silence. Here they lift the sword toward the heavens, bathed in golden light, cutting through the fabric of reality as it's finally revealed what all that talk of genetic memory was about long ago. Uma's children inherited their mother's loyalty to a long-forgotten character trapped in a long-forgotten zone. Ixis Naugus. The harsh dimensional breach is just enough to push the ancient walkers past their limit.
No! Fates preserve us!
Thank you all. With your support and this promising beginning, we may now... Uncle Merlin! A valiant attempt, sagely prower, but your efforts were too little, too late. Let's Mother Trunkin' go! Yow! Wow, this is kinda awesome. Taking these often uselessly godly beings and making their own in action their undoing, it's really clever. And really satisfying to see them meet their end at the hands of a character I've wanted to be cool but who never got the chance because of outside interference. Mogul, this villain who couldn't shut up before, silently incapacitates his enemies now. That pride, which was once hammered into the reader's skull through wordiness, is now shown through the confidence of a man who doesn't even view these people as worth a word. In no time, Mogul amasses his army of villainy, immediately acquiring the Sword of Acorns as well. The panels themselves buckle under Mogul's power and solidify at his satisfaction. So is all hope lost? Well, to that, I say,
This force badge shows up. This force badge shows up. This force badge shows up.
Horseman, is that you? That's right, everyone. Sir Connery is back. Last time we saw him was in issue 45, where he saved Knuckles and was like, I work for the Walkers. I'm going to kill evil sorcerers with the Sword of Light now. Bye. And we never saw or mentioned him again. Until now. Until he was needed most. Until he could wield the Sword of Light to combat the corrupted Sword and Crown of Acorns himself. Combined together, all of this creates an incredibly over-the-top, insane, self-fulfilling prophecy for both Mogul and the Walkers. As soon as Mogul is free from their curse, his single-minded desire to finally achieve his goal without anyone to stand in his way takes over. Except there is someone who stands in his way. Much like us, perhaps he forgot, or perhaps this prideful pachyderm didn't think he was worth the thought. But this Lone Ranger, dedicated to the cause of his fallen gods, is here to take up their will and continue their fight. And let's go!
All right, Sir Connery, let's do it to it.
Stay out of this for once in your miserable life, you insufferable wretch.
Hey, no fair.
Your patron spirits are no more, Connery. You are at my mercy.
Nay, Mogul, they are with me now in my final act. They gave me this, the Sword of Light, blessed with the power to destroy the darkness. I am sorry, my king. I must destroy the source of all. I am Sir Connery, paladin of the ancient walkers, bringer of the light and enemy of the darkness.
And they chastise me for my verbosity.
By the power invested in me, by the highest of powers.
No. No!
Come on, Sir Connery, show him how it's done, old school.
I smite thee!
No! The horseman is dead? All of this is just bonkers. Everything in this arc is cranked up to 11 as we repurpose past plot contrivances, transforming them into this climax of this abstract back and forth between cosmic beings. And even though Mogul once again attains cosmic power only to lose it, it actually feels like there was a real cost. The gods, along with their toys and their soldier, are dead. More importantly, however, is how we've addressed one of the key problems with Mogul. After all, pretty much every time he's appeared before, either the art or the writing has totally undermined Mogul's demigod status. And that's not the case here. James Fry is on another level this arc, with striking visuals on every single page, making the moment-to-moment reading experience every bit as grand as the concepts themselves. Sir Connery's sudden entrance as he grips the sword, prepared to face his foe, a clash between a god with stolen power and a man wielding a sword of faith. The art brings it all home and pulls me into the moment. However, even with the sword destroyed, our heroes still must face a Chaos Emerald-enhanced Mogul and his army. After all this, after someone literally died to stop him, he still stands to face our heroes. He still commands incredible power.
What a coincidence! So do I. Fire at will!
That's right, the Doctor is here too. So, what's he been up to during the rest of this arc? Well, for the most part, Eggman has just been reacting to all the insanity around him. And to add insult to injury, they don't even see him as a threat. Yeah, these would-be gods need not worry about him. Except that Dr. Eggman always leaves his mark. Because by the end of the arc, these beings of might and magic are brought to their knees by this madman of science, as the Doctor uses his teleportation technology from Returned Angel Island to collect a new batch of living batteries to power his empire. Here, Eggman has re-established why he's such a threat in the first place, after so many issues of him just waffling around in the prior era. And that's sold even harder because this tech was established a long time ago. My man's been here and survived this long for a reason. You can't just show up and throw him out of his story. And after this, he leaves our heroes with a dark reminder that he could wipe them off the map, but he will do so on his time because this is his game and his world. Never underestimate Dr. Eggman. Once again, the art sells his sadistic glee with these exaggerated and sometimes even gross expressions. I adore every shot of this guy, and it's yet another example of how the presentation elevates this arc's ideas. But there's another villain I haven't yet given due focus, Ixis Naugus. Because yeah, he hangs around after the orphans get him out of the Zone of Silence. So what are we going to do with him? I mean, last time I saw him was in the World Adventure and he sucked there. While here, he mainly exists to prop up Mogul's power, which could easily feel unsatisfying, and yet the execution entirely convinces me that this was the right call. The imagery of him is exceptionally striking and memorable, selling him as the twisted, magical monster he was always meant to be. Where his previous fight was drowned in needless narration, he's now front and center during much of the fight, going toe-to-toe with Mogul for some time. Beyond that, there's just so much going on here that I barely have time to ask, where's this or that character? What exactly are they up to? Instead, I'm just along for the ride, going through the twists and turns of this jam-packed story. Just as the combatants are caught up in the chaos of this fight, so am I. In addition, I just really like the way they use Mogul and Naugus to condense some of the series' lore into something more comprehensible, because it's revealed that they both use the same sort of magic, the Ixis magics, and that it was Mogul who created the Ixis Order long ago. So now he and Naugus join forces, with Mogul as Naugus' true king, and seeing this man who refused to bow to Max so quickly bow to Mogul, it once again sells Mogul's strength, while giving Naugus a more unique and memorable role within the story moving forward. Once again, we're bringing order to the comic's chaos, crafting a world that feels wide and deep instead of random and vapid. But oh yeah, Mogul already had other subordinates, didn't he? These 6 E-list villains form a new villainous team, the Destructics.
So, Destructics, huh?
You heard that?
I think they heard you in Furville.
We can't be the fearsome foursome anymore, there's 6 of us!
Fair enough, just surprised you can count.
Yeah, this arc's dialogue has loads of personality too. For example, we get exposition about how Mogul was captured, yet even here there's character, because Tails and his Uncle Merlin aren't just winking at each other for fun. They're winking because only they remember the moment Mogul was truly captured, since Jack Daddy Tails rewrote the timeline. Sonic just thinks Merlin's talking about the other time they trapped Mogul in an emerald, while Tails knows the truth. It's cute and makes me go, you know what, yeah, these two are family. Heck, Merlin's reintroduction works so well because of Tails' tearful reaction. How he's so happy to have a part of his family back since he misses his mom and dad so much. Even if some of these characters may not matter to the readers all that much, Flynn doesn't forget what actually matters most. These characters mean something to each other, and they need to react accordingly. Stuff like this gives meaning to these plot beats by informing us about the characters at the same time. Like, how do we write off Knack the Weasel's old gang? Well, how about he says he's gonna visit the kitchen and make them a very special final meal? Holy crap. Let's also take the fact that in Mogul's first appearance, he had a sorcerer outfit for one of his many incarnations to make his creation of the Order of Ixis feel more natural and grounded in the comics world. To top it off, let's name drop the Albion Knights of Aurora from the Knuckles lore to help contextualize past mentions of the Forgotten Wars. Ixis Mogul is truly an ancient being after all. There's also Naugus saying he fused the Zone of Silence and the Void, which ends this confusing, series-long discrepancy between the two. Or how about Eggman discontinuing the Metal Snively project because he's disappointed in his robotic family, putting a punctuation point on a concept that only appeared in the background of one panel in the prior era. Yes, even details this small won't be forgotten or ignored. And then there's Sonic. Remember how he got his knighthood revoked? Well, he can get it back now if he wants, but my boy declines because he knows he's cool without the title. Meanwhile, when King Elias begins to doubt himself, Sonic encourages him to fight with honor, especially for those they've lost like Sir Connery. A sentiment that would already be sweet on its own, but hits incredibly hard due to the paneling and art. Just as Sir Connery wielded his sword to fight for those he followed and represented, Elias does too. but his faith is in his people, in those who believe in him. So much like Connery, he will brandish this sword. His stance, the panel layout, and background coloring are all very similar, cementing this comparison in my mind. In all of this, we are recontextualizing, recycling, reusing, and repurposing old material to show that this era isn't a reset. It's a repairment, a reparation, and the more you remember, the more satisfying it is. Really, for the first time in so long for this comic, I can truly buy into what it's telling me about its characters, and it feels so good to know all this time spent reading this comic wasn't a waste. However, there is one pretty obvious flaw in all of this that you might have thought of. A good deal of this story is driven by coincidence and contrivances, almost as though we're running through a checklist of conflicts to wrap up or consolidate. At a point, it all starts to feel pretty inorganic, and that's not to mention how little Sonic and his friends actually play a part in the narrative, even though they're here the entire time. The world of Archie Sonic may be the main character, but it's hard not to notice that this could be seen as taking that a little too far. Except that isn't actually a problem at all. In fact, the inorganic nature of events was part of the plan from the very start. Isn't that right, Adam? The ninja spiders who knew exactly when to attack, which led to the framing of M as the culprit and caused her death, which led to the return of Nagas, which led to the death of the ancient walkers, which released Mammoth Mogul, which led to the destruction of the crown and sword of acorns, which led to Eggman's capture of Mogul and Nagas. All of these pieces were put in place by one grand and convoluted calculation. That's right. The final layer of the darkest storm is that everything about the events we've discussed so far was crafted by a literal evil supercomputer, acting as the mysterious narrator for the entire story. This three-parter was never meant to show Sonic off, it was an Adam special, solidifying him as a frightening antagonist who sees heroes and other villains alike as little more than raw data. I don't even know what to say here. It's genuinely genius. A whole arc that was designed to remove and reorganize as many pieces of the narrative as possible is literally being done so in-universe by a villain with a similar goal to the author himself. Adam, who was once just this virus whose standout character trait was enjoying wordplay, is now bending the world of Mobius to his will by taking his vast knowledge of the comics lore and making that lore kill itself. Like, what? How did Flynn come up with this? All of this ties into the last unresolved plot thread wrapped up in this arc, that being the mysterious Anonymous, this new rival to Dr. Eggman who was built up for multiple issues during the post-space era. Well, now we know it's been Eggman's son all along. The same son who we've already seen take his father's words of using anything necessary to ensure the Doctor's dominance a little too literally, and who's now been revealed to have gone completely off the deep end in his quest to become a worthy rival to Eggman.
I am fulfilling my function. Once I am finished, Father will be so very proud of me.
It would be one thing if some of this stuff was new, something Flynn came up with purely on his own to help his cleanup. But it isn't. It's all based on at least something from the prior writer's material, like Adam's love of games or him going behind Eggman's back. It's a mind-boggling combination of concepts that almost seems obvious in retrospect, even though it was clearly never planned. And as we reach the end of the story, it's finally revealed that this corrupt computer virus has given his name a new meaning. Adam determines Anonymous's movements. Oh boy. This is so silly, so awesome, so unique, so Archie Sonic. When I say that these 3 issues brought me joy, I hope you understand what I mean by that. Because I don't mean I was just a little happy or hopeful for the future of the comic. The fact that all this time I'd spent reading this other stuff wouldn't be a waste, it left me full-on relieved and gave me so much faith in the comic moving forward. And this new creative team managed to make me feel that in 5 issues. 5 issues! It only took them that long to transform this from a comic I hated, a comic I was ready to give up on, into one I couldn't pull myself away from, and one that I knew without a doubt I would finish. And somehow, it only gets better. Because now it's actually here. The true tale for this time. The arc begins with Eggman uncovering Adam's treachery. It took him a little bit, but he's finally pieced everything together and he is ticked. So he deletes every trace of his son from his system. Adam is no more. Except there's one thing Eggman didn't account for. One character he forgot. But can you really blame him? After all, who would willingly think about Tommy Turtle? Yep, that random B story from the post-space era where Tommy got some nanobots, or nanites as they're called, stuck on him is coming to a head. Adam has downloaded himself into Tommy, who has unknowingly helped spread the nanites to Nicole, Bunny, and Sonic's father. A callback to the final story of the pre-Flynn era. So Adam commands Bunny to incapacitate Tails and Nicole, and forces Jules to capture Tails and bring him to his base of operations, the Nanite City. At the same time, Adam forces Eggman to call Shadow to his side, who he swiftly defeats, placing him and Tails in this mysterious machine. Eggman may have forced Adam to reveal reveal himself earlier than expected, but no matter. With the power of the Chaos controlling ultimate life form and the chosen one of destiny at his disposal, Adam is able to enact his ultimate plan. One that will cement him as his father's equal. A shortcut through time and space, a beacon for the gems.
I will have all the Chaos Emeralds in the universe!
So he summons the green emeralds from across Mobius, the blue emeralds from planet Zorda, the red emeralds from Theraxia, the purple emeralds from the planet Eve destroyed, the yellow emeralds from the star Eve died in, and the gray emeralds from the Bem homeworld Argentium. Adam won't just bend the world of Mobius to his will, he'll bend the entire universe, and the whole comic along with it too. I mean, when Karheem of Weed of all things is relevant, then you know it's a big deal. Like, calm down, no one expected this deep of a cut, Flynn. I mean, Adam. But of course, Sonic won't have any of this, which leads to a super form battle, with Super Shadow and Turbo Tails helping out on the sidelines with their Chaos powers. That's right, it's time to actually do it to it. It's time to finally fulfill the series' longest running plot thread, the unification of the Chaos Emeralds, as Tails uses his abilities to send them into the Zone of Silence, away from Adam's clutches. Now this happens fast. Like one page Tails is being released from his pod and the next he's fulfilling his destiny. It could easily feel rushed or half-baked, and yet, it doesn't. Why? Well, first off, I didn't expect this at all. I was shocked that the comic returned to a plot point it had already wrapped up. Like, sure, what we got last time was a crappy ending for it, where Tails didn't even manage to merge the emeralds, instead just absorbing chaos energy in general or something. But I had no expectation that this era would go so far to rectify the mistakes of the past. But that surprise only lands on the first reading. Still, somehow, every subsequent time I go through the story, this still hits just as hard. And of course, that's because of the ever-important art and how shockingly memorable it all is. This story solidifies Yardley's ability to perfectly depict scale. Like, I will never forget how cool this shot of Tails looks as he fulfills the prophecy, bathed in light, these stark shadows silhouetting our heroes. I'll never forget the shot of Adam summoning the Chaos Emeralds, of Supersonic blasting out of the panel, his golden aura bathing the page. The striking nature of it all is what makes this type of story feel dense rather than rushed. Because yes, I can rip through the panels and pages following the flow of the comic, or if I want, I can slow down. I can soak it all in. I can experience a comic that refuses to waste its space or my time, with execution that elevates its already great ideas into something truly spectacular. And I mean spectacular. Because finally we can talk about the real heart of this story, Tommy Turtle. Now, he too barely gets any actual time devoted to him. Instead, he spends most of the story's 28 pages being controlled by Adam. Before that, the only moment we get about him is here, a single page where some of the freedom fighters complain about his various screw-ups. Immediately, this works, because first off, this is likely how many readers felt about Tommy. He was a nuisance, annoying, a waste of space. And while the freedom fighters are nowhere near that harsh in their words, it's clear that they too are a bit fed up with his various problems. Which doesn't feel at all forced because in-universe he has caused problems for them before, getting himself captured on multiple occasions. The story simply leans into that side of Tommy a little more, which is a big reason why Tommy's final moments in this comic are so shocking.
The Egg Fleet is here. Let Tommy go. You're beat.
Hardly. In this super form, I'm invincible. Wait, what? Hey, Sonic.
Tommy? Is it really you this time?
I'm sorry it took so long to win back control. I'm sorry for everything, really. I'm sorry I've been such a pain. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've dragged you into. And I'm especially sorry for letting Adam do this to everyone.
Dude, it's cool. You're in control now.
No, I'm not. Adam will win back control any minute now, and I won't be able to get it back. Adam must be destroyed so that everyone will be cured of their nanite infections. I'm sorry, Sonic. You gave me a second chance in life. It's time I repaid that debt.
Tommy? No! Tommy?
So, why am I feeling things for Tommy Turtle? Like, why do I care about his death? How can I care about his death? This is a character I didn't want to see any more of. If you had told me this guy was going to get killed off, yeah, baby! I would have 100% believed I would celebrate his demise. Good riddance, buddy. But instead, we have this. An entire issue built to make this sense of loss and finality hit as hard as it possibly can in as little time as possible, too. All throughout this battle, the sky changing color, the sun setting as Tommy fades away, the orange glow, the explosion casting him and Sonic in dark shadows. Then Sonic stares numbly at his friend's ashes, unable to even get out a quip as Eggman walks away. And this sticks with Sonic, who goes to Tommy's grave an issue later, sitting there and considering how bad things have gotten for our heroes. But still, he leaves with confidence that they'll win in the end, that the friends he's lost won't have died in vain.
Catch you on the flip side, Tommy.
But you know what's maybe the best part? This death scene isn't some forced bid to make Tommy a heroic martyr. You know, changing the guy into something he's not for the sake of a tragic moment. No, what's insane is that this is in character for Tommy Turtle. After all, in his introductory issue, what did he do? Well, after putting Sonic, his friend, in danger, he sacrificed his life without a second thought to save him, dying in a fire. Of course, we later learn that he escaped. And yet, even now, when the stakes are higher than ever before, Tommy gives up his life without hesitation. And this time, it's final. Tommy Turtle isn't coming back. Tommy Turtle is dead. The pure desperation and pain on Sonic and Tommy's faces during their final conversation, Tommy's conflicted expression, those sad eyes and a hopeful smile. I believe his emotions. I feel for him. And by the end, I believe in this world. I believe that Tommy Turtle wasn't just a cog in the machine of a story. He was a person who Sonic cared about, who he knew since he was a child. He was the guy who taught Sonic the meaning of friendship. And for the first time since his introduction, that actually feels like more than a ridiculous joke. Tommy
was maybe the bravest freedom fighter of us all, and he took Adam with him.
But of course, it wouldn't be Archie Sonic without a few asterisks. Now would it? I'd like to avoid talking about it, but we've got to pull the train back to Reality Station at some point, so for as good as this early stuff is, there are some downsides I just can't ignore. For starters, there's this B story about the Chaotix arresting Renfield T. Rodent from the drug-laced Chili Dog arc and putting him away for good. This tale is bland. And it's an example of how some characters don't get the bombastic and cathartic send-off I'd expect from this era. The same goes for Robotnik's daughter M, who never gets to do anything all that cool before she's taken out. Then there's the bizarre art in this Blaze introduction. Yep, I didn't like that. This 40 Fathoms Freedom Fighters B story and Groundhog Day parody from Mike Gallagher. Sorry, old friend, I did not laugh at your antics on this day. But then there's something a bit bigger, the 2-issue finale to Mobius 25 years later. Yeah, remember how that story ended on some weird reality-warping cliffhanger? Well, now we get a resolution, as Sonic finds himself in an alternate universe where Shadow is an evil king. So he must work together with those who remember the previous timeline to free Mobius, even if they'll never be able to return to how things were. And it's pretty okay. Nice character moments and interactions like Sonic realizing he should have appreciated what he had and making up with Tails, or Knuckles fulfilling his promise to be a better dad. Check. Awesome visuals like Maria being treated as a goddess that looms over the planet? You bet. Lara's Sue getting to be pretty cool and coming to her own as a fighter? There it is. Sonic and Sally's children being wiped from existence and Sonic mourning them, so now Sally and him have to bang right here? Right now? Hell yeah! A shame it's all just a little too fast and doesn't get enough time to really breathe. To a certain extent, it feels like the main reason this is here is so that the future timeline can be detached from the main story through a shift in the future and what happened there, leaving the present plotline open to change. Regardless, instead of a constant grin on my face while reading, I was left simply enjoying myself a decent bit. And in the end, I left this arc feeling like it was adequate. What a shame? Huh. Wait, is that all? Those are all my problems with the comic? Like, every single one. I literally have no more major complaints for the rest of this era. Yeah, screw Reality Station, folks, because reality is good and I'm feeling juiced. Truly, any complaints I have about any of the material in this era are so minor, so inconsequential, that they're barely even worth mentioning. These are nitpicks, rare one-off moments that don't quite land for me, or shockingly uncommon instances of iffy art. This is one of the most consistently enjoyable stories I've ever read, where almost every single piece of it is memorable and fun and awesome and— oh my gosh, is that Sleuth Doggy Dog? This man! He's still here, continuing to pop up in story after story, strutting around with this confidence that just screams, I own this place, baby! Sleuth is here, dunking on other goons when they step out of line, threatening Tails with a gun to the head and getting away with it too! Sleuth is a guy who sticks to the classic ways of crime, meaning that rather than lofty goals and crazy motivations, good old Doggy Dog just wants enough money to eat all the T-bone steaks he could ask for. Which is what makes all his reappearances so funny, that this embodiment of the goofiness of the early comic, this relic of the reference-heavy gag era named after Snoop Dogg for some reason, who just wants food and power, is still at it like 200 issues later. It just gets me that he keeps showing up. And even better, my man actually gets what he wants, cashing out with his stakes and leaving all this crap behind him. And since he's been around for so long, it's funny, but also weirdly satisfying that even Sleuth Doggy Dog of all characters gets an ending. Goodbye, old friend. Remember Feist, Naugus's weird panda badger goon who we saw in the Zone of Silence? No? Don't blame ya, it's been a while. Anyway, we never saw this guy again after Naugus escaped, which seemed like a waste after taking the time to introduce him. Oh well. By the way, on a totally unrelated note, remember Tails sending all those Chaos Emeralds into the Zone of Silence using this portal? Well, now the Freedom Fighters need to go in and grab one of them so they can use its power. Pretty handy, huh? Our heroes have billions upon billions of Chaos Emeralds at their fingertips.
Mortals, you shall be judged by Feist.
That's right. All of that chaos power turned this forgotten character with 8 panels of page time and 4 lines of dialogue into the Lord of the Chaos Emeralds. Now, anytime our heroes want one of these magical gems, they have to complete one of this game-loving demigod's challenges. And yes, they're all based around the special stages from the games. Oh, and Feist also combined all the emeralds together, one for each color now, meaning that yes, there are now the 7 Chaos Emeralds you'd expect. They seriously use this random character to bring the comic's lore more in line with the games while also giving Tails' prophecy long-lasting effects? And it works? Feist himself is also just a ton of fun. It's hilarious and surreal watching these characters we spent so much time with work around this one-off background character. Whenever they're around him, there's this tension in the air, knowing that if Feist isn't pleased, it's game over. Funny enough though, he actually kinda likes our boys because Sonic beat up Naugus and Tails sent the emeralds here in the first place. So yeah, first emeralds on the house.
Know this, I shall not grant another Chaos Emerald so easily. Next time you will be challenged as I see fit.
Right, got it. Move it, Tails.
Thanks again. You're back already? Who are you talking to?
Close the portal! Close the portal!
Yeah, Sonic, I get it. What the hell is happening? Why is this panda badger a god now? Why is it so cool? Remember Sergeant Simeon? No? Well, I mean, why would you? He was just a background mook who Mogul kept using, and for a long time that's how Flynn treats him too. However, since this era has such consistently snappy pacing, his presence is still worthwhile. He just acts as an extension of more interesting characters, fleshing out the world, rather than receiving undue prolonged focus himself. So if he'd remained that way, I wouldn't have really batted an eye. Except by the comic's end, it finds time to make sure even he's worth remembering. See, Sergeant Simeon, or Simon as he was once known, was booted out of his peace-loving monkey village after bringing home weapons they disapproved of. He wanted to protect his people and his grandpa, and yet he was shunned as a violent ape. They didn't want to fight. So he went to wage a one-man war against Robotnik's forces. Through these silent panels, we get a montage of his action-packed adventures as he went down against some SWAT bots, guns blazing without regrets. That is, of course, until Mammoth Mogul saved him and enlisted his services, indulging his newfound desire for strength and power. Eventually, though, Simeon returns to his village. His people are excited to see him now. They missed him. And more than that, they've realized he was right. They were foolish to cling to their peace. I mean, we saw as much in a gag story in issue 45 where the Freedom Fighters ran into some trouble in the jungle. And now we've tied that back into Simeon somehow and... Wow, sorry, anyway. Now these guys are fighters and they want their dear Simon to lead them. You know, I have earned this for all I've done, but you all haven't earned me. Wow, why is that line so raw? Why does it go so hard? By all rights, he should just be some random mook. But now when I reread prior sections he appears in, this inoffensive background character has a history, a place in this world that led him to this moment. And more than that, I care about his backstory. I like him, he's cool. The other members of the Destructics get similarly engaging backstories. Predator Hawk was a hardworking soldier in the Battlebird Armada, doing all he could to climb the ranks and better himself. But then his rightful place was given to the leader's son. So now he lives for himself to challenge himself. Then there's Lightning Lynx, a scorned lover boy from a ninja clan, and he wants revenge. Oh, and Flying Frog, a character I genuinely forgot about, but now we're learning he has done things. I think Flying Frog is a serial killer. I think he went mad as a court jester? Is that why he's always rhyming, trying to find humor in a world that forced him to make it laugh? Actually, why am I thinking so hard about this? And why do I want to see more of these random characters? Remember Drago Wolf? Boy, do I hate this dude. This stupid dickhead got so much random focus during the endgame arc as the traitor among the Freedom Fighters, despite doing nothing to earn his sudden status as the pseudo-protagonist of that storyline. And I get the feeling that maybe Flynn hated him as much as me because now, in basically every one of his scenes, he's getting dunked on. I mean, this idiot's lost how many games of rock, paper, scissors? Even in the stories where his team is winning, he's still losing, whether it's a main focus or, more likely, in the background of a panel where he belongs. Yeah,
Get wrecked, Drago! He's a moron! And now the comic is aware of that and using my own hatred of him to make each of these moments of failure so cathartic and entertaining. Yes, I love to hate Drago. I love this I'll never forget Mammoth Mogul. After all, he wouldn't let me. He inserted himself where he didn't belong over and over. While I've gone over his major improvements in the Darkest Storm, the result of that story was still the same as every other encounter with him. Mogul lost, his godlike abilities were drained, and now he's on the hunt for a new source of ultimate power so that he can finally conquer the universe, and blah blah blah. Only now, the comic treats this goal like the joke it's become, to the point that even the editors are in on it. Mogul consistently attempts to take over whatever storyline is going on, only to get immediately smacked down for it. All our heroes and villains know his tricks now, and are quite frankly bored by the theatrics. Arc after arc passes by with Mogul getting a few cameos to throw out some entertaining insults, and that's it. So he remains trapped in a cell that resists his powers, and robbed of his Chaos Emerald energy source. Because of this, Mogul's had a lot of time to think, and presents Sonic with a carefully calculated ultimatum. Hey, how about you let me go? Of course, Sonic laughs this off, but for some reason, Mogul is confident in his demands. After all, if he isn't free, he'll unleash a new fearsome foursome to do his bidding. So night falls, our heroes rest, and it's only then that Mogul reveals his latest plan. Because he's been waiting for this moment. The moment he could sense that 3 of his old minions were in town. Those who he marked long ago. Those who had forgotten or were made to forget. Remember. Remember that they were vulnerable, scared, alone. Remember that Mogul was there for them in their darkest times. Remember that they owe him a great debt, and it's time that they repay his generosity. However, Mogul won't allow this to end in yet another basic brawl. No, instead he sends his minions away, to fly high into the sky, to run across the ocean, and to walk straight into Eggman's city. And unless Sonic gives Mogul their Chaos Emerald, he will have Tails fall to his death, command Mina to drown, and allow Mighty to be gunned down in the street. You're fast enough to catch them though, right? Right?
Any one of them, yeah, but
They are too far apart. Or do you use your speed to rally the freedom fighters? Do you have time to explain everything? Do you have time to find which part of the sky, which expanse of beach, or which road to New Megaopolis that you need to rescue them?
I want your word that everyone returns home unharmed or no deal.
You have it. Welcome to the fearsome foursome.
Sonic's cockiness turning to this utter shock and confusion, Mogul's pettiness, Mina's boyfriend's panic. The 2 pages of complete silence as every panel of our desperate heroes contrasts what could be the final moments for their friends. Stop, please, you can't!
No time to take it slow, Nicole. It's life or death.
Are you insane? I can't control that kind of power.
Nicole, he didn't leave me much of a choice.
Would you like it better if Mina drowned? What?
Whoa, Ash, chill. Such inane squabbling.
This whole sequence is excellent. For the first time in the entire comic, Mogul actually looks and feels scary and insidious. After so many larger-than-life plots, watching Mogul resort to a plan that's so small-scale feels more terrifying than any of his godly battles. How he uses Sonic's friends to force his hand. It paints the picture that Mogul's fatal flaw was always his arrogance, his presumption that he could win through brute force. But Mogul was also someone who could be sneaky, plotting in the shadows. Always there, watching, waiting. And now, having been humbled by so many defeats, curse or no curse, he's learned his lesson. And the conclusion this leads him to is incredibly compelling. Now, we all obviously knew that Sonic, Mighty, and Tails weren't gonna die. Their plot armor is Sega thick, leaving the only one who could potentially go as Mina, but honestly, I highly doubted that was gonna happen. And Mogul knows this, explaining that after attaining godlike power multiple times, he has always fallen and failed because of our heroes. Even after playing part in murdering the gods themselves and removing the curse upon him, fate conspires to humiliate Mogul in favor of the Blue Blur and his friends. Or as he puts it, even if I were to act now, I am certain something would thwart me or rescue you. It is a cosmic punchline I've grown quite weary of. And so, content with his victory, Mogul leaves our heroes be, and he won't push his luck. After all, he's immortal. Sonic and all his friends will die one day, and once that happens, he'll take this world. In the meantime, however, he promises to make Sonic, his friends, his children, and all his grandchildren's lives a living hell for all that remains, sending assassins to ruin their peaceful days, funding the means for civil unrest in their home, and most importantly to Mogul, getting a good laugh from a round of public humiliation. This way, Mogul is finally able to live up to his name, becoming one of the wealthiest businessmen in all of Mobius, bringing jobs and entertainment to criminals and civilians alike in these dark times, all while being the kingpin of an underground empire. I love this! I mean, taking Mogul's status as a sort of petty god and combining it with the meta of the writers as a power even above gods like him is so smart. In a way, acknowledging this limitation makes Mogul feel even more threatening, because now this isn't just a thought in the back of my mind, something where I need to suspend my disbelief that Mogul would do this. Instead, now Mogul didn't kill Tails, Mighty, or Mina because he simply didn't want to find out if fate would let him succeed against a Sonic determined to avenge them. As such, Mogul has basically defied the comic itself, refusing to let his unattainable godhood gimmick weigh him down any further. Instead, he's content to exist in the background. But of course, if there's one thing this retrospective has taught me, it's that no matter what, Mammoth Mogul refuses to be forgotten.
I'll pay handsomely for the shoes of Sonic the Hedgehog. It is up to you if his feet are still in them.
So far, a lot of my focus has been devoted to side characters. If you couldn't tell, this comic is dense, and you can probably count on your fingers how many characters Flynn fails to bring back or redefine. I've genuinely just scratched the surface of this story and its world, but we'd be here all day if I kept going with these randos. Regardless, all this is to say that what Flynn has done here with these largely forgotten characters is truly impressive, building off the looseness of their past to redefine them in a way that almost feels effortless. But what about a more prominent character whose past we can't simply sweep under the rug? What about someone like Antoine? After all, one minute he's a coward with a heart of gold, the next a hardened warrior. Then a guy who just hangs around but doesn't actually do anything, really. Then a coward again with zero faith in his abilities, only to revert back to a jaded swordsman, but oops, that was actually his evil doppelganger. And now Antoine is, yeah, I don't know anymore. While I've certainly been a fan of Antoine, he's a character who, at a point, I just had to roll with, accepting that his personality would be at the whim of whoever's writing him at the time and just hope that they chose to handle him in a way that fits with my preferred interpretation. But as we've seen, Flynn wants us to get properly invested in these characters and to acknowledge their entire past. And in a single story, in just 8 pages, Flynn manages to do just that for Antoine. We begin with Antoine alone in the home his evil counterpart wrecked, contemplating all that the fiend took from him. He stares at an old picture of himself and the freedom fighters from before Bunny even arrived, a picture he's been torn out of. There's a real sense of longing and loss here, that Antoine is wondering if, because of evil Antoine, he somehow lost his place among his friends. But then Bunny appears, assuring him that he isn't alone. Of course, there's an underlying awkwardness and tension to some of this conversation. Bunny didn't realize Antoine had been replaced after all, so it's not like it's going to be easy for them to just pick up where they left off before he was taken. However, this conversation quickly takes a turn for the worse. See, Antoine's dad is still sick from the poison that evil Antoine gave him, and Sonic rushes in to give Antoine the news, telling him that he needs to get to the hospital fast. It's there that Antoine learns the harsh truth. His father isn't going to make it. Too much damage has already been done. So Antoine speaks with him one last time as he lays in his hospital bed. And Antoine takes this opportunity to tell his father just how ashamed he is. Ashamed of being a coward, ashamed of letting his jealousy divide the team, ashamed of failing his father's good name. And in the end, he just hopes and pleads for his father's forgiveness. But his father thinks that this must be a joke. His boy isn't a failure. His boy isn't a coward. He fought for his friends, for his kingdom, and for the woman he loves. Of course, the basic emotional weight of a father encouraging his son before he dies is here. But to me, that's not what gives these words meaning. No, what gives them real weight is that they're true. That includes Antoine's words about himself, about his many faults. But at the same time, that also includes what his father sees in him as well. After all, no matter his attitude, no matter his jealousies, Antoine did fight for his friends, for his kingdom, and he never gave up, even as his demeanor and courage fluctuated from story to story. His father sees that, letting both his son and the audience know that this is also true to his character, but above all else, there's a bravery there, and that this is who he wants his son to see himself as. However, it's not only Antoine who's redefined here. It's Bunny. Because though she doesn't need it as badly as Antoine, she was mishandled during the post-space era, drowning in the crappy romance plotlines. So Antoine's father turns to her and reminds her how brave she is, harkening back to some of her most interesting, emotional stories from the past. After all, she has fought Robotnik for her soul. We've seen that. We know that about her. And we know from that story so long ago where Antoine went to get a power ring for Tails, that Bunny isn't just the person who picks Antoine up because his dad says she is. She's been there for him, had his back. I've seen it. I've read it. So with his final breaths, his father encourages them to pursue this relationship, to hold on to their love for one another because it makes them happy, regardless of any confusion. And in the end, Antoine's father leaves him not with words telling him that he should be better, that he needs to do better, but instead with a simple acknowledgement of how proud of his son he truly is. If you remember, back in the way past Insanest era, there was a story where Sonic attempted to help Antoine by tricking Antoine's father into thinking he was a brave warrior. While I enjoyed that story and there was certainly heart there, the ending and message left something to be desired, as Antoine's dad didn't get a moment to acknowledge his son's bravery, and even if he had, it probably wouldn't have been satisfying because it wouldn't have been real. After all, this was a facade to hide Antoine's weaknesses, and he didn't even realize until after he'd done it that he'd managed to be brave. And yet here, Antoine's father says the words Antoine wanted to hear that day. Not in ignorance of Antoine's flaws, but in an understanding that he's seen his son's growth and bravery and he has pride in the man his son can be, and the man he has been. From the brief time we spent with him, Antoine's dad was already a surprisingly likable guy. But this story here, it makes him stand out as truly memorable. Overall, this story is striking. The emotions and words all feel so grounded, honest, and real, especially with its final panel, bathed in white, Bunny and Antoine's silhouettes in stark contrast to his father in the hospital bed, who seems to be fading away, with only 3 simple words standing out. I love you. From here, Antoine's entire character is informed by his father's death, as he follows his words, acting more comfortably as himself, still sometimes afraid but never giving in to that fear. Still with his goofy accent and misunderstandings, but also as an honest voice of reason, and a confident and brave soldier who charges into battle with his friends instead of lingering behind them. Where previously this kind of change for Antoine was sudden or forced, expecting me to care because I was simply told to, now it's a story, a moment for growth that I got to experience with Antoine. And where before the comic's way of making Antoine capable was having him act as a cold, angry loner, now he finds strength in the people he loves. Meanwhile, Bunny exudes so much more confidence going forward. There's a spunkiness to her that she never really had before, like when she uses a misunderstanding regarding her robotic limbs to infiltrate Eggman's forces and starts hamming it up, or her many fun expressions. Bunny is no longer the mopey gal she'd morphed into post-space, lost without her man. No, now she's the one Princess carrying her man, or comforting him when he's scared of heights in a tall tree. Heck yeah! And of course, she's still the type of person who will fight with everything she's got, even if it could come at a great personal cost. All of this while still being one of the coolest looking characters in the comic, and never losing her warmth or charm. So finally, this couple I'd fallen in love with in issue 23 is back and stronger than ever. And man, I'm so happy that my investment in them finally means something. After all, Antoine actually proposes to Bunny, and the issue after that they get married, surrounded by their loved ones. Over and over, the comic continues to give them sweet moments together, their goofy accents and contrasting designs punctuating a pure and simple love. Plus, with how nervous Antoine is before the wedding, you can just tell how much he loves her. But don't worry, my boy Charmy is here to give some sage marriage advice as the resident married man. We even get to see Ant and Bunny go on their honeymoon, having a good old time, planning a good old time, and even having a frank discussion as to if they maybe rushed into things, or at least wondering if the other feels that way. But of course, neither of them regret where they are, as they reaffirm that after all the pain and loss they've only overcome together, what better path forward could there be for them than to continue that bond for the rest of their lives? Plus, as a fellow married man who's got a cool wife, I gotta say, I just connect with them, you know? All their little moments together, the details that show how much they care for each other. They feel real to me and familiar. In the end, what makes Bunny and Antoine such a wonderful couple is that they're just good to each other. A consistent bright spot and steadfast relationship that contrasts a world that has taken so much from them and from others. And I genuinely love to see it. Now, speaking of characters who have really had it rougher than the rest of them, I love what Flynn gives my boy Knuckles. See, despite telling his father he was needed to protect Knothole and defeat Eggman back and return to Angel Island, Rad Red and the Chaotix effectively vanish for the next 20 issues, aka the rest of the post-space era, outside of 5 cameos. Like, where are they? So Flynn immediately rectifies this, leaning into the group's intended purpose as extra muscle through the Darkest Storm arc. And from there, the Chaotix continue to be invaluable assets, whether that be through the role of bodyguards, SPO single-handedly destroying one of Eggman's bases with the help of Nicole, or Julie Sue training Amy. You really start to feel like these two disparate friend groups actually know each other and are on proper terms. While it's an incredibly small moment, I always think of this expression from Vector when he has to restrain an Atom-possessed bunny. My man just looks so sad and sorry, and that makes me feel like, yeah, these characters are friends. Of course, Knuckles gets his fair share of action too, like being the last line of defense against a puppeted Sonic, protecting those Chow as mentioned earlier, or fending off the Babylon rogues when they try to destroy Knothole. But honestly, all that pales in comparison to the true value Knuckles brings to the fight against Robotnik, and that's stability. For example, when Shadow eventually comes to the Freedom Fighters asking for help, Knuckles acts as the protector, allowing Shadow enough time to finally learn his backstory and his purpose. As Knuckles says, "I know what it's like to be lost without a past. I won't let you take this moment from Shadow." Then there's a story where, thanks to Knuckles' Chaos abilities and the Guiding Star Gem, Merlin is able to find the Prowlers. That's right, after all this time, Tails is reunited with his lost family. Finally, it's Knuckles who comes to check up on Sonic at Tommy's grave. On its own, this moment already feels worlds apart from the Sonic and Knuckles dynamic of old. These two are clearly no longer rivals, they're just friends, brothers even. To the point that despite their dialogue reading as typical Sonic and Knuckles banter, as Rad Red teases the blue blur about not giving up, their body language communicates so much more, a jovialness in Knuckles and a calmness in Sonic we haven't really seen between them. Sonic's closed eyes, his slack arm, the slight tilt of his head, it makes his boast come off as self-aware and even grateful rather than putting on a confident face. Ending as Knuckles reassures his pal, saying, "We won't let their sacrifice be in vain, Sonic. We'll beat Dr. Eggman. We'll win this." Through these scenes, we really see that Knuckles isn't just protecting Knothole, he's rebuilding it, reuniting families, allowing for clarity, and encouraging those around him. And all of this without drawing attention to himself, without even a thank you, but always with a confident smile on his face. Also, maybe as a big boy Archie knucklehead, I'm making these moments seem bigger than they are, but honestly, it's only because they're so seemingly insignificant that they feel so strong to me. Knuckles has truly become a proper guardian, doing things his own way, but still being this strong force for good. And it's great to see. Unfortunately though, crunch time can't last forever, so there's another character we need to discuss. A character who really needs the Flynn treatment. So let's see what he has in store for Sally Acorn. In issue 156, Sally allowed her supposed husband to arrest Sonic, as he pled for her to support him and remember all they had been through together. It was a cold, distant moment for her, and their last interaction before Flynn came onto the book. How did the comic address this back then? Well, it didn't. Of course not. They continued to pine for each other like nothing happened. This, when combined with the series' long mishandling of her character, meant that I was pretty much done with Sally. And it seems Flynn understood this would be the case for many readers, because in the midst of issue after issue of cleanup and restructuring, Sally is off to the side, often not appearing for many issues at a time. However, in the moments that she is around, there's a clear intention to make her feel a bit different now. For example, in Birthday Bash, Sally celebrates Sonic's special day, and is actually responsible for the idea of rebuilding the clubhouse in the first place. It's a return to simpler times that she helps bring to fruition, and I really enjoyed that. A while later, we catch up with Sally again. Her father is still in a coma from Evil Antoine's poisoning, so Sonic and Tails go and get a Chaos Emerald to power a machine built to revive Max, allowing him to regain consciousness. However, as soon as they're finished, Sally hands back the emerald to a confused Sonic and Tails, a coy look on her face, as she promised Merlin that they could have it. Tails helped her get her family back with the emerald, so now she's going to return the favor. These moments are super quick, no more than a panel or two each, but they show a clear desire for Sally to be more involved in her friends' lives, harshly contrasted by how much she hasn't been during this era and well before it. After all, when Bunny and Antoine appear with the news that they're getting married, Sally's only response is to let them know that they've got work to do. A new mission has come up. With this, it seems Sonic's feelings towards Sally have finally aligned with mine. He's pretty fed up with her and laments to Antoine that, like usual, Sally seems to have no consideration for her friends or their feelings. But Antoine actually shows empathy for Sally, laying out all the things she's been going through, like how she was in charge of the last bastion of freedom against Robotnik, or her father's declining health, or her trauma from Sonic's death. All of these could feel like excuses, and to Sonic they are, as he correctly states, yeah, well, we've all had it rough lately. To which Antoine agrees, but adds, which is why I'm so happy we have each other to rely on. And just like that, the comic has given me the key to finally begin enjoying Sally, because we aren't going to brush aside Sally's actions and tell me to get over it. Instead, it humbly asks both Sonic and the reader to just be kind, to show some grace to a character who really needs it, expressed through another character who just received the same grace for his worst moments, and through it was given a chance to become something better. Because for all my frustrations with her, Sally isn't a monster. She's not some conniving manipulator. Nothing she's done has been out of malice or hatred. She's a broken and scared teenager who simply has no idea what to do. Me being on this mission, making the team like this, it was selfish of me. Don't think I haven't noticed, Bunny. I haven't really been a part of the Freedom Fighters for a long time. You and Antoine getting married, and Sonic and I being so distant now. I'm being jealous. What works so well about this little interaction is that, though Sally is still sad and suffering, it has a different feel. It's like in that time she's been in the background isolating herself, she's come to a proper conclusion about herself and her behavior, and though she's lonely, she wants to try and change that. I mean, what is this conversation but that? A moment of reaching out to a friend for help, crying in front of her rather than crying alone in her room. From here, Sally continues to be proactive, illuminated by the night sky that before she could only cry beneath in the post-space era. Now she's grinning ear to ear, actually allowing herself to have a good time, because this is Sally Acorn II, the hyper-competent leader of the Freedom Fighters. Finally, her position among her friends is confirmed for her, as Antoine and Bunny ask Sonic and Sally to be the best man and maid of honor at their wedding. Sally may have felt alone, but her friends never forgot her. And in response, she gives Bunny and Antoine the heartfelt congratulations they deserve. Really, this whole issue just has this overwhelming feeling of reflection and camaraderie. While the stakes are life or death, our heroes are casual and confident, enjoying each other's company, bathed in the warm night glow that permeates every page. On top of that, it seems Antoine's talk with Sonic had an effect on him too, even if he was never really done with Sally. After all, as soon as he hears the action start, his first concern is if she'll be okay. Either way, this one interaction between them sums up the state of their relationship perfectly. Hey, it's the Marvelous Queen. I'm still just a princess, but thanks. I let you have that one. I know. Of course, even if others are extending Sally some grace, that doesn't mean she's going to be able to do so for herself. Because as the story ends with Sonic carrying Sally away just like old times, she has this uncertain look on her face. Like she's having a good time, but that she feels a bit guilty about that too. It's a moment that feels human, and no matter how small it could seem, it truly won me over on Sally Acorn. Because finally, Sally's suffering isn't just here for cruel conflict or spectacle. Now it's the premise for a story of a young woman determined to reclaim everything she held dear. And the comic is going to show us every step. We see Sally help Bunny get ready for a wedding, enjoying the company of a friend she's kept at arm's length for so long. We see Sally tease Sonic and him happily play along, while still capturing the tension and discomfort that underlies those interactions. I get this feeling that Sally is testing the waters to see if it's even okay for her to get back into Sonic's life. It's a conflict that permeates this scene, where Sonic and Sally are alone and reflecting on all they've been through, how much they've changed over time. Sally asks Sonic to join her so she wouldn't be alone, but while one moment she accepts his help, the next she makes a point to get down herself. Though she laments how much things have changed, she now clearly understands that she could have handled that change so much better. Physically, we see how she can take care of herself, but emotionally, there's still that uncertainty. In the end, though, she finally acknowledges her outburst at Sonic's homecoming party, but Sonic makes it clear he doesn't need an apology. She's his friend, and he's ready for both of them to move forward. Again, I just love the vulnerability here. It makes it clear that Sally hasn't waited this long to apologize out of pride or vanity. It's something that Sonic had seemingly moved on from her past with such ease, and she doesn't know how to handle that. How to handle that he's been acting so normal around her. which of course shows how much Sonic has matured, even teasing Sally that while she broke his heart, he got over it. It just feels real in a way I truly didn't expect. This understanding of each other that goes beyond words, sold perfectly by these gestures and expressions, their closed-off body language slowly opening up as the scene progresses. Through all of this, it's clear that our heroes are ready to move forward, to finally leave the baggage of their past behind and rebuild what's left. After all, the freedom fighters can never reclaim what they've lost. Mobotropolis is gone, and what was once their hideaway has become their new home. If there's one thing the Flynn era has made clear so far, it's that the connections they have are temporary, that they can be lost at a moment's notice in this cruel and crazy world. In that sense, it's important for Sonic and his friends, now more than ever, to hold on to what they love, and all they have left. As far as Dr. Robotnik is concerned, there's always been one question in the back of my mind. Hey, why doesn't he just, nuke the freedom fighters? And I do mean nuke, as we know this guy packs that kind of heat. But no, apparently the Doctor needs to know the exact coordinates to a location with no cover and some really big forest in order to win. Early on, this made sense, because Knothole was presented to us as a hole in the ground hidden from view. Then the writers decided it was an actual village, and then there were the occasions when Robotnik just knew where it was, but forgot the next issue. Of course, though, this was the gag era, a time when Robotnik would sometimes literally read the script of the story, so you weren't supposed to take it all that seriously, and I had no trouble suspending my disbelief. However, as the comic became more serious, and even after Robotnik does learn the location of our heroes, he still struggles to take them out, or in the case of the post-space era, just flat out doesn't bother for nearly its entire run. Even though he can conquer Angel Island just like that with an entire armada at his disposal, Eggman vents that the real reason he can't beat Sonic, the thing that makes him so unpredictable, is hormones.
We're talking about teenagers. They're not exactly known for the rationality and logic.
Thanks, Ken. Fortunately, though, the Doctor's charisma and terrifically terrifying depictions carried him hard, and so I was content to just roll with the Eggman, to accept that part of his charm was the dichotomy of his killer instinct and his casually comedic cruelty. And besides, if Robotnik did win as he so easily should, then that would be it. The story would be over. The game would end. And so it does.
It's about time you showed up, rodent.
After over 200 issues, Dr. Robotnik has finally done it. He's burned Knothole to the ground and captured its citizens in a matter of pages. That threat of his and the display of power back in the Darkest Storm arc was no bluff. Our heroes never stood a chance, and now it's revealed that Robotnik knew this all along. To him, it was all just a game. And honestly, that makes perfect sense. After all, this is Robo-Robotnik we're dealing with. A man who had already conquered his world and killed his Sonic. And what did he do when he was first introduced? He toyed with our heroes. He tested them from afar. All before revealing that he traveled through time and space to find another Sonic so he could fill the void left in his metallic heart for war and destruction. So Flynn fully leans into that for Robotnik's character. Now every failure, every loss, and every angry rant is recontextualized. All of it was simply the Doctor's annoyance at the fact that if he was going to take over the world, then he didn't want it to be so easy, so boring. He wanted a true victory, a dastardly trap, a battle for the ages, or at the very least, for it to just be fun. Because Robotnik has that goofier side and enjoys messing around, allowing his psychotic whims and endless mood swings to guide his actions. But eventually, he got tired. He got fed up with waiting for something interesting to happen. And so he decided to get serious. He decided to win. The presentation of Robotnik's victory here is excellent. His looming presence over Bunny and Antoine's ceremony, Espio getting seemingly disintegrated by this beam, everyone panicking and crying and stunned as their friends vanish. And finally, this one shot of Sonic as he thinks his family and friends are dead. His gritted teeth contrasting a crooked scowl and a broken stance. There's fear and anger and so much more expressed in this one pose. Robotnik may have never gotten this serious before, but there's the sense that Sonic never has either. But then something interesting happens. Eggman tells Sonic that his friends are alive. After all, he didn't come here to face an already broken hero. It's his job to break the hero. Meet the Egg Beater, a robot specifically designed to combat Sonic's speed and power, armed with the classic wrecking ball, decked out in spikes with a bumper for a shield, and all of it tied together by this Death Egg robot-esque design. Each piece is a callback to something dangerous or indestructible from the games, and the implication is clear. This robot is invincible. It's so cool watching Eggman guide Sonic across the battlefield, following up his blocks or baiting him into an attack, all while a ceaseless rant consumes the page. You genuinely feel Sonic being beaten both mentally and physically as Robotnik mocks the dead, berates him for his failures, and even roasts Sonic for his love life. For one, I love how petty this is and how underlying all of it is a truth. Sonic has failed, and all of that culminates in a single question from the Doctor. So how come you're all alone? And the fact that this truly gets to Sonic feels earned. After all, we've seen Sonic go from a hero who stands tall at a funeral for a fellow warrior to one who needs to be picked up after he loses a friend. This is a Sonic who's vulnerable, who can be overwhelmed, and that leads to this moment where Sonic genuinely snaps, putting everything he has into an attack so powerful it pushes back the ocean. If Robotnik were to block this like it was no big deal, I gotta say, I probably wouldn't buy it. Which is why it's so clever that even the Doctor is unsure. Maybe he made a mistake, a miscalculation. Wouldn't be the first time the rodent surprised him. The impact blows back the clouds. Sonic lets out a victorious laugh, only for it to be revealed that even the Doctor had underestimated his genius. Sonic the Hedgehog has reached his limit. I'm not playing with you, rodent. Run. Run all over the world and try to start a new freedom fighter group. You will find no one. So run for the rest of your life, and never escape the humiliation of today. Reading all of this for the first time genuinely left me shocked. It just happened so fast, so suddenly, with a viciousness and brutality I didn't expect. Such a commitment to humiliating our protagonist that what should have been his biggest moment of strength is actually just a way to expose his limitations. And what this leads to is so compelling. Because as we saw, Sonic got a bit rattled during the fight. So, what made him finally snap? Was it losing his family and friends? Was it his home being destroyed? Was it that he wanted so badly to save them? Well, no. At least that wasn't the last straw. It was that Eggman dared to claim Sonic the Hedgehog had reached his limit. Out of all the many characters Flynn has recontextualized and that I've discussed, you might have noticed that someone's been missing. Sonic the Hedgehog, the main character of this comic. So why haven't I properly focused on him yet? Well, the answer is pretty simple. Even before Flynn came onto the book, Sonic has been pretty good. Really, for all the comic's flaws, Sonic has been consistently entertaining, intentionally or otherwise. Each writer's interpretation of his way past cool demeanor is stuffed with a surprising amount of charm or such high levels of brazen stupidity that he never failed to make me smile. Along with that, there were his occasional endearing, heartfelt moments. The real problem was everything surrounding Sonic. All too often, he was ignored in favor of lackluster plots or thrown into obnoxious situations that just didn't get much out of him. Beyond that, when something interesting did happen, he would rarely get a proper reaction or would swiftly forget. So Flynn's job here was relatively easy. Just give Sonic something to react to. And all the plots I've discussed so far do just that. In Birthday Bash, we see Flynn's take on his fun-loving, badnik-breaking side. In The Darkest Storm, we see him lift up and encourage others. In The Tale for This Time, we see his stark, emotional reaction to Tommy's death, and following that, a moment where he needs to be encouraged by his friends. And of course, there's his various emotions surrounding Sally and the ways he chooses to interact with her on a moment-to-moment level. What should be clear above all else is that Sonic has loads of nuance. He runs a wide spectrum of emotions as he's thrown into wild scenario after wild scenario, and in the end, that gives him a level of humanity I adore. And that's why I love his defeat here so much. We've never seen something like this from Sonic before. Not really, anyway. Sure, he's been kicked while he's down, but this is on a whole other level. And Flynn uses this to show the reader a new side of his character. He's always had his pride and ego, but finally, that's being poked and prodded at. After all, Sonic's attack here isn't framed as some heroic moment of deadly determination. Instead, it's a psychotic breakdown, the moment where it's confirmed that Eggman truly got in his head, and following the battle, Sonic feels different. He coldly explains the situation to his remaining friends as he marches forward, past them, toward another confrontation with the Doctor. While Sonic, of course, wants to keep his friends safe, there's something else here too. As Tails continues to warn him about the overwhelming odds against him, Sonic finally snaps, saying, "I've got this." And Tails bluntly calls him out for this, refusing to let Sonic's stubborn pride get him and everyone else killed. It's a scene I never would have expected from the two, and serves to make both characters feel far more real to me, with a vibe that's genuinely a bit uncomfortable as these two friends butt heads and clash. But what makes all of this so compelling to me isn't that it's some sort of character arc. Sonic never had trouble trusting his friends or fighting alongside them. This isn't some series-long problem we needed to address. Instead, it's just fascinating to see Tails' words cause Sonic to take a step back from this side of himself. His annoyed silence leading to a cocky declaration that falls away to his inner fear. No, I can't be too late again. Basically, it's just so interesting to watch Sonic reach this low point, to see what he takes away from it, and how he'll get back to form. But we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves just yet. Something's gotta give if our heroes are going to stand a chance against the Mad Doctor. Which is why it's so great that our team discovers they have one more friend who they can rely on. Nicole. Nicole? Yeah, now if that name isn't making you excited, making you want to juice and jam, well, I can't blame you. Well, this handheld supercomputer is one of the SAT-AM holdovers, an important piece of the show that defines so much of early Archie. She's rarely had anything to do. Instead, throughout almost all the prior writer's material, Nicole was just either forgotten or there. Like, yeah, that's Nicole, right? She's sure in this scene. Some of you may not even remember her despite me casually saying her name this entire retrospective. Because more than anything else, Nicole has been a plot device. She can give info, hack things, whatever. Which is such a shame because she could have been and should have been so much more. See, all the way back in issue 17, Sally is grieving, wishing that her life could stop being so awful, when suddenly a mysterious orb falls out of the night sky. However, our heroes are unable to see what's inside. Right after this, Sally's mentor suddenly passes away, and it's only now, when Sally is more lost than ever before, that the orb opens. It seems Sally's plea was heard. She has her symbol of hope. But what was it? Well, it was Nicole. After this, Sally goes on a personal mission to the Forbidden Zone, following the quest laid out in her mentor's final testament. Even though Sally wanted to go it alone with only Nicole at her side, her friends wouldn't take no for an answer. They wanted to help her, and so they did, making their way through danger together. In the end, they found out the reason Sally's mentor told her to come here, a scroll with words of wisdom that would serve Sally well. So well, in fact, that eventually she and her friends would win in the fight against Robotnik, as we watch Rotor from the future create Nicole, allowing Sally to send her back in time to help guide her younger self. A friend she desperately needed back then, and a way to live up to her mentor's last words. To thine own self be true. On its own, I thought the story was fine. I appreciated the attempt to define Sally's character and how it showed that sometimes finding strength in yourself means finding strength in your friends. Kinda, I mean, Sally's not really happy they're here, honestly. Regardless of that, though, the bigger problem is that the series' constant mishandling of Sally led to this story losing much of its significance. Because I know this isn't true. I know Sally won't to her own self be true because I didn't even know who she was. I knew Nicole wouldn't play some big role in defeating Robotnik because the prior writers had all but forgotten about her. Also, we basically just dropped this being the future timeline as far as I can tell, so I don't even really know where Nicole is from now, so whatever. Genuinely, there are only two other stories I can think of related to her from across the comics' entire run after this, both of them in the post-space era. First, there's this one, where Nicole and Sally swap bodies, and Nicole gets to spend some time outside. It's brief, but it's enough for her to get a taste of corporeal life, and she longs for more. This was built upon in the story Stargazing, where Sally finds Nicole outside in a new physical form. It's a complex hologram of sorts, something she's been working on because she wants to be able to properly live. So she and Sally look up at the stars together before Nicole's power quickly fades away and she returns to her computer. It's their first big moment together ever, I think. And though the story has its heart, seeing an AI try to grow beyond itself and feel, it also shows how little Nicole has lived up to her purpose. A gift from Sally to herself that came from the stars, a friend to help lift her up? No. Now they're both laying beneath those same stars together, and Sally is still crying, in an era of the comic that's treated her the worst. So, over the course of his first 14 issues, Flynn takes these little bits of characterization and runs with them, making Nicole a more present figure. Sure, she isn't doing anything all that much, but she's properly there. She gets briefly corrupted by Adam, she helps Espio take down this base and even engages in some friendly banter. She's instrumental in Shadow learning his past, with Tracy Yardley bringing her physical design to life so well that Sonic makes it clear he definitely Control-S that links. But overall, she's still mostly in the background, and whatever she spends most of her time doing, we aren't seeing that. But that's about to change, because Flynn is going to take what we know about Nicole, and he's going to use it to craft one of the comic's most memorable moments. Because Nicole has a plan. This next sequence is awesome. Regardless of the tease of some ace up their sleeves, it's clear that the stakes have never been higher for our heroes, as Robotnik gloats to them and makes an example of one of their own to show the true terror of the egg grapes. In this case, with Charmy B, all while the remaining freedom fighters inch closer to the city. But thanks to Knuckles and Amy, the team is able to break through just in time to save Charmy, free the prisoners, and allow Nicole to hack into Eggman's systems and do something. For now, though, all our heroes can do is run away from Eggman on his turf. So he begins rounding everyone up again, terrified as they're teleported once more, their brief escape for nothing. Finally, Sally, Sonic, and a handful of others are left alone, their backs against the wall. Sally's entire family zapped in front of her. She asks Sonic to do something to help them make a way out, but he refuses. He's back to his confident, cocky self as he trusts in a plan he doesn't even fully understand. So Eggman captures Sonic too, and thus seals his fate. Because Nicole's plan has worked, as it's revealed she hacked into Eggman's system in order to tamper with his teleportation beam. So it hasn't been sending our heroes back into the egg grapes at all. It's been sending them home, but not to the wasteland Eggman left behind. Not to some rebuilt knothole. No, it sent them back to the city they've been fighting for since before the events of the comic itself. The home they thought would forever be out of reach. This is their Lake of Rings, their castle, their home, their new Mobotropolis. This is Nicole's gift to her friends. See, in the time she's been off in the background of the Flynn era, Nicole's been hard at work, planning out the recreation of their old home by taking control of the nanites and more specifically the nanite city left over by Adam. After all, if one AI could control and manipulate these microscopic machines, if Tommy Turtle could, then why not Nicole, someone who'd also been infected by them? It's a moment I never could have predicted, but it still uses a prior plot device to allow our heroes to get back what they lost in a way that actually makes complete sense. It's also an unmistakable miracle for them that you'd think would feel random or half-baked, and yet, it doesn't. Because despite building the city so she could live among her friends, Robotnik's egg fleet is already here, raining down on our hero's home and forcing Nicole to use all her power to keep them safe through the city's shields, meaning she once again must fade away. Our heroes have received a gift, and now they must protect it. As Sonic steps out to confront Eggman, the Doctor reminds him of his failure. How this is a fight he simply cannot win. After all, this battle armor was specifically designed to outmatch the Blue Blur in every way. Finally, it's impossible for Sonic the Hedgehog to overcome Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah, I figured as much. Which means you've got nothing against these guys.
Freedom fighters, chaotics, attack! While our heroes may have received a miracle, they definitely weren't handed one, because this victory was only possible because of their efforts, and because of Eggman's ultimate failure. He assumed he could destroy Sonic's spirit, and maybe he would have been right, if not for Sonic's friends. And what allowed these friends to be there in the first place to pick him up? It was Rotor protecting Tails, Julie Sue saving Knuckles, and Mighty fighting to avenge his friend. Then what allowed them to use the nanites in the first place? Well, it was Tommy's sacrifice. It was Nicole reaching out to her friends. Because as Charmy freaking B says he's about to be drained and killed. Despite it all, I've fought for our world. No matter what you do to me, I will still fight for Mobius, and I'm not alone. Eggman's ultimate failure was his flippancy towards this silly little war and his failed attempts made along the way. He assumed Sonic's friends were worthless secondary fodder. But of course, I know better. Sonic knows better. Because the world of Archie Sonic is the main character. Knuckles, Vector, and Mighty don't give the Doctor a moment to breathe before they've ripped him apart. Bunny incinerates the rest like it's nothing. Ray and Tails provide a distraction as Antoine, Espio, and Julie Sue weaken the final portion for Amy to destroy. All while Sonic gloats that, even if there are times when the Doctor can get the upper hand on him, defeating his friends will always be impossible. Sonic will always have them to lean on. And that isn't a weakness. No. That's one of his greatest strengths. Then there's Sally. When Sally saw Nicole fade away, she cried just like before, but now those tears feel different. Because as she takes in the sights of the home she never imagined she'd get back, Sally reflects on how she used to be the one protecting others, leading her friends instead of being burdened by her role as the acting monarchy, an heir apparent, forced to get married or dealing with constant formalities. Clear that Sally doesn't just regret her past self, she resents it. And now she's here, standing confidently over Robotnik and being the one to orchestrate his downfall. And though the Doctor attempts to save face, he's ultimately forced to flee, humiliated but determined to return again, and now with something to prove. After all, the war is far from over. The freedom fighters and chaotics, after all their struggling, have simply reached a place where they can truly begin to fight back. Which of course is fine by our two determined heroes. This change sold perfectly through the art. Going forward, Sally's body language consistently informs us about her character, letting us see the baseline level of confidence she carries herself with now. She just looks like she isn't willing to be stomped on anymore, standing tall, arms crossed, or hands on her hips. It's all part of her embodying this competence and tenacity, traits we know she once had as the leader of the freedom fighters. But it's with a consistent charm and poise that she never had before, along with a new level of sensitivity to the feelings of others. I mean, now Sally isn't just capable because she orders the freedom fighters around and undermines Robotnik's rule. Now she's every bit as snappy as Sonic, firing back at his quips with playful jabs of her own, filled with a determination to be stronger, to be better, not for Sonic, not for her role, not for her family, but finally for herself.
You gotta give him credit. The man knows how to make an exit.
Yeah, but he doesn't know when to make it.
New do for the occasion?
A little something symbolic, just to show I've got my mind and heart back on the right track.
Wow, I've never known you to be so girly.
Don't ruin the moment, Blue.
All right. It's good to be home, Sal.
Seeing this final page for the first time, it got me. My heart swelled seeing these characters who I'd watched go through so much struggle, pain, and all the bad writing in between come out the other side not only happy, but so overwhelmed by joy that they lift each other into the air, find the nearest partner and just embrace or smile, right alongside those who are so darn happy that they gotta drop to the ground and jam out to the fact they wiki won! For all the well-deserved praise I've given Flynn for his excellent ideas or the charming and heartfelt dialogue he's written, that alone would not make this era hit as hard as it does. Because from the very beginning, this comic has been absolutely indebted to its artists, whether that be the colorists, inkers, or pencilers. With Tracy Yardley in particular, there are whole extra layers of characterization that are no doubt only there because he decided to imbue every single panel of his run with personality. And he's far from the only one. Consistently, the art amplifies the emotions of the scenes, taking an already great foundation and making it truly phenomenal. Because of that, I now adore this cast of characters, I adore this comic, and I adore this world. Like, it's one thing to write a scene where a villain steps onto the battlefield for a nice cliffhanger. It's another to have that entrance mimic our hero by having the exact same setup be punctuated by them stepping out of a small panel versus the villain stepping out to his own full page, commanding the space of the comic itself. It's one thing to write a scene where, in order to sympathize with a new character, we show their desolate circumstances. It's another to punctuate all their fears and doubts like this. A single silent panel that tells the weight of their commitment to this world that drives a simple and resolute no. Going forward, the Archie Sonic comic is consistently paced and portrayed with a truly cinematic gravitas, paneled with a stylization that makes every reread feel so striking or even new as I discover random background details. Like here when Sonic is chained up in his endgame handcuffs, captured by a character who's learned not to underestimate him based on what he's seen before, only to be saved by a character who chased after Sonic in that same story but now uses his weapon to free his rival. Yet the comic never once draws attention to this. It also doesn't draw attention to this moment where Sonic and Sally are facing off against their evil doubles and they, without a word between them, use the same tactic from all the way back in issue 24, showing how in sync they are. Or how about here when all our heroes were captured? Part of me thought, hey, I wonder if Bunny, the powerhouse she is, might stand a chance breaking out, only to see that both her and Mighty have been trying. And speaking of Bunny, actually, remember that one-off pun about Bunny wanting to be a hairdresser all the way back in issue 4? Well, now it returns as a bonding gesture for both Sally and Bunny, as they're both able to do each other's hair, one for the other's very special day, and the other as a symbolic gesture of self-improvement. And I could go on and on. There's so much here. Never mind all these uniquely designed character cards the comic now has at the start of many stories, imbuing even the credits with personality. And of course, at the most basic level, the characters always just look way past cool. Whether they were a Sonic fan coming onto the book or just someone doing their job, the entire team is what makes Flynn's era one to remember, and what makes the Archie Sonic comic one of the most gratifying experiences I've ever had with a story, because I got to watch a series evolve and mutate through so many different tones and styles and levels of quality until it became this, something I truly love, all while refusing from the very beginning to discard any of it, because despite the many, many things the comic has forgotten, it has also always pulled from past material, always tried to justify everything it's done in an attempt to be a cohesive story. Flynn is just the final step, the final writer to remember, but who, unlike many of the past creatives, does so with a clear vision in mind, and the ability to execute on that vision with a team that will hold his work to a high standard, with a personal motivation to make it as great as it can be. It's because of this throughline that the comic actually feels connected and cohesive in its insanity, meaning that this era will never stop having these wild concepts or dark resolutions, never stop having clashing character designs or interpersonal drama, and it will never lose its heart or its charm. Of course, the big difference now is I no longer just enjoy most of these ideas in retrospect. I no longer have to look at it and think of what could have been, of the potential. It's now just an enjoyable experience, period. Embracing every facet of its identity with as much confidence as its way past coolest hog. And I genuinely love it. Now, normally, I'm the type of person who can't stand when someone tells me to trudge through a piece of fiction because it eventually gets good. Especially if I'm told I simply need to watch like a couple seasons or read a couple books before getting there. Nah, I'd rather not waste my time on that. Which is why it's so strange that, in the case of this comic, I've gotta say, no, do not read it. Did you hear anything I said in these last 8 hours? Why do you think I made this for you? It was so you could get the important info and experience some of the pain and frustration of reading the comic without needing to actually read the whole thing yourself. So don't make all my efforts be in vain, and certainly don't waste the 8 hours of setup you just endured. Wow. 8 hours of setup. Oh no! Well, at least now I can make all the individual videos I've wanted to make since I first read this comic. Because that's right, everything we've discussed today isn't even close to the highs this comic will reach. This section, heck, this entire retrospective so far, has been about how Archie Sonic becomes a masterpiece. And spoiler alert, how the Archie Sonic comic becomes one of my favorite stories ever. So please do me a favor and read Archie Sonic. Not from the beginning, of course, unless you're insane, though the gag area is still a good old time, and please give Tammy my regards if you see her there. But no, I want you to begin reading at the start of the Flynn era, issue 160. Since, despite everything I covered in this video, I skipped a bunch of stuff from his early issues, like, you watched the AMV, who's this green guy, what's he doing, being peak fiction? That's right, because BAM! He's getting a video. What about Shadow? He learned his past, so why hasn't he been helping our heroes? BAM! Video. Also, reminder, I've said every single negative thing I can think of about this story pre-reboot. I've read this comic a million times now, and yep, I have no more major problems with this following era. Because guess what? It's all great now. I love it. So you know the thing you hate, person who's read the comic already? Bam! It's getting a video on why it's excellent. Bam, bam, bam. Here's some silhouettes for future videos. Read the comic. The reading guide is in the description. And with it, you can juice on over to the pre-reboot Flynn era. And if you're wondering how to actually go about reading these bad boys since they're not on sale because Sega and Archie want nothing to do with the series anymore, you'll figure it out. I believe in you. Because after all, you're way past cool. So thank you for watching these videos. It's been a blast. When I started this retrospective with Ian Waffles, I was hoping I'd be able to go all in on the editing for these and keep on having lots of fun with them. And because of you, I was able to do that. Also, it's just been great to read the comments and learn about other people's experiences with the comics. So if you can keep putting those down below in the following videos, that would be wonderful. Anyway, once again, thank you for watching. And always remember to ask yourself, hey, what about Knuckles?
The new porcupine on the block with the buff chest. Out in the wilderness with the ruggedness. Knock, knock, it's Knuckles, the blow thrower. Independent blower, magical emerald holder. Give you the cold shoulder. My spot goes through boulders. That's why I stay alone. I was born by myself. I don't need a posse, I get it all by myself. Adversaries get shelled. Right on.